Chapter 1. Oh no, I become a suspect. Are you aware of what constitutes spiritual sustenance? Cigarettes, they're spiritual sustenance. Which cigarette embodies both prestige and quality while being pleasant to smoke? Is this Huazi? Indeed, among the soft and hard packs of Huazi, which is more enjoyable to smoke. Naturally, the soft pack, as it is more expensive. Here, have one, just for courtesy's sake. It was 1:34 a.m. on the rooftop of the dormitory. Meng Yan crouched at the edge of the rooftop, extracting a Li Huan cigarette from the pack and extending it to the tall figure standing a meter away, whose gaze was vacant. Above the giant's head, a red countdown timer floated ominously, and time was running out. 0:00:00:25. If Meng Yan's instincts were correct, in 25 seconds, this individual would leap to his demise. In his previous life, Meng Yan had served as a patrol officer, but on the day of his discharge, a brick struck him, and inexplicably, he found himself transported to this new world. Upon enlisting, he awakened a sign-in system, which promised a super skill upon completing 30 consecutive days of check-ins. On the day he bound to the system, he received a novice gift pack, rewarding him with the ability of maxed-out comprehension, and shortly after, within the first month, he acquired Heaven Rewards the Diligent. Though both abilities were growth-oriented, for Meng Yan, who had prior military experience, they were undoubtedly a launchpad to greatness. Today marked the second month of his service, and he had just obtained a skill called God's Eye 10 minutes prior. This ability enhanced his eyesight, alleviated eye fatigue, and mitigated the fine lines and dark circles resulting from sleepless nights. Moreover, it allowed him to easily see through disguises and observe minute details, even revealing a countdown to death. As for whether the individual was guaranteed to die, Meng Yan was uncertain. That was merely his conjecture. Meng Yan couldn't help but express his frustration regarding the name of this ability. If it were merely called God's Eye, that would suffice. Why add a diminutive suffix? In a high-powered martial arts or cultivation world, one would expect practitioners to declare their techniques before battle to enhance their aura. For example, names like Buddha's Wrath Lotus, 3,000 Thunderclaps, or Seduction Technique resonate with grandeur. Yet, Meng Yan's God's Eye felt rather mundane, rendering him at a loss for words. Perhaps feeling somewhat disheartened, he bid farewell to the squad leader and decided to visit the restroom, hoping for a moment of respite accompanied by a clandestine smoke. However, upon reaching the restroom, he keenly noticed the presence of smoke wafting from two stalls. Excluding the absurd notion of spontaneous combustion from excessive heat, it was likely that someone was smoking there, and only a seasoned squad leader from another class would dare be so brazen. Though Meng Yan served as the vice squad leader of Class 3, he was still merely a recruit and had no intention of walking into the lion's den. Thus, for the sake of prudence, he ventured to the restroom on the upper floor, specifically that of Class 2. Yet, to his dismay, there were still occupants. He ascended another flight of stairs, only to find not just a few, but a crowd, seemingly a result of Class 3's members suffering from a bout of food poisoning. Clenching the Li Huan cigarette in his hand, veins bulging on his forehead, he muttered, "I refuse to believe that I cannot light this cigarette today." He ascended to the rooftop and beheld a solitary figure standing at the edge, exhibiting a distinctly unsettling demeanor. Meng Yan recognized this individual. He was Chu Kai from Class 9. They had previously played basketball together during the holidays, a taciturn soul. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. What captured Meng Yan's attention was the floating crimson numbers hovering above Chu Kai's head, which he interpreted as a countdown to death. 0:00:01:25. Meng Yan pondered whether to retreat and summon help, but the time allotted to him was scant. Engaging in back and forth would only jeopardize the optimal window for rescue, and an influx of people might provoke an emotional upheaval, leading to drastic actions. Thus, with a steely resolve, Meng Yan decided to attempt persuading him to step back from the precipice. However, reality proved far more arduous than he anticipated, and the countdown above Chu Kai's head continued to diminish. Have a smoke, it's quite soothing. Not only does it relieve stress, but it also indirectly contributes to national defense. Meng Yan persisted in his attempts at persuasion, hoping that when Chu Kai reached for the cigarette, he could swiftly pull him back. Yet, Chu Kai remained cautious, maintaining a distance of over 2 meters, responding without turning his head, "I don't smoke. My father says it's detrimental to health." Meng Yan found this quip painfully ironic. Here's to the man on the brink of despair. yet he still clung to concerns about health. Let's talk this through. Have you encountered some insurmountable troubles? Meng Yan returned the cigarette to its case, gazing up at him, or more precisely, at the dwindling countdown hovering above his head. Chu Kai remained silent, yet his shoulders trembled violently, as if haunted by some profoundly distressing memory. He inched his toes toward the ledge, tears streaming down his face, yet he remained mute. Observing his actions, Meng Yan's heart raced with trepidation. Don't act impulsively, brother. There's no hurdle in life that cannot be overcome. Beneath your feet lies the abyss. Step forward, and there will be no turning back. Chu Kai shook his head vehemently, his voice hoarse. I don't wish to die, but I can't endure this any longer. I truly cannot. Meng Yan anxiously attempted to inch closer, but Chu Kai retreated 2 steps to the edge. If you go, what will happen to your family? Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Kai suddenly turned, his eyes filled with despair and helplessness, and resolutely took that step forward, preparing to end his life. No! Meng Yan lunged forward, attempting to grasp his hand, but ultimately, he was a moment too late. A tremendous thud shattered the stillness of the early morning, painting the earth in crimson. Meng Yan lay at the rooftop's edge, paralyzed by horror, witnessing Chu Kai's lifeless body twitch a couple of times before falling still, his heart tumultuous as turbulent waves. Soon, a cacophony of gasps and chaos erupted from below, as numerous figures rushed out, their eyes filled with terror, directed toward the rooftop. They chanced upon Meng Yan, frozen in shock, lying at the edge. Confess for leniency. Resist for severity. What on earth is happening? Did you really push Chu Kai off the building? I did not. The confinement room of the training base was converted from a small storage space. Due to his presence at the scene of the first incident, Meng Yan was naturally regarded as a suspect. Faced with the furious inquiries of several veterans, Meng Yan's response remained unwavering. He had no connection to Chu Kai's accident. However, it was evident that they did not believe him, as the timing of Meng Yan's appearance on the rooftop was highly suspicious, especially considering that only he and Chu Kai were present at the time. Thus, they had reason to suspect that even if Meng Yan was not the one who pushed Chu Kai, there must be some connection between them. Some of the more hot-headed veterans suggested that perhaps they should give this kid a lesson. Yet, others felt that such actions were inappropriate, as the facts of the matter had yet to be clarified. Meng Yan was merely a suspect, not one with substantiated evidence against him. But the irate veteran retorted, "Do we even need to investigate? It's obvious that Meng Yan did it." With differing opinions, the group failed to reach a consensus. Meng Yan actually wanted to suggest that they step outside to discuss matters before returning, but fearing a beating, he hesitated and ultimately chose to remain silent, allowing them to bicker. 2 minutes later, the discussion concluded, and the impulsive veterans triumphed over the rational ones. Just as Meng Yan pondered whether to flip the table or take a defensive stance with a chair, a figure rushed in from behind in a state of urgency. This newcomer, seemingly protective as a mother hen, shielded Meng Yan from the front. It was Li Qingguang, a second-term officer and Meng Yan's squad leader. "Old 3, step aside." "I won't." Li Qingguang, move aside. "We just want to uncover the truth and seek justice for Chu Kai." "Shut your mouth. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. The leadership has yet to reach a conclusion. On what grounds do you have to act? I trust my soldier's integrity. He is undoubtedly innocent." Meng Yan watched as Li Qingguang resembled an enraged lioness, fiercely confronting the others. Not only was he advocating for himself, but he was also resolutely choosing to believe in Meng Yan's innocence. To say that Meng Yan was not moved would be a lie. The room, already small, grew increasingly tense with the addition of Li Qingguang. It seemed that even a spark could ignite the atmosphere completely. That moment, a sudden, urgent sound of authoritative footsteps echoed from outside. Shortly after, a man adorned with the insignia of a major, appearing weary yet determined, entered the confinement room. He was Jiao Tongwei, the new training base commander, who had just returned from the hospital. "What the hell are you all doing crammed in here? Laying eggs? Haven't you heard the chaos outside? The new recruit's dormitory is practically in disarray. Get the hell out of here." Jiao Tongwei, seething with anger, pointed at everyone and unleashed a torrent of scathing remarks. The veterans, as if drenched in a downpour, found themselves at a loss and eventually slinked away in defeat, A.S. Li Wang stood stubbornly without leaving. Jiao Tonghui shot him a glare. Are you deaf, Captain? Meng Yan absolutely couldn't have. Shut up. Jiao Tonghui's stern reprimand echoed. Why didn't you accompany the new recruits during the night? Have the years of service gone to your head? There is no time for this now. You will face the consequences later. Li Wang felt like a mute eating bitter gall, unable to defend himself. According to regulations during the training period, new recruits were required to report when they needed to use the restroom at night. Upon approval, veterans typically accompanied them to and from the latrine. This was to prevent mischievous youngsters from causing trouble under the cover of darkness. However, due to several recruits suffering from stomach issues earlier in the night, coupled with one particular recruit's frequent need to relieve himself, the enforcement of this rule gradually relaxed. Though the regulation appeared unreasonable, every seemingly irrational rule was born from a bloody lesson. Years ago, a pampered recruit, unable to withstand the rigors of military life, had sneaked away in the dead of night, only to become lost in the mountains and nearly succumb to hypothermia during a sudden downpour. A massive search effort, involving numerous personnel and several rescue dogs, was launched to find him. Moreover, Meng Yan, designated as the vice squad leader by Li Wang himself, enjoyed certain privileges, such as merely needing to report to use the restroom without accompaniment. He had no way of knowing that such a ruckus could arise during the night. I Wang inquired, Captain, how is Class 9's Chu Kai faring? Jiao Tonghui's expression darkened, his impatience palpable. Are you leaving or not? Li Wang quickly nodded, eager to depart. Before he left, however, he made an effort to soothe Meng Yan's emotions, fulfilling his obligations and responsibilities as a squad leader. In truth, Meng Yan held no significant aversion to the confinement room. Having frequented it in his previous life, it was merely his role as an enforcer that had led him to send particularly obstinate individuals there. Captain, how is Chu Kai? Is he all right? I don't know. When I returned, he was still in the emergency room. Noticing Meng Yan's silence, Jiao Tonghui's expression hardened as he solemnly asked, Did you do this or not? Meng Yan shook his head. No. Jiao Tonghui furrowed his brow. Then why were you on the rooftop at that hour, and why did Chu Kai fall at that moment? Meng Yan recounted the events truthfully, but omitted the details regarding the system and the countdown to death. Yet, Jiao Tonghui remained unconvinced, perceiving numerous inconsistencies in his account. After the incident, many people saw you leaning over the rooftop, claiming you pushed him. You are under significant suspicion. Meng Yan chose silence, fully aware of the consequences that awaited him the moment he decided to save the individual. Nevertheless, he acted, driven by the simple fact that he was a soldier. Jiao Tonghui retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, tapped one lightly on the table before igniting it with a lighter. He took a deep breath and exhaled 2 plumes of white smoke through his nose, speaking in a grave tone. Your current predicament is rather troublesome. An investigative team has been formed at the earliest opportunity, and personnel from the security department will soon come to question you. My intuition suggests your innocence. Yet if you utter the wrong words in their presence, thereby exacerbating the suspicion against you, they are entitled to take you away for interrogation. Once they take you, the nature of the situation changes. Even if everything is ultimately clarified and your innocence established, your reputation and future prospects will still bear the repercussions. In truth, when Jiao Tonghui hurried back from the hospital, Meng Yan had already surmised that the security department had arrived. Unlike the scope of the inspection team, the security department is specifically tasked with handling criminal cases within the military. In other words, they function similarly to a criminal police unit. Their involvement typically indicates a significant matter. It is their duty to frequently bring individuals before a military tribunal. However, Meng Yan was acutely aware of his own innocence and firmly believed that a clean conscience dispels fear. Even if the security department were to take him for investigation, he had nothing to dread. Suddenly, Meng Yan recalled something. The rooftop surveillance should be able to prove my innocence. Jiao Tonghui shook his head, exclaiming helplessly, I have already reviewed that footage. Not only does it fail to exonerate you, but it may, in fact, intensify the suspicion. Chapter 2. Protecting our own, we are serious. In the office, a lieutenant colonel from the security department sat before a computer, scrutinizing the rooftop surveillance. Due to the infrequent human presence on the rooftop and exposure to the elements, the footage was notably unclear, devoid of any sound. Officer Huang Weidong manipulated the controls, fast-forwarding and rewinding the footage repeatedly, yet his brow remained tightly furrowed. Whether due to the passage of time or damage to the circuitry, the camera's image was exceedingly blurred. He could only discern two figures, one crouching and the other standing. The crouching individual shifted to another side, while the standing figure appeared fearful, inching away. During this time, Meng Yan seemed to retrieve something, gesturing towards Chu Kai. Huang Weidong and his two subordinates stared at the screen for an extended period, their eyes growing weary. Yushan explained that the training base only activates during training periods, and the rooftop was seldom accessed. Perhaps the equipment had been exposed to moisture without timely maintenance, resulting in the unclear footage. Huang Weidong sighed in resignation. We have thoroughly surveyed the rooftop and found no effective leads. The surveillance footage is nearly useless. Shortly, we will separate and question Meng Yan, as well as the new recruits from the 3rd and 9th squads, to see if we can extract any additional information. Lu Shan nodded in understanding and expressed his willingness to cooperate. Subsequently, the two personnel from the security department departed the office to conduct separate inquiries with the two squads. I want to give you a heads up, Huang Weidong said as he stood. Lu Shan replied, go on. Huang Weidong continued, if necessary, we will need to take Meng Yan with us. I do not agree. Before Lu Shan could voice his objection, the office door was pushed open. Jiao Tongwei entered the room and addressed Huang Weidong, saying, you cannot take the person away. If you wish to investigate the case, we can arrange accommodations for you here, allowing you to conduct your inquiries, but we will not permit you to remove anyone from this place. Huang Weidong furrowed his brow, responding, I am conducting this matter according to proper procedures. Jiao Tongwei elucidated, we are also acting based on the circumstances at hand. Meng Yan is merely a rookie and, at most, a person of interest. However, if he were to be taken away, the implications would be significantly more serious. This could adversely affect the future prospects of this soldier. They have been monitoring Meng Yan for the past 2 months and have observed that he possesses commendable qualities, showing great potential as a promising candidate who could eventually become a focal point for cultivation within the regiment. Thus, they are determined to employ every possible means to safeguard him from being swept away by the winds of misfortune. Yet Huang Weidong remained steadfast in his commitment to the law, presenting several questionable aspects related to the case, such as the specific time and location, coupled with the fact that Meng Yan was the last person to have contact with Chu Kai. In summary, I have reason to suspect him. Huang Weidong asserted. You express suspicion, but that is insufficient, Jiao Tongwei countered. What do you mean? The investigation relies on evidence. Clues, conjectures, and suspicions cannot serve as evidence. Thus, I must state that if there are no new developments in the investigation, coupled with Chu Kai's precarious condition, I will have no choice but to take the individual back for further questioning. Comrade Huang, we do not wish to complicate matters for you. Jiao Tongwei replied, shaking his head. As I mentioned earlier, the interrogation and investigation must remain here. We cannot allow anyone to be taken away. This is our bottom line, as well as the rule of the 7th Combined Brigade. Huang Weidong's expression darkened as the two sides engaged in a dispute regarding whether to take the investigation away or keep it here. Just then, Jiao Tonghui's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from the company commander who was waiting for results at the hospital. Hello, what is the situation on your end? The individual has been saved? Excellent, truly wonderful. Upon hearing that the young man had been successfully resuscitated and was now in critical care, a look of relief washed over Huang Weidong's face. On one hand, he was relieved that the young man's life was no longer in jeopardy, but on the other hand, as long as the individual remained alive, the case would become considerably simpler. Whether the investigation continued here or the individual was taken back was now a feasible option. Previously, his insistence on taking Meng Yan away stemmed from concerns that something unforeseen might occur with Chu Kai, jeopardizing all leads. Have you contacted Chu Kai's parents? He inquired that I made a call, but it was unanswered. What about the landline? I called that too, but there was no response. Very well, try again later. Once you establish contact with Chu Kai's family, communicate effectively without divulging too much detail. Simply state that he sustained an injury during training, and we will await the investigation results. Understood, sir. As the call ended, Jiao Tongwei let out a long sigh of relief. Such a fall, yet survival, seems nothing short of a stroke of extraordinary fortune. On another note, with Chu Kai still alive, it merely awaits his awakening to vindicate Meng Yan's innocence. As for the inability to reach Chu Kai's family by phone, he gave it little thought. After all, at this hour, everyone is preoccupied with their professional obligations, making it entirely plausible that they simply did not hear the calls. Huang Weidong shifted his stance and proactively expressed his willingness to remain for the inquiry. However, he soon inquired, has there been any indication of how long it might take for Chu Kai to regain consciousness? Jiao Tongwei replied, the doctor stated that in the best-case scenario, he could awaken in as little as a week. Huang Weidong, filled with elation, promptly asked, in the worst-case scenario? Jiao Tongwei responded with resignation, in the worst case, it could take 1 to 2 years, or even longer. Injuries to the brain are notoriously unpredictable, as the doctor indicated. Huang Weidong. So, I essentially asked in vain? Chapter 3. The Scheming Frog, Always Touching Your Belly. In the confinement room, the space was stifling, barely 7 or 8 square meters. Aside from a solitary stool and a table, the only other item was a lamp for illumination. The window was sealed and covered with blackout film, preventing any light from filtering in. Outside was a corridor, where a soldier stood guard by the iron door. At that moment, Meng Yan sat vacantly on the stool, lost in thought. Suddenly, the iron door swung open, and a square-faced major entered, holding a notebook. I am Huang Weidong from the Military Security Department, tasked with investigating this case. Chief, feel free to ask any questions. I shall cooperate fully. Meng Yan was already aware of the security department's involvement from the company commander, so he was not taken aback by the inquiry. Do not be anxious. Until the investigation concludes, there is no evidence to convict you, for now. You are merely a suspect. Do you understand? I understand. Observing Meng Yan's innocent and docile demeanor, Huang Weidong suddenly grasped why Jiao Tonghui and the others believed Meng Yan to be blameless. The earlier comforting words had not been part of Huang Weidong's script. Yet upon seeing Meng Yan sit there all alone, he felt compelled to offer solace. Clearing his throat, Huang Weidong adopted a stern expression. Flipping through his notebook to commence the questioning. Why were you on the rooftop at around 1 in the morning? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a smoke. You are a new recruit. How did you acquire cigarettes? I bought them from the supply sergeant at the shop. What brand? Litkin. How much was a pack? 30 yuan. You overpaid. Meng Yan paused, perplexed. Isn't this an interrogation? Why are we discussing cigarettes? Unbeknownst to him, Huang Weidong employed a unique method of questioning, characterized by its non-linear approach. The objective was to disrupt the rhythm of the conversation to gain the upper hand and extract desired information. Huang Weidong's tone intensified, resembling a stern teacher as he coldly inquired, during the new recruit training, smoking is prohibited, weren't you aware? I was, which is why I sneaked up to the rooftop. Unfortunately, I ended up here. Why did you choose the rooftop instead of the restroom? The second-floor restroom had 2 veterans occupying it. Then why not go to the 3rd floor? There were veterans there as well. And the 4th floor? The 4th floor was occupied too. Huang Weidong was exasperated. What kind of new recruit training is this? In the dead of night, are the veterans all congregating in the restrooms? Especially on the 4th floor. Are they really doing such things at this hour? Now tell me, what do you know about Meng Yan? He is honest and never lies. He is a good person and could never commit such an act. I did not ask for your opinion. I meant to hear your assessment of Meng Yan. Did he ever have any conflicts with Chu Kai from Class 9? Never. He unites his comrades, strives for progress, and cherishes the collective spirit. He serves as a paragon for all the new recruits in our Class 3. Does he possess any flaws at all? Indeed. Does he smoke? No. When he secretly smokes in the restroom, has he ever flicked ash onto the floor? Absolutely not. He discards it into the squat toilet. 10 minutes ago, in the dormitory of Class 3, Officer Zhou, adorned with the rank of captain, was conducting individual inquiries with the new recruits. He sought to uncover new leads through Meng Yan's comrades, understanding that even the most skilled deceiver cannot cover every angle. After nearly 2 months of close companionship, if Meng Yan indeed harbored any issues, traces would undoubtedly surface. The method of individual questioning effectively prevents collusion, akin to the prisoner's dilemma. As anticipated by Officer Zhou, the recruits, lacking guile, spoke freely. However, when faced with Li Chengwang, a seasoned non-commissioned officer, Zhou had to adopt a more meticulous approach. The usual tactics proved effective only against the recruits, not against veterans. You are the squad leader, Li Chengwang, correct? As the leader, I wish to know your assessment of Meng Yan. Please strive for objectivity and highlight the key points. He is a soldier of considerable thought, Li Qingwang recounted truthfully. From the moment we were assigned to our squad, I recognized his exceptional nature, as if he had served in a past life. His thinking is sharp, his mind agile, and he possesses a strong sense of collective honor. I have heard these praises many times. Could you share something different? Perhaps some of his shortcomings? Ideally, aspects that remain unknown? Officer Zhou inquired earnestly, pen in hand. Does not liking to bathe and neglecting to brush his teeth at night count? Comrade, I understand you are here to investigate the matter regarding Chu Kai. While I lament his situation, I can assure you that my soldier is absolutely innocent. There must be some misunderstanding behind this issue. Officer Zhou interrupted. The situation is still under investigation. He is merely a suspect, and we have never declared him guilty. If he is indeed innocent, we will certainly clear his name. He proceeded with a few more questions, but yielded no significant revelations. Subsequently, he dismissed Li Qingwang and called in the next individual. The final recruit, Miao Bufan, was a genuine military second generation, hailing from a family of soldiers. Initially, he intended to showcase his abilities and make a remarkable impression in the new recruits battalion. However, upon joining Class 3, he lost the position of deputy squad leader to Meng Yan. Following that, he faced setbacks in areas such as internal affairs, formation drills, and the 3-kilometer run. Despite having been exposed to military training from an early age, as a military scion, he found himself humiliated by the recruits, casting doubts on his future standing. Thus, Miao Bufan spent each day either competing with Meng Yan directly or preparing to do so. It is precisely for this reason that before entering the office, Li Qingwang earnestly cautioned Miao Bufan. Miao Bufan, I am aware that you harbor complaints against Meng Yan and have significant objections to his election as vice monitor, disapproving of his usual demeanor. However, you were comrades in the same class, brothers sharing a bunk, in matters of great importance. I hope you can be pragmatic and speak well of him. Understood, Miao Bufan replied, pushing the door open. It remained uncertain whether he truly absorbed the advice or not. Upon entering, he spotted Officer Zhou, who was engrossed in his notes. The upright youth, Miao Bufan, felt an inexplicable pang of unease, perhaps fearing that the positive browsing history on his phone might be uncovered. Surely that cannot be the case. They aren't here to investigate me, are they? Besides, he had already deleted those records. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself. Don't frighten yourself. Officer Zhou gazed at him seriously and inquired, You are Miao Bufan, correct? I have heard from your classmates that you hail from a military family and have consistently been at odds with Meng Yan during training. Miao Bufan inhaled deeply, sir. Please ask directly. I will answer truthfully. Nodding, Officer Zhou continued. The situation is such that there are currently few leads in this case. If you can provide any valuable information and successfully assist in solving it, I can advocate for an individual third-class merit for you. Given your family's military background, you should understand the significance of a third-class merit in the recruit company, correct? Miao Bufan nodded vigorously. Achieving merit during the recruit phase would not only be a tremendous honor, but would also significantly benefit his future assignments and development. It was akin to a snowball effect. Those who had earned merit during training typically found it easier to be recognized afterward. Sir, please proceed with your questions. Do you think Meng Yan could commit such an act? Has he displayed any unusual behavior lately, or is there a side to him that remains unknown? Officer Zhou fired off several questions. Miao Bufan pondered for a moment, and as if struck by a thought, he quickly nodded. Indeed, Meng Yan has been acting rather strangely these past few days. At that moment, excitement flickered in Officer Zhou's eyes, and a classic melody from Conan echoed in his mind. The cunning frog is always probing your belly. The truth, forever singular. Chapter 4. This new recruit is indeed notorious for his misdeeds. He is rather taciturn and somewhat dull, possessing an introverted disposition, resembling a clumsy giant, and he struggles to fit in with the group. Fortunately, our squad leader exhibits great patience, as we typically refrain from engaging him in conversation. In the dormitory of Class 9, an officer from the security department is also conducting inquiries. Similar to the situation in Class 3, the questioning is carried out separately to uncover the truth. However, despite the segmented discussions, he has not gleaned any substantial leads. In desperation, he resorts to examining Chu Kai's personal belongings. Chu Kai's possessions are few and appear rather worn, suggesting a modest family background. Among them, he discovers a novel of the military genre, which narrates the story of a protagonist who remains indifferent to romantic pursuits, dedicating himself entirely to serving his country. Typically, those who are drawn to such tales harbor aspirations of making significant contributions and nurturing patriotic fervor. He retrieves a key and unlocks the mobile phone cabinet in the Class 9 dormitory. This cabinet is designated for the storage of new recruits' mobile phones, typically accessed only during weekends or holidays. Within the modest compartment, 10 phones reside, including that of the squad leader. Notably, one phone stands out, a rather conspicuous brick-like device that commands attention. In an era dominated by Android smartphones, it is quite remarkable that someone still uses a Symbian phone. The exterior is heavily worn, with the numbers on the keys partially obscured, indicating prolonged use. A sticky note on the back prominently displays the owner's name, Chu Kai. Although he has not encountered Chu Kai, the information at hand has allowed him to sketch a rough image in his mind: tall, introverted, reticent, and ineloquent. His impoverished background likely indicates that his parents are either from rural areas or migrant workers. Unlike other youths who may have various reasons compelling them to enlist, such as overcoming internet addiction, early romances, academic failures, or mischievous behavior, joining the military appears to be Chu Kai's best and perhaps only hope for a brighter future. He attempts to unlock the phone, hoping to find some useful clues within. Upon accessing the contacts, he discovers a notable number of missed calls. "Sir, what I am about to disclose is of utmost importance, and I implore you to maintain confidentiality." In Class 3's dormitory, Officer Zhou gazes intently and solemnly at Miao Bufan, nodding vigorously. He encourages him to express his thoughts freely, assuring him that he will uphold strict confidentiality. The separate inquiries are intended to safeguard their privacy. Receiving an affirmative response, Miao Bufan weighs the pros and cons before finally speaking with deliberation. To be precise, it is not merely these past 2 days. Ever since enlisting, Meng Yan's behavior has been quite peculiar. Specifically, in what manner is it unusual? "Sir, may I inquire if someone has ever applied oil essence to your underwear?" Officer Zhou's mind is bombarded with a flurry of questions. Why would one pour such a substance onto their undergarments? The indignant Miao Bufan vehemently expressed that he had endured such torment. Ever since Meng Yan assumed the role of vice squad leader, he has devised endless ways to torment us. While other classes rise at 5, he drags us out of bed at 4 every morning to tidy our quarters. Fearing that we might doze off, he first resorted to using tape to secure our eyelids, then splashed us with cold water, and recently, he has taken to dripping essential oil onto our trousers. One must question whether he is deranged, whether he is utterly loathsome, as if afflicted by some grave illness. It is simply outrageous. Officer Zhou, with wide eyes and a pounding fist, exclaimed in righteous indignation, "Is this how one ought to use essential oil? What is our class leader doing? What are the company commander and the instructor occupied with to allow such nonsense to transpire?" Miao Bufan sat on a stool, resembling a small village elder. Behind him hung the flowing red flag awarded to the 3rd class for 2 consecutive months for outstanding cleanliness and training. Having hung on the wall for quite some time, it seemed to have left a mark on the white paint. Miao Bufan passionately continued to recount Meng Yan's various misdeeds, as if he had found long-lost kin, to silence us and prevent us from speaking out. He incited the class leader to secretly distribute mobile phones to us 3 times a week. How can new recruits, granted 3 phone sessions a week, possibly focus on training or strive for improvement? Furthermore, he covertly ordered takeout, attempting to undermine our resolve with fried chicken, skewers, and milk tea, thereby shaking the very foundations of our military spirit. Officer Zhou's eyes widened, his brows furrowing in disbelief. This comprehensive training base is not far from the headquarters of the 7th Combined Brigade, with so many officials coming and going and patrols frequently surveying from outside. How could Meng Yan dare to act so brazenly? He even varied his methods to secretly order takeout, clearly a habitual offender. After serving for so long, Officer Zhou never dared to act with such impunity, fearing that even a simple takeout order might attract the ire of superiors. Truly, Meng Yan possesses audacity beyond measure. He is not merely a new recruit's vice leader, but seems to have elevated himself to the role of camp commander. Miao Bufan's complaints flowed forth like a fire hose unleashed, lamenting numerous grievances. For instance, during a Friday movie night, Meng Yan not only brought sunflower seeds without sharing, but also sneaked off to the restroom to indulge in instant noodles after lights out, leaving not a drop of soup behind. Furthermore, Meng Yan exploited a few classmates' penchant for smoking, enticing them with promises of cigarettes for improved grades. Yet when the time came to deliver, he shamelessly proclaimed that smoking is detrimental to health, and that he would certainly make amends next time, when the next opportunity arose. He brazenly quoted regulations, displaying a level of shamelessness that was utterly appalling. Officer Zhou scribbled furiously in his notebook, the pen seeming to ignite with fervor. There was simply too much to record, an overwhelming amount. This soldier, Meng Yan, is indeed a perpetrator of countless misdeeds, far too numerous to document. Who taught him such behavior as a new recruit? He is truly more reprehensible than any seasoned veteran. This is indeed the new recruits company. Once we return to our units, we will soar to great heights, reaching the moon directly. Suddenly, Officer Zhou's pen screeched to a halt on the paper. His expression one of profound confusion as he regarded the loquacious Miao Bufan. Hold on a moment. What is the matter? Are we straying off topic? I was inquiring whether Chu Kai exhibited any peculiar behavior in this matter. Oh right. Let's disregard the earlier discussion and start afresh, focusing on the essentials. Miao Bufan adjusted his posture, adopting a serious demeanor, his tone transforming into an articulate broadcast voice. Sir, regarding the situation with Chu Kai, I, along with the others, am in unanimous agreement. Although Comrade Meng Yan often diverges from the norm and can be excessively critical, the achievements he has secured for Team 3 during this period are evident to all of us. As his classmate and someone who shares a bunk with him, I firmly believe that a person who is so passionate about the collective and dedicated to service could not possibly commit such a fundamental error, let alone engage in such outrageous conduct. Officer Zhou felt as though he was being toyed with, yet lacked the evidence to substantiate his suspicions. Upon reflection, Miao Bufan seemed to be belittling him, but the issues he raised predominantly highlighted how Meng Yan fought for the team's interests and creatively garnered honors for Team 3. Thus, one might wonder if this young man had received some form of benefit, as his praises for Meng Yan were rather excessive. Despite his irritation, Officer Zhou strove to maintain a courteous smile. Very well, Comrade Miao Bufan. Thank you for your cooperation. You may leave now. By the way, which bunk and storage locker belonged to Meng Yan? I need to inspect his personal belongings. Miao Bufan eagerly pointed out Meng Yan's bunk and locker, then approached with a beaming smile. Sir, do you consider the information I previously provided valuable? Although I cannot attain a third-class merit, a commendation would suffice. I'm not picky. Do I appear foolish to you? A commendation? I would sooner deliver a sharp slap to your face. Meanwhile, Huang Weidong felt as if he had been struck twice, his head buzzing. After confronting Meng Yan, he realized his rapid-fire questioning technique had failed him. Not only had he been thrown off rhythm multiple times by Meng Yan, but he also had not obtained any new, useful information, leaving him quite vexed. He was even at a loss for what questions to pose next, resorting to a cigarette break to pause and gather his thoughts before resuming. You are a freshman in the Department of Electronic Engineering at Linjiang University? Indeed. Is university life not satisfactory? Why the sudden desire to enlist? Life as a university student is indeed enjoyable, but serving in the military is even better. What is your reasoning? As a valiant son of the great Xia, it is my duty to enlist and protect my homeland. Must there be a reason? Huang Weidong found himself momentarily speechless by Meng Yan's retort. Indeed, a passionate young man. Loyal to his country, was this not the inherent setting for every fervent youth of the great Xia? So, you joined the military out of a desire to serve your nation? No, my situation stems from poverty. As a university student, enlisting in the military exempts one from 4 years of tuition fees, provides meals and accommodation, and upon discharge, there is a severance pay, making it easier to secure employment afterwards. Thus, I made this choice. Captain Huang's eyes twitched with irritation. This young man had begun to respond erratically once more. However, in truth, Meng Yan was not being frivolous in his answers. In this lifetime, he was orphaned and devoid of support, lacking a stable source of livelihood. At times, he found it perplexing why those opulent transmigrators effortlessly amassed billions, merely by stumbling upon a beggar or casually encountering a runaway heiress, often stunningly beautiful. They were either named Lin Wanxi, Li Qingcheng, or Lu Rian. Regardless, they must love you passionately, willing to expend their family fortune to aid your ascent. Yet Meng Yan, upon his arrival in this world, led a life as mundane and ordinary as most. The most arduous decision he faced was whether to have spicy hot pot, yellow braised chicken, or Shaxian snacks for lunch. Upon seeing the recruitment advertisements on campus, Meng Yan felt an urge to return to military service, and remarkably, the system was activated. For some individuals, a second chance at life entails reveling in freedom and indulgence. However, as a former soldier, Meng Yan harbored a certain nostalgia for the military. Thus, he was eager to reintegrate and contribute to the nation's defense. Naturally, he also anticipated the thrill of experiencing the joys of dominating the novice village. Akin to the protagonists in exhilarating novels, it soon became evident that his decision was astutely made. Due to his remarkable abilities, few among his fellow recruits could rival him. Consequently, he naturally became the envy of many, regarded as a prodigious soldier. Subsequently, Huang Weidong meandered through a multitude of random inquiries, such as whether zongzi should be savory or sweet, or whether tofu pudding should be enjoyed sweet or savory, which was preferred, cilantro or hogwort. Meng Yan scratched his nose, questioning whether Huang, in his perplexity, had suffered a mental lapse, as he began to speak nonsensically. In truth, Huang Weidong's mind had indeed been overwhelmed by Meng Yan's discourse, even swaying him into a different rhythm. In a desperate attempt to break the impasse, he slammed handcuffs onto the table, attempting to intimidate Meng Yan into confessing. Yet Meng Yan remained unfazed, silently focused on counting his fingers. He was acutely aware that he was merely a suspect, not the actual perpetrator, and thus had the right to remain silent under certain circumstances. Seeing Meng Yan's silence, Huang Weidong also chose to refrain from speaking, sitting there smoking one cigarette after another, as if he had never smoked in a past life. It was not until two subordinates hurriedly arrived that the investigation took a significant turn. Huang Weidong stepped outside and inquired of them, "Have you found any leads?" Observing the two, who had grown stubble in such a short time, he was met with astonishment as they exclaimed, "Chief, we have made a significant discovery." Huang Weidong, filled with anticipation, inquired, "What discovery?" One individual retrieved Chukai's bulky device and, with a solemn tone, said, "Leader, please take a look. Once you do, everything will become clear." Chapter 5. Are these green beans overcooked? They are clearly undercooked. You may come out now. The door of the confinement room was opened from the outside. Meng Yan was released by the veteran guard and taken to the company commander's office. Inside the office, only the company commander Jiao Tongwei and the instructor were present. There was no sign of Officer Huang from the security department. "Please, have a seat." Just as Meng Yan was filled with curiosity, the instructor opened a 4-tiered stainless steel lunchbox and handed him a pair of chopsticks. "Have something to eat. You must be starving. The kitchen has prepared this for you." It was now 2:30 in the afternoon, and since being confined, Meng Yan had not had a single drop of water. Was he not thirsty? No. It was simply that he had no means to quench his thirst. If there were food and drink, what would be the point of confinement? Although he was indeed quite hungry at this moment, he refrained from picking up the chopsticks until he understood the situation. The meal was surprisingly lavish, featuring chicken, meat, vegetables, and even a bowl of winter melon and pork rib soup. This unavoidably conjured the phrase "last meal" in his mind. Surely, they would not take him away right after he finished eating? Stop overthinking it. Eat. That is an order. Yes, sir. Jiao Tongwei immediately discerned Meng Yan's apprehensions and issued a direct command. For a soldier, obeying orders is paramount. Well, I might as well fill my stomach first. Meng Yan was genuinely hungry. He picked up the chopsticks and began to devour the rice, disregarding any semblance of decorum. The army's kitchen prepared meals in large quantities. Though not unpleasant, they were hardly gourmet. It was precisely for this reason that he would occasionally order takeout, seeking a change of flavor. Ordinary families, after consuming home-cooked meals throughout the week, often yearned for a hot pot or barbecue on the weekends for a taste diversion. Not to mention these young lads. Of course, satisfying their culinary cravings also served to motivate the new recruits to improve, leading to more vigorous training. Today's meal was generally satisfactory. The kitchen must have put in some effort. However, the green beans with meat were truly a matter of concern. What? Do you not like green beans? Not that. They are too tough? The green beans are half-cooked. I fear food poisoning. The instructor and the company commander exchanged glances, their faces turning even paler than the beans. They had just returned from the hospital earlier that morning. Since they had not eaten in the cafeteria at noon, they were unaware of the meal's quality. The instructor picked up a bean with 2 fingers, placed it in his mouth, and after just a couple of chews, spat it out. Indeed, the green beans were half-cooked and barely swallowable. Without uttering a word, he grabbed his hat in frustration and stormed out. Jiao Tonghui's expression was equally grim. No wonder he had seen a group of men rushing to the restroom upon their return. Initially, he had thought it was merely the result of their hasty eating habits. But it turned out that the culprit was the undercooked green beans. At this moment, the entire brigade was outside conducting training exercises, and all the cooks from various units had been taken along. Additionally, following previous retirements, many personnel had left logistics, resulting in a significant gap in the cooking team. Due to a shortage of personnel, the training base could only temporarily assign some veterans with little culinary experience to assist, which inevitably compromised the quality of the meals. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the military, whenever grains of sand unexpectedly appear in the rice or insects are found in the dishes. It is certain that a veteran from the mess hall has retired, and inexperienced replacements have been hastily recruited. Matters of daily life can be entrusted to the instructors for resolution. Jiao Tongwei summoned Meng Yan for a matter of greater importance. "Have you eaten enough?" he inquired. Even if Meng Yan claimed he was still hungry, there was no possibility of receiving a second helping. Jiao Tongwei continued. "Chu Kai is currently out of life-threatening danger and is under observation in the ICU. His condition is relatively stable. Your suspicions have been completely cleared. We have uncovered crucial evidence that proves this incident is unrelated to you." A surge of joy filled Meng Yan's heart. Did this mean that through his intervention, Chu Kai had indeed evaded the clutches of death? Originally, Chu Kai's position was destined to result in a fatal fall onto the concrete floor. But after a brief conversation with him, he had shifted slightly, ultimately landing on the comparatively softer grass instead. This fortunate turn of events had spared his life. It also implied that the countdown to death was not an absolute measure but more akin to a warning signal. Since it was a warning, it indicated that the trajectory of events could be altered through human intervention. "My apologies for the misunderstanding. I made you wait on the sidelines for several hours," Jiao Tongwei said. "It's quite all right. I understand. This is merely a procedure, much like how a suspect is taken to an interrogation room for questioning and documentation." Thus, Meng Yan bore no ill will towards them. They were merely following standard protocols. "Have you discovered what led Chu Kai to such despair?" Meng Yan pressed further. "Yes." Jiao Tongwei nodded, lamenting, "Last week, while working on a construction site, Chu Kai's parents were tragically involved in an accident when the formwork suddenly collapsed during a concrete pour from the top floor, causing them to fall. The construction site reported that the incident was due to their improper operation, but the exact truth remains elusive." "Does he have any relatives left?" Meng Yan asked again. "Yes." Jiao Tongwei paused momentarily before adding, "Originally, he had an elderly grandmother in his hometown, but..." A chill ran through Meng Yan as he recalled his earlier attempts to console Chu Kai by inadvertently mentioning his family. At that moment, Chu Kai's relatives had already passed away. Was it possible that he had inadvertently expedited this tragic event? Nevertheless, the outcome was ultimately positive. The man was alive, which could be considered a fortunate turn of fate. "We have already contacted the local civil affairs department and comrades from the armed forces for assistance in confirming this matter. From Chu Kai's phone records, we discovered that 3 days ago, on Saturday morning, the village chief, party secretary, and Chu Kai's neighbors all reached out to him, urging him to stay strong and to promptly take leave to attend to his family's affairs. In addition, we discovered some negative search records within the Chu Kai mobile browser. Stay strong? Hold on? Such words, intended to console, somehow resonate with profound anguish. The nature of these negative search records is self-evident. Meng Yan felt a poignant sense of suffocation, at a loss for words. It seems fate preys on the most unfortunate souls. Yet, he harbored a curiosity. Why had the local authorities not contacted our unit after the incident? Jiao Tongwei shook his head, explaining that typically, if they could reach the individual, they would. Only in cases where contact was impossible would they enlist the help of local armed forces to reach us. It was likely that the neighbor of Chu Kai had managed to contact him directly since it was a weekend. He lit a cigarette and continued. "Let us set this matter aside for now. You should focus on what you need to do next. One thing, though, no more sneaking cigarettes at night. Especially not on the rooftop." Meng Yan chuckled. "If I refrain from the rooftop, then Chu Kai might truly be lost." Jiao Tongwei fell silent, realizing the truth in his words. He understood that it was Meng Yan's persuasion that had ultimately allowed Chu Kai to survive. So, in a sense, Meng Yan had become the lad's savior. "By the way, Captain, I have another question." "Go ahead." "In rural culture, there is a strong belief in resting in peace. How should we handle the arrangements for Chu Kai's family in light of their loss? The issue of compensation from the construction site must also be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, once the project concludes and the people are gone, where will we find them? Once the compensation is secured, who will safeguard it? What if distant relatives, seemingly unrelated, suddenly appear to claim a share of the compensation, seeking to seize what is not theirs?" The concerns Meng Yan raised were indeed pressing. The longer these matters were delayed, the more complicated they would become. Currently, with Chu Kai critically injured and bedridden, if no one advocates for him, even if he regains consciousness, he will face a life of unending suffering. Jiao Tongwei waved his hand dismissively. urging him not to fret, although this situation with Chu Kai is unique and complex. Involving compensation issues from the construction site and arrangements for his family's mourning, I have already reported to the brigade. The leaders are likely convening an emergency meeting to discuss solutions. Chu Kai is one of our soldiers, thus, we will see this matter through to the end. The army will always be the greatest support for a soldier of the Great Xia. All right, you should return to training. Should higher-ups send someone else for an investigation? You must cooperate, as you were the last to have contact with him. As for other matters, we shall wait until he awakens. Understood. Meng Yan replied and left the office. Chu Kai's plight evoked deep sympathy. With so many intricate issues at hand, it was no wonder he chose to evade. However, this prompted Meng Yan to reassess the ability known as God's Eye. Damn it, every time he thought about it, he felt a sense of frustration. Surely, this was some twisted whim of a programmer from the Bureau of Transmigration Management. Otherwise, how could such a ridiculous name come into existence? There are always those who advise relinquishing the urge to help, urging respect for the sanctity of life. Yet, if you were to foresee an impending mishap, would you truly manage to remain a mere bystander? Indeed. Can one accomplish this? Yes. Have you lost your voice in the kitchen? Speak up. Can you do it? Yes. Meng Yan strolled through the camp when his attention was suddenly captivated by a scene unfolding near the canteen entrance. A dozen or so cooks stood in a line against the wall, shouldering bottles of cooking oil, carrying bags of rice, and cradling baskets. Among them, an unfortunate private first class, with a limp, hoisted a large black pot above his head, resembling a UFO hovering over him. If they could manage to cook the vegetables, then why were the green beans still raw today? Several new recruits were afflicted with gastrointestinal distress, one of whom was in a serious condition and had to be sent to the medical room for induced vomiting and for treatment. If they couldn't even cook green beans properly, what kind of meal were these cooks preparing? If a battle were to ensue, before the enemy even approached, we might poison ourselves with our own incompetence. The instructor, in a fit of frustration, delivered 2 swift kicks to the unfortunate private first class's backside, akin to kicking a sandbag. Although he was a private with a limp, he was of similar age to Meng Yan and his peers, in his second year of service as a conscript. In these times, as living conditions improve, the number of young people who can cook diminishes. This lad clearly had never cooked at home, having been temporarily assigned to the cooking team at the new training base from another unit. The private endured a barrage of reprimands from the instructor, shrinking his neck while holding the pot aloft, his expression a mixture of innocence and grievance. Instructor, I thought. If the green beans are overcooked, the nutrients would be lost. The chlorophyll and vitamins would be gone, wouldn't they? Moreover, in our Yunnan province, there is a dish called Hakka stewed chicken feet, where the green beans are eaten raw. We've consumed them since childhood without any issues, never once. Still arguing back? The instructor was incensed, his hand waving like a fan, delivering rapid and relentless slaps to the brim of the boy's cap. People from different regions have diverse dietary habits. In some areas, they even consume raw pig's blood and meat, or boil eggs in the urine of young boys. The instructor unleashed a torrent of harsh words upon him, commanding him to carry the large black pot and run laps on the playground. He was permitted to stop only when he could no longer run or had vomited. You lot, do the same. What? The instructor pointed at the rest of the cooking team. If any of you had been more attentive, would this situation have arisen? You are only allowed to stop once you've run until you're sick, and tonight, in front of all the new recruits in the camp, you will present a thorough self-criticism. The expressions of the group fell, resigned to the task of hoisting rice and oil, puffing and panting as they trudged onto the track. From a distance, they resembled shoppers in a supermarket during a clearance sale, a rather comical sight. The harsh punishment was not the goal. The crucial aspect was to instill lasting lessons. Food safety is paramount, especially within the military. While ordinary people may suffer from a stomach upset and simply take a day off to recover, however, should a soldier suffer from an upset stomach, it could severely compromise combat effectiveness. If the enemy were to strike during such a moment, the consequences would be dire. In wartime, this would be regarded as a grave dereliction of duty, punishable by death. The instructor, hands on hips and visibly agitated, was clearly in a fit of anger. Spotting Meng Yan sneaking by, he ordered him to hasten to the training ground, forbidding him from loitering about. Fearing the repercussions of conflict, Meng Yan swiftly departed. The new training base of the 7th Combined Brigade comprises 4 companies, totaling around 500 to 600 personnel. Meng Yan belongs to the 1st New Recruits Company, currently engaged in tactical training in the wire mesh area on the northern side of the training ground. The tactical training for new recruits primarily involves prone crawling and utilizing cover for self-protection demanding agility, endurance, speed, and particularly a high degree of bodily coordination. A moment's negligence could result in a bloody gash on the buttocks or back from the overhead barbed wire. Report. Meng Yan, Deputy Squad Leader of the 3rd Squad, requesting to return to the team. As soon as Meng Yan completed his report, all eyes on the field turned toward him, filled with skepticism. Wasn't he supposed to be confined in the disciplinary room? How was he released so swiftly? Chapter 6. Young man, it is evident that you are quite adept at climbing. Here is the sequence of events. Within the confines of the latrine, Meng Yan pinched his nose with 2 fingers. He succinctly conveyed the entire narrative to the group of veteran squad leaders, successfully clearing himself of any suspicion. The veterans exchanged glances, slowly realizing that they had misjudged Meng Yan. Indeed, he was innocent. They understood that Meng Yan would never dare to lie about such a matter. Thus his earlier statements must have been the unvarnished truth. However, the plight of Chu Kai left them profoundly shaken, tugging at their hearts with unbearable pain. Even these iron-willed men found it difficult to continue listening. In just a few short days, a family had been shattered. The survivor endured the greatest suffering. They could scarcely fathom how Chu Kai would confront the remains of his parents, or how he would manage a dignified funeral and seek justice at the construction site. The anguish was simply overwhelming. If it were they, it was likely they too would succumb to despair. Li Qingguang let out a heavy sigh. Unable to suppress his curiosity, did the company commander mention how the aftermath would be handled? Report. I wish to relieve myself. Denied. Get out. Can't hold it. I can't hold it. Hold it in. If you can't control even your sphincter, how can you steer your life and achieve the ultimate dream of becoming a soldier king? Get out. At that critical moment, a new recruit burst in, clutching his stomach. However, he was promptly shoved out by his squad leader, who insisted he return to the dormitory to relieve himself, declaring that the latrine was a military-restricted zone, forbidding entry to unauthorized personnel. In desperation, the recruit summoned his resolve and dashed towards the dormitory, unaware that this was a test from his squad leader, a trial of his willpower. Years later, during his own wedding, when he would experience excruciating abdominal pain, he would recall his leader's earnest teachings and the image of himself running with clenched legs under the setting sun. He would then summon the most indomitable will and unwavering spirit to persevere until the very last moment. The recruit with an upset stomach was dismissed, leaving Meng Yan and the veteran squad leaders alone in the latrine once more. This matter could only be whispered among the veteran leaders. It was imperative that the other recruits remained oblivious. At the tender age of 18 or 19, it was their first time away from home, inevitably preoccupied with thoughts of their distant families. Should the recruits learn of this situation, it would undoubtedly incite unwarranted worry and concern. The repercussions could be tenfold more severe than the incessant midnight broadcast of the green flower in the army. At that point, chaos would reign at the training base. And how could training continue? In this regard, Meng Yan performed admirably. When the veterans first approached the latrine, he covered his mouth and nose, cautiously remarking that this was not a place for conversation. Only then did the veterans comprehend the gravity of the situation and the potential consequences it could engender. They swiftly cleared the area, ushering out all the new recruits who were in the midst of their business, even going so far as to station someone at the entrance of the latrine to prevent eavesdropping. However, what Meng Yan truly wished to convey was, could we perhaps choose a less odorous location for our discussion? There are countless places available. Why must it be in a latrine? Are your noses made of iron? Yet, presently, Meng Yan found himself encircled, and it appeared that without clarifying matters, there was no hope of departing. The veteran pressed on. Continue. There is no one else here. What did the company commander say afterward? Meng Yan replied, the commander stated that the matter was of great significance and had already been reported to the brigade, where the leaders are actively convening to deliberate. He also mentioned that as long as Chu Kai dons his military uniform for a single day, the army will ensure that this issue is thoroughly addressed. Upon hearing this, the spirits of the group were somewhat lifted, while soldiers defend their homeland. The army also serves as the unwavering support for each soldier. This is their source of confidence and the reason they are willing to dedicate their youth and passion to the military. Now, it all hinges on Chu Kai's recovery and when he will awaken. In truth, the lad is quite commendable. Though not overly talkative, he approaches his duties with seriousness, diligence, and sincerity. Indeed, I recall now that he is rather tall and somewhat reserved in demeanor. That soldier has shown remarkable perseverance in drills, practicing alone even during breaks. Allow me to digress. If Chu Kai awakens but cannot withstand the emotional turmoil, what then? Including Meng Yan. All eyes turn toward the unlucky veteran who spoke those words. This incident alone has already caused considerable upheaval. Should another occur, who could endure it? Meng Yan certainly did not wish to be confined again or subjected to interrogation by security. Moreover, he could not guarantee that the system's capabilities would always be effective in saving lives. 10 minutes of rest concluded. Next came the routine tactical assessment. The new recruits were divided into 10 squads, each consisting of 9 members, who would crawl through barbed wire, with the company commander and instructor still at the hospital. A squad leader temporarily took charge of the assessment. First group, first squad, heed the command. At the sound of the whistle, the 9 new recruits dropped to the ground and swiftly crawled towards the barbed wire area. The wire stretched 30 meters, requiring the first 10 meters to be traversed in a low crawl, the middle 10 meters in a side crawl, and the final 10 meters in a high crawl. Completing the course in 30 seconds was deemed passing, 20 seconds was considered good, and 15 seconds was excellent. At this moment, within the third squad, Miao Bufan continued to bombard Meng Yan with inquiries regarding Chu Kai. However, considering Miao's propensity for indiscretion, Meng Yan chose to ignore him, which only intensified Miao Bufan's frustration. In this world, there exists a subset of individuals whose curiosity is insatiable. If they remain unaware of the truth, they cannot find peace, tormented by their own thoughts. Coincidentally, Miao Bufan is precisely such a person. Having undergone military training from a young age and encountered numerous officers, he possesses a wealth of knowledge about matters within the military. Thus, he has never perceived himself as merely a novice recruit. He felt that, given his rank, he should be privy to the truth like any other veteran squad leader. Meng Yan, let us have a match. If you lose to me later, you must tell me the truth. How about it? Sure, Meng Yan agreed to this self-deprecating challenge, wishing to avoid further annoyance from him. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Miao Bufan's lips curled into a slight, disdainful smile. From a young age, he had undergone extensive military training, particularly excelling in tactical maneuvers. The reason he lost in internal cleanliness and military posture to Meng Yan was purely due to his disinterest in those areas, thus practicing them less. Now, as it was his forte, he felt utterly confident that he could easily surpass Meng Yan. Soon, the new recruits of the second squad completed their course, and it was the third squad's turn. The squad leader's whistle blew, and just as Miao Bufan dropped to the ground, a figure shot forward as if gliding just above the surface. In the blink of an eye, Meng Yan had already gained half a body-length lead over him, leaving Miao Bufan dumbfounded. He twisted his hips, quickly kicking his legs and flailing his arms, exerting every ounce of strength he had. Finally, he managed to reduce the gap from half a body length to 1.5. Damn, why can't I catch up? He distinctly remembered that in previous tests, Meng Yan had been about as fast as he was. At that moment, Meng Yan paused briefly, glanced back, and revealed a similar disdainful smile. With a slight movement of his lips, Miao Bufan recognized the words "little trash." Enraged, he felt a tremendous provocation and began to chase fervently. Miao Bufan's movements became less refined, his form deteriorating, yet his speed surged, propelling him forward. However, he remained oblivious to the tearing sound that emanated from behind him. Meng Yan, 14 seconds 5. Outstanding. So far, no one at the training base has surpassed this record. Meng Yan crossed the finish line, and the squad leader quickly stopped the stopwatch, praising his exceptional crawling ability, stating that even many veterans could not match his skill. He even inquired whether Meng Yan had practiced crawling before joining the military. Meng Yan, exasperated, thought to himself, "Squad leader, do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth?" Miao Bufan followed closely, finishing with a time of 16 seconds 3. This performance was commendable among the new recruits, placing him in the excellent category, but unfortunately he had chosen the wrong opponent. Rising up, covered in dirt, he glared at the relaxed Meng Yan, feeling a surge of frustration. He began to understand that Meng Yan had been concealing his abilities since enlisting, rarely exerting his full strength during training. "Miao Bufan, you," Meng Yan began, but was cut off by Miao Bufan's irate interruption. "Don't say another word. A bet is a bet. Even if you don't tell me, I'll find out." "No, I was going to say, don't you feel a chill?" Meng Yan pointed downward, and Miao Bufan was stunned to discover a large tear in the back of his pants. It appeared as though he were wearing a pair of split-crotch trousers, with a draft wafting through from both front and back, eliciting hearty laughter from those around. Miao Bufan covered his rear, his face flushed with embarrassment. It was likely during the final moments of a high crawl that, in a moment of haste, his posterior had been elevated too high, becoming ensnared by the barbed wire. Yet, upon reflection, considering that the new training base was populated solely by men, exposing one's rear hardly warranted shame. thus with hands on his hips. Mio Buffon defiantly thrust his groin towards the group of mockers, brimming with challenge as he proclaimed, "What are you laughing at? I did this on purpose. It's refreshing and breezy. You wouldn't understand. This is fashion." Just then, he received a sharp kick from the squad leader, Li Qingguang, sternly reminding him to maintain military decorum and to return promptly to change his trousers to avoid further embarrassment. In a mere 5 minutes, Mio Buffon had changed his trousers and returned, yet this impudent fellow remained unyielding, insisting on continuing his rivalry with Meng Yan. However, Meng Yan deemed him rather eccentric and, fearing he might catch his folly, resolutely declined to engage. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the various squads dispersed to seek out training spaces. Li Qingguang summoned Meng Yan to elucidate the techniques of crawling for the assembled troops. As the vice squad leader of the 3rd Squad, it was Meng Yan's duty to impart knowledge and clarify doubts. Furthermore, endowed with exceptional aptitude and the experience from a previous enlistment, his movements were nearly flawless. In fact, there were instances where even Li Qingguang, the squad leader, felt somewhat overshadowed. At that moment, a duty officer jogged over and addressed Li Qingguang, 3rd Squad. 2 members are to be assigned to a task. The new recruits of the 3rd Squad eagerly raised their hands, all vying for the opportunity. Meng Yan, Mio Buffon. You're up, Li Qingguang indicated with a nod, selecting the 2 of them, as their tactical performance was deemed the best among the squad. The others were to continue their training and strive for improvement. Thus, Meng Yan and Mio Buffon abandoned their drills, joyfully setting off to fulfill their assignment. Chapter 7. What to eat tonight. The term going out on duty does not imply a leisurely outing as many might envision, but rather refers to engaging in additional tasks beyond one's primary responsibilities. This may include weeding, cleaning, hauling, organizing, or even the less savory task of manure collection. Although it is indeed work, most individuals find themselves eagerly volunteering for it, as it allows for moments of idleness and daydreaming, unlike training, which is strictly monitored by squad leaders. Weekends, however, are an exception. Having finally acquired their phones, everyone yearns to unwind in peace. At this juncture, Meng Yan and Xiu Buffon were led to a vacant area behind the mess hall. The seasoned soldiers entrusted them with a hoe and a shovel, instructing them to loosen the soil in preparation for future vegetable planting. In truth, many military units have cultivated their own gardens, with some even boasting dedicated agricultural farms. The rationale behind this practice extends beyond mere economic efficiency. It is also about achieving self-sufficiency. Self-sufficient? Xiu Buffon interjected with a puzzled expression, correcting Meng Yan's terminology. Shouldn't it be self-reliant? Meng Yan shook his head and patiently elucidated. During the rural production team era of the 1960s and 70s, children in the countryside were accustomed to laboring in the fields, participating in various forms of agricultural work, including manure collection. Historically, manure has been regarded as the finest fertilizer for crops. In earlier times, there were even dedicated teams tasked with collecting it, and disputes would arise over mere buckets of it. Thus, how does what you mentioned relate to self-sufficiency? In response to Xiu Buffon's confusion, Meng Yan continued to explain with unwavering patience. Water is the lifeblood of crops. Fertilizer is their sustenance. For crops to thrive, they require nourishment and nutrients. Imagine, when you savor organic vegetables meticulously cultivated with your own manure, does that not embody self-sufficiency? Xiu Buffon's complexion abruptly shifted, his cheeks puffing out as he began to gag. He was not conjuring images of consuming vegetables grown from his own waste, but rather, the thought of vegetables nurtured by the waste of many individuals. In that moment, he developed a newfound aversion to the organic cabbage and lettuce in the mess hall, along with a revised understanding of self-sufficiency. Consequently, he resolved to consume more meat and fewer vegetables in the future, lest he inadvertently encounter produce that had not been thoroughly cleaned by a careless veteran. At this moment, Meng Yan and Xiu Buffon toiled diligently, one wielding a hoe, the other a shovel, working tirelessly. As they labored, a logistics veteran passed by to inspect their progress and found their efforts commendably efficient. Satisfied with their performance, he noted that many new recruits often sought inventive ways to shirk their duties. Thus, he fetched 2 bottles of yogurt from the kitchen as a reward, encouraging them to take a brief respite before resuming their work. Meng Yan and Xiu Buffon graciously accepted the offering and sat on the curb, sipping yogurt while gazing at the setting sun. Imagine, when your comrades are struggling to crawl through barbed wire, their faces smeared with dust and mouths filled with dirt. You are leisurely sipping yogurt while gazing at the sunset. Doesn't that evoke a unique sentiment? Meng Yan, can you enlighten me on the matter? What exactly transpired? Miao Buffon's gaze was earnest, revealing his genuine desire to comprehend the unfolding events. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of duty as a righteous individual, or simply a heartfelt concern for a comrade's situation. In reality, secrets are seldom concealed within the ranks. Any minor disturbance swiftly becomes common knowledge. For instance, last month, the squad leader of the 3rd Company, plagued by a recurring ailment, took leave to visit the hospital for an examination. Upon returning, he insisted on working despite his illness. The truth was, he had quarreled with his girlfriend, leading to an emotional outburst as he desperately sought to reconcile, ultimately receiving 2 days of special leave from the instructor. However, in his haste, he forgot to bring his sergeant's certificate and accidentally encountered an inspection upon his return. Consequently, he faced disciplinary action, a reprimand, and earned the title of a solitary bachelor. Moreover, just last week, during a nighttime inspection, a company commander caught 2 recruits clandestinely smoking in the restroom. In reality, these 2 not only smoked but also clandestinely used a hidden device to browse questionable content online. Notably, both hailed from the same hometown, Rongqing. Of course, Miao Buffon's incident during afternoon training, when his pants were torn open, would soon become common knowledge as well. Therefore, Miao Buffon's request was not entirely unreasonable. Even if he were to disclose the truth, it would not be detrimental. Seeing his relentless determination, akin to a stubborn adhesive plaster, Meng Yan sighed and nodded in acknowledgement. No. Damn it. Miao Buffon was utterly exasperated. He flailed his arms like propellers, gesturing wildly at the sky. Upon seeing Meng Yan nod, he had hoped this fellow would acquiesce. Who could have anticipated that his words and thoughts would diverge? What must I do for you to tell me? Earlier, personnel from the security department approached me, offering a 3rd-class merit for maligning you. Yet I remained loyal, only extolling your virtues. We are comrades in the same squad. Brothers who share a bunk, who have rolled in the same pit and dined from the same pot. I believe there should be no secrets between us. Meng Yan's response was firm. That is not an option. The reasoning was simple. This fellow could not keep a secret and had a tendency to speak indiscriminately. Should news spread too early at the training base, it would undoubtedly cause severe repercussions. Therefore, even if he were to shout to the heavens, Meng Yan could not divulge the truth, lest he bear the blame himself. Miao Buffon was genuinely frustrated, but he could only channel his discontent through relentless labor. Wielding his tool with vigor, Meng Yan, not one to yield, seized a shovel and unleashed a flurry of strikes. A seasoned logistics soldier glanced over, astonished. He distinctly recalled providing these 2 with yogurt, not energy drinks. Just as they worked diligently, a sudden cacophony of barking echoed from a distance. Amidst the commotion, a few honks from the geese could be discerned. With a curious disposition, Miao Buffon set down his hoe and stealthily made his way toward the source of the noise. Turning back with a cheerful grin, he beckoned Meng Yan to come over and witness the spectacle. Indeed, there was a captivating scene unfolding. The Goose Commander and the Dog Commander were engaged in a fierce altercation. The Dog Commander, a retired military canine named Black Tiger, had been raised by the brigade commander himself. Having participated in numerous search and rescue missions and drills, he had earned a distinguished reputation for his valor. Now retired, he was no longer subjected to rigorous training and was temporarily housed at the logistics base. Perhaps out of restlessness, he had taken to brawling with the Goose Commander. As for the Goose Commander, his name remained unknown. He was raised by the logistics officer and had laid countless eggs for the training base, satisfying the appetites of many a hungry cat. Those who have raised geese in rural areas are well aware of their remarkable combat capabilities and fierce aggression. Meng Yan, having lived in the countryside in his past life, had once been bullied by a formidable goose. That very evening, he had savored a delicious pot of stewed goose. Thus, in his navette, he would occasionally provoke the geese, hoping they would take the hint and find their way into his bowl. Now, witnessing the Goose Commander and the Dog Commander locked in a fierce battle, with feathers flying in every direction, Miao Buffon wore a silly grin, akin to a bystander reveling in the drama. Shall we head to the cafeteria and report to the commander? He suggested. Of course, he replied, darting off toward the cafeteria. Before long, he returned alone. What did the logistics commander say? Meng Yan inquired. The commander said we should mind our own business, keep ourselves busy, and not be lazy. Miao Buffon relayed. Meng Yan stood outside the fray, paused for a moment, then said, Go report again, and mention that it's quite a fierce fight, with feathers scattered everywhere. Oh, all right, Miao Buffon chirped, scampering off once more. Soon after, he returned alone again, this time with a frown. The logistics commander said they often fight and to let them be. He also asked if I was bored out of my mind. Very well, Meng Yan shrugged, deciding to let it go. At that moment, Miao Bufan eagerly pulled a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, seemingly procured from who knows where. Their size resembling those he had stashed in his locker. They taste quite similar, perhaps caramel flavor? He mused. Elbowing Meng Yan, he asked, Hey, Meng Yan, who do you think will win? Meng Yan hesitated, glancing at the goose commander, who had less than a minute left on the countdown. He countered, What do you think we'll have for dinner tonight? Chapter 8. The kindness of the dog squad leader should not be wasted. A cast iron pot stew with goose. And there are even flatbreads. What a delightful surprise amidst the ordinary days. Why such a feast? In the evening, the dining hall of the training base was adorned with small braziers on every table. The pots bubbled and steamed, releasing an enticing aroma. Typically, additional meals would only occur on weekends or during holidays, with prior announcements made. What prompted this unexpected addition, particularly such a substantial dish? Curiosity filled the air as everyone speculated. Could it be a delightful surprise orchestrated by the kitchen staff? At the table of the third squad, Miao Bufan hastily pushed aside the locally grown vegetables, transferring them to others' plates. He then lowered his voice and animatedly recounted the origins of the dish. As a witness to the culinary spectacle, aside from Meng Yan, Miao Bufan had the most authority to speak on the matter. Initially, the battle was evenly matched, neither side willing to yield. The goose squad leader maneuvered gracefully, his wings flapping like fans, while the dog squad leader found himself in a predicament. In a swift moment, the dog squad leader seized the opportunity, pouncing like a hungry tiger, and sank his teeth into the goose squad leader's rear. In the ensuing chaos, the goose squad leader collided with the wall and met his untimely demise. Miao Bufan, much like a storyteller, vividly depicted the earlier clash between the goose and the dog, leaving everyone in astonishment. Even Meng Yan recognizing the fellow's talent for comedic narration. Upon learning the circumstances, the group realized that this dish was purely a serendipitous outcome. They were aware that the logistics department was extensive, engaging in the cultivation of vegetables and raising chickens, ducks, and geese. Previously, while on duty, some had even cleaned the chicken and duck coops. However, they never anticipated that a quarrel between the dog squad leader and the goose squad leader would result in the latter's demise. Was this not a matter of establishing dominance and determining life and death? Such brutality, such violence, such cruelty. Per goose squad leader. Oh, how could it be so fragrant? The geese raised by the military were distinctly different from those sold outside. Look at the firmness of the meat. At that moment, class leader Li Qingguang seemed to sense something amiss and inquired curiously. With hundreds of people at the new training base, and each table possessing a small pot, how could a single goose suffice for so many? Miao Bufan found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of the specifics. Could it be that the dog squad leader, fearing retaliation, had eradicated the other geese as well? After witnessing the outcome between the dog and goose squad leaders, they had returned to their tasks. The details that followed were unclear to Miao Bufan, prompting him to seek Meng Yan's insight. Coincidentally, Meng Yan was indeed aware of the situation. Utilizing his abilities, he discerned that the goose squad leader's days were numbered and subsequently noticed red digits appearing above the heads of the other geese in the enclosure, indicating their imminent fate as well. Thus, the answer became painfully evident. Due to the fierce rivalry of a single goose, several other onlookers among the flock found themselves inadvertently caught in the fray. After all, one goose would not suffice. Several must be sacrificed to ensure ample sustenance for all, effectively serving as a prelude to a weekend feast. Upon hearing Meng Yan's explanation, the crowd experienced a moment of clarity, expressing heartfelt admiration. It was indeed the dog squad leader who showed compassion, recognizing the hardships of our training and generously providing us with extra rations. I hold a deep affection for the dog squad leader. I shall surely bring some sausages to pay my respects. Come. Let us indulge and not waste the kind intentions of our dog squad leader. Dip this pancake into the broth. The essence lies within the soup. While some rejoiced, others wore expressions of dismay. The new recruits basked in the joy of their meal, yet the seasoned veterans in logistics appeared more sorrowful than if they were mourning. Despite their attempts to remedy the situation and transform a breeding mishap into a collective feast, the instructor was no fool. Such petty tricks would not deceive him. Dishes that appeared unreported could not simply materialize on the table without something amiss. Consequently, he approached the kitchen, summoning several soldiers for inquiries. And it wasn't long before the truth came to light. At that moment, the seasoned cooks, along with the quartermaster, stood in a row, facing a barrage of reprimands from the instructor. The incident involving the green beans at noon had yet to be resolved, and now another calamity had occurred. The commotion between the black tiger and the goose had created such a ruckus that surely they could not have been oblivious to it. Were both the dogs and humans lacking in understanding? Those geese were raised to lay eggs for the nourishment of the soldiers. Yet they all ended up in the pressure cooker. Should anyone wish to enjoy goose eggs in the future, they would have to purchase them at a cost. Do you comprehend the current market price of goose eggs? On a smaller scale, this is negligence. On a larger scale, it constitutes a significant loss of military property. The veteran cook shrank back, wishing they could retract into their shells like turtles. As for the quartermaster, responsible for logistics, he bore the brunt of the scolding. Can you even manage this role? If you can, then do it. If not, it would be wise to step aside. If you cannot even handle logistics, what purpose do you serve? The quartermaster, a grown man, was reduced to a posture that made him feel almost non-existent under the weight of the reprimands. However, in the military, one must stand tall when chastised and face the consequences of their mistakes. He could only solemnly assure that he would reflect deeply, make necessary corrections, and never repeat such an error. Once the instructor departed, the quartermaster, feeling both distressed and sympathetic toward the geese, devoured 3 large bowls of food in a fit of frustration. After dinner, each squad returned to their quarters to read books or engage in cultural studies. The squad leaders, notebook in hand, convened at the battalion headquarters for a meeting. The discipline of the 3rd Squad was overseen by the vice squad leader, Meng Yan. Initially, everyone remained composed, dutifully engrossed in their reading. However, as Miao Buffon approached and broached the topic of Chu Kai once more, the new recruits could no longer remain seated. They eagerly gathered around Meng Yan, pulling over small stools. After all, this was a matter of life and death, bearing significant implications for the reputation and integrity of Vice Squad Leader Meng. How could they possibly remain indifferent? However, Meng Yan could divulge very little about the matter. I can only inform you that my innocence has been established by the higher authorities. Furthermore, Chu Kai's life is no longer in jeopardy, and his condition is improving. Miao Buffon pressed on. If it has nothing to do with you, then it must be that he fell due to his own misstep. The crowd began to speculate boldly, with some suggesting that Chu Kai was upstairs counting stars and was blown off by a strong wind. Others posited that he might have been heartbroken and unable to cope. Even more outrageous was the notion that it involved supernatural forces. A new recruit named Zhou Xiaoping recounted how, just 2 nights prior, he had been afflicted with stomach troubles, and, while attending to his needs, he suddenly heard weeping in the corridor, seemingly emanating from above. Terrified, he hastily pulled up his trousers and fled, convinced he had encountered something unclean. Well, if he hadn't properly attended to his business, wasn't he that tantamount to an encounter with filth? Nevertheless, based on the timing, Meng Yan speculated that the sound he had heard was likely Chu Kai, secretly hiding in the restroom at midnight, weeping. After all, given the gravity of the situation, he would have refrained from showing his distress during the day, only to have his emotions erupt under the cover of night. Contemplating this, a glimmer of insight flashed in Meng Yan's eyes as he scanned the surrounding individuals. The good news was that everyone was safe, and the countdown to death had not commenced. The bad news was that Meng Yan had caught a thief. From various details, he deduced that the sunflower seeds from his cabinet had indeed been pilfered by none other than Miao Buffon. Miao Buffon, why are you calling for your father? With a resounding slap, Meng Yan struck him on the head. Stealing my sunflower seeds, and still acting so brazenly. You are to go to the supermarket and buy me some this weekend. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the training base, Camp Commander Jiao Tongwei and Instructor Lu Shan were convening a gathering of all the new training cadres. They also disclosed the investigation results regarding the incident that had transpired in the early hours. As squad leaders and key new recruits, they had the right to know the truth. In fact, they were already aware of the circumstances from Meng Yan. However, hearing about Chu Kai's ordeal once more stirred uncomfortable feelings within them. Soldiers often endure long separations, and while they selflessly dedicate themselves to their duties, their greatest concern remains their families back home. At times, even a minor illness or hospitalization of an elderly family member or child could weigh heavily on their hearts. The plight of someone like Chu Kai was something they scarcely dared to contemplate. Regarding this incident, the brigade had concluded its meeting and dispatched personnel to liaise with local civil affairs departments and armed forces comrades to actively coordinate a resolution. Considering the exceptional nature of the situation, I have no intention of pursuing accountability from any party. However, one vital lesson must be learned from this incident. Squad leader Li Qingguang and the company commander, who had just returned from the hospital, along with several others, exhaled in relief. If the higher-ups were to pursue accountability, they would undoubtedly face severe reprimands. In the military, receiving a disciplinary mark could essentially signal the end of one's career. After Jiao Tonghui concluded his remarks, the instructor took over, speaking with a grave and earnest tone. Allow me to express a few thoughts. When compared to training results, the mental and psychological well-being of the soldiers often holds greater significance. Following the conclusion of the squad leaders' meeting, a class meeting will be convened immediately to ascertain the psychological state of the new recruits, identifying any negative emotions and conducting a risk assessment to prevent a recurrence of such tragedies. Furthermore, this matter must remain confidential. No individual, especially not the new recruits, is permitted to discuss it privately. Should the information leak, it would undoubtedly incite a wave of negative emotions and create unnecessary complications, thereby jeopardizing the training efforts. As the meeting adjourned, the veterans departed the conference room in an orderly fashion, waiting for the door to close behind them. The instructor, visibly concerned, inquired, "What if we uncover a significant number of psychological issues? How should we address that?" Jiao Tonghui lit a cigarette and glanced at him. "Your concern seems to lie elsewhere, does it not?" The instructor sighed. "My primary worry is that if any squad leader inadvertently lets something slip, or if that reckless Meng Yan accidentally reveals something. Should that occur, the surge of negative emotions could lead to 1 or 2 instances of imitation, and that would escalate the situation considerably. You are aware that a confined environment can stifle one's inner thoughts, and these young individuals are far from home for the first time, undoubtedly preoccupied with thoughts of their families. It's not the fear of the worst, but rather the anxiety of unforeseen circumstances that troubles me. Your concerns are indeed valid." Jiao Tonghui exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting slightly as he remarked, "If it truly comes to that, I shall have to resort to extraordinary measures." Chapter 9. The dismissal of Meng Yan and my ascendance to class vice. It was a simple affair, merely convening a class meeting. This time, we would not discuss training or military matters. Instead, we would delve into personal matters and familial circumstances, encouraging everyone to speak freely. Li Qingguang returned to the class and, in accordance with the spirit of the meeting, organized the gathering. However, considering the nature of the discussion, he urged everyone to feel at ease, inviting those with snacks to share. The moment the others noticed this, they promptly revealed their clandestinely stashed spicy strips, peanuts, and broad beans to foster a relaxed atmosphere. Li Qingguang even prepared himself a cup of instant coffee. The aroma of the coffee enveloped the dormitory, instantly elevating the conviviality of the gathering. Li Qingguang first turned his gaze toward a slender new recruit who was busy peeling peanuts. "Zhou Xiaoping, I remember you mentioned having a girlfriend when you enlisted. It seems I haven't heard you speak of her in quite some time. How is everything between you two? No quarrels or disputes, I hope? We broke up? Really? How long has it been?" "Well, nearly a month, I suppose." Li Qingguang's surprise did not stem from the breakup itself. Romances within the military often flourish swiftly only to dissipate just as rapidly. Long-distance relationships are inherently challenging, particularly when communication is limited to weekends. Even if he occasionally allowed his comrades extra phone time due to their diligent training, it hardly sufficed for young lovers. What bewildered him was the utter silence from Zhou Xiaoping following the separation. "Why did you break up?" "Before I enlisted, I asked a friend to look after her. He ended up taking such good care of her that they ended up together, leaving me out of the picture." Zhou Xiaoping spoke with a calmness that suggested he was recounting someone else's tale, as if it bore no relevance to him. This left Li Qingguang perplexed. Had he been in Zhou Xiaoping's position, he would have been seething with anger. "How can you appear so unfazed?" "Angry? Of course, I was. But the class vice said, out with the old, in with the new. He promised that once I was assigned back to the unit, he would introduce me to a beautiful female soldier. He even showed me her picture. She looks like a star." Zhou Xiaoping chuckled, covering his face in a bashful manner akin to a bride-to-be. It became evident to Li Qingguang why this young man had remained stoic following the breakup. He must have found someone new. Li Qingguang gazed incredulously at Meng Yan, wondering how he, having just joined the military, had managed to meet a female soldier. If he possessed such a knack, why hadn't he arranged something for his squad leader first? Driven by curiosity, Li Qingguang opened the phone cabinet, insisting on seeing the female soldier's photograph. Meng Yan readily agreed, but emphasized that only the squad leader could view it, lest it incite envy among others. This only heightened Li Qingguang's intrigue, leading him to believe that Meng Yan truly knew a captivating beauty. However, when he finally beheld the photograph on the phone, His jaw dropped in astonishment. The girl in the photograph exudes a pure and enchanting charm, reminiscent of many people's first love. Her gaze is crystal clear, and when she smiles, two adorable dimples appear, making her simply breathtaking. This is not merely a resemblance to a star. She is, without a doubt, a star. The image hails from I Am a Special Soldier 1, and the girl depicted is named Xiaoying, a medic. She is already in a relationship with a character named Xiao Shuang, portrayed by Gu Jixin. Zhou Xiaoping, however, has never seen this television series and cannot even distinguish between the real person and the actor. A few others, including Miao Bufan, also wish to take a look. But Meng Yan promptly turns off his phone, denying them any opportunity. If they were to see it, wouldn't it all be exposed? In this day and age, it is indeed rare to find someone who has not watched Special 1. Thus, Meng Yan weaves a beautiful dream for him. Naturally, he firmly believes that with determination, every soldier can find their own Xiao Ying in the army. Li Qingguang returned to his seat, his expression contemplative as he pondered whether he should take Zhou Xiaoping to the hospital for a consultation with a neurologist. Zhou Xiaoping, when you join the team, if anyone asks who your squad leader is, should you say you passed away? This boy not only has questionable intelligence but also lacks common sense. He is indeed not unjustly treated. Li Qingguang then turned his gaze to another recruit. Zhang Su. You were forced into the army by your father to overcome your internet addiction, weren't you? After 2 months, what are your thoughts now? Do you still resent him? I do not harbor any resentment at all. In fact, I am grateful that he sent me to serve as a soldier. Li Qingguang's face broke into a smile of satisfaction. The army truly has the power to transform a person. In just 2 months, this internet-addicted youth had begun to find his footing. However, upon hearing his explanation, Li Qingguang's smile quickly faded. It turned out that Zhang Su's success in overcoming his addiction was largely thanks to Meng Yan and Miao Bufan. It was not due to their eloquence, but rather because they formed a team to play League of Legends together on weekends. Zhang Su performed remarkably well, yet the two of them were so inept that no matter how hard he tried, he could not carry them to victory. By the end of each session, he felt like smashing his phone in frustration. Nevertheless, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan continued to pester him, insisting he help them improve their skills. This was Zhang Su's first experience of anguish in gaming, and gradually, he began to develop a distaste for it. Consequently, he deleted the game altogether and vowed that if he ever played again, especially with Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, he would be a fool. However, after losing Zhang Su, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan found themselves winning more often than losing in League of Legends. Thus, they unanimously concluded that since they could not rely on Zhang Su, he should simply practice more. The label of internet-addicted youth was truly an undeserved reputation. Zhang Su, damn it, if I play games again, I'll chop off my hands. To this, Li Qingguang remarked that not playing games could be quite beneficial. Being strong in a game does not equate to true strength. It is the ability to thrive in reality that truly matters. In reality, Meng Yan could easily overpower Miao Bufan with one hand, and he similarly advised him to practice more if he felt inadequate. Li Qingguang observed these two engaged in shelling broad beans and couldn't help but reflect on the old adage, where there is a sleeping dragon, there must be a phoenix chick. The duo of Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, when combined, seemed capable of slaying gods and Buddhas alike. The class meeting continued, and Li Qingguang posed several more questions. Even those who initially harbored psychological issues found their concerns deftly alleviated by Meng Yan. It must be said that this vice squad leader possessed remarkable abilities, subtly assisting Li Qingguang in resolving numerous challenges. This was a significant reason for his unwavering trust in Meng Yan, believing him to be innocent after the incident. Miao Bufan. It's your turn. Do share your thoughts. Class leader, I wish to lodge a complaint against Meng Yan. Oh, what is your grievance? I accuse him of dishonesty during training. His results are grossly inflated. Upon hearing this, Li Qingguang recalled that during the afternoon's tactical assessment, Meng Yan had effortlessly secured the top position in the entire company. To put it accurately, such a score would likely remain unmatched throughout the entire training base. He had underestimated Meng Yan. The young man was far more capable than he had imagined. Meng Yan's only explanation was 3 simple words. I am willing. Class leader, look at his attitude. It is utterly inappropriate. Miao Bufan proclaimed with righteous indignation. I propose the dismissal of Meng Yan from his vice squad leader position in favor of my appointment. Meng Yan retorted, not a chance. Miao Bufan persisted. How about for just 1 week? Absolutely not. 3 days then. Li Qingguang understood that Miao Bufan had long desired to be vice squad leader. Coming from a military family, He harbored a certain obsession with holding a position of authority within the ranks. Moreover, without Meng Yan present, Miao Bufan was more than capable of fulfilling the role. Thus, he turned to Meng Yan, seeking his opinion. Only for a day. Agreed. On the condition that you wash everyone's stinky socks today. Deal. Miao Bufan swiftly retrieved a small yellow basin from under the bed, gathered the foul socks, and promptly headed to the washing room, exhibiting no hesitation whatsoever. Seeing his decisive action, Meng Yan turned to the class leader and inquired, "Is my request perhaps a bit too lenient?" Li Qingguang nodded. "You should have made him wash socks for a week." Meng Yan pondered for a moment, "Perhaps next time." By around 9 o'clock that evening, the veteran squad leaders compiled the meeting's contents into reports for submission. In the office, the instructor perused the documents and his expression darkened considerably. The findings were alarming. Many new recruits exhibited various psychological issues to differing extents. Some were dealing with breakups due to long-distance relationships. Others faced family illnesses, while some simply found the training too grueling. Among the most peculiar cases was one recruit who claimed that after his family struck it rich from a demolition deal, netting over 20 million, he no longer wished to remain in the military and intended to return home to inherit his fortune. In the depth of night, the instructor closed his notebook with a troubled expression and sighed deeply. "The situation is far more severe than we initially anticipated. Moreover, during my earlier visit to the barracks, I overheard new recruits discussing this matter in the washroom. Some blabbermouth with a loose tongue must have leaked the information. Our immediate priority is to prevent further deterioration. Otherwise, the entire training program will descend into chaos." Jiao Tongwei sat silently in his chair, pensively smoking a cigarette. After a moment of contemplation, he finally picked up the telephone and dialed a number. "Hello, is this the disciplinary unit? This is Jiao Tongwei, Chief of Staff of the 7th Combined Brigade. Please connect me to Sergeant Sunday." Chapter 10. Not outstanding in Class 3, merely relied on others' contrasts. Have you heard? Heard what? I was told by a fellow from the 2nd Company that Chu Kai seems to have encountered some family troubles, which is why. What happened? Please, tell me. I will share, but you absolutely must not disclose this to anyone, or I shall be in deep trouble. Is your acquaintance reliable? I hope it's not mere hearsay. How could it be? It was their class leader who informed him directly, cautioning him to keep it under wraps. Make sure your lips are sealed. It must not escape to outsiders. It is said that Miao Bufan was squatting by the water room door, pressing down a quilt. His ears perked up like antennas, straining to eavesdrop on 2 new recruits from Class 5 who were whispering. However, those 2 were quite cunning. Upon noticing Miao Bufan's intention to overhear, they promptly ceased their conversation. He was nearly driven to desperation, almost wishing to extract the words directly from their throats. Yet, soon enough, Miao Bufan managed to glean some insider truths. Upon returning to the dormitory, eager to share what he had discovered, he found that someone had already acquired the information through other channels and had informed him beforehand, also insisting he keep it secret. This left Miao Bufan utterly bewildered. Before long, most of the new recruits in Class 3, who were keen on gossip, had grasped the situation's unfolding. As expected, negative emotional fluctuations and unnecessary anxieties began to manifest. "I miss my grandmother," said Zhou Xiaoping, who had been wiping the table, suddenly pausing, tears welling in his eyes. "She is over 80 and has been in poor health. I only learned last week that she fell down the stairs and broke her leg, now hospitalized. I don't even know how she is doing." Zhang Su's face mirrored his bitterness. "I want to call my father too. He works on a construction site, constantly climbing up and down. I've long advised him to change jobs, but he never listens. Last week, he didn't answer my call, later telling me it was a problem with the phone. I can't help but worry if something might have happened. He didn't want to alarm me. Once such topics are broached, they spread uncontrollably." Li Qingguang observed this, yet felt powerless. For soldiers, the foremost concern is always their families. A soldier fears neither the battlefield nor death, but rather the troubles that may befall their loved ones. Li Qingguang once experienced sheer terror when he awoke to find numerous missed calls from home. In that moment, his heart sank, and cold sweat broke out across his body. Trembling, he returned the call, only to find, unsurprisingly, that it was his parents urging him to return for a matchmaking meeting. However, as a seasoned soldier, Li Qingguang's mental fortitude and resilience far surpassed that of the new recruits. Even when confronted with negative emotions, he managed to maintain composure, refusing to let them infiltrate his training, a feat the recruits were unable to achieve. Meng Yan had long anticipated the current atmosphere in the 3rd Platoon, filled with sighs and a pervasive sense of gloom. His earlier reluctance to disclose information to Miao Bufan stemmed from a concern that the latter's loose lips would render their secrets vulnerable. Nevertheless, even in the absence of Miao's indiscretion, the truth would inevitably surface. One cannot conceal fire with mere paper. The military, though governed by stringent discipline and unwavering regulations, faced challenges in maintaining confidentiality in matters of this nature. In simple terms, the requirements for secrecy could not be upheld solely through rules and regulations, relying instead on personal integrity and often elusive quality. For instance, despite the well-known health hazards of smoking, many continue to indulge, while the dangers of excessive drinking are acknowledged. Individuals still partake, and despite knowing one is unloved, they persist in their affections, often deceiving themselves into believing they are unique in their situation. At this juncture, tracing the origins of the initial revelation proved futile. The priority now was to devise strategies for timely restraint or to forcibly redirect attention. Just then, a sharp whistle pierced the air from below, followed by the duty officer's commanding voice, summoning all recruits to assemble downstairs. The recruits quickly formed ranks in the open area before the dormitory. Inspection, hygiene, and internal affairs check. The sight of two inspectors in white hats beside the platoon leader startled the recruits, although they had experienced hygiene inspections during their 2 months of service. The scale of this operation was unprecedented. Most alarming was one of the inspectors wielding a metal detector, sending a wave of anxiety through many, including seasoned squad leaders. It became clear that this was not merely a routine check, it resembled a raid. However, Meng Yan's response diverged markedly from the palpable tension surrounding him. The familiar sight of white hats and gloves filled him with a sense of nostalgia. Yet, he had no intention of continuing as an inspector upon joining a new unit. His experiences had shown him that serving as an inspector often breeds resentment and can lead to unwelcome repercussions upon discharge. Now, entering a new phase of his career, Meng Yan aspired to loftier ambitions and ideals. Suddenly, a blanket soared from the second-floor corridor, resembling an eagle in flight. It landed with a thud, startling the recruits in the front row. This was no mere drill. Both new recruits and seasoned soldiers felt a wave of apprehension. The discarded blanket signified a failure in leadership among the squad leaders, reflecting poorly on them. As the inspection progressed, not only were inadequate blankets cast aside, but a plethora of contraband items surfaced, items strictly prohibited within the ranks. These included external devices, MP4s, MP3s, lighters, cigarettes, snacks, and even smartwatches. No matter how cleverly the recruits attempted to conceal their possessions, the odds were stacked against them. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of the inspectors and the metal detectors in their hands, nothing could escape detection. After all, we all share the same beginnings as recruits. Who could possibly be unfamiliar with one another? In the dormitory, the potential hiding spots for contraband are few and far between. Within pillows, beneath bedding, behind the bedboards, or perhaps within the toilet tank. Upon the conclusion of the inspection, the expression on the company commander's face had darkened completely. As he emerged from the corridor, he bore a small yellow basin brimming with an array of prohibited items. The silver lining was that the 3rd Squad's internal inspection was exemplary, revealing no contraband. Thanks to last night's class meeting, all snacks had been thoroughly divided among the members. As for the unauthorized electronic devices, they had once existed among the ranks, but had been collected by Meng Yan and entrusted to the squad leader for safekeeping. Meng Yan believed that rather than indulging in secretive and anxiety-ridden play, it would be wiser to improve training performance, thus allowing the squad leader to reward everyone openly within the designated time. This way, they could evade concerns of violations and the fear of confiscation by the platoon leader or company commander. In the military, squad leaders possess certain privileges, such as the clandestine ordering of takeout or permitting phone usage, solely to motivate newcomers to engage in earnest training. Once the outsiders departed, the company commander erupted like a powder keg. During the inspection, the battalion commander, Jiao Tonghui, and the political instructor had cast a glance. And upon discovering the gravity of the situation, they unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon the company commander and instructor in front of all the recruits. Consequently, this fury inevitably cascaded down upon everyone present. Not only the recruits, but even the veteran squad leaders were not spared from the tirade. After 2 months of enlistment, I had hoped you would exhibit some semblance of military bearing. Yet you remain a dismal failure, a pile of muck that cannot be propped up. Are electronic devices such a source of amusement, MP4s and MP3s, that you cannot resist? He bellowed. And you squad leaders, all of you are just muddling through. With so much contraband around, Are your eyes merely for breathing? For over 20 minutes, the company commander raged, with the political instructor taking turns to chastise, each growing weary yet relentless. Everyone's countenance grew grim, their heads buzzing as if struck by a wooden fish, reverberating in dismay. In an instant, the negative news from the morning was entirely forgotten. However, not all were as lackadaisical as you. There are indeed those deserving of commendation. In terms of internal cleanliness and thorough inspections for contraband, the third squad leader, Li Qingguang, had performed exceptionally well. Both veteran non-commissioned officers and new recruits. Observe the awareness and standards of the third squad, and then compare them to yours. I feel embarrassment on your behalf. Li Qingguang stood tall, his face glowing with pride, eager to declare that their excellence was merely a reflection of their peers. Aside from him, there was another who stood with equal pride, resembling a proud rooster. And that was the deputy of the third squad, Comrade Miao Bufan. This morning, he personally and diligently oversaw the internal hygiene. Therefore, this honor and recognition naturally also belongs to him. In his heart, Miao Bufan mused that indeed, his appointment as the vice monitor was far more competent than Meng Yan's. When the time comes, he planned to discuss the monthly arrangements with Meng Yan. At worst, he would have to wash everyone's socks daily. Those capable should bear more responsibilities. A vice monitor must possess the willingness to endure hardship. Otherwise, how could he earn the trust of others? Meanwhile, Meng Yan, noticing Miao Bufan's smug demeanor, was contemplating how to continue persuading him to maintain this vice monitor position. This way, for the coming month, he would no longer need to wash dirty clothes himself, which seemed quite advantageous. At that moment, the instructor suddenly spoke. Today, in addition to the surprise inspection of hygiene and the search for contraband, there is another matter. We will conduct random checks on the new recruits' mobile phones to see if there are any prohibited contents related to confidentiality, gambling, or pornography. Upon discovery, severe punishment will ensue. After saying this, he pulled out 9 mobile phones from his pocket, preparing to take them back to the company for professional examination. In the Army, there exists a remarkable device known as Sword Guardian No. 1, specifically designed to search through various information on mobile phones. Once prohibited content is detected, it can uncover even the most well-hidden materials. Not even incognito browsing or deleted chat records would be of any use. As the squad dispersed, each new recruit located their own blankets, trudging down the corridor with dust-covered faces. At this moment, Meng Yan noticed Miao Bufan's face had turned pale, his hands trembling violently. "Did they take your phone?" he asked. What is on it?" "Nothing, nothing, nothing? Yet you're trembling like this. Have you been secretly browsing inappropriate websites?" No, I just casually searched for some things. It might be slightly against the rules." Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, unsure of what Miao Bufan meant by slightly against the rules and what exactly he had searched for. Chapter 11. Rectification of Style and Discipline in the Office of the Company Commander. A chorus of infectious laughter erupted. The commander and the instructor were doubled over, tears streaming from their eyes. Just moments ago, they had employed the Sword Guard No. 1 to scrutinize several confiscated mobile phones. Fortunately, none of the devices contained any content that would suggest a breach of discipline, nor were there any confidential materials. However, the browsing history of one particular phone was utterly hilarious. Originally, such content should have been purged, yet the device had restored everything in its entirety. The entries included, "Upon waking, my urine is too yellow and foamy. Could it be a sign of bodily deficiency? I have an incessant urge to urinate at night. Is there something wrong with my health? What should men consume to replenish their kidneys? How can men who experience night sweats regain their vitality? If I eat leeks, can I disguise myself as a goat? If I consume onions, can I masquerade as a goat? If I ingest garlic, can I pretend to be a goat? If I practice deep squats, can I?" They then summoned the third squad leader, Li Qingguang. Upon returning the phone, they shared the amusing findings with him. When Li Qingguang discovered that the mischievous Miao Bufan had been searching such inquiries throughout the day, he too was unable to contain his laughter. This young man often engaged in fierce debates with Meng Yan, exuding an aura of fearlessness. Who would have imagined that he harbored such vulnerabilities beneath his bravado? "Come, Miao Bufan, I haven't touched this leek pie. It's all yours." During breakfast, Li Qingguang generously placed a leek pie in Miao Bufan's bowl. Miao Bufan dared not meet his gaze, burying his face in his meal. The words "thank you, Commander" barely escaped his lips, softer than a whisper. "Miao Bufan, have an egg to bolster your strength. Have a piece of scallion pancake. Scallions are beneficial for the body, especially for men. Here, drink some milk to replenish calcium and protein. One by one, the new recruits from the third squad continued to offer their food to Xiao Bufan. Observing as he sank deeper into embarrassment, his face growing increasingly crimson while they stifled their laughter. In truth, they were all aware of Xiao Bufan's mobile search history. However, it was not the commander who disclosed this. Li Chongguang was quite discreet. Earlier, the instructor had summoned Xiao Bufan to the corridor, inquiring with genuine concern if he was facing any male health issues. He even mentioned a friend who happened to know a reputable urologist, suggesting he could accompany him for a consultation. This incident soon became common knowledge among the group, who then showered him with ample concern and care. Even Meng Yan, displaying unexpected kindness, placed a segment of iron yam on his tray. This sparked curiosity among the others. What was the significance of yam? To replenish one's essence. They mused. Upon seeing the diminutive, stubby iron yam, no longer than a finger and no thicker than a 50-cent coin, Li Chongguang could not contain himself and sprayed his soybean milk everywhere, coughing uncontrollably. "You rascal, that's downright cruel. Are you casting a spell on him?" Xiao Bufan felt exceedingly wronged, silently extending his greetings to the ancestors of Meng Yan, as well as to the friends and family of those present. After breakfast, everyone was summoned to the training ground. This time, it was not a reprimand from the company commander or the instructor. They would face the wrath of the battalion commander. In fact, the morning's surprise inspection had revealed a plethora of issues across the 4 new recruits' companies, along with numerous contraband items. From electronic devices to comic books and playing cards, a myriad of trivial infractions came to light. Notably, there was a lad whose family had received over 20 million from a relocation, who harbored intentions of returning to inherit his family fortune. He had even devised an escape plan, meticulously outlining the time, route, and even provisions, all in anticipation of a moment when the veteran soldiers at the base would let their guard down, poised to execute his grand prison break. Yet, the surprise inspection shattered his plans, leaving them stillborn. This young man was subsequently sent to solitary confinement for reflection, experiencing the same solitary quarters that Meng Yan had once occupied. Initially, I believed that after 2 months of military service, you would have transformed from societal youths into bona fide soldiers, yet the outcome left me profoundly disheartened. With just over a month left until the completion of basic training, is it possible for you to earn your ranks and be deemed competent soldiers in such a state? Colonel Zhao Tonghui's voice was thunderous, resonating in everyone's ears without the aid of a megaphone. It was evident that he was extremely irate and dissatisfied with the current training results. Addressing the lax discipline and various serious violations, he declared a week-long rectification of conduct and discipline to further standardize daily life and constrain the soldier's mindset. Dismissed. The 4 companies, akin to 4 large cakes, dispersed to different training grounds for their exercises. Initially, the new recruits were bewildered by the concept of discipline rectification. However, as many of them collapsed from exhaustion on the training field, unable to even lift their chopsticks during meals, they gradually realized this was indeed a method of discipline. Mealtimes were reduced from 10 minutes to 3. There were no breaks during training. Those who needed to use the restroom were expected to return immediately. There were no afternoon rests. All squads remained in the dormitory and hallways, led by their squad leaders in physical training or military posture exercises. After lights out, night training sessions were introduced, pushing everyone until 11 o'clock, leaving their limbs weak and their eyelids heavy, finally allowing them to return to their dormitories for rest. During the period of conduct rectification, the recruits' days were packed to the brim. Even the simplest act of nature required them to race against time, let alone entertain any other thoughts. From the moment they opened their eyes, it was time to train, and the moment they touched their pillows, they fell asleep. Exhausted to the core, no one had the luxury of idle chatter. As time passed, they forgot about their previous grievances, and thus, no negative impact lingered. Simultaneously, the rectification of conduct and discipline facilitated the recruits' swift adjustment, allowing them to wholeheartedly immerse themselves in training, thereby improving their performance, a truly advantageous dual outcome. However, what is most admirable is the commanding officer's renowned strategy. Utilizing surprise inspections as a pretext, he subsequently announced a rectification of conduct and discipline on the grounds of laxity. This approach not only appears reasonable but also avoids any semblance of abruptness or awkwardness. After completing his daily check-in, Meng Yan, exhausted, nestled under his covers and drifted into slumber. Even someone as talented as he felt the weariness, his body aching, let alone the other recruits. At that moment, the dormitory was filled with the thunderous sounds of snoring, each new recruit enjoying their deepest and most restful sleep since enlisting. At 2 in the morning, An urgent assembly alarm echoed from below. Emergency assembly. Get up, quick. Meng Yan jolted awake, hastily throwing on his pants and leaping from his bed. Neo Buffon, sleeping in the lower bunk, was slightly slower in his response. Just as he stood, Meng Yan's foot landed squarely on his face, forcing him back onto the bed. You dog. Shut up and get dressed. Meng Yan, in the darkness, deftly covered his mouth, compelling him to stifle his expletive. He swiftly roused the others and assisted them in preparing their bags in the dim light. The emergency assembly for the recruits required them to be fully equipped. Backpacks, slippers, small yellow basins, and various other items had to be gathered. With Meng Yan's guidance, the group quickly assembled their bags and promptly lined up at the door to rush downstairs. Below, the company commander, timing the assembly, wore a slight frown. Upon seeing the third squad emerge first, his brow relaxed, and he nodded in satisfaction. However, the performance of the other squads left much to be desired, as they dawdled and scattered their belongings, particularly the last two recruits to join the ranks, who not only rushed out clutching their blankets but also dropped a plethora of gear. Their frantic demeanor resembled that of a defeated army fleeing in disarray. Eyes right. Forward march. The duty officer straightened the ranks before stepping aside. The company commander's expression was as frigid as ice, his tone decidedly displeased. Just yesterday morning, we emphasized the importance of discipline, and now the speed of your assembly is so sluggish. As soldiers, you must remain vigilant. Even in sleep, one eye should remain open. If the enemy were to attack now, how would you engage them in such a state? Now, with the exception of the third squad, listen carefully. You have 2 minutes to return to your quarters and change into your regular uniforms, then assemble at the training ground. Dismissed. The members of the third squad returned to their dormitory, respreading their blankets on their beds. However, none of them climbed back under the covers. Instead, they stood by the window, gazing into the distance. On the training ground, recruits from all squads donned their military uniforms, marching in formation, practicing their steps. Oh, what a plight, having to practice marching at 2 in the morning. Thank goodness we have such a good squad leader. Li Qingwang wholeheartedly agreed with this last statement. Since the arrival of Meng Yan, life has become exceedingly comfortable for him. Having led troops on numerous occasions, this time proved to be the most effortless and relaxed. Li Qingwang's gaze fell upon a new recruit whose countenance radiated a certain nonchalance. In truth, Neo Buffon is quite commendable. He requires no one's concern, exhibiting exceptional abilities across the board, a testament to his military lineage. However, when standing alongside Meng Yan, the brilliance of the latter eclipses him. Li Qingwang, with his extensive experience and discernment, recognizes the extraordinary potential of these two individuals, foreseeing their significant contributions within the military. Yet, he remains unaware that their future impact will extend far beyond military achievements, potentially shaking the very foundations of the outside world. As Li Qingwang nestled into his bed, he urged the others to retire promptly. Everyone, hurry to sleep. Tomorrow morning, we will learn battlefield medical first aid, and a lovely medic will be joining us. When the time comes, I expect each of you to be alert, not languid. Upon hearing the mention of the medic, the once slightly drowsy recruits instantly found their fatigue dissipating. They began to anticipate the gentle demeanor of the medic as she tended to their needs with soft-spoken care. Chapter 12. Young men must protect themselves when going out, doctor. Our squad leader says my feet stink so badly that taking off my shoes could kill a nest of rats. What should I do? I'll prescribe you some Jirian solution. Add a bit when you soak your feet. It should work within 1 treatment cycle. Tried that. Didn't tea help? Our squad leader even got ginger, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, and spices from the canteen, but the smell still won't tea go away. An old Chinese doctor once said I have naturally sweaty feet. They perspire easily when I exercise. Well then, next time you take off your shoes, maybe plug your squad leader's nostrils? At dawn, a long line stretched outside the medical clinic at the new training base, filled with recruits seeking treatment. Today featured battlefield first aid training. So 2 female military doctors had arrived early. Both were third-year students from the Military Medical University, here for a short-term internship, likely staying 4 or 5 days. Initially, everyone had expected only female medics to show up. Instead, they were greeted by 2 strikingly beautiful military doctors, still university students. Their youthful charm and delicate features instantly stirred the restless hearts of many young men. After enduring grueling discipline drills, the arrival of these 2 radiant women felt like warm sunlight piercing through their weary souls. Soon, some began feigning stomachaches during training just for a chance to chat with the doctors. Particularly captivating was the bespectacled one. Her clear, bright eyes, snow-white skin, and aloof demeanor made her the epitome of an untouchable white moonlight in the boys' hearts. But it seemed everyone had the same idea. By morning, every squad reported cases of headaches, stomach aches, or sprained ankles, even a squad leader who twisted his foot, prompting his entire unit to escort him to the clinic. Enraged by the sudden surge in ailments, company commanders and political instructors stormed in, ready to drag the offenders back. Yet upon seeing the two stunning doctors, they too suddenly felt unwell, deciding it might be best to queue up for a checkup, just in case it affected future training. "Doctor, I'm exhausted every morning and can't get up. What should I do?" "Then wake up in the afternoon." "Next, doctor, do you have a boyfriend?" "I'm divorced with 2 kids and a brother who is about to marry but can't afford a house." "Doctor, I'm a bit constipated. Any advice?" "Eat more bananas." "Tried that. Didn't tea work?" "Then switch from oral to topical treatment with a bottle of glycerin enema." "All right, stop crowding here. Line up outside." To such antics, the 2 doctors remained unfazed, handling the chaos with practiced ease. Men one side, hopeless pigs. Neither had ever met a boy who didn't gawk at pretty girls. Meng Yan stood at the back of the line, watching the multitude ahead with a growing sense of impatience. He had been dragged here by Miao Bufan, who had an insatiable appetite for social gatherings, always drawn to where the crowd was thickest. Upon hearing that 2 stunning female military doctors had arrived at the base, he had begun to feign ailments, complaining of various pains during morning training. Li Qingguang was well aware of his little scheme, but given Meng Yan's frail constitution, he permitted him to go, instructing Meng Yan, the deputy squad leader, to accompany him to prevent any erratic wandering. Thus, Meng Yan found himself being pulled along by Miao Bufan, queuing to see the doctor. "Why are you dragging me along? I'm not unwell. Get lost." Miao Bufan shot him a glare, adamantly denying, "I'm merely curious, just doing a casual search online. Have you ever seen someone who is weak run 3 kilometers without breaking a sweat? I assure you, my physical condition is excellent. I'm merely here for the excitement." "Do you seriously think I'm here for a consultation?" Meng Yan replied with a feigned understanding. "Oh, right. You're not weak. Whatever you say." This provocation nearly incited Miao Bufan to roll up his sleeves and engage in a scuffle. Fortunately, before long, they reached the front of the line. Once seated, Miao Bufan appeared somewhat awkward, licking his lips, uncertain of how to initiate the conversation. The female military doctor, adorned with glasses and possessing a cool demeanor, inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" There's no need to feel shy. A doctor's heart is akin to that of a parent. Speak up if you have an issue. Do not delay those waiting behind you." "Doctor, actually, I'm here on behalf of a friend. He experiences night sweats, vivid dreams, frequent urination, and urgency. Are these signs of a weak constitution? Should he take any supplements?" The bespectacled doctor reiterated his words. "So, you were saying that your friend experiences night sweats, vivid dreams, frequent urination, and urgency, and you wish to know what is beneficial for men?" Miao Bufan's face paled instantly, his smile frozen as he struggled to respond. Meng Yan, standing behind him, was thoroughly amused. Indeed, the military doctor had seen enough to discern that the friend Miao Bufan referred to was none other than himself. However, as a medical professional, she was accustomed to addressing such issues, recognizing that many men harbor concerns of this nature. If one were to doubt this, a simple search engine query for man would yield an array of related topics. Thus, the glasses-clad doctor provided a wealth of professional insights and suggestions for revitalizing one's health without any ambiguity. Miao Bufan listened intently. Had it not been for the crowded environment, he would have taken notes. After the consultation concluded, Miao Bufan stood to express his gratitude and subsequently departed. The female doctor instinctively turned her gaze towards Meng Yan, ready to inquire about his discomfort, only to find him not even glancing in her direction as he walked away. After such a lengthy wait, he left without uttering a single word. This new recruit seemed to possess a certain uniqueness, his demeanor distinctly different from that of the other soldiers. In the morning, the battlefield first aid course commenced within the gymnasium. The 4 companies of the new training base assembled together to learn first aid techniques. Before officially commencing, the bespectacled female military physician first imparted some basic medical and hygiene knowledge to everyone. For instance, string beans and green beans must be thoroughly cooked before consumption. Otherwise, the lectins, saponins, and enzyme inhibitors within can irritate the digestive tract, leading to food poisoning, resulting in symptoms like vomiting and diarrhea. Additionally, sprouted potatoes, sweet potatoes, and blackened yams are also prone to causing stomach ailments. Did you hear that? Did everyone hear that? Not far away stood a group from the mess squad, all forcibly summoned by the instructor to attend the lecture. The instructor turned and glared sharply at them, prompting the group to nod vigorously like pecking chicks, vowing to keep the warnings in mind. More often than not, illness enters through the mouth. By remaining vigilant at the source, avoiding spoiled, moldy, or undercooked food, many health issues can be prevented. If ordinary people fall ill, they can take leave and recuperate in hospitals. But if a soldier's health falters, the consequences are dire, for enemies often strike when one is weakest. At that point, if you can't even lift your rifle, how will you defend our land and protect the people? The words of the two female military physicians drew resounding applause. Some statements, when uttered by battalion or company commanders, sound like reprimands. But when spoken by these two women, they were so pleasant, so effortlessly persuasive, even stirring delusions in some love-struck recruits. Wow, they care about my well-being. For a fleeting moment, some had already envisioned their wedding banquets, their children's names, and which elementary schools they'd attend. Zhou Xiaoping frowned and whispered to Meng Yan, "Squad deputy, the girl you wanted to introduce to me is great, but she's just a medic. If these two women were both chasing me, which one should I choose?" Meng Yan's advice was succinct. Go take a piss and look at yourself in the toilet first. Others were tempted to undo their belts and douse him awake. What kind of fantasy is this, dreaming so boldly in broad daylight? Two proper military medical school doctors. Would they ever glance at a rookie like you? Li Qingguang adjusted his collar, convinced that if anyone were to be pursued, it ought to be a seasoned NCO like himself. Meanwhile, the company commander and political instructor, glancing at their lieutenant insignias, flashed what they believed were their most dashing smiles. If those ladies had to choose, they'd undoubtedly pick the more promising officers, not some NCO, let alone a green recruit. In this silent contest of one-upmanship, they felt utterly victorious. Next, the two female physicians demonstrated various battlefield bandaging techniques and hemorrhage control methods. Cap-style head bandages, triangular bandages for eye injuries, rotary tourniquets for bleeding, and single-tailed swallow bandages. Given the life and death stakes of battlefield medicine, the recruits listened with rapt attention. These are truly invaluable skills that could save their lives should they ever find themselves on the battlefield. After concluding the bandaging instruction, the session transitioned to what everyone had been eagerly anticipating, the CPR demonstration. A critical component of CPR is, of course, artificial respiration, a procedure often romantically dramatized in popular culture. The female military medic began by demonstrating the technique on a plastic mannequin, pausing after several repetitions to ask if the audience had grasped the steps. Many soldiers playfully claimed they hadn't, while others jested that the mannequin lacked realism. Exchanging a glance, the two trainee medics conceded the point, after all. When it came to saving lives, no detail could be overlooked. They decided to select a volunteer for a live demonstration. At this announcement, both veterans and recruits alike raised their hands eagerly, brimming with enthusiasm. Yet the bespectacled medic's gaze swept through the crowd until it settled on one particular recruit who had left a lasting impression. Third row, fifth from the left. "Yes, you," she called. "Come up and assist us with the demonstration." Meng Yan pointed at himself, bewildered. He hadn't even raised his hand, reluctant as he was. The medic encouraged him to be brave and not shy away. And so, under the envious glares of his peers, Meng Yan trudged forward and lay down, feigning unconsciousness. His tightly shut eyes, pursed lips, and overall rigid demeanor radiated resistance, nearly making the two medics burst into laughter. This recruit was undeniably amusing. Teasing him lightly, they quipped, "Relax, little brother, we won T-bite." "Exactly," the other chimed in. "Just stay calm. This is only a training exercise." As warm breath brushed against his nose, Meng Yan shuddered involuntarily. He felt like the monk Tang Sanzang, trapped in a cave of spider spirits, at the mercy of bewitching, man-eating demons. Chapter 13. Keep going. Don't be nervous. You can do it with a face full of disdain. Meng Yan returned to the line under the envious and jealous gazes of everyone around him. Many of them, having grown up, had never even held a girl's hand. Truly, the comparison between people can be infuriating. Indeed, being handsome allows one to act with impunity. Moreover, Meng Yan was not merely handsome. He possessed the beloved puppy face that was currently in vogue among the young ladies. Yet, he found no joy in this. Rather, he felt quite uncomfortable. Although he had used a medical sanitary barrier during the drill, the chest compressions were genuinely painful, nearly fracturing his ribs. Here, he felt compelled to advocate for his male compatriots. One must always take care to protect oneself when out in the world. Additionally, He wished to seriously tell the female medic without glasses, "What were you thinking, eating garlic so early in the morning?" Goodness. As Meng Yan lay there feigning death, he was nearly overwhelmed by the pungent odor of garlic. At that moment, he suddenly heard a creaking noise beside him, reminiscent of a mouse gnawing on something. A glance revealed that it was Xiao Bufan, gritting his teeth and glaring fiercely at him. The expression was one of deep-seated enmity, as if they shared a blood feud and he might leap forward to take a bite out of him at any moment. "Do you have a toothache? You beast. You scoundrel." Meng Yan thought. "Go ahead, give it a try. You might just break your ribs." He could hardly believe it. Two young ladies were so gentle. How could they possibly break a rib? Clearly, you were enjoying it, so why feign such solemnity? In Class 3, it was not only Xiao Bufan who was consumed by envy and resentment. Shou Xiaoping, a daydreamer, was also grinding his teeth in frustration. The grievances ran deep: vengeance for slain fathers, the hatred of stolen wives, the treachery of love stolen away. Oh, the drama. Meng Yan wanted to retort. "What does any of this have to do with you?" He mused. "Let us see a yellowish one with plenty of foam, and let us douse him thoroughly." It was settled. Xiao Bufan would be the target of the water gun. The battlefield medical emergency training continued, with the bespectacled female medic retrieving a stretcher to demonstrate its use in various scenarios. For instance, with two people, they could lift the stretcher from the front and back to carry someone away. If only one person was available, they would need to utilize tools such as backpack straps. The individual must first be secured onto the stretcher, then swiftly dragged to a safe area. As it was a training session, participants were summoned to demonstrate. Zhou Xiaoping was fortunate enough to be the one lifted. However, the duo responsible for carrying him were not the two female medics, but rather lucky spectators from another class. During the demonstration, a humorous mishap occurred when the soldier in front failed to position himself correctly. In the process of crouching, he inadvertently sat directly on Zhou Xiaoping's face, nearly suffocating him. As he stood up, Zhou Xiaoping's face ended up once again pressed against the soldier's backside, prompting him to act as if he had just risen from the dead, angrily questioning whether it was deliberate or accidental. And so, the final segment of the emergency course commenced. Who else wished to volunteer for demonstration? The bespectacled female military doctor, with an air of detached professionalism reminiscent of a kindergarten teacher, surveyed the fresh recruits below. In response, she was met with an enthusiastic flurry of raised hands, each eager to volunteer. Among them, voices clamored for another demonstration of CPR, having failed to grasp the technique initially. They yearned for further instruction to master this life-saving skill for emergencies. Observing Miao Bufan as shameless pretense, Meng Yan rolled her eyes so hard they nearly vanished into her skull, silently cursing in her heart. "As if you're here to learn how to save lives, spare me the act." "You? Yes, you, the one who just claimed you'd save lives." The unbespectacled military doctor ultimately singled out Miao Bufan. Chest puffed with pride, Miao Bufan rose like a chosen hero, basking in the envious gazes of his peers as he strode forward. Just as he braced himself for the same brutal treatment Meng Yan had endured, both physical and psychological, the doctor rolled up his sleeve and fastened a tourniquet around his wrist with clinical precision. "What is this? What is happening?" Bewildered, Miao Bufan watched as she tapped the back of his hand and swabbed it with iodine, his mind flooding with questions. After disinfecting the area with alcohol, the doctor explained, "This final first aid lesson might be slightly advanced. We're simulating a battlefield scenario where all medics have fallen, and your comrade's survival hinges on it, requiring you to administer it with the available supplies. In simpler terms, learning how to insert a needle." "In needle?" Miao Bufan recoiled instantly as she produced a long, gleaming syringe. Since childhood, nothing had terrified him more than injections, not due to pain or fainting spells, but his notoriously narrow veins, which turned every jab into an ordeal. Barring mandatory vaccinations, he avoided hospitals at all costs, opting for oral medication over injections or IVs. "What is this? A grown man afraid of a little sting?" The bespectacled doctor teased, mockingly brushing her cheek in a shame-on-you gesture. "A soldier scared of needles? You'd be the laughingstock of the barracks." With so many comrades watching, backing down was unthinkable. "Who said I'm scared? It's just a mosquito bite. Go ahead. Don't hold back." Summoning his dignity, Miao Bufan extended his arm, yet as the needle neared his skin, his pulse betrayed him with a frantic rhythm. Everyone fears something. Mice. Spiders. Snakes. So was a fear of needles truly so shameful? Relax. Don't be afraid. You've got this. The doctor's gentle reassurance wrapped around him like a warm embrace. "Come on, Zhou Tiantian. You can do it." "Doctor, my name isn't Zhou Tiantian. It's Miao Bufan." I wasn't talking to you. I was psyching myself up. This is my first time injecting a live person. I've only practiced on pork before. Don't move. Or if I mess up, don't blame me. Miao Buffon froze, looking up at the visibly nervous trainee military doctor, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. It's not me shaking, it's your hand. Sister, are you sure you can do this? Don't scare me like this. If you can't, get someone else. Your hands are trembling like you've got Parkinson's. TSK. What a mess. Looks like a pig's trotter. After lunch, back in the dorm. Miao Buffon's arm was wrapped in a sling around his neck. His left hand, swollen like a purplish-red steamed bun, resembled Mickey Mouse's oversized glove. This unfortunate transformation was courtesy of the highly skilled trainee military doctor. Miao Buffon's veins were naturally thin and hard to locate, and his luck ran out when paired with an inexperienced yet determined medic. Of course, he couldn't entirely blame her. After all, he had cheerfully encouraged her. Go ahead. Don't hold back, just stab away. And so she did, with the enthusiasm of a certain infamous palace tormentor, gleefully jabbing away. Meng Yan stood before him, holding a cup of water, eyeing his bloated left hand with sympathy. Honestly, you let her miss so many times without a single complaint. If you just yelped, she might be stopped out of sheer embarrassment. Are you kidding? I'm a real man, screaming over a needle? How could I ever hold my head up in the recruit company again? Ow, ow, ow. Just as Miao Buffon was puffing himself up, Meng Yan poked his swollen hand, sending pain shooting through him, twisting his face into a grimace and squeezing tears from his eyes. He promptly accused Meng Yan of abusing the wounded. But squad leader Li Qingguang dismissed his protest, declaring it entirely self-inflicted. After all, he had insisted on playing the tough guy, urging her to go wild with the needle. Miao Buffon then lodged another complaint, accusing Meng Yan of bullying two female comrades that morning, severely undermining unit discipline, and demanding official reprimand. This accusation was met with unanimous agreement from the entire squad. They clamored for Meng Yan to treat everyone to a feast to soothe their collective emotional wounds. Meng Yan staunchly refused. As the victim, he argued that the entire squad should instead compensate him with food and drinks to heal his defiled soul and body. Thus, he successfully earned himself another wave of envy-fueled resentment. They'd seen shamelessness before, but this level of audacity was truly rare. No wonder you're the deputy squad leader. In the end, squad leader Li Qingguang stepped in, deciding to treat everyone to snacks and drinks out of his own pocket as a reward for their recent exemplary performance during the surprise inspection, where their platoon had been publicly praised and named the model training unit of the entire battalion. The only catch? During the disciplinary rectification period, all rules were strictly enforced. The convenience store has closed its doors, and ordering takeout is now strictly prohibited. If caught, one may not face death, but certainly will suffer significant consequences. Consequently, the inability to spend one's wealth has transformed into a considerable dilemma. Chapter 14. The baby's stomach rumbled just a few days prior. I had emphatically reiterated the importance of discipline, yet today, someone brazenly defied the rules by secretly ordering takeout. As if that were not enough, they were caught red-handed by the inspectors. In the entire training base, among the 4 companies, which other recruits would dare behave as you do? At noon, in front of the dormitory building of Company 1, the company commander held a takeout bag from a certain regiment. Turning around, he delivered a swift kick to each of the 2 recruits standing beside him. Aware of their transgression, the recruits remained frozen, knowing that in this environment, one must own up to their mistakes and stand firm when faced with consequences. Resistance and evasion only lead to a dead end. The commander thrust the takeout bag towards their faces, seething with anger as he demanded answers. I ask you, is the food in the cafeteria truly that unpalatable? The emphatic yes that followed was not voiced by the recruits but echoed in the hearts of all the new soldiers present. If it were merely a matter of taste, it would suffice, but the fact that even the simplest dishes, like green beans, were poorly cooked and caused numerous cases of gastrointestinal distress was simply intolerable. The 2 recruits hastily shook their heads, claiming that the cafeteria food was exceptionally delicious, boasting rich flavors and nutritional value that reminded them of their mother's cooking. Of course, it was not their biological mother's flavor, but rather that of a stepmother. The commander continued to inquire loudly, if the food is so enjoyable, why? Just after lunch, did you resort to ordering takeout? He questioned, is takeout so delectable that hamburgers and fried chicken are irresistible, and the milk tea so delightful? Do you have any idea about the hygiene conditions of those small eateries outside? The chicken legs are nothing but frozen zombie meat, pumped full of hormones. With chickens growing 8 legs, Consuming them excessively is detrimental to your mental faculties. And as for that milk tea, do you think they genuinely add milk? It is all powdered creamer, laden with artificial coloring and excessive heavy metals. The recruits listened intently. Yet the information seemed to flow in one ear and out the other. Meng Yan wished to speak up, acknowledging that the hygiene of takeout was uncertain. But it was undeniable that the cafeteria's green beans had indeed caused many to suffer from stomach issues. If the result was the same discomfort, why not opt for something slightly more appetizing, higher in calories, and capable of bringing joy, like fried foods? And you, Class Leader 7. At this moment, the company commander pointed at the class leader. Is Saturday designated as a day for distributing phones? How is it that these two recruits in your class are able to access their phones and order takeout in the middle of the day? The class leader stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. He could not admit that these two recruits had persistently pleaded with him, promising to order more and include him in the meal, which was why he had consented. Seeing the class leader's face turn crimson as he was publicly reprimanded, the commander appeared as though he had consumed gunpowder. I have reiterated time and again that phones are not to be issued to recruits outside of weekends, holidays, or other specific times. And absolutely no ordering of takeout is permitted. As the class leader of the 7th grade, you not only failed to curb the behavior of the new recruits in your class, but also tacitly condoned it, particularly during a period dedicated to the rectification of conduct and discipline. Your transgressions are thus compounded. I must inform you that the nature of your actions is exceedingly grave, and it will be duly noted in your training log, accompanying your file back to your former unit. When you later contemplate remaining with the team for the 4th phase, you may wish to consider whether the higher-ups will grant their approval. Upon hearing that it was impossible to remain for the 4th term, the squad leader of the 7th team instantly displayed a look of terror and unease. It was evident that he was deeply concerned about the possibility of continuing in the team. He repeatedly acknowledged his mistakes and expressed a fervent desire for both himself and the two new recruits to be granted another chance. Meanwhile, in the ranks of the 3rd team, Myo Bufan quietly leaned towards Meng Yan, lowering his voice to inquire. Wasn't that squad leader of the 7th team the one we saw last week at the convenience store, smoking at the entrance while on the phone, claiming he would soon complete 12 years and was planning to retire next year to start a prosperous breeding farm? Well, is he now here, pretending as if it's all genuine? This is what one calls a master of acting. Oh, Miao Bufan immediately displayed an expression of instant comprehension. This is no mere actor. He is undoubtedly an esteemed cinematic titan. The expression on Class 7's leader's face, from the grand demeanor to the subtle creases at the corners of his eyes, eloquently illustrates the finesse of his craft. Observing Class 7's leader's earnest acknowledgement of his error, the instructor also chimed in with a few encouraging words, assuming the role of the benevolent mediator. Thus, the company commander seized this opportunity to continue. Given your commendable attitude in admitting your mistake, this matter shall not be held against you. However, each one of you is to meticulously transcribe the regulations 20 times, and Class 7's leader shall complete it 50 times. To be submitted on my desk by tomorrow morning. Understood. Additionally, the company commander abruptly turned his head, directing his gaze towards Li Qingguang of the 3rd squad. The new recruit from the 3rd squad immediately straightened his posture, puffed out his chest, and drew in his abdomen, as if jolted by an electric shock. Why? As fellow squad leaders, can't you learn a thing or two from Li Qingguang, who has served for a much shorter time than you? However, the soldiers brought forth are all exceptional, each a promising talent. Why is it that they do not indulge the new recruits in the class to order takeout using their mobile phones like you do? If only you could invest such effort into your training, your performance would surely not consistently languish at the bottom. Although Li Qingguang was aware that the company commander deliberately made such remarks to establish him as a model for others to emulate, he still felt a tinge of guilt at this commendation. This was because just yesterday morning, he had expressed his intention to personally fund a small takeaway as a reward for the new recruits in the class. Fortunately, Meng Yan had intervened in time, cautioning him with the words, "The wind is strong, be careful." He sensed that the situation was amiss and deemed it prudent to observe further. At that time, a group of eager individuals led by Myo Bufan had vehemently protested, yet in retrospect, Meng Yan exhibited greater caution. Otherwise, it would not be squad leader Qi enduring the scathing reprimand from the company commander, but rather Li Qingguang himself. Once the admonishment concluded, the new recruits did not return to their dormitories. Instead, they were directly escorted to the training grounds. During the period of discipline and conduct rectification, all midday breaks were abolished and replaced with training sessions. Before the training commenced, The members of Class 3 became aware of the entire episode involving Class 7's mishap with food delivery. It turned out that after lunch, two individuals excused themselves to the restroom, stealthily maneuvering to the wall where the cameras could not capture them to retrieve their takeout. They had successfully secured their meal and only needed to discreetly return to their dormitory. However, fate had other plans. They unexpectedly encountered two officers from the inspection team. Typically, such authorities seldom venture into the training base to conduct checks, as the new recruits are still grappling with the basics of military regulations. It is rather petty to scrutinize new recruits for minor infractions, which is indeed distasteful. Yet, the presence of the inspectors at the training base, particularly targeting the new soldiers, was perplexing. However, Meng Yan quickly grasped the underlying motive. It was undoubtedly aimed at the two intern female medics. The misfortune of the two from Class 7 was simply a case of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Upon hearing this, the new recruits in Class 3 expressed their disdain for the inspectors, holding them in contempt. Although they too were tempted, their desires were tempered with decorum. They sought excuses to visit the medics, striving to foster a connection. Unlike the two officers who shamelessly exploited their authority to ogle the female personnel, utterly derelict in their duties and disgraceful. Some questioned the extent of the inspector's authority and who could possibly rein them in. Meng Yan replied, asserting that there indeed existed oversight, such as the military inspection team. Aren't they inspectors as well? At this moment, Zhou Xiaoping gazed at Li Qingguang with a pitiful expression. Class leader, does this mean we can no longer order takeout and indulge in delightful snacks? You previously promised us rewards for our progress. Observing the eager recruits surrounding him, Li Qingguang wore a weary smile. He was well aware of the unappetizing cafeteria food. After all, communal meals could never compare to the allure of takeout. He had previously assured everyone that good performance would be rewarded with treats. Unfortunately, they found themselves in the midst of a disciplinary overhaul, compounded by the inspector's relentless presence in the camp, making the fulfillment of this promise exceedingly difficult. Yet, he felt guilty about breaking his word, so he could only coax them gently. How about we wait a bit longer? Once the disciplinary inspection concludes next week and the two female medics leave, it should be fine. Just hold on a little longer. No. My tummy is hungry, and it's rumbling. A group of men surrounded Li Qingguang, playfully pouting. Miao Bufan transformed into a needy child, clinging to him incessantly. Li Qingguang, feeling overwhelmed, shifted his gaze to Meng Yan. Fortunately, Meng Yan had a solution to the predicament. Leave this to me, he assured confidently, patting his chest. Li Qingguang felt reassured. Since joining the military, Meng Yan had never failed to accomplish a task assigned to him. Thus, Li Qingguang decided to raise the stakes, asking Meng Yan to procure a couple of packs of Yushi cigarettes as well. His own supply had run dry, and with the base's convenience store closed, he had been borrowing from other squad leaders for the past few days. Meng Yan made an okay gesture, indicating that it was merely a trivial matter. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the company commander's office, a company commander gently knocked on the door. Reporting in. Come in. What is that you have in your hand? Jiao Tongwei and the instructor, engaged in conversation, glanced at the takeout packaging he was holding with a look of suspicion. The company commander promptly recounted the earlier incident, then casually placed the takeout on the office desk, signifying his intention to voluntarily surrender the prohibited item. Jiao Tongwei pointed at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the company commander believed he could evade the situation, Jiao suddenly slammed his hand on the table and, with an authoritative tone, exclaimed, "During the period of rectifying conduct and discipline, a new recruit dares to order takeout, and he gets caught by the inspectors? Huh, it seems you, as the company commander, have truly lost your wits." Chapter 15. I am willing to sacrifice my appearance for you. It must be said that hamburgers are indeed delightful. No wonder my daughter clamors daily for them. In the office, Captain Jiao Tongwei took a hearty bite of a small hamburger, his mouth smeared with salad dressing. He then lifted a cup of soda from the table and took a sip, savoring the exquisite taste. A man of relatively traditional demeanor, his eating habits were quite fixed, and he seldom indulged in such Western delicacies. To his surprise, today's rare attempt revealed an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Old Lu, tell me, what makes this so delicious? It's merely bread, a meat patty, and some vegetable salad dressing, which appears quite healthy. Why do people persist in labeling it junk food? He pondered. Do you think our cafeteria could manage to whip up a hamburger? It would be a nice change of pace for the new recruits, perhaps as breakfast, paired with some hot milk. The instructor, chewing on fries dipped in ketchup, shook his head in response. They can hardly clean rice properly or cook beans thoroughly. Do you expect them to prepare such foreign fare? I believe it's best to refrain from such endeavors lest we end up with a culinary abomination. Zhao Tongwei nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. He swiftly devoured the small hamburger and retrieved an Orleans-style chicken wing, glancing at the first sergeant who stood nearby, hesitant to speak. Aren't you hungry? If you are, just say so, don't stand there like a wooden statue. Zhao Tongwei exclaimed, handing him a spicy chicken wing. The sergeant eyed the wing in Zhao's hand, secretly preferring the Orleans flavor. However, he dared not voice his preference in front of his superior. He would eat whatever was offered without complaint. All right then, first sergeant, the instructor remarked, observing the sergeant's guilty pleasure in eating. He couldn't help but chuckle. It's merely a takeaway. It's not such a grave matter. New recruits are bound to make mistakes. If everyone were obedient and compliant, what purpose would we serve as their trainers? Besides, indulging in a little food does not constitute a serious violation. A little criticism and education will suffice. The instructor was indeed correct. The first sergeant nodded repeatedly, sharing the same perspective. Earlier, his public reprimand of the two new recruits had not been his true intention. During the period of enforcing discipline, strictness was paramount. Failure to address issues seriously would only complicate future management. If one is not a bit stern, no one will take them seriously, and without fear, the training would falter. The saying mercy does not command troops aptly illustrates this principle. As for the notion that takeout is unhygienic, that is mere nonsense. During his time in the old unit, he frequently ordered takeout. He had sampled nearly every available option around him, even sharing meals with comrades, well aware of the hygiene standards. Now that you're here, let us discuss some serious matters, Zhao Tongwei said, wiping his greasy hands with a tissue and taking another sip of soda. This morning, I received a call from the hospital. Chu Kai has woken up. How is his condition? Not good at all. Zhao Tongwei expressed his concern, stating, however, we have already sought professional psychological counseling to help him navigate through this difficult time. The platoon leader, Lian, sighed internally, realizing that even the most skilled psychological guidance requires an extended period to heal wounds. 2 years prior, Lian's mother passed away due to illness while he was on a mission, unable to return in time. Upon his eventual arrival home, he discovered that the person who used to chatter on the phone, urging him not to overexert himself and to take care, had become nothing more than a black and white photograph frozen in time. As he emerged from the crematorium, cradling the light and fragile urn, he could hardly fathom that his mother, who stood at 168 centimeters and weighed over 120 pounds, had been reduced to such a small remnant. It has been exactly 2 years since his mother's departure, yet he inexplicably felt her presence lingering. Each time he returned home on leave, he would call out, "Mom, I'm back," only to be met with silence. He wept, every visit resulting in tears flowing unabated. Especially when he encountered the remnants of his mother's life scattered throughout the house, he would cry like a child. Eventually, he came to understand that the departure of a loved one is not a tempest but a lifelong dampness. Thus, he was acutely aware of what Chu Kai was enduring and the immense pain he bore. Whether or not he could emerge from this shadowy haze, and how long it would take, depended entirely on himself. The local civil affairs department was actively preparing for Chu Kai's family funeral, and once his psychological state stabilized, further arrangements would require his consent. Regarding the compensation for the construction site incident, the investigation team dispatched by the brigade, along with comrades from the armed department, had determined that the issue stemmed from the quality of the top-level formwork, rather than any operational negligence by the two individuals involved. Although the specific compensation amount had yet to be agreed upon, efforts would be made to secure the maximum possible. The military had engaged legal counsel to pursue litigation against the construction company through legal channels. Currently, the aftermath of the incident was being handled methodically and systematically. Numerous meetings had been convened within the brigade, and considerable attention had been devoted to this matter. In summary, as long as this young man donned the military uniform, he remained a soldier of Daxia, and the military was committed to attending to his affairs until the very end. At that moment, Zhao Tongwei, still unsatisfied, retrieved a box of Colonel's chicken nuggets from the packaging. Upon seeing the logo depicting a bespectacled, white-haired old gentleman, he was inexplicably reminded of the day he interrogated Meng Yan, when the young man had nonsensically talked about a dream from an old grandfather. Consequently, Zhao Tongwei shifted the conversation to inquire about Meng Yan's situation. How has Class 3's Meng Yan been performing lately? The platoon leader paused momentarily before responding. His performance has been consistently excellent. Just a few days ago, he set a record in the tactical assessment. What was the time? 14 seconds and 5/10. Impressive. The instructor displayed a look of surprise. Such a result was commendable not only within the entire training base, but would also stand out among veteran soldiers. It was indeed worthwhile for him to wholeheartedly support Meng Yan alongside the battalion commander. Meng Yan was truly an exceptional talent. Jiao Tongwei advised him. Keep a close watch on this soldier. The company commander nodded. Understood. I will pay more attention and provide guidance to help him advance further. You don't grasp the essence. Jiao Tonghui's eyes widened. I mean, this new recruit is quite cunning. During the discipline rectification period, keep a close eye on him. Do not let him cause any trouble. The company commander was taken aback for 2 seconds before he nodded repeatedly. Upon leaving the office, he felt utterly perplexed. In his memory, Meng Yan was a well-behaved and courteous young man, not at all like what the battalion commander had described. Rather, it was that troublemaker from the 3rd Squad, Miao Bufan, who often acted out, relying on his status as a military second generation. The battalion commander must have mistaken him for Meng Yan. Later that evening, the dining hall was a whirlwind of activity as the new recruits devoured their meals voraciously. The duty officer timed them, and as soon as 3 minutes elapsed, they promptly dropped their chopsticks. The recruits swiftly placed their empty plates in the designated area, which would later be cleaned by the assigned squad members. The new recruits from the 3rd Squad marched in unison towards the dormitory. However, complaints about the unsatisfactory food echoed, with some even lamenting having found sand in their rice. Li Chengwang was aware that these remarks were directed at him, so he slowed his pace. Lowering his voice out of curiosity to inquire of Meng Yan how he managed to sneak and take out without anyone noticing. Even he, as a veteran, could not conceive of such a method. Meng Yan's confidence was truly remarkable. Meng Yan had no intention of keeping secrets. He was planning to seek assistance from the female army doctor. By having them order takeout, he could avoid the worry of being caught. Since the two women were neither from the training base nor the military, they had no reason to fear disciplinary action. Even if they were intercepted by the inspectors, it would be awkward for them to confront female comrades, and they might even help carry the takeout back. Li Chengwang was surprised by his plan. So, you intend to sacrifice your charm? Meng Yan shook his head. Not at all. I'm merely asking for a favor. I'll treat them to milk tea later, giving them an extra cup as a token of appreciation. Oh, what's the significance of milk tea? Miao Bufan volunteered. I think sacrificing charm is the way to go. Girls these days prefer something tangible. I'm willing to take the plunge and accompany you in this endeavor. Consider it a half sale, half gift. Count me in. Others echoed their willingness to risk it all for the collective. Li Chengwang actually felt he could participate too, but upon reflection, he was a veteran non-commissioned officer. Such behavior would be quite inappropriate. How ridiculous it would be if word got out. Just then, a frantic voice rang out from behind them. Make way, make way. Everyone step aside. To everyone's astonishment, a new recruit screamed in agony akin to that of a slaughtered pig, being carried back to the dormitory of the 2nd Company. With his arms restrained and legs cradled, Meng Yan, intrigued by this spectacle, wondered what had befallen his comrade to elicit such a heart-wrenching display of distress. He likened the scene to that of a eunuch recently struck in the palace, requiring assistance to be transported. However, they soon gleaned the truth from other recruits in the company. The unfortunate new soldier, who was being carried back in tears, belonged to the 6th Squad of the 2nd Company. His recurring onychocryptosis had severely hindered his training. Consequently, the squad leader instructed him to seek help from the 2 female medics in the infirmary, hoping to find a remedy. Upon his arrival, the medics posed a critical question. Did he desire a temporary fix or a permanent solution? Naturally, he aspired for a definitive cure and responded, a permanent solution. Subsequently, the bespectacled medic produced a pair of forceps and, without hesitation, brutally extracted his toenail. She proclaimed that without the nail, he would no longer be tormented by ingrown toenails. While the logic held merit, the method was excessively savage. It was said that he nearly succumbed to the pain. Meng Yan. Others. That is no benevolent healer. She is a veritable fiend. Cold sweat trickled down Meng Yan's forehead as he inexplicably felt a piercing pain in his toe. He concluded that it was better to rely on oneself than seek assistance from others. Miao Bufan found this reasoning quite sound, dismissing the notion of sacrificing one's dignity as unbecoming of a gentleman. Thus, this plan was abandoned, and Meng Yan was left to explore alternative avenues. Chapter 16. Comrade, please stay. Have you heard? A new recruit from the neighboring 2nd Company was caught by the inspectors again. What was the reason this time? It seems he was penalized for failing to tuck his shoelaces into his boots and was made to stand at attention for an hour. Goodness, how outrageous. Are those inspectors truly so idle that they frequent our training base all day long? The following morning in the dormitory of the 3rd Squad, the squad leader, Li Qingguan, had gone to the company headquarters for a meeting. The recruits sat on their stools, maintaining their weapons while engaging in meandering conversations. The army environment is rather insular, and life tends to be monotonous, especially during the period of strict discipline when all leisure and recreational activities have been suspended. Hence, casual conversation became the most accessible and solitary form of relaxation for everyone. Suddenly, a flustered recruit burst into the dormitory, pushing Zhou Xiaoping aside without a word. Not only did he seize Zhou's stool, but he also pretended to clean his weapon. This unexpected scene left Zhou Xiaoping bewildered, as well as the others. However, Meng Yan recognized the anxious newcomer. Dai Tsunghu, a recruit from the 4th Company, 5th Squad, age 26, was the only veteran among this batch of recruits. Having enlisted for a second time, due to his prior service, he possessed a military foundation and was physically much stronger than the other recruits. Yet surprisingly, his training performance was not particularly commendable, often falling short of many diligent newcomers. Miao Bufan also recognized him and tossed aside his cleaning cloth in irritation, questioning him directly. "Hey, is this your squad? Just barging in here? Have your eyes grown out of your backside? Get lost. Watch your tone." Dai Tsunghu shot him a glare and warned the others, "You all better not utter a word, or I'll make you regret it. And you, sit down and read. Don't just stand there like a wooden block." Zhou Xiaoping, though somewhat at a loss, complied and took a book to read. Meng Yan was quite displeased with the newcomer and contemplated whether to confront him. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. The sound of polished boots striking the tiled floor echoed through the air. "Where is he? I distinctly saw him run this way. He must be on this floor." We checked the restroom and water room. No one is there. Before long, 2 panting inspectors appeared at the doorway, their faces flushed with anger. Upon noticing Dai Tsunghu feigning work, Meng Yan immediately pieced together the situation. This fellow must have committed some infraction and was spotted by the inspectors, prompting him to flee. In his haste to avoid detection, he didn't return to the 4th Company but instead sought refuge in the 1st Company. One cannot deny that the audacity of a veteran returning to service is quite remarkable, daring even to defy the inspectors. In my previous life, during my time as an inspector, I often encountered seasoned soldiers who resisted punishment. Those veterans, believing their combat boots granted them immunity, would see someone like me in polished shoes and assume they could easily evade consequences. Unbeknownst to many, prior to his transfer to the inspection unit, Meng Yan had served as a motorized infantryman, his feet honed to such agility that they resembled the swift legs of a racing hare. It mattered not whether he donned leather shoes or traversed in high heels while balancing 2 bags of eggs. He could effortlessly catch up with any of those fellows. 2 inspectors entered from outside, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over the faces of the new recruits. When their eyes fell upon Zhou Xiaoping, who was seated by the bed engrossed in a book, an inexplicable tension washed over him, though he had committed no wrongdoing. The inspector's uniforms inherently exuded a formidable sense of oppression towards the newcomers. He held the book upside down yet appeared to read it with utmost sincerity. One of the inspectors adjusted the book in Zhou Xiaoping's hands, setting it right. "Is this the lad in question?" "Doesn't seem like it. The one who hid in the restroom for a smoke looked much older. If it weren't for the absence of shoulder insignia, I would have mistaken him for a veteran," replied the other, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Dai Tsunghu, who had taken over Zhou Xiaoping's seat, buried his head slightly, pressing his lips tightly together in an attempt to smooth out the wrinkles on his face and appear younger. Fortunately, the 2 inspectors seemed somewhat face-blind, struggling to recall his features. Just when he thought he might evade suspicion, one of the second-phase inspectors cautiously inquired of Meng Yan, who was sitting near the door. "Did you see any suspicious individuals running by?" "No." Dai Tsunghu silently exhaled in relief. But in the next moment, Meng Yan pointed a finger at him. "I didn't see anyone run past, but a suspicious fellow did come in at him. Yes, this guy even occupied our comrade's stool, flaunting an arrogant demeanor." In an instant, Dai Tsunghu found himself forcibly pinned to the ground by the 2 inspectors. "You traitor! I was almost in the clear," he cursed. "Just you wait. I remember you. You are that fortunate pretty boy." Meng Yan had always perceived the term pretty boy as a compliment, for it implied good looks, affection from others, and a life free from financial woes. As Dai Tsunghu was dragged away by the inspectors, he faced a severe penalty for his actions. Hiding in the restroom for a smoke, if caught, warranted a straightforward admission of guilt. Fleeing, however, altered the nature of the offense. Barely had this fellow been taken away when Li Qingguang returned from a meeting. Upon hearing of the incident during his absence, his brow immediately furrowed. Meng Yan, you've caused trouble. Trouble? Meng Yan was perplexed. Had he not performed a commendable act? Yo Bufan, curious, interjected, squad leader, does that fellow have some significant background? Isn't he just an ordinary second-time recruit? Li Qingguang shook his head. Dai Tsung-hu is no ordinary second-time recruit. I've heard that before the division was restructured into a brigade, he was the ace of the reconnaissance company, cherished by both the company commander and the brigade commander. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, he abruptly retired. It seems there were family issues as they listened to their squad leader's words. Astonishment spread across everyone's faces. No one had anticipated that Dai Tsung-hu possessed such impressive capabilities. However, given his remarkable prowess, one might wonder why he appears to lack notoriety at the training base. With his performance seemingly unremarkable, Miao Bufan speculated that he might be akin to Meng Yan, a person who enjoys concealing his true abilities, presenting himself as less formidable than he truly is. Furthermore, Li Qingguang continued, the 4th Company commander was once Dai Tsung-hu's squad leader in his previous unit. The 3rd squad leader of the 2nd Company was previously his team leader. As for the squad leader of their 5th squad, he was a soldier under Dai Tsung-hu's command. Everyone's gaze then shifted toward Meng Yan. This was not merely a case of causing trouble. It was a matter of offending a whole group of individuals. In the military, many leaders possess a protective instinct, similar to how Li Qingguang unconditionally supported Meng Yan after his incident. Dai Tsung-hu, who had previously been so formidable in his former unit, had now been outmaneuvered by Meng Yan. Moreover, this incident would also reflect poorly on the 4th Company commander and the 5th squad leader. It would be inexplicable for them not to harbor resentment toward Meng Yan. Li Qingguang looked at Meng Yan with utmost seriousness. The discipline inspection will conclude in 3 days. During this period, they will refrain from troubling you. However, if they approach you afterward, inform me immediately, and I will involve the company commander to address it. Meng Yan acknowledged, yet he did not take it to heart. After all, a time traveler like him would not be easily bullied by a mere insignificant figure. Regardless of whether he was a tiger or a dragon, Meng Yan had countless ways to turn him into nothing more than a worm. Today was the weekend. Yet due to the discipline inspection, all relaxation for the classes had been cancelled, and the new recruits were sweating it out on the training ground. Within the barracks, 2 inspectors appeared, wandering like restless spirits. As guardians of military discipline, they were unwavering in addressing any errors, regardless of whether they were new recruits, seasoned soldiers, or even company commanders. Hey, I heard that this morning, you almost let that guy escape? Are the new recruits really that formidable? Not at all. That fellow is a veteran returning for a 2nd enlistment, previously an outstanding member of the reconnaissance company, having won numerous accolades. That explains it. By the way, how far are you from meeting your performance metrics this week? I'm all set. Because that guy refused to comply with orders and attempted to escape this morning. The situation was quite serious. Originally, he only needed 2 more indicators, but this one incident counted as 2. His comrades looked on with envy, noting that he still needed 2 more. If he failed to complete his tasks by the end of the day, he would likely face reprimands from the leadership. Just as he finished speaking, 2 new recruits suddenly appeared at the fork in the path. It was training time, and theoretically, wandering around was prohibited. The individual on the right had a shifty demeanor, clearly betraying a sense of guilt. Hey, looks like we have some action. Comrade, please halt. 2 gloved hands rested on the shoulders of the new recruits. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan were taken aback, sensing trouble. As the 2 turned their heads, the inspectors immediately noticed the bulging shape in Miao Bufan's arms, suggesting he was hiding something. As the camera clicked, one individual spoke with a grave tone. Comrade, what is it that you are concealing in your arms? Please, reveal it at once and cooperate with our inspection. Chapter 17. The retired old man forgot to buy cigarettes. Take out what you've concealed within your clothes. Squad leader, there's really nothing. Don't make me repeat myself. Immediately. I have already taken a photograph. Miao Bufan hesitated, displaying a complete lack of cooperation. The inspector, losing patience, directly reached into his clothing. However, upon discovering that what he pulled out were merely 2 rolls of toilet paper, a multitude of questions erupted in his mind. Is this it? Yes, just this. Why were you hiding 2 rolls of toilet paper? Well, I can't just hold them in my hands, can I? That would be rather unseemly. Miao Bufan's response left the inspector momentarily speechless. Holding toilet paper while wandering around the camp was indeed not a dignified sight. Undeterred, the inspector pressed on with his questioning. Everyone else is training. Why are you loitering here? Meng Yan explained, squad leader. We were previously dispatched for a logistical duty to clean the storeroom. The toilet paper was running low, so we asked the logistics squad leader for some. That shouldn't be against the rules, right? The inspector's eyelids twitched twice, leaving him at a loss for words. Household items were certainly not classified as contraband. Meanwhile, the second phase inspector recognized Meng Yan. Thanks to this brave and upright young man's testimony earlier, he had managed to capture that cunning individual. Thus, he voluntarily came to their rescue and even instructed his companion to delete the photograph. All right, return your items to the dormitory and hurry back to training. No more idling around the camp. Yes, squad leader. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan saluted and promptly took their leave with the 2 rolls of toilet paper. The 2 inspectors then turned towards the second company's dormitory, preparing to inspect the internal hygiene and check for any prohibited items. As soon as they saw the inspectors enter the dormitory building, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan quickly returned to a corner behind a flower bed. They dug out 2 takeout bags from the grass, stuffed them into their clothing, and rushed towards the dormitory as if they were Zhu Beiji stealing melons. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful, and they encountered no further inspections. Otherwise, they would have certainly been caught red-handed and turned into cautionary tales. Miao Bufan tossed the food into a small yellow basin beneath his bed and squatted on the floor, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. You were quite clever to hide the food in the flower bed beforehand. Otherwise, we would be in serious trouble. Your eyes are incredibly sharp. I was on lookout, practically straining my eyes, and didn't see them at all. How did you notice? Intuition. Meng Yan paused thoughtfully, a man's intuition. In truth, this ability, dubbed the Eye of God, not only allowed him to foresee danger, but also greatly enhanced his vision and crisis perception. Thus, he was able to detect the inspector's movements ahead of Miao Bufan, thereby averting a potential disaster of being caught with stolen goods. Why is there so little food? Is this enough? At noon, in the cafeteria of the new training base, Zhang Su from the 3rd Squad was queuing up to serve meals for his comrades. In the military, efficiency is paramount in all endeavors. Before meals, each squad assigns a member to prepare and cool the food in advance, ensuring that everyone can sit down and eat promptly. Members of each squad orderly serve themselves from the communal dishes, with most individuals striving to pile their plates high, fearing that any inadequacy may lead to reprimands for their comrades. Noticing that Zhang Su had only taken a meager portion, a seasoned veteran in the mess hall inquired about the reason. Once a youth consumed by internet addiction, Zhang Su felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, causing his hand to tremble uncontrollably as he served himself. The steamed buns for breakfast had been exceptionally delightful, leading everyone to indulge a bit too much. The squad leader had specifically advised him to take less for lunch to avoid waste. Sensing the potential for scrutiny, he hastily added that his shaking was due to fatigue from morning rifle training, where one stands still for prolonged periods, resulting in a lack of physical exertion, leaving everyone less hungry. The veteran merely nodded, not giving the matter much thought. As he was not well acquainted with the young man and had only asked out of casual curiosity, to his surprise, Zhang Su rambled on, leaving the veteran feeling rather fatigued. Soon, a yawn escaped his lips, and he rubbed his eyes, oblivious to the fact that a speck of eye matter had inadvertently fallen into a plate of stir-fried meat. 10 minutes later, the sound of synchronized footsteps resonated at the entrance of the mess hall, followed by the spirited singing of military songs. A pre-meal anthem invigorates and whets the appetite, strengthening the spirit of the soldiers. After the song concluded, the hungry recruits entered the mess hall in an orderly fashion. Yet none took their seats or picked up their chopsticks until the commanding officer, instructor, company commander, and other dignitaries were seated. Only then did the duty officer announce for everyone to sit and commence their meal. In the military, uniformity is highly valued. A team that marches in sync is more capable of unleashing its combat potential. Given that it was the weekend, today's mealtime was extended by 5 minutes. At table 3, as everyone concentrated on their meals, they exchanged knowing glances, revealing their anticipation for the upcoming feast. After eating, the duty officer remained to tidy up while the others gradually returned to their dormitories. As soon as the door to Squad 3 swung open, the tantalizing aroma of fried chicken legs mingled with spices enveloped them, making their mouths water. "Wow, it smells amazing. What a delightful treat," exclaimed the new recruits, their faces alight with bliss as they inhaled the enticing scent, their eyes rolling back in sheer pleasure. Li Qingguang quickly shut the door to prevent the delectable aroma from wafting outside, tempting the other squads. Before long, Zhang Su, having finished his duties, hurried back, mirroring the same euphoric reaction as the others. Li Qingguang instructed everyone to hide behind the door and crouch down as he began to distribute the chicken legs. Each person was treated to 2 crispy chicken legs, accompanied by a small bottle of Coca-Cola. This simple feast encapsulated their entire week's joy. The aromatic chicken legs, with their crunchy exterior and tender interior, released a burst of juices with each bite, providing immense satisfaction to the palate. After indulging, a sip of the 1982 Coca-Cola was simply divine. Witnessing the new recruits savoring their meal with expressions of contentment and bliss brought immense delight to Li Qingguang, the squad leader. He recalled his own days as a rookie, when his squad leader would often discreetly pay out of pocket to order takeout for the entire group. Sometimes it was skewers, other times barbecue, but he believed the fried chicken legs were the most delectable. Although that squad leader had since retired, Li Qingguang held on to that fondness, continuing the tradition in his own way. Li Qingguang's approach to leadership diverged from that of many seasoned soldiers. He believed that being a squad leader did not necessitate an overly stern demeanor. Instead, he advocated for empathy, considering the perspectives of the new recruits and their preferences. By establishing goals that resonated with them, he found it a fruitful method to inspire progress. For instance, by treating them to fried chicken legs. He knew they would train harder and with greater vigor that afternoon. After they finished their meal, he instructed them not to discard the wrappers carelessly, but to hand them over to him, for he would dispose of them in the designated trash station outside. Just as he finished speaking, someone handed him a wrapper. When Li Qingguang squeezed it, he found it empty, and he looked at the person in surprise. Xiaopeng, have you even eaten the chicken bones? Hee. The bones are delicious and nutritious, replied Zhou Xiaopeng, enthusiastically crunching on the remnants. It was evident that he truly relished the fried chicken and understood that the essence lay within the bones. At that moment, an eager recruit offered him their chewed bone, inquiring if he wanted it, only to receive a warm, albeit cheeky, response in return. Suddenly, someone curiously asked Meng Yan how the takeout had been procured. Given that there were patrols both inside and outside the compound, wouldn't he, the delivery person, be immediately discovered upon approaching? Li Qingguang also cast a curious glance, realizing that Meng Yan had yet to share the details of the incident. Although Li Qingguang was the squad leader, Meng Yan possessed far more knowledge about many matters, especially the intricacies of military life, almost as if he had been a soldier in a past life. Meng Yan often joked that he must have consumed a counterfeit Mangpa soup, causing him to retain memories from his previous life. Nevertheless, Li Qingguang preferred to regard him as an extraordinary talent, a prodigy in the art of soldiering. With a satisfied burp, Meng Yan finished his 2 chicken legs and the last sip of his soda. To be cautious, he had provided an address nearby, ensuring that the delivery person did not venture beyond the walls. He recalled that 2 recruits from the 7th squad had been caught ordering takeout the day before. There was no way Meng Yan would be foolish enough to repeat such a mistake. Li Qingguang curiously inquired, "What address did you provide? And who delivered it outside the wall? Surely, it couldn't have flown here by itself?" Meng Yan replied, "I listed the village delivery station. An elderly retiree helped bring it over." Upon hearing the term retired old man, Li Qingguang's mind buzzed. He seemed to realize something, and the chicken leg in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. His heart raced like a drumbeat as he hastily pressed for details about the old man's age and appearance. His interest was not in the elderly gentleman per se, but rather in his concern for the retiree, for he was no ordinary pensioner. Before Meng Yan could respond, Miao Bufan, munching on chicken bones nearby, earnestly added, he wore a white shirt and resembled a retired cadre, probably in his 60s, speaking with the air of an intellectual. By the way, he also asked us which platoon and class we belonged to and how old we were. Clang. Li Qingguang's heart jolted. He accidentally dropped the half-full bottle of beverage, which shattered on the ground. Meng Yan picked it up and handed it back to him, apologetically stating, "Oh, by the way, class leader, that old man forgot to buy cigarettes for us. He said he would personally bring them over this afternoon." Li Qingguang's face turned ashen, and his heart sank. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to ascend to the rooftop and feel the wind, to truly experience what gravitational pull and acceleration felt like. Chapter 18. Your grandfather, not really your grandfather. In the office, the instructor was diligently organizing the work logs. He glanced up at the visitor and recognized it was class leader Li Qingguang, prompting him to instinctively check his watch. It was 2 in the afternoon. "What brings you here instead of the training ground?" "The new recruits are undergoing battlefield medical training, so I found a moment to come." "Oh, what is it?" Li Qingguang hesitated, his emotions a tangled web, and said, "Instructor, I just wanted to inquire about the current situation of Class 9's Chukai." While continuing his work without raising his head, the instructor responded, He's doing all right. I heard from the company commander that he has regained consciousness and suffered no major physical issues. It's primarily psychological trauma, and they've dispatched a psychologist for him. How has our 7th company been lately? Nothing out of the ordinary, just the usual? The instructor looked up at him again. Li Qingguang, do you have something on your mind? No. What could I possibly have? Li Qingguang shook his head nervously, wearing a smile that resembled a grimace. Since there is nothing pressing, the instructor issued a gentle dismissal. He still had a considerable amount of work logs to complete, due for submission by the next morning. He had been distracted by his phone a couple of days prior and hadn't made any progress, so he was now in a rush. If he failed to finish, the deputy instructor would surely reprimand him at the upcoming meeting for his tardiness. As Li Qingguang stood to leave, he hesitated at the door, turning back with a distracted air. Instructor, I have 2 unopened packs of Yushi cigarettes hidden under the bedboard in the old barracks. If you have time later, please help me retrieve them and distribute them among the brothers in the class. Also, there is half a bar of chocolate tucked inside my yellow rubber shoes in the cabinet. Let them share that too. And this 50 yuan, which I borrowed from our squad leader, could you please pass it along to him? Observing Li Qingguang's strangely solemn demeanor as if he were arranging his final affairs, the instructor finally set aside his unfinished work logs. He contemplated visiting the 2nd company instructor to see if he could borrow some notes, potentially speeding up the process compared to his current struggle to write. With his fingers interlaced on the table, the instructor fixed Li Qingguang with a serious gaze. Li Qingguang, speak honestly. Have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Li Qingguang's heart sank. When the new recruits made mistakes, he was, after all, complicit in those errors. He nodded vigorously, preparing to confess to the instructor in hopes of leniency. However, upon hearing that he merely overlooked a recruit ordering takeout in secret, the instructor burst into laughter. I mean, is it really necessary for you to come here and make a deathbed confession over such trivial matters? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had committed a grave offense. Instructor, this delivery is not just any ordinary takeout. Oh, it's merely fried chicken legs. How extraordinary can it be? It's not as if I've never had them before. Observing Li Qingguang still lost in worry, the instructor assumed it was due to his anxiety over being discovered by the company commander and facing public reprimand. Thus, he believed the boy had come to report out of a guilty conscience. After all, how could one not say that Li Qingguang has always been sincere since childhood? In their old unit, he was the most diligent and straightforward among them. It is precisely for this reason that he had been repeatedly dispatched to the new training base to lead troops. Instructor, may I inquire if you have already consumed the takeout? Li Qingguang, yes. And the packaging? I discarded it at the trash station. So there is no evidence left? The instructor leaned back in his chair, reclining slightly to adopt a more relaxed posture. With no proof to substantiate your claim, who would know that you ordered takeout? If you don't mention it, and your classmates remain silent, the company commander will remain oblivious. Rest assured. Now, I have work to attend to. So you should return to your duties and stop loitering here. Noticing that Li Qingguang remained rooted to the spot, the instructor furrowed his brow and asked if there was anything else. Reluctantly, Li Qingguang divulged the matter of Meng Yan having the retired old man deliver takeout. With a loud crash, the instructor, along with his chair, toppled backward. He scrambled to his feet, oblivious to his glasses askew on his face. A retired old man? What kind of retired old man, and how old? He is a gentleman in a white shirt, over 60, resembling a retired cadre, and reportedly from a nearby village. The instructor slapped his forehead, feeling a buzzing in his head. This was no ordinary retired gentleman. This was undoubtedly a senior military leader. The brigade command post was nearby, with higher-ranking officials frequently visiting for inspections. At over 60, this could very well be a division commander, deputy division commander, or a figure of similar stature. Moreover, he knew there were plenty of bored high-ranking officials nearing retirement who enjoyed donning civilian clothes, wearing straw hats, and riding tricycles to masquerade as ordinary folks, amusing themselves at the expense of new recruits. What? Asking the division commander to buy cigarettes, the brigade commander to purchase sunflower seeds, or the commander to fetch watermelons. This was akin to a scam. Every year, numerous naive recruits fell victim to such tricks, often without any means of defense. Some units even convened meetings to warn new recruits to never trust any seemingly ordinary old men. Sometimes, the elderly gentleman you think you know is not truly who he seems. Does that old man know which class or company you belong to? No, he doesn't teach you. That's a relief. The instructor wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he mentioned he would specifically come by this afternoon to bring us cigarettes. The instructor's heart was utterly chilled, leaving him feeling desolate. He turned and walked to the window, hands clasped behind him, gazing at the distant clouds of his hometown. Instructor, what's wrong? Why are you opening the window? Are you hot? Instructor, you can't jump. You mustn't. Li Qingguang rushed forward, grasping him tightly and pulling him back down. Although it was just the second floor, a careless fall could easily result in a fracture or even paralysis. Once the instructor was pulled back, he pounded his chest in frustration, pointing at Li Qingguang, unable to articulate his thoughts for a long while. Li Qingguang, I had intended to transition from the company to the battalion next year, and now you've abruptly severed my path, and have already disturbed the grave. Instructor, I acknowledge my mistake. Whatever happens, I will bear it alone. If there is punishment, let it befall me alone. What good does that do? The instructor slammed his palm on the table. It must be the leadership who decides. Only their word carries weight. He stood up, dragging Li Qingguang outside. He could not shoulder this burden alone. He needed to involve the company commander to share in the surprise. Commander, you mustn't T-jump. You can't. The company commander clung to the railing, refusing to come down. It took all of Li Qingguang and the instructor's combined efforts to finally bring him down. Once rescued, the company commander, in tears, pointed an accusing finger at Li Qingguang. Li Qingguang, we aren't even in the same company, and we have never had any enmity. Why would you wish me harm? The incident with Chu Kai nearly terrified me to death. Thankfully, the higher-ups did not pursue it. And now you present me with such a monumental gift. I still hope to transition to the battalion next year, and now you've completely severed my options. Li Qingguang paused momentarily. Why are today's officers so ambitious? The company commander, covering his face, shook his head vigorously. A retired cadre over 60. At the very least a deputy division commander, if not a general. How can a mere captain like myself bear such a burden? However, blaming Li Qingguang was futile. Since the chaos had already been stirred, they had to devise a solution. There was no escaping the situation. They could only hope the elder leader would show some leniency. 15 minutes later, the battlefield emergency medical assessment concluded. Meng Yan's lips were once again stained red, as he vigorously wiped his mouth in disdain. Following closely behind, Miao Bufan grumbled incessantly, muttering words like beast and scoundrel. The two proceeded to the logistics vegetable field to meet with the retired elder, exchanging money for cigarettes. However, upon arrival, they spotted the company commander and instructor standing not far away, their expressions grim. Li Qingguang stood beside them, resembling a child who had misbehaved, offering them a forced smile. Come here, over here. The company commander, with a smile devoid of genuine warmth, beckoned the two with a mere flick of his finger. Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan exchanged a glance and halted their steps from a distance, though they wished to flee. The commander commanded them to stand at attention and march forward. Consequently, like automatons programmed to obey, they instinctively approached him. Observing the crimson hue encircling Meng Yan's lips and the faint aroma of women's shampoo wafting from him, the commander's eyelid twitched involuntarily. It dawned on him that during the recent battlefield first aid assessment, while the other recruits practiced with one another under the scrutiny of two female medics, Meng Yan had been the exception. His evaluation was significantly more challenging, personally overseen by the two ladies. It was said that he had exerted tremendous effort to successfully pass. Thankfully, today there was no scent of garlic. Instead, it had transformed into the fragrance of chive and egg. Meng Yan, you little rascal. Just as the commander was about to erupt, a distant clattering of chains suddenly reached their ears. Turning towards the sound, they beheld an elderly gentleman pedaling a tricycle. Clad in a white shirt and donning a straw hat, approaching them steadily. With his arrival, the previously clear skies were inexplicably shrouded by clouds, casting a noticeable gloom over the surroundings. The three exchanged apprehensive glances, their throats tightening as if the apocalypse were imminent. Chapter 19. Veterans Never Fade. A bond between soldiers and civilians. Will you still smoke in the future? No, I will not smoke again. Never again. Cough, cough, cough. In the confinement room, a haze of smoke lingered, reducing visibility to less than half a meter. Scattered across the floor were cheap cigarette packs and countless butts. Within the smoke, a figure coughed violently, nearly retching. Outside the confinement room, the 4th Company commander let out a cold grunt, sternly reprimanding the individual inside. Are you not aware of the rules? Even as a seasoned soldier returning for a second term? Hiding in the restroom to smoke, only to be caught by the patrol. And to make matters worse, you thought you could escape but ended up hiding in the 3rd squad of another company? If you had to hide, at least be clever about it. You've completely tarnished my reputation. Because of your foolishness, the instructor spent the entire morning berating me. My hands are sore from writing the report. Cough, gag. Dai Tsung-hu coughed, nearly expelling his lungs. Commander, I know I was wrong. I've finished the cigarettes. Please let me out. I will never do it again. Cough. The fourth company commander unlocked the confinement room door. A thick wall of smoke billowed out, causing the commander to instinctively cover his mouth and nose, retreating a significant step back. The punishment for Dai Tsung-hu was to smoke 10 whole packs before being released. While he did not have to endure the effects of nicotine withdrawal, the act of finishing each cigarette was still an arduous task. Moreover, the small, enclosed space of the confinement room trapped the smoke, making it feel as if he were trapped in a fiery furnace, akin to the Monkey King. Gagging. Dai Tsung-hu emerged from the room in a state of disarray. His eyes were bloodshot from the smoke, and mucus, tears, and saliva streamed down his face, resembling a drowning man gasping for fresh air. The fourth company commander coldly remarked, "Do not blame me for lacking compassion. The higher-ups demanded severe action, and I had no choice. You brought this upon yourself by carelessly walking into the patrol's line of fire." With that, he tossed a packet of tissues and stormed off. Dai Tsung-hu's eyes were filled with rage, and he slammed his fist into the ground. In his mind, a loathsome figure emerged, Meng something, from the third squad of the first company, a somewhat handsome fellow who seemed to attract attention. "I will make you pay." "Oh no, Meng Yan." Mio Buffon appeared slightly flustered. Could it be that this is really some high-ranking official? Meng Yan cast him a glance, ignoring his comment. "If they are not wise, does that mean you're foolish too?" "No, Mio Buffon has always been a bit dim-witted." "Good day, sir. Please, do not address me in such a manner." An elderly man stepped down from a tricycle, gently fanning himself with his straw hat, and smiling. "I am just an ordinary retired man." Now that has the demeanor of a leader. A standard response indeed. Moreover, judging by his attire and manner of speech, he undoubtedly appeared to be a languid superior officer. Such individuals often hold a considerable rank, relishing the opportunity to present themselves as mere elderly gentlemen while delivering grandiloquent discourses. Ultimately, they reveal their true identities, admonishing others with the authority of their position. Observing this, the company commander and the instructor promptly acknowledged their faults. However, the elderly gentleman remained utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend their discourse. Once the accounts were reconciled, the realization dawned upon everyone. What a comical misunderstanding. The gentleman, an authentic elder named Zhao Yutian, was not an impersonating old superior. He owned a house and land, having once served as an accountant for the county government before retiring some years ago. Yet he maintained the habit of wearing a white shirt. His preference for a straw hat stemmed purely from a belief in its fashionable appeal, a matter of personal taste. Meng Yan became acquainted with this elder during a Respect for the Aged event organized at the new training base for the Double Ninth Festival, where each class sent 1 or 2 recruits, led by their squad leaders, to assist the elderly in nearby villages with farming and household chores. It was during this time that Meng Yan met the gentleman, and they exchanged contact information, leading to subsequent interactions. Suddenly, Li Qingwang felt 2 piercing gazes directed at him, emanating from the company commander and the instructor, who seemed ready to strangle him on the spot. How could he frighten them without first clarifying the situation? The 2 were nearly paralyzed with fear. This matter was far from resolved. Having forgotten earlier, the elder produced 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Meng Yan. However, Meng Yan hesitated to accept them, acutely aware of the presence of the company commander and instructor. He longed to say, "Sir, these are your cigarettes." The commander insisted that the elder take back the cigarettes, citing military regulations that deemed such items contraband. The elder retorted, "Are you jesting? I often see delivery personnel outside your walls, and I recognize you. Haven't you secretly ordered takeout as well?" The commander was left speechless. In addition to the 2 packs of cigarettes, the elder unveiled a trove of fruits and vegetables, as well as eggs, gifts from the villagers, sent specifically to express gratitude to the young soldiers. The camaraderie between military and civilian is a cherished tradition in Daxia. Local troops frequently assist nearby villagers with agricultural tasks during festive occasions, and in return, the community expresses their appreciation by sending homegrown produce to the soldiers. "Sir, we cannot accept these," insisted the commander. We truly cannot accept them. We have regulations." "I care not for your regulations. I have peddled all this way to deliver them. If you dare refuse, I shall lie down here." With no recourse, the company commander reluctantly agreed to accept the gifts. However, he discreetly signaled to the instructor to quietly slip some money into the elder's pocket. The affection that the citizens have for the soldiers of the Great Xiao is a widely acknowledged truth. The challenge lies in ensuring their spirits remain high while adhering to military discipline, a task that requires considerable finesse. However, once everything was unloaded, the elderly man showed no intention of departing. Instead, he made a peculiar request. "Comrades, may I borrow something from you?" "What do you wish to borrow, sir?" "I would like to borrow." He pointed towards the military dog lounging in its kennel, fast asleep. "I would like to borrow your military dog for a couple of days." This unexpected request caught everyone off guard. It turned out that the elderly gentleman was a dog lover. The instructor inquired, "Sir, what do you intend to do with the military dog?" The old man hesitated before responding, "Well, I have a dog at home, and I would like to mate her." Neo Buffon, quick-witted, could not help but blurt out a cheeky remark. Meng Yan glanced at the military dog sprawled in the kennel, its posture rather unrefined yet exuding an air of grandeur, and recalled a saying, "In death cooperation, with military and civilians, as one family." Comrade Black Tiger, though retired, remains steadfast in duty. Your responsibility is significant. Chapter 20. Who led whom astray? The situation was as follows. After the elder's explanation, everyone finally understood the reason behind it. With the arrival of winter, dog thieves had begun to emerge, and the village had already witnessed 2 incidents of dogs going missing that week. Concerned that his own dog might become a target, the elder contemplated borrowing a military dog for a couple of days. He believed that a trained military dog, which would never accept food from strangers and possessed exceptional vigilance, could assist in raising his own dog's awareness against theft and deceit. He envisioned teaching his beloved dog to resist the temptations of treats offered by outsiders, to be a loyal guardian, wholly devoted to protecting their home. Moreover, once his dog had learned, it could also aid other local dogs in enhancing their awareness against abduction. This approach aimed to eradicate the root cause of the sinister dog thefts, denying the thieves any opportunity to act. Although the elder's intentions were noble, the theory was impractical. The development of a military dog's habits was not achieved in a day. Black Tiger had undergone rigorous training since puppyhood, accumulating experiences over time to attain his current high standards. Furthermore, if teaching were to occur, it should be conducted by a trainer, not by dogs instructing dogs. Meng Yan reflected that Black Tiger had devoted his entire life to the military, and at such an advanced age, had yet to experience the joys of romance. He had seen the elder Zhao's dog, a humble mutt, yet undeniably charming in its own right. If they were to meet, the matter would transcend mere instruction. Black Tiger would undoubtedly encounter serious moral dilemmas. Meng Yan could even envision Black Tiger holding a letter of reflection, tearfully confessing, "I merely committed the errors every male dog is prone to." Woof. Given these considerations, the instructor had to gently decline the elder's request. He inquired, "Comrade, since you are aware that there are dog thieves in the village, why not call the police to handle it?" The elder shook his head in resignation. "We have called, but it proved futile. Those thieves are itinerant. By the time the police arrive from afar, they have long vanished. While the village does have surveillance, these criminals tend to move from one village to another, returning only to repeat their offenses. Our village comprises mostly elderly residents, with the youth working elsewhere to earn a living. Though the large yellow dog was not of any prestigious breed, merely a mix found by the roadside, it was cherished by the elder's companion and adored by his granddaughter. If the dog were to be stolen and end up on a dinner table, it would feel as if the heavens had collapsed for Zhao Daiji's family. The duty of a soldier is to assist the common folk in overcoming difficulties. The village lay not far from the new training base, and the disturbances caused by the dog thieves had left the local dog owners in distress. They felt compelled to step forward and offer their assistance. Thus, the company commander informed the elder that should he observe any suspicious individuals near the village, he should immediately make a phone call. They would promptly dispatch personnel to apprehend the despicable dog thief and hand him over to the local police station. The elder expressed immense gratitude. For the elderly residents of the village, these dogs were not merely pets, but cherished companions akin to family. Upon leaving, the elder was in high spirits, pedaling his tricycle with exuberance. Noticing the situation had been temporarily resolved, Li Changguang seized the opportunity to concoct an excuse for training, intending to discreetly slip away with Meng Yan and Shou Buffon. However, just as he took a step forward, 2 cold voices echoed from behind. "Halt! Commander, instructor. Is there anything else you require?" Li Changguang, Meng Yan, and Shou Buffon turned in unison, their faces adorned with expressions of guilt. The instructor glared at them with irritation. The takeout was delicious, and the cigarettes were delightful, wasn't it? Just yesterday, the commander praised your class, and now you dare to undermine us? I see you are itching for trouble. The trio quickly shook their heads, expressing their profound recognition of their mistakes, vowing never to repeat them. Observing their sincere contrition, the instructor's tone softened somewhat. Now, I grant you an opportunity to redeem yourselves. If you can assist in capturing the dog thief, I shall overlook your transgressions. However, should you fail to apprehend him and allow him to escape, you shall be punished to guard the homes of the elderly villagers who have lost their dogs. Reluctantly, Li Changguang accepted this task, assuring that he would fulfill it with determination, resolutely safeguarding the lives and property of the villagers' beloved dogs. The company commander then approached and scolded the trio thoroughly, particularly reprimanding Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan. He ordered them to clean the chicken and duck coops after training and to tidy the dog kennel inside and out, concluding with a bath for the military dog. Black Tiger. Although it was a logistical breeding area, cleanliness and hygiene were paramount. Black Tiger, in particular, had a penchant for causing mischief in the coops, emerging filthy and foul-smelling, which was a disgrace to the military's image. As a large dog within the system, he must maintain a proper appearance and cleanliness, ensuring the unit's dignity was upheld. After seeing the two leaders depart, Li Changguang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, he noticed Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan unusually elated and beaming. "Why are you two so cheerful despite the scolding?" he inquired. "Squad leader, this is a splendid opportunity," Meng Yan exclaimed, explaining that while the instructor's actions appeared punitive, they were, in fact, a form of care. Capturing the dog thief could potentially earn them a collective third-class merit. Moreover, if anyone made a significant contribution during the operation or managed to rescue some of the villagers' dogs, individual third-class merit would likely be attainable. At the very least, they could receive a commendation. Was this not turning misfortune into fortune? After hearing this, Li Changguang felt a surge of optimism, appreciating that their instructor understood the value of empathy. This was a prime example of keeping the benefits within their own ranks. However, at that moment, the company commander harbored reservations about the instructor's actions, suspecting favoritism, while the instructor openly admitted to his partiality. Li Changguang's abilities and character are commendable. He is a key focus of cultivation within their 7th squad and a future pillar of the unit. Nevertheless, it is merely a collective third-class merit, and I shall not contest it with you, especially since your squad leader owes me a favor. Rest assured, if we truly manage to apprehend the little thief and secure that third-class merit, both I and Old 7 shall certainly treat you to a grand feast. The company commander chuckled heartily, having long wished to treat the notoriously stingy squad leader of the 7th squad. However, he soon pivoted the conversation back to the previous matter. In their eyes, Meng Yan had always epitomized the ideal model of a well-behaved child. He trained diligently, excelled academically, and exhibited politeness and refinement. When Chukai encountered trouble, everyone else was sound asleep, yet Meng Yan stood alone against the biting wind on the rooftop, endeavoring to persuade and save others, showcasing his kindness and sense of responsibility. One could assert that Meng Yan, both inwardly and outwardly, embodied every admirable fantasy they held regarding an exemplary soldier. How could such a good child possibly order takeout in secret or engage in any disciplinary infractions? As for class leader Li Changguang, he was a man of integrity who never lied. Therefore, the answer was evident. It must be Xiao Bufan who had led Meng Yan astray. Hailing from a military family, Xiao Bufan's entire clan was entrenched in the armed forces, with some elders holding significant positions. Perhaps his extensive exposure had instilled in him an attitude of arrogance and a belief in his superiority upon joining the military. Thus, they naturally concluded that Meng Yan had been influenced by this rascal, adopting some undesirable habits. Once this matter was resolved, they would have a word with Li Changguang to ensure he keeps a close watch on the troublemaker Xiao Bufan. While they could not control his antics in the military family compound, they absolutely could not allow him to corrupt the upright and innocent Meng Yan. Achoo! 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 Xiao Bufan sneezed with each step, nearly sending his nose flying. Meng Yan kept his distance, wary of the spray. Rubbing his nose, Xiao Bufan inquired, "Do you think I caught a cold?" Meng Yan, standing far away, replied, "It's hard to say." Xiao Bufan chuckled. Then, while the lovely military doctor is still here, should I hasten to the infirmary for a checkup? Meng Yan expressed his support, and Li Changguang concurred, primarily to prevent him from spreading his cold to the rest of the class. If training were affected, that would indeed be problematic. Thus, Xiao Bufan merrily trotted off to the infirmary. However, less than 2 minutes later, he returned looking dejected. "That was quick. What did the doctor say?" Xiao Bufan replied, "She said it's not a cold. It's a 5-kilometer issue." Li Changguang laughed heartily, appreciating that the two beautiful military doctors understood the military well. Consequently, he instructed Xiao Bufan to lead the class in a warm-up run of 5 kilometers. If the cold persisted post-run, they would run another 5 kilometers until he felt better. As the new recruits of the 3rd platoon circled the playground, a figure loomed ominously at the base of the flagpole, casting a menacing gaze upon Meng Yan, who was diligently running laps. It resembled a ferocious tiger, fixated upon its prey. "You there? Yes, you. Who permitted you to linger in that spot? Which platoon do you belong to?" A passing soldier in a white cap caught sight of Dai Tsung-hu, who stood at the flagpole, trying to appear enigmatic. This time, Dai Tsung-hu dared not flee. Observing the despondent expression on his face, the 2 inspectors burst into laughter. "Ah, it's you again. Why aren't you running this time? Aren't you the swift one?" Dai Tsung-hu turned pale, pleading with the 2 officers for leniency. With a sharp glare, the inspectors retorted that there were no big brothers in the army, only ranks to be respected. Consequently, Dai Tsung-hu was punished. Forced to stand in military posture for an hour by the flower bed, balancing precariously on the edge of his foot. Chapter 21. I am not human. But you two are truly canines. Ding-dong, cock-a-doodle-doo, the big dogs barked incessantly. Meng Yan hummed a tune as he diligently lathered foam onto the military dog, Black Tiger. Miao Bufan, having never heard the melody before, found it oddly catchy and joined in after a couple of repetitions. Just moments ago, they had completed their training and hurried to tidy up the chicken and duck coops. Following that, they meticulously organized the doghouse, washing the bedding and the fierce canine special toys as well. Next, they requested a large basin from the logistics sergeant, pouring hot water into it like one would when preparing to shave a pig for the new year, and lifted Black Tiger into the basin. Initially, Black Tiger was quite uncooperative, knocking the basin over several times and even attempting to snap at them. However, after Meng Yan smudged some chicken droppings on its mouth, the dog quickly settled down, apparently enjoying the taste. It sprawled out in the basin like a pampered lord, relishing the bath service provided by the 2 recruits. Meng Yan was quite particular about his work. Not only did he cover the dog's face with a warm towel, but he also thoughtfully trimmed its nails, nearly providing it with an essential oil spot treatment. Black Tiger lay comfortably, its paws in the air, teeth bared, with its tongue lolling into the basin. If Black Tiger could articulate its thoughts, it would surely reflect, having devoted a significant part of my life to the military, what harm is there in enjoying a bath? Come, let the music play on. Miao Bufan squatted on the other side, washing the dog's paws. Hey, why do those people steal dogs? Wouldn't it be better to engage in honest work? How utterly unscrupulous. Meng Yan was massaging the dog's shoulders and neck, eliciting contented grunts from the relaxed Black Tiger. Isn't the money easy to come by? Miao Bufan inquired. Aren't they afraid of getting caught? Of course they're afraid. Otherwise, why would they act so furtively? As the weather grew colder, dog meat restaurants began to thrive. This led to an increase in dog thefts. With surveillance cameras dotting the city, apprehension was a constant threat. Moreover, most dog meat establishments would not accept pet dogs. In the countryside, where the population is sparse, elderly residents often find it easier to succeed in their endeavors. Additionally, rural areas are predominantly home to low-value mixed-breed dogs, and even if a theft were reported, the police would typically be unable to take action, resulting in mere temporary detentions. As for the winter surge in dog meat restaurant business, it was largely attributed to the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. It is believed that dog meat possesses warming properties and a salty flavor, not only bolstering energy, but also aiding kidney function. It is particularly beneficial for those suffering from kidney yang deficiency, characterized by weakened lower back and knees, cold sensations, and frequent nighttime urination. Many individuals, especially those in poor health, are inclined to believe that consuming dog meat in winter can replenish lung and kidney energy. Upon hearing this, Miao Bufan appeared momentarily stunned, feeling as though he had been reprimanded, or perhaps not at all. Are you saying that eating dog meat can enhance kidney function? Is that true? I've never heard of such a thing. It's not my claim. It's what Oldly said, Meng Yan replied. Oldly? You mean Li Shizhen, the author of the Compendium of Materia Medica? Miao Bufan continued massaging the dog's paws, his gaze inadvertently drifting downward. So do you think this like-here's-like thing actually works? While enjoying the attention, Black Tiger suddenly felt an unsettling chill between his legs. Instinctively, he yanked the white towel draped over his face and shot Miao Bufan a wary look, sensing the young man's dubious intentions. Meng Yan casually removed the towel and wiped Black Tiger's belly. I believe in science. What do you mean? If like-here's-like really worked, you should be gnawing on telephone poles or hugging tank barrels. Are you serious? Seriously, are you? as they bathed the dog. Their conversation meandered to the methods dog thieves typically employed. Meng Yan pondered for a moment. From what I've seen in videos, some ride motorcycles, others use vans, usually scouting first. Then one distracts while the other drives off. Most lure dogs out with sausages. You know how rural dogs survive on scraps, aside from military or police dogs. No dog can resist them. Though, if you smear some waste on the sausage, even those two might fall for it. Mio Buffon glanced at Black Tiger, who was still licking his lips with relish, and nodded in agreement. Since ancient times, everything has its counter. One thing always subdues another. Meng Yan continued. Once the dog's lured out, they either loop a noose around its neck, stuff it into a sack, and drive off. Another method is poison darts. Poison darts? Yeah, sounds like something an assassin would use. Pretty much. Those things can kill dogs, and people. Kill people? A chill ran down Mio Buffon's spine, his arm hairs standing on end. Meng Yan explained that poison darts came in two types. One contained sodium cyanide, an extremely toxic chemical. A lethal dose for an adult was as little as 250 milligrams, causing death within 2 to 3 minutes. Most people probably knew of its horrors from the Japanese anime Detective Conan. The other type used a muscle relaxant called succinylcholine, paralyzing the body's muscles within seconds. A dog struck by such a dart would quickly suffocate from respiratory failure. Mio Buffon frowned. How do you even know this stuff? Did you used to be in that line of work? Meng Yan shot him a glare. Get lost. Haven't you ever watched educational shorts? I can trim hooves, shoe horses, even forge blades and clean carpets. Is it really that weird? Not everyone spends their free time searching up how to care for male health. You know? Mio Buffon's eyes widened. Are we ever moving past this? I told you, it was just a random search. Then Meng Yan exclaimed, You're anxious, and directly threw the dog leg at Mio Buffon, causing him to turn red with embarrassment. He tossed the dog leg into the basin, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted that he wanted to challenge Meng Yan to a duel. Meng Yan seized the dog leg and delivered a resounding slap to his face, claiming, This is from the dog squad leader. It has nothing to do with me. The dog. Mio Buffon. You're even more dog-like than the dog. Mio Buffon's temper flared, and he charged at Meng Yan. Suddenly, an unexpected visitor interrupted their playful scuffle. Dai Tsung-hu approached, fists clenched, with a cold smirk. Meng Yan, I didn't expect to find you hiding here after searching high and low. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Meng Yan and Mio Buffon halted their actions and exchanged glances. Who is this person? They did not recognize him. He appeared somewhat aged and rather unattractive, with an unkempt beard, showing a blatant disregard for military decorum. Dog squad leader, you should reprimand him. The dog. Damn it. I see both of you are quite dog-like. Dai Tsung-hu's eyelids twitched in irritation. Having suffered greatly that morning, he felt utterly forgotten. How rude of them. He confronted Meng Yan with an aggressive stance. Kid, you're quite bold, aren't you? How dare you report me in front of the inspectors? Do you think being a vice squad leader makes you impressive, that you're something special? Meng Yan replied honestly, indeed. Mio Buffon, feeling slighted, interjected, Hey, I'm bold too. I'm impressive as well. Why do you only target him and not me? I proudly bear the name Mio Buffon. Dai Tsung-hu chose to ignore him, pressing Mio Buffon's face aside with his hand. Their essay saying, debts must be settled with their rightful owners. It was this dashing young man who had reported him that morning, leading to his confinement and the loss of 10 packs of cigarettes, followed by being punished to stand by the flower bed in the afternoon. Damn it. Why should a man be so handsome? You take all the benefits, leaving us with none. Just the thought of it infuriates me. I present you with two choices. First, allow me to beat you up, followed by an apology. Second, apologize first, then allow me to beat you up. Which do you choose? Meng Yan pondered for a moment before responding. I choose 3. Before he could finish, he threw a punch that landed squarely on Dai Tsung-hu's left eye. Seizing the opportunity, Mio Buffon delivered a sweeping kick to Dai Tsung-hu's lower body. As the latter fell, the duo pressed his head towards the dog bowl. Startled, the dog squad leader leaped out of the bowl, inadvertently kicking Dai Tsung-hu in the chaos. Meng Yan exclaimed, Damn. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Mio, you bastard. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Cursing, and still cursing? Dog squad leader, aren't you going to intervene? Meng Yan picked up a nearby brush and struck Dai Tsung-hu's head twice. With an expression of righteous indignation, he reported to the dog squad leader, stating that not only did Dai Tsung-hu disrespect his authority, but he also drank his bathwater. The dog, shaking off the droplets from its fur and tilting its head in confusion, simply could not comprehend what was so delightful about the bathwater it had just splashed in. Chapter 22. Meng Yan has been captured by monsters. Meng Yan, come out immediately. And that scoundrel Miao Bufan, you too. At 9:30 in the evening, the benevolent squad leader of the fourth company, accompanied by a group of seasoned non-commissioned officers, menacingly blocked the entrance to the washroom, leaning against a row of sinks inside. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan were engaged in a playful contest of who could create the most foam while brushing their teeth. They exchanged furtive glances at the commotion outside, instinctively recoiling their necks in silence, and continued their dental routine. Not receiving any response, the squad leader furrowed his brow, suspecting the two might not be present. Not in the dormitory, nor in the washroom. Could they be hiding in the restroom? He then led his men to the adjacent lavatory, calling out the same demand once more, yet still met with silence. Squad leader, could it be that the lad is too frightened and has hidden away? One of the soldiers suggested with a chuckle. Hide? As if he could escape. After beating Dai Tsung-Hu to such a state and making him spit bubbles all night. Does he think this matter will simply be forgotten? At that moment, two figures stealthily passed by, carrying small yellow basins. However, due to Meng Yan's striking appearance and his notorious reputation for drawing ire during battlefield first aid drills, he was quickly recognized by his adversaries. With no escape in sight, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan feigned ignorance. I am Meng Yanzu. I am Miao Dehua. Do you two think we are blind? With such handsome faces, you dare to deny your identities? With such a nonchalant demeanor, you claim not to be him? The squad leader scoffed. Enough of this charade. You two, now, at once. Come with us. Seeing that the squad leader intended to resort to force, Meng Yan opted for a softer approach. I have the right to see my squad leader. With a fierce glare, the squad leader transformed from congeniality to commanding authority, akin to a wrathful guardian deity. I am not negotiating with you. I am issuing a command. You have injured my soldier, and you ought to have anticipated this day would come. Men, seize them. Yes, sir. A group of veterans prepared to intervene. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan quickly complied, declaring, you need not assist us. We will walk on our own. Thus, the two handed their yellow basins to a new recruit from their squad and exchanged knowing glances before descending the stairs behind the squad leader and his men. As they descended, Miao Bufan discreetly gestured to Meng Yan with two fingers, indicating that if a scuffle were to ensue, he would find a way to hold them off, allowing Meng Yan to escape swiftly. Touched by Miao Bufan's loyalty, Meng Yan resolved that he must not let his friend's noble intentions go to waste. He would run with all his might. Squad leader! Squad leader! Something terrible has happened. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan have been captured by monsters. By the fourth company leader. In the multimedia classroom, Li Qingguang was diligently working with a group of squad leaders, hurrying to complete their work logs. For the veteran squad leaders, these logs were daily obligations, akin to clocking in at work. The content had to be precise, as they were periodically reviewed. And poorly written logs would surely invite criticism. However, most veterans suffer from severe procrastination when it comes to writing. Ask them to run 5 kilometers, and they won't hesitate for a second. But keeping a daily log? That's truly vexing. Having to jot down something different each day when they hardly have that much literary ink in their bellies. Consequently, their work logs remained blank throughout the day, only reaching peak productivity when they reluctantly put pen to paper at night. What's that you say? The fourth company commander took Meng Yan and Miao Bufan away? Over that incident with Dai Tsung-Hu? Most likely. The fourth company commander brought along a bunch of veterans, looked absolutely menacing. Just because of the morning inspection issue? Not just that. There was also the afternoon incident. Afternoon? Yeah, Miao Bufan told me when he got back. After listening to Zhou Xiaoping's explanation, Li Qingguang finally understood that afternoon. While bathing the dogs, the two had been provoked by Dai Tsung-Hu, and in the process, they had given him an impromptu hair wash. Regardless, Dai Tsung-Hu was the instigator in this matter, whether it was his deliberate attempt to shift blame onto the first company after his own misconduct or his intentional provocation to teach Meng Yan a lesson. Either way, the beating he received was well-deserved, utterly justified. And yet, the fourth company commander dares to shield him and seek retribution on his behalf? Li Qingguang pressed urgently. Where did they go? Zhou Xiaoping. Seems like. The drying yard. The drying yard, a place of many functions. It could dry clothes. And it could also hang people up like laundry. In earlier years, before the principles of civilized soldiering and scientific leadership had fully taken root, it had been another kind of training ground. But what era is this now? Everyone is supposed to be civilized, disciplined individuals. And with the ongoing crackdown on misconduct, the fourth company commander actually dares to pull this stunt? It's outright defiance, sheer audacity. Damn it. Do they really think our first company is easy to push around? The first platoon leader slammed the table, eyes blazing as he stood up. The others, faces dark with fury, were ready to charge out and retrieve Meng Yan and Miao Bufan. And so, a group of them marched toward the drying yard, armed with buckets, mops, and even toilet plungers. Their demeanor nothing short of formidable. The drying yard was hung with freshly laundered military uniforms, amid the sea of olive green. The 4th Company commander, deceptively benevolent, stood encircling Meng Yan and Miao Bufan with his men. A scout by training, the 4th Company commander had immediately cut off all escape routes, leaving the pair not a sliver of opportunity to slip away. His eyes, wide as brass bells, paired with that sinister grin, could undoubtedly send a crowd of children fleeing in tears. If Meng Yan was the epitome of a bright, cheerful young man, then the 4th Company commander was his polar opposite. The 4th Company commander glared. "You two think you're hot stuff, huh?" Meng Yan lowered his head in contemplation. "First of all, I'm not." "Ah, never mind." In the end, he decided against quoting that infamous line. Calmly, he replied, "4th Company commander, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. The situation wasn't as you imagine. We didn't actually do anything to Dai Tsung-Hu." The 4th Company commander narrowed his eyes skeptically. "Then what had happened?" Meng Yan explained. At that moment, he expressed his thirst and admitted he was unfamiliar with the taste of dog meat soup. He then leaned over the basin and began to gulp down the bathwater of Black Tiger. Despite the fervent objections of both myself and Xiao Bufan, we were utterly unable to dissuade him. Xiao Bufan paused for a moment, nodded vigorously, and said, "Indeed, the bruise on his left eye was actually inflicted by the dog squad leader, and it has nothing to do with us. If you don't believe us, you can verify with Black Tiger. While you may doubt our words, surely you would trust the squad leaders, considering you are all seasoned veterans." Squad leader of the 4th Company, a group of veterans. They felt as though they had been scolded, though it was unclear whether they truly were. The squad leader was infuriated by the 2's brazen lies, presented with an air of righteous indignation, which only served to amuse him. To think they would throw filthy water on a military dog, truly, you two are exceptional. It's no wonder Dai Tsung-Hu fell into your hands. However, you two have physically assaulted someone, and this matter must be addressed. Especially you rascal. Just then, Li Qingguang and the platoon leader, among others, arrived in a flurry. From a distance, they spotted the squad leader raising his fist towards Meng Yan. But contrary to everyone's expectations, this fist did not land on Meng Yan's face. Instead, it symbolically struck his shoulder. "Well done, you rascal." Meng Yan was taken aback. Xiao Bufan was equally bewildered. The squad leader laughed heartily, then embraced Meng Yan and planted a kiss on Xiao Bufan's cheek. "You two have done something remarkable. Something we have longed to do but were unable to. We've wanted to teach that scoundrel Dai Tsung-Hu a lesson for ages, but given his status as a new recruit, we simply could not act. Come now, let us have a smoke. Let us have a smoke. Quickly, light up for our 2 little heroes. And sodas, biscuits, and little breads. Bring them out right now. Can't you see they haven't had their midnight snack yet?" Chapter 23. From elite soldier to worthless scrap in the blink of an eye, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan found their arms inexplicably laden with snacks. Each had a slender cigarette dangling from their lips, ceremoniously lit by 4th Company commander himself. Exchanging glances, they felt only a pair of sunglasses and some gaudy gold chains were missing to complete the picture. Meng Yan, perplexed, ventured, "Company commander, weren't you here to hold us accountable?" The commander burst into laughter. "Of course not. You've done us a tremendous favor. We're indebted to you. That earlier bit was just a jest. Don't take it to heart." Meng Yan exhaled a plume of smoke through his nostrils. "Fine, I'll let it slide." Miao Bufan took a leisurely drag, silently assuring himself he bore no grudges. By then, 1st Platoon leader and Li Qingguang, among others, had gathered in bewilderment. The commander warmly distributed cigarettes to everyone. Once lit, he began his explanation. Initially, Dai Tsung-Hu had indeed been exceptional, cherished by his company commander, favored by the regiment leader. A veritable paragon of brilliance. Yet, intoxicated by accolades, he grew arrogant, even dismissive of his superiors. While the military often joked, "Excel in training, and you can pat the commander's backside," who granted permission to pinch or twist it, resentment toward him had simmered long before. But with so many resources invested in him, and his prowess essential for glory, the officers had gritted their teeth in silence. As for why such a star would resign, that was thanks to his own folly. Li Qingguang interjected, "The rumor I heard was that his family fell ill, forcing him to relinquish his military benefits to care for them." "Bullshit." A veteran from Dai's former unit scoffed. No one was ill. The fool thought the army stifled his potential. He wanted to strike it rich as an entrepreneur. During Special Forces selections, our commander begged for his spot. And how did he repay it? With a resignation letter, declaring he'd rather chase wealth. He even berated the commander and political instructor, accusing them of envying his future success. The veterans' disdain for Dai Tsung-hu deepened instantly. The unit had poured everything into nurturing him, only for him to spit on their goodwill. Resigning wasn't the issue. It was his ingratitude, mistaking kindness for weakness, tolerance for license to trample on dignity. Meng Yan curiously inquired, since he has already retired and become a successful entrepreneur, why would he choose to re-enlist and return to the military? The squad leader discarded his cigarette butt onto the ground, extinguishing it with the tip of his shoe, and scoffed. He lost money. I heard he opened a hot pot restaurant, investing over $1 million, and within 2 years, he was left with nothing to his name. Not only did he squander his retirement funds, but he also depleted his parents' funeral savings, accumulating a mountain of debt. In an effort to repay his debts, he sought work but found it hard to swallow his pride, considering he was once the celebrated champion of his former unit. Thus, he resolved to return to the military, shamelessly pleading with the old commander for assistance. The old commander, moved by compassion for his plight and recalling his past contributions to the unit, approved his re-enlistment and permitted him to resume his duties in his original position. Initially, we believed that after experiencing such a significant setback, he would return with a sense of humility and dedication. However, to our dismay, he not only failed to recognize his errors, but also, in the 2 to 3 years following his return, adopted a plethora of unsavory habits from civilian life. He frequently bossed around the new recruits who had joined at the same time and disregarded the authority of both the squad leader and the platoon leader, occasionally even challenging the company commander and the instructor. This behavior stemmed from his past as the unit's revered champion, basking in the adoration of his peers. He believed that upon his return, he was entitled to the same respect and privileges he once received. Unfortunately, times had changed, and even his former unit had ceased to exist, who still remembered his past deeds. As a veteran re-enlisting, rather than taking on a leadership role among the new recruits, he instead propagated his detrimental habits and even clashed with the military police. Was this not a path to self-destruction? What about his training results? Had he intentionally underperformed in physical assessments? Mio Buffon expressed his doubts, wondering why this erstwhile champion now exhibited mediocre results. He seriously questioned whether he was, like Meng Yan, deliberately concealing his abilities, feigning weakness to deceive others. Feigning weakness? Please, spare me, the squad leader chuckled once more. This guy hasn't trained a single day in the 2 years since his return. He spent his time drinking, snacking late at night, and smoking. Forget being a champion. Even a celestial soldier would be rendered useless. At 26, with prolonged neglect of physical fitness, coupled with late nights and heavy drinking, how could his physical condition possibly compare to that of you strapping 18 or 19-year-olds? Yet, despite this, whenever the squad and platoon leaders criticize him during evaluations, he adamantly denies any shortcomings, claiming he hasn't exerted his full effort and that he was merely accommodating the new recruits. Can you imagine the frustration? With 30 days in a month, I could easily give him a couple of slaps, a few kicks, and even dunk his head into a latrine. He took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Of course, as a new recruit, any form of physical punishment is strictly prohibited in the military, especially any bullying of new recruits by veterans. So do you understand now? Meng Yan and Mio Buffon nodded vigorously, fully comprehending. They had indeed accomplished a significant good deed. Thus, the rewards they now received were truly well-deserved. The matter has been clarified, and the squad leader has expressed his apologies to Meng Yan and Li Qingguang. He remarked that, after this incident, Dai Tsung-hu would undoubtedly refrain from causing further trouble. This fellow requires some tough individuals to keep him in check. He is likely to behave more submissively in the future. Once again, he extended his gratitude to the two ambitious youths, and as he departed, he discreetly slipped a pack of cigarettes into Meng Yan's pocket. With the farce concluded, the various squad leaders dispersed. Upon returning to their dormitory with Li Qingguang, Meng Yan and his companion were soon surrounded by the new recruits, who bombarded them with questions, anxious that they might have suffered any losses. Subsequently, Mio Buffon dramatically slammed his shoe against the ground as if it were a waking stick, initiating his solo performance. As the lights-out signal sounded, the dormitory was eerily quiet. All the new recruits were engaged in night training on the training grounds. In the battalion commander's office, Jiao Tonghui listened to the instructor recounting the evening's events, his eyelids fluttering. He slowly set down his teacup, covering his forehead, feeling at a loss for words. Throughout his many years of service, having trained 7 batches of recruits, he had never encountered a cohort quite as chaotic as this year's. There had been incidents involving Chu Kai, and some individuals demanding to return home to inherit family fortunes due to property demolitions. Now, with the addition of a restless veteran returning for his second enlistment, the situation had become even more tumultuous. Yet, these were not the crux of the issue. The real concern was that despite employing both discipline rectification and inspection as his 2 formidable strategies, he had been unable to rein in Meng Yan. What would happen once they were assigned to their respective companies? Wherever he goes, chaos is sure to ensue. The mere thought of it made his head ache. The instructor inquired, "Have you decided where Meng Yan will be assigned once he joins the company?" Jiao Tonghui massaged his temples and shook his head. This lad appears obedient and well-behaved, yet his destructive potential is astonishing. Dai Tsunghu, despite his decline, was once a champion soldier from the 525th Regiment. Even after years without training, he still possesses considerable skill. Yet, this young man managed to subdue him without affording him a chance to resist. Even forcing him to drink a bellyful of the Black Tiger's bathwater, the instructor chuckled at the absurdity. "Why not have him accompany me? I find his personality quite appealing. He brings joy and laughter wherever he goes." Jiao Tonghui waved his hand dismissively. "You, as a political officer, would only stifle his potential by taking him away. This fellow is brimming with energy and is naturally suited for military endeavors." The instructor shrugged. "I merely thought to lighten your burden, as you seem to be at your wit's end." Jiao Tonghui firmly asserted, "Regardless, Meng Yan absolutely cannot be placed in the same company as Miao Bufan. Once assigned, they must be separated. Together, their destructive capacity would multiply exponentially. I shall ponder this further." Chapter 24. The Fallen Heroic Soldier. On Tuesday, after a week-long rectification of conduct and discipline, the entire training base seemed to have ushered in a vernal renewal. Even the meals in the cafeteria transformed into delightful feasts, and the air in the latrines took on a surprisingly sweet fragrance. Perhaps it was due to the departure of the military doctor, or perhaps it was simply the conclusion of the disciplinary overhaul, but the camp was no longer plagued by the arbitrary inspections of the white-hatted officers. The recruits no longer needed to worry about errant arm swings while walking, untucked shoelaces, or unbuttoned discipline insignias, fearing reprimand for such trivialities. However, what they failed to notice was that their military bearing had undergone a profound transformation. Although the officer had departed, numerous legends associated with the inspections lingered in the training base, the most renowned being a peculiar tale recounted by Meng Yan, who had heard it from a squad leader. It was said that before the military reforms in the establishment of the 7th Combined Brigade, a prodigious soldier had once emerged from the division. This individual had served as a monk at the Shaolin Temple, securing numerous championships in martial arts competitions. Later, he enlisted and distinguished himself during his service, earning countless accolades. Even the division commander praised his promising future and immense potential. In comparison, the honors achieved by Dai Tsunghu paled significantly, rendering them almost negligible. Unfortunately, this illustrious soldier, during a vacation, was persuaded by a friend to indulge in a foot massage at a leisure establishment. Perhaps it was the tragic background of the massage therapist, a father with a penchant for alcohol, a gambling mother, a sister striving for education, and a girl abandoned by a scoundrel, that stirred the soldier's compassion. Naively, he sought to alleviate her plight by extending his help, inadvertently challenging his own vulnerabilities in the process. Alas, he was caught red-handed by several inspectors lying in wait on the 3rd floor. Indeed, it was a case of entrapment, coupled with an insidious trap. Coincidentally, during that period, local authorities were rigorously scrutinizing social conduct. Complaints had surfaced regarding certain suspicious individuals frequenting establishments such as internet cafes, billiard halls, and karaoke venues. Consequently, the local police collaborated with the inspection team to conduct a thorough investigation of surrounding entertainment venues. As a result, this exceptional soldier faced severe disciplinary action and was recorded as a negative example for the entire division. Following this incident, he fell into a state of despondency, never to regain his former glory. Regardless of the accolades he had amassed, he remained shackled by the repercussions of his indiscretion. It was rumored that he later participated in special operations selection and was initially successful, only to be subsequently dismissed shortly thereafter. Upon hearing this tale, Meng Yan felt a profound sense of lamentation. Perhaps the monk, embodying compassion, genuinely sought to assist others? After all, some pursue foreign languages for knowledge, while others for mere posturing. Nevertheless, violating discipline is ultimately indefensible. The severe consequences faced by this prodigious soldier could only be deemed a matter of unfortunate fate. This matter serves as a poignant reminder to all male comrades. The allure of femininity is akin to a razor-sharp knife, causing countless valiant heroes to falter before the visage of beauty throughout history. Notable examples include Wu Dalong and the infamous Shimin Qing. At this early hour, the 3rd Squad's dormitory is engaged in a thorough cleaning. Within the military, maintaining internal order and hygiene is of paramount importance. If a soldier cannot even fold his blankets properly or uphold cleanliness, it is highly likely that his training performance will be equally dismal. However, there are exceptions, such as the rather inept Miao Bufan. His standards of cleanliness starkly contrast with his other training metrics, prompting Meng Yan to frequently intervene and assist him in tidying up. Meng Yan would then jestingly inquire whether Miao was a pretender to the military legacy, as his blanket-folding skills were inferior to many new recruits. Previously, Miao Bufan would typically avoid responding to such remarks, but on this occasion, he unexpectedly offered an explanation that left the entire 3rd Squad, including their leader, utterly astonished. At home, my father indeed insists that I make my bed every morning. However, I find it tedious. I usually wait until he leaves and have his aide tidy up my quarters. An aide? You have an aide at home? What rank does your father hold in the military to warrant such assistance? One can only imagine the reactions if someone were to boast about having a housekeeper or a maid while you casually mentioned that your quarters are maintained by an aide. The look of bewilderment and fear in their eyes would be palpable as they silently speculate the identity of your illustrious lineage. Meng Yan, reaching beneath his pillow, produced a pack of cigarettes and offered one to Miao. Here, young Master Miao, have a smoke to invigorate your spirits. The other recruits instantly transformed, chattering around him like a flock of sparrows. To give us a nod, young master. Miao, can I be assigned to the patrol unit in my new squad? I wish to join the patrol. Miao, can you help me get assigned to the administrative unit? Perhaps you could speak to your father on my behalf. Miao Bufan, slightly bemused by the attention, pushed the cigarette back into Meng Yan's hand, responding with slight irritation. I am not of such high rank, nor as capable as you imagine. I am merely associated with the cultural troupe of the military, enjoying a pastime of singing and playing the violin. Oh, the cultural troupe. The crowd dispersed in a sudden wave, no longer eager for further chatter. The military cultural troupe is primarily responsible for performing songs, dances, operas, and plays, also known as the Military Arts and Culture Ensemble. This group consists of civilian positions, which tend to offer rapid advancement. Many seasoned artists in their 50s proudly adorn their ranks with the prestigious golden insignia. However, the prestige of this golden insignia pales in comparison to that of combat units or field units. For instance, an unnamed prodigy's father, a distinguished artist of both virtue and talent, serves as a civilian cadre within the cultural troupe, enjoying the benefits akin to a major general. Within the dormitory, the recruits busied themselves with their chores while engaging in light banter on a myriad of topics. Meng Yan diligently performed his duties as the assistant squad leader, meticulously inspecting the dormitory's cleanliness and ensuring no detail was overlooked. At that moment, the internet-addicted youth Zhang Su entered with a distressed expression, clutching a few drying racks. Li Qingguang was in the corner, discreetly playing a game of landlord on his phone. After Meng Yan assumed the role of manager, Li, the class monitor, found himself considerably relieved. Upon noticing Zhang Su's furrowed brow and tearful demeanor, he inquired with curiosity about the matter. Zhang Su pitifully replied, "Class monitor, my clothes are gone." What? Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. "You're not completely bare, are you?" Zhang Su, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "I distinctly hung them out yesterday. And when I went to retrieve them just now, all that was left was a drying rack. My camouflage uniform and pants have completely vanished." Li Qingguang frowned and asked, "Did you not mark them? Did I not instruct you to write your name on your clothes?" Zhang Su responded, "I did mark them, using a permanent marker to write my name in large letters. I can't fathom who is blind enough to take my clothes when they can't even find their own." In the military, losing clothing is quite common. Camouflage uniforms all look alike, and when hung up to dry, it is inevitable that someone may mistakenly take the wrong ones. Consequently, everyone is compelled to inscribe their names on their garments, and some even tie their clothes together with string. Yet, despite these precautions, instances of lost clothing still occur, with socks and underwear disappearing as well. Zhang Su, now anxious, pleaded, "Class monitor, what should I do? Hurry, or I'll be left waiting forever." At that moment, A notification sound emanated from Li Qingguang's phone. He reluctantly exited the game, pocketed his phone, and looked at Zhang Su with a hint of exasperation. Don't you have another set of camouflage uniform? Wear that for now, and we'll search later. Class monitor, the other set went missing 2 weeks ago. I was afraid you would scold me, so I didn't dare to mention it, and I still haven't found it. Li Qingguang was infuriated and asked, how could you lose your own clothes? Now you have only one set left. Why didn't you say something sooner? Now both sets are gone. Where am I supposed to find replacements? I can't conjure them up. If they were to go out for training and the company commander saw someone in disarray, Li would surely face a reprimand. Zhang Su lowered his head, looking woeful and on the verge of tears, unaware of his unfortunate luck in losing clothes twice. What kind of people are these, so unscrupulous as to steal from one another? Is there no mutual trust among us anymore? Weren't we meant to watch each other's backs on the battlefield? Li Qingguang found himself at a loss, with so many individuals at the training base. Recovering the lost items seemed impossible. He cleared his throat and turned to Meng Yan. Meng Yan, take him to the drying area and assist him in coordinating. Understood. Without hesitation, Meng Yan led Zhang Su outside. Zhang Su, bewildered, wondered how he could coordinate with anyone about his lost belongings, who would willingly give him their clothes. However, Meng Yan imparted a profound truth. If you've lost a piece of clothing in the drying area, then congratulations. The entire drying area is now filled with your lost garments. Chapter 25. Who coordinated the captain's uniform? What does it mean when your clothes go missing? And the entire drying area seems to belong to you? Zhang Su clearly failed to grasp the essence of Meng Yan's statement. In response, Meng Yan thought to himself, child, you are still too kind-hearted and too upright. It is no wonder that you frequently lose your garments. Fortune seldom favors fools or the overly honest. On the battlefield, one can always trust their comrades in arms. However, in the drying area, one must remain vigilant. Thus, Meng Yan led him to the drying section of another company, allowing him to select a piece that caught his eye. Zhang Su was taken aback. Select one. To take away? ISNT that akin to stealing. Meng Yan promptly corrected him. For scholars, this cannot be termed as theft. It must be referred to as borrowing. Naturally, within the military, this is known as coordination. The new recruits' uniforms are washed and hung together, all sharing a similar appearance. Consequently, it is common for a full set to dry, leaving behind only a solitary hanger. Alternatively, upon retrieval, one might discover that the size has inexplicably decreased. At times, an entire outfit may be reduced to just a pair of trousers or a single top. However, there is no need to panic in such situations, for seasoned veterans often choose a piece at random and simply take it away. These items circulate internally. The total count remains unchanged, and perhaps someday, they will find their way back. It is akin to when you misplace something and exhaust all efforts to locate it, only for it to reappear unexpectedly one day. After hearing Meng Yan's explanation, Zhang Su finally came to a realization, though he still felt apprehensive. Subsequently, Meng Yan casually selected a set of clothes that appeared to be of similar size and thrust them into Zhang Su's hands, all the while returning. Zhang Su felt as though he were a thief, filled with trepidation, fearful of being discovered for taking someone else's attire. However, the squad leader, Li Qingguang, displayed a nonchalant attitude, for in their old unit, the practice of coordinating uniforms was commonplace. The camouflage uniform Li Qingguang wore bore the character way, clearly not his own. As for his trousers, they were even more storied, bearing the names of 3 different individuals, indicating they had changed hands at least twice before finally reaching him. In truth, Li Qingguang had no desire to wear someone else's clothes, nor to coordinate with others. Yet, there are always those foolish individuals who seem to have their eyes fixated on their own lower garments, carelessly hanging unwashed clothes in the drying area, subsequently absconding with freshly laundered ones. This left him with little choice. If he did not coordinate with others, he would be left with nothing. When Zhang Su donned the uniform, it fit perfectly, yet he still felt a twinge of guilt, fearing the original owner might recognize it. Li Qingguang reassured him. All camouflage uniforms look alike. If someone can identify yours, that would indeed be strange. Around 8 in the morning, after breakfast, Li Qingguang led everyone to the training field to commence training. Today, they were to learn a new subject, albeit a minor one, chemical defense training. This training primarily aims to enhance the survival and combat capabilities of recruits in chemical, biological, and nuclear environments. It encompasses the correct donning and utilization of protective gear, including gas masks. Given the specificity of this subject matter, the instruction is not overly complex. Within the designated time, recruits are required to retrieve their gas masks and fit them snugly to their faces, ensuring that no leaks are present. It must be noted that this gas mask possesses an impressive aesthetic, reminiscent of the masks seen in CS games. After observing Li Qingguang's demonstration, the recruits in the third squad commenced their individual practice in wearing the gas masks. Once donned, they immediately experienced a noticeable difficulty in breathing, akin to being confined within a sealed space, inducing a sense of oppression. With each inhalation and exhalation, the sound of labored breathing filled the air. How does it feel? Li Qingguang inquired about their experiences while wearing the masks. It's stifling. It feels as if I can't catch my breath. It's constricting. Somewhat uncomfortable on my face, and there's a strong smell of rubber. Nevertheless, it's quite intriguing. Li Qingguang nodded in acknowledgement, but refrained from allowing anyone to remove their masks. He intended for them to truly experience what it meant to train under simulated conditions of oxygen deprivation. After all, the objective of this training was to equip soldiers with the ability to survive and operate in environments laden with chemical, biological, and various hazardous substances. Initially, the recruits were intrigued and did not take the training too seriously, as the masks, though uncomfortable, were not excessively burdensome. However, upon commencing physical training while wearing the masks, they soon realized the extent of their discomfort. A mere 30 minutes felt more exhausting than an entire hour of conventional training. The entire third squad, with the exception of the robust Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, appeared utterly spent. Upon removing their gas masks, they gasped for air, drenched in sweat. Li Qingguang did not compel them to continue training in their masks, recognizing that this exercise was indeed beyond the threshold for the new recruits. Yet, witnessing their earlier struggle brought to mind his own arduous days in the training corps. Reflecting on those times, he acknowledged the difficulties endured, which ultimately led to a sense of fulfillment. Meng Yan, Miao Bufan, how do you feel? Can you continue? Not a chance. I can. It's a piece of cake. Meng Yan expressed his exhaustion and desire for a break, while Miao Bufan felt a surge of pride, believing himself to be the stronger of the two. Subsequently, Li Qingguang nodded, instructing Miao Bufan to continue wearing the mask and push his limits further. After half an hour of physical training, this individual, deprived of adequate oxygen, was left panting like a dog, tongue lolling out. This time, when Li Qingguang asked him how he felt, the response awaited. The extraordinary response was, "This wretched thing. Let whoever loves it wear it. I shall never don it again." With the constraints of the gas mask lifted, everyone felt considerably more at ease. Miao Bufan rejuvenated, brimming with vigor, and the training was exceptionally spirited. At 11 in the morning, just as everyone contemplated when lunch would commence, the urgent assembly whistle was suddenly blown. The new recruits swiftly formed ranks and, under the leadership of their company commander, promptly converged with the other 3 companies. Typically, the 4 companies at the training base operated independently. However, when all were summoned together, it invariably signified an important announcement was forthcoming. As speculation swirled among the recruits regarding the nature of this significant news, a figure approached from a distance. It was none other than Captain Jiao Tongwei. Yet his countenance today was particularly grim, as if shrouded in frost. Moreover, he bore an odd demeanor, appearing as though his clothes were constricting him, reminiscent of a child who has grown overnight and found their garments unwearable. Upon witnessing this, Meng Yan's heart sank. No way. Could it be? Li Qingguang, puzzled, inquired, "What's wrong?" Meng Yan refrained from speaking, fearing that their squad leader might be unable to handle the gravity of the situation. Zhang Su, positioned further back, had not yet glimpsed the captain's appearance. "Attention! Left face! Stand easy! Attention!" Captain Jiao Tongwei issued a brief series of commands, reorganizing the ranks before coldly stating, "The rectification of conduct and discipline has barely concluded, yet some among you have already begun to slack off, to falter. It has been over 2 months since training commenced, and soon you will be assigned to your companies. Can you not even remember the most basic regulations? Have you forgotten where you hung your own clothing? Are you 3 years old?" At this proclamation, Li Qingguang was taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. Ordinarily, the matter of clothing coordination could vary in significance, but when it involved the captain, the implications were altogether different. It was akin to disturbing a giant. Goodness. What are the odds? Why can't I have such luck with the lottery? Meanwhile, in the back row, Zhang Su caught a glimpse of the comically constricted Captain Jiao Tongwei, who was visibly trembling, as if on the verge of collapsing. "We're doomed. How on earth did the captain's clothes end up like this? This time, it's a matter of life or death." Captain Jiao Tonghui's gaze swept across the assembly, his irritation palpable as he bellowed, "I now grant you an opportunity to admit your mistake voluntarily. Whoever has taken my clothing, step forward and I shall overlook it, but should I discover the culprit later, the consequences will be yours to bear. His words ignited a considerable uproar among the recruits. No one anticipated that someone would audaciously dare to abscond with the captain's attire. Zhang Su turned pale, his mind racing through every moment of his life. Just as he mustered the courage to slowly raise his hand and prepare to confess, a voice unexpectedly resonated before him. It was I who took it. Chapter 26, Capturing a Dog Thief with a .40 caliber? Report. It was I who took it. A resonant voice rang out ahead. Initially, Zhang Su assumed it was Meng Yan calling out, only to realize it was an unfamiliar face from Class 7. This new recruit, named Wu Yue, was of modest stature, slender and likely not taller than 165 centimeters. Jiao Tongwei furrowed his brow and gestured for him to approach. With a brisk run, Wu Yue advanced, chest out and head held high, as if he were about to receive an award, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Meng Yan exchanged a furtive glance with Li Qingguang, their expressions laden with confusion and curiosity. Seizing a moment when no one was watching, he discreetly cast a glance at the utterly baffled Zhang Su, signaling him to remain composed and observe the unfolding situation. Upon receiving Meng Yan's silent cue, Zhang Su steadied his nerves, his emotions beginning to settle. Jiao Tongwei inquired of the new recruit, "Pray tell, why did you take my clothes? Was it intentional or merely an accident?" Wu Yue proclaimed loudly, "Report, it was intentional, sir." A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Nobody anticipated that this diminutive figure would possess such audacity. To boldly declare his guilt, as if he were intent on causing a scene, was utterly unexpected. Meng Yan found himself perplexed by this young man's motives. His demeanor suggested he was not there to accept punishment, but rather to claim recognition. With a darkened countenance, Jiao Tongwei sneered, "You are quite honest. Do you lack clothing? Or was it taken from you?" "Neither." Wu Yue puffed out his chest and explained, "This morning, while collecting clothes, I noticed bird droppings on your garment. So I intended to assist in cleaning it. I found a leaf and tried to wipe it off, but inadvertently, it became more smeared." Jiao Tonghui's eyelids began to twitch, and a mental image seemed to form in his mind. He glanced at the company commander, who was drenched in cold sweat, quickly averting his gaze. Too afraid to make eye contact, Jiao Tongwei turned back with a forced smile, urging him to continue. Wu Yue elaborated, "Since I accidentally soiled your clothing, I took the liberty of bringing it back to wash it properly for you." Jiao Tongwei pointed to his own attire and asked, "Then what is this? Did you shrink it in the wash?" Shaking his head, Wu Yue replied, "No, I was concerned that it might not dry in time, fearing you would be without clothes. So I hung my own clean camouflage uniform in its place. Additionally, I noticed a hole in the pair of underwear you had drying, and I have already mended it for you." As Jiao Tonghui's expression grew increasingly stormy, the squad leader from Class 7 wished he could vanish into the ground. Despite being grown men, discussing a hole in one's underwear was hardly appropriate in public, especially in front of all the new recruits. Had he intended to embarrass the company commander in front of everyone? Upon hearing this explanation, Jiao Tonghui's frown relaxed, and unexpectedly, he burst into hearty laughter. He vigorously patted Wu Yue's shoulder, praising him for his commendable efforts and warm-hearted nature. He remarked that Wu possessed a keen eye for observation and diligent hands, qualities that set him apart from others, indicating that he would undoubtedly make an excellent scout in the future. Overwhelmed by the praise, Wu Yue's face flushed with excitement as he promptly stood at attention and declared that it was merely his duty. Thus, the matter concluded rather hastily, and after the announcement of dismissal, the respective classes prepared to head to the dining hall for their meal. As for the squad leader of the 7th class and the newcomer Wu Yue, they were separately summoned by a company commander, who mentioned that the cafeteria's food was unpalatable and that he would treat them to something better. On the way to the dining hall, everyone quietly discussed the incident from the morning. All members of the 3rd class, including the class leader, unanimously agreed that the newcomer was somewhat lacking in common sense. It was said that when Wu Yue first enlisted, he found the military blankets too stiff. During a weekend activity, he took it upon himself to carry all the neatly folded blankets of his comrades to the rooftop for sun exposure. Predictably, the following day, their class's internal inspection resulted in a complete failure, with the blankets swollen like doughy buns. It is crucial to compress and mold the cotton within the blankets to achieve a perfect fold in the military. If the cotton is allowed to puff up in the sun, it can only be folded into a messy shape. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan were curious whether this newcomer had faced any repercussions for his thoughtless actions. How could one person cause turmoil for the entire class without inciting resentment? It truly exemplified the old adage that a schemer's machinations are no match for the reckless ingenuity of the simple-minded. This was not merely a case of good intentions gone awry. It was a blatant display of thoughtlessness. However, in contrast, Jiangsu found himself even more intrigued. If he had not taken the company commander's clothing, whose attire was he wearing? After returning to the dormitory post-meal, Meng Yan urged him to remove his jacket for inspection. And indeed, they discovered the name Zhang San inscribed within the cuff. Jiangsu queried, "Zhang San, that name sounds familiar." Li Qingguang widened his eyes and slowly turned his head, exclaiming, "Wait, how did you manage to end up with our commander's uniform?" Jiangsu was momentarily taken aback, his face paling in realization. He recalled that on the first day of training, the commander had introduced himself as Zhang San. At that time, someone had even joked that such a name would fit a minor character in a television drama. Little did he expect that he had inadvertently acquired the commander's clothing. No. It should be credited to Meng Yan for facilitating the mix-up. Noticing Jiangsu's glance directed at him, Meng Yan awkwardly coughed and said, "I didn't pay attention to whether there was a name inside. Don't worry, at worst, you can wash it and return it to him tomorrow morning. The commander is quite reasonable and won't hold it against you. But what will I wear tomorrow?" Jiangsu fretted. "Of course. You'll find another suitable individual to borrow from." Jiangsu felt a bit anxious but could not conjure a better solution. He had indeed attempted to seek out individuals from various classes, but none paid him any heed. "Hello, could you please remove your clothing and show me?" "Go away. Go away." Jiangsu was uncertain whether his words had been misinterpreted. In any case, the entire process proved to be rather unsatisfactory. Everyone appeared to shun him, their gazes laden with suspicion. Consequently, when the new recruits from the adjacent class spotted him that morning, they circumvented him entirely. However, Jiangsu's curiosity was piqued regarding the whereabouts of his two camouflage uniforms. Meng Yan consoled him, saying, "Sometimes, it is best not to be so fixated. The more you do not think about it, the more likely it is that one day your clothes will unexpectedly reappear before you." Jiangsu managed a wry smile, resigning himself to fate's design. Little did he know that one afternoon, a week later, he would indeed recover his lost camouflage. From that day forth, his mindset gradually shifted. He ceased to agonize over trivial matters. With Meng Yan's assistance, he successfully took his first step from being a mere recruit to becoming a seasoned soldier. At 1 in the afternoon, the new recruits were taking a nap in their dormitory. Everyone had pushed their blankets to the foot of the bed, reclining at an angle that evoked a long-lost sense of relaxation. Before long, they succumbed to slumber. Meng Yan suddenly remembered that he had not yet checked in for the day, so he logged his attendance in the system. This system required 30 consecutive days of check-ins to unlock a new ability. He had already checked in for 15 days this month. Meng Yan was filled with anticipation, wondering what new ability he might acquire in half a month's time. He hoped for something with a military inclination, as it would aid him in attaining greater honors and achievements in the army. In his previous life, as a military policeman, he had garnered both animosity and a distinct enjoyment that was entirely different from the experience of serving at the grassroots level. The phrase "comrade, please halt" struck fear into the hearts of all who heard it, be they junior officers or seasoned non-commissioned officers, who had no choice but to comply with the penalties imposed upon them. Of course, there were two types of individuals whom even the military police dared not provoke. The first being a first-class sergeant major, a true king among soldiers, who commanded respect even from brigade leaders. The second, newly minted submarine personnel, whose specifics need not be elaborated upon. Those in the know would understand. In summary, with the assistance of the system in this life, Meng Yan was determined not to remain idle. However, given his current capabilities, he still lagged behind those prodigious soldier kings who had served for many years. Thus, he knew he must strive harder and progress further. 20 minutes later, the squad leader entered the dormitory of the third class, summoning everyone to rise and proceed immediately to the instructor's office. The new recruits, yawning and rubbing their eyes, filed into the office. But soon, a piece of news swiftly dispelled their drowsiness, invigorating each of them with newfound energy. They had just received a call from Old Zhao, reporting suspicious activities involving individuals in a nearby village, suspected to be dog thieves. Li Qingguang, you led the new recruits from the class to change into civilian attire and stealthily entered the village from the side, lying in wait on the village path where the dog thieves might appear. Yes. Li Qingguang, brimming with vitality, offered a respectful salute. The instructor, with a warm smile, encouraged him, saying, "Seize this opportunity. If you can apprehend the perpetrator and bring him to the police station, A collective third-class merit is surely within reach. Do not let me down. Li Qingguang assured him. Rest assured, instructor, it's merely a petty thief. There will be no mishaps. At that moment, Miao Bufan interjected, Instructor, what if the dog thief is armed? What should we do? Can we bring along some handy tools? Meng Yan cast a glance at him, his expression one of surprise. It turned out that this fellow could, at times, exhibit some intellect. However, in the next moment, Miao Bufan's words caused him to retract his earlier statement. Can we fire a few live rounds? Miao Bufan chuckled, having practiced aiming for so long, I still haven't fired a single live round. Instructor. Meng Yan. New recruits of the 3rd Squad. You really dare to dream. To apprehend a dog thief. Do you still wish to carry a firearm and utilize live ammunition? Why not bear a .40 caliber weapon or even drive a tank? Chapter 27. The skilled ventriloquist in the military. In the afternoon, for kilometers north of the training base, a rural road stretched forth. Beside the road lay vast expanses of abandoned fields and stacks of culverts. Within one of these culverts, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with slanted eyes, was hiding. He squatted within the ventilated pipe, incessantly rubbing his hands together. Occasionally, he would peek out, casting anxious glances as if awaiting someone with great urgency. He muttered in a dialect, cursing under his breath. Where the hell is that scoundrel? Damn it, I'm freezing to death here. Before long, the distant sound of a motorcycle engine roared into the air, followed by the vehicle coming to a halt not far from the roadside. A lanky figure swiftly dismounted and darted into the culvert where the middle-aged man was concealed. Observing the breathless newcomer, the man with slanted eyes approached and delivered a sharp blow to his head. You scoundrel, why did you take so long? Hurry up and tell me, what happened? No, I did not acquire Hongtao Mountain. Only white sand is in my possession. As soon as the slender man retrieved a packet of white sand from his pocket, it was swiftly knocked away by a middle-aged man with slanted eyes. I am inquiring about your investigation. How has it progressed? Which household possesses a dog? Which one is susceptible to theft? Which path is most convenient for execution? And has anyone taken note of your presence? Have all these inquiries been thoroughly investigated? Oh. The slender man nodded repeatedly, mentioning that aside from the time he purchased cigarettes, there was an elderly man wearing a straw hat who had cast a few lingering glances in his direction, as if no one else had taken notice of him. With everyone else occupied in the fields, he then produced a hastily drawn, handcrafted map from his pocket. It depicted several main thoroughfares of the village, along with their north-south orientation. Furthermore, he had marked which households owned dogs. Do these households have courtyard walls? It seems there is none. What does seems mean? If it exists, it exists. If it does not, it does not. Thus, there are none. Those with walls need not keep dogs for protection. The man with slanted eyes nodded thoughtfully, then began to contemplate which path to enter and which to retreat by, as well as which dogs to steal from which households. The thin man considered that he was, after all, akin to a dog himself, and now engaging in the act of thievery. He worried whether such unjust actions would ultimately lead to his own demise. The triangular-eyed individual kicked him and exclaimed, What utter nonsense! Your wife is unfaithful with other men. While we merely engage in the theft of dogs, we are only taking some local mutts to sell to the dog meat restaurant. It is not as if we are committing murder or arson. What is there to fear? The thin man rose from the ground and said, I have heard that there is a military garrison nearby, and it frightens me. To which the response was, What are you afraid of? The triangular-eyed man glared at him, exclaiming, The bold thrive while the timid perish. What has become of the army? If the police station cannot manage it, how can the soldiers possibly handle this? He jabbed his finger at the skinny man's forehead, his face etched with exasperation and disappointment. With your pitiful demeanor, what could you possibly accomplish? Old Zhang has successfully stolen twice without a single failure. Do you still aspire to achieve great wealth like him? Indeed. The thin man nodded vigorously, exclaiming, My child's tuition for next year is still uncertain. Isn't that sufficient? The triangular eyes gazed intently at him. Subsequently, calculations began to unfold, pondering the potential earnings. A dog costs 300 yuan, if one were to steal 4 at a time. That amounts to 1,200 in a single day. Over the course of 3 months, 90 days, that totals 100,008. We are on the path to fortune. But why 3 months? The thin man inquired. You fool. The slant-eyed one retorted. In the other months, we must also steal batteries. Moreover, we might even find time to rob a grave. Oh, right. So are we still selling the white powder? What use is that? It carries high risks. If caught, it's a death sentence. The slant-eyed one replied tersely. We are good citizens, and we must stand against gambling and drugs. Henceforth, I hereby declare a rule that harmful substance is off limits. Anyone who dares to touch it will be violating our code, and I shall not be merciful. I won't touch it, I swear." The thin man quickly waved his hands, asserting his disdain for gambling and drugs. Thereafter, the slant-eyed one began to envision their future. "I've already devised a plan. Although it is just the two of us at present, once we establish all the necessary connections and accumulate experience, we can start a company, hiring others to assist us in stealing dogs and batteries, while we simply manage the finances. Starting a company and hiring people, doesn't that mean we'll have to pay them?" The thin man suddenly felt reluctant, believing it wiser to keep the money in his own pocket. The slant-eyed one looked at him disdainfully. "Why do the work and not pay them? By year's end, aren't those construction bosses doing just that? Besides, we are engaging in illegal activities. They wouldn't dare report us to the police." The thin man slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up, grinning widely, his yellowed teeth exposed. He exclaimed that this plan was splendid. "So, shall we act now?" "Not in haste." "Why not? Don't they usually steal dogs during the day?" The thin man questioned, confused. "They may do so, but we are not them." The slant-eyed one, with hands tucked into his pockets, wore a calculating expression. "I believe, for our first venture into this line of work, it would be wiser to operate under the cover of night. Once the night falls and everyone is asleep, including the dogs, we can make our move." From his bag, he retrieved a small bow and crossbow, along with a box containing several specially designed poison darts. These professional tools were purchased from seasoned dog thieves. With a single dart, a dog would have no chance to react, certain to perish within 30 seconds. Our potential for wealth and the prospect of becoming business owners hinge on tonight's endeavor. Upon seeing the glinting needle, the thin man nervously inquired, "What would happen if this were to pierce a human?" "It would be fatal," the slant-eyed one replied coldly, causing the thin man to tremble in fear. He then added, "We are shooting dogs, not humans. What are you so worried about?" 2 hours later, as the sun began to set, 3 figures, Meng Yan, Li Chongguang, and Miao Bufan, were concealed within a haystack beside a path frequently traversed in the village. Miao Bufan yawned in boredom and remarked, "We've been waiting here since around 2 in the afternoon, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of a dog thief. Is the information provided by that old man reliable?" Meng Yan also felt uncertain. After all, what that elderly gentleman had seen might not have been a thief at all. If it were simply someone who had taken a wrong turn, their afternoon would have been wasted in vain. However, their leader, Li Chongguang, patiently advised them, "It's best if we can wait, but if not, consider this a practice in stealth. Stealth training is a fundamental subject for reconnaissance troops and many infantry soldiers. But new recruits typically do not learn it until after they are assigned to a unit. In essence, it involves concealing oneself within the surrounding environment, lying in wait to ambush the enemy. On the battlefield, a sniper may remain motionless for hours, or even an entire day, anticipating the enemy's appearance. Even the call of nature must be attended to with caution, often requiring the use of adult diapers, for the opportunity to fire is fleeting. A single movement could result in failure, leading to dire consequences. Thus, they continued to endure the wait. As time ticked away, villagers returned home, equipped with hoes and farming tools, while the sun gradually descended. The absence of light brought a significant drop in temperature, yet the straw piles provided some warmth, preventing Meng Yan and his companions from succumbing to the cold. Across the road, several new recruits lay hidden behind 2 mounds of grass. However, without their leader's supervision, their eyelids drooped with fatigue. At this hour, it was 7 o'clock in the evening, and darkness had fully enveloped the area. The instructor called to inquire about their situation. Expressing concern over the lack of results, Li Chongguang reported truthfully, acknowledging the possibility of the old man's information being mistaken or that the dog thieves might be too cautious to appear today. With a sense of resignation, the instructor advised them to withdraw, as dog thieves typically operated more during daylight hours, seldom venturing out at night. Nevertheless, Li Chongguang felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, after all. This was an opportunity for collective merit. It was not only for his own sake, but also for the new recruits, who deserved to carry a sense of accomplishment with them to their unit. Therefore, he requested the instructor for an additional hour. If they failed to spot the dog thief within that time, he would lead the team back. "All right, but do prioritize your safety," came the response before the call ended. Li Chongguang felt somewhat disheartened. Opportunities for distinction in the military are rare, and if this one slipped away, it could be a long time before another arose. Yet he understood that such matters often depended on luck. If the adversary did not present themselves, there was little he could do. Meng Yan pondered aloud. If only there were a way to draw them out. Miao Bufan raised an eyebrow and claimed he indeed had a method to lure them out. Both turned to him, curious about the plan he had in mind. Miao Bufan explained, the reason they come here is to steal dogs. The dog thief, upon encountering a dog, is undoubtedly akin to a lecherous man who has just laid eyes on a stunning beauty, rendered utterly motionless. It was further asserted that as long as the dog thief lingered near the village, this peculiar strategy would assuredly lure him out. Meng Yan, intrigued, inquired, what, pray tell, is this method? Miao Bufan chuckled mischievously, peering out from behind a haystack, cupping his hands around his mouth and taking a deep breath. A woof, 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 woof. With a single, resounding bark, Miao Bufan set off a chorus of howls from every dog in the village. In an instant, lights flickered to life in the nearby homes as villagers emerged from their doors, eager to investigate the commotion. However, after surveying the surroundings for a considerable time without discovering anything amiss, they scratched their heads and retreated indoors once more. Li Qingguang gazed at Miao Bufan in disbelief, exclaiming, I can't believe it. You possess such a talent. Your imitation is remarkably accurate. Miao Bufan, brimming with pride, gestured modestly. Oh, it's merely a trivial skill, one I have mastered since childhood. I am known for my prowess in vocal mimicry within the ranks at that moment. He suddenly noticed Meng Yan gazing at him with an expression of profound fear. Why do you regard me with such a look? Is there something on my head? A bug? A spider? As Miao Bufan absent-mindedly brushed at his head, Meng Yan swallowed hard. For at that instant, he distinctly perceived a crimson countdown hovering ominously above Miao Bufan's head. -00, 35, 24, Chapter 28, Capturing Dog Thieves, but ended up catching a kidnapper? In the darkness, two figures frantically pushed a motorcycle, rolling and stumbling as they fled. After they had managed to distance themselves, they came to a halt, panting heavily. The one with triangular eyes glanced at the thin man beside him. Why are you running? There's no one behind us. The thin man, gasping for breath, replied, I heard the dogs barking and thought we had been discovered, afraid of being caught. The triangular-eyed man, infuriated, kicked him and scolded him for being cowardly. With such timidness, how could he expect to accomplish great feats and earn substantial wealth? The thin man rubbed his backside, awkwardly scratching his head. What had just happened? Why had there suddenly been so much barking? Perhaps the dogs are in heat, he suggested. Do they go into heat in winter? Why not? Humans think about such things every day. Why wouldn't animals? The thin man nodded vigorously, resembling a chick pecking at grain, and then asked what they should do next. The triangular-eyed man exhaled a puff of warm air, rubbed his hands together, and surveyed the surroundings. Did you catch where the barking was loudest? The thin man pointed in a direction. It seemed to come from the west. The triangular-eyed man nodded, instructing that after 20 minutes, they would enter the village via a small path, targeting the households that raised dogs in the west. In rural areas, entertainment is scarce after supper as night falls. Everyone retires early to bed, ready for the next day's labor. Although the earlier commotion had been quite loud, the villagers had remained oblivious and continued with their routines, heading off to rest for another day of farming. Meanwhile, concealed within a haystack, Miao Bufan reveled in his earlier performance, completely unaware of the impending disaster. I have a plan. I intend to hide alone at the edge of the field, amidst the dark grass, occasionally mimicking a dog's bark. If it's someone inconsequential, they likely won't pay any mind. But if a dog thief passes by, they will definitely come to investigate, and at that moment, I will pounce on them. You all must hurry to my aid. Upon hearing Miao Bufan's scheme, Meng Yan broke into a cold sweat. He realized how perilous this plan was. Mimicking a dog so convincingly was one thing, but to impersonate a dog to lure in thieves? Who would survive such a reckless act? However, from this, Meng Yan deduced that the enemy likely carried a poison needle for stealing dogs, most likely potassium cyanide. This substance is known for its rapid and lethal effect, guaranteed to kill a dog in under 10 seconds. If it were to be used on a human, it would still prove fatal within 2 to 3 minutes. I oppose this. Meng Yan voiced his dissent outright. This is far too dangerous. If they are using a poison needle to steal dogs, a single prick could cost you your life. Miao Bufan paused, having never considered this angle. He had been solely focused on luring the thief out to make a quick accomplishment. Li Qingguang recognized the gravity of the situation and concurred with Meng Yan's assessment. Miao Bufan's actions were excessively reckless. It would be wiser to remain hidden and vigilant. As the squad leader, the safety of the recruits must take precedence. In the event that a dog thief becomes desperate or is armed, it could lead to complications. Fortunately, prior to their departure, the instructor provided him with a stun baton, which should suffice to handle the two petty thieves. As the plan to lure the dog devised by Miao Bufan was unanimously rejected, the number above his head changed at that moment. Meng Yan was quite astonished. Why did this number not simply vanish but transform into an hour and a half? Did it imply that there might be some imminent peril ahead? Although he couldn't comprehend it, the only course of action for Meng Yan was to remain vigilant. Ever since the incident involving Chu Kai, he had come to understand that the countdown displayed by this ability was not an absolute figure, but rather a warning of impending danger. Therefore, as long as Meng Yan kept a close watch on Miao Bufan and prevented any foolishness, he could likely pull this fellow back from the brink of danger. Time ticked away. Concealed in the haystack across the way, Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang Su were gradually losing patience. They had been hiding in the grass since 2 in the afternoon, and it was now past 8 in the evening, a full 6 hours. Not only did they have to suppress their urge to relieve themselves, but they also battled drowsiness, their stomachs growling from hunger. In truth, they yearned to emerge from the grass and inquire when they might return. However, recalling their leader's instructions, which emphasized that soldiers must not leave their post without orders, none dared to act rashly. At this juncture, the sound of an engine suddenly pierced the darkness ahead. Moments later, a motorcycle appeared, carrying 2 furtive figures into view. At that instant, the recruits hiding in the grass perked up, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Miao Bufan, brimming with excitement, whispered, "Are these the two?" Meng Yan and Li Qingguang simultaneously gestured for silence, indicating he should refrain from speaking. In the village, some middle-aged and elderly individuals were working on a construction site. The night was too dark to discern the faces of the 2 men, who were clad in helmets and masks. Although something was hanging from the back of the motorcycle, it could merely be tools from the construction site. Thus, they needed to observe closely and confirm before taking action, ideally capturing them while they were engaged in their misdeeds to ensure they could be apprehended with incriminating evidence. The motorcycle rolled down the road, its headlights illuminating the path leading into the village. Li Qingguang instructed the others to remain hidden in the grass and not to act hastily. He then quietly led Meng Yan and Miao Bufan to follow closely and gather information. "All right, we're home now." "Thank you, Lao Wang," one of the men said. "There's no need for formality. We are colleagues on the same construction site. You helped me carry this small bucket earlier," the other replied. "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way then. It's so cold out. Why not come in for a cup of tea before you leave?" Is that appropriate? What if your spouse sees and misunderstands?" "What misunderstanding could there be? That old ghost is out playing mahjong and won't return until late at night." Watching the 2 men from a distance, they entered the house in a half-hearted manner, shrouded in secrecy. Concealed behind the wall, Meng Yan and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. They had initially set out to apprehend dog thieves, only to stumble upon a more sinister crime. Miao Bufan, stroking his chin with earnest contemplation, posed a question to the leader: "Should we intervene in such matters?" Meng Yan felt that this was a concern best left to the village committee. "What do you think, leader?" Li Qingguang, awkwardly fidgeting as if his toes might wear through his shoes, replied, "A mere internal condemnation should suffice. It's not our affair. Let us pretend we didn't see anything." The 2 nodded in agreement, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in their eyes. Wasn't it said that rural folk were conservative? This situation certainly did not appear traditional. Realizing that remaining in their current position was futile, Li Qingguang decided to disperse the group for a broader search. Should they find nothing, they would reconvene at their original location and head home. As Li Qingguang departed to inform the others, Miao Bufan and Meng Yan continued down the path. The village was not particularly large, and a search party of 10 or so was more than adequate. If one were to make a discovery, a single shout would summon everyone swiftly. As they walked, Miao Bufan complained of hunger, claiming he was so famished that his stomach seemed to be pressing against his back. Meng Yan's own stomach grumbled several times, but he found himself more intrigued by the countdown hovering above Miao Bufan's head. "Do you think the dog thieves are aware of our presence and are too frightened to emerge?" Meng Yan speculated. "That shouldn't be the case. We approached from the side of the village, and even the villagers are unaware." However, as he spoke, he suddenly halted, turning to find Miao Bufan looking back at him. The side of the village. The dog thieves must have entered from the back roads. Meanwhile, on a small road to the west of the village, a motorcycle was seen, dragging behind it a snakeskin bag. Inside lay the lifeless body of a small mutt, a creature they had carelessly dispatched from a grassy nest by the roadside. The 2 perpetrators approached a house devoid of walls, their eyes scanning the surroundings. In a corner, A handsome little mutt lay napping in its doghouse. One of the men, nicknamed Triangular Eyes, passed a crossbow to his companion, who was too timid to act. "You're utterly useless. Step aside, let me handle this." Triangular Eyes cursed under his breath, dismounting the motorcycle to seize the weapon from the trembling hands of his partner. He strode purposefully towards the doghouse. The little mutt, lacking in vigilance, only stirred from its slumber as Triangular Eyes drew near. Aiming the crossbow at the unsuspecting creature, he muttered, "Blame your ill fate." Just as he was about to release the bolt, an unexpected figure burst forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Meng Yan delivered a flying kick, sending both Triangular Eyes and the crossbow sprawling. The timid accomplice was paralyzed with fear, desperately attempting to twist the throttle and escape, only to find his motorcycle's handlebars firmly held down. An irreverent figure, grinning mischievously, stood in his way, firmly grasping the brakes. "Where do you think you're going? You, let go." "Not a chance. Release me at once, or I swear I shall stab you." The slender man trembled as he drew a knife from his waist. Miao Buffon released the brakes and took a step back. Noticing this, the slender man disregarded his companion and hastily twisted the throttle in an attempt to flee, only to find the motorcycle utterly unresponsive. Upon looking down, he exclaimed, "What on earth? Why did you take my keys?" Miao Buffon chuckled and delivered a swift left hook, sending him crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Meng Yan swiftly subdued the squint-eyed man, forcefully smashing his head against the ground repeatedly. "I shall teach you a lesson for stealing dogs. I shall teach you a lesson for stealing dogs. I shall teach you a lesson for stealing dogs." Chapter 29. Unexpected Gains. The versatile criminal beat him. Beat him. Damn thief, stealing dogs. Let me slap him twice. Let me kick him. Under the dim glow of streetlights at 9 in the evening, a crowd of furious villagers had gathered. They relentlessly rained blows upon two dog thieves kneeling on the ground. Meng Yan half-heartedly urged the crowd to stop, warning that further violence might invite trouble, all while discreetly landing a few punches himself. One elderly man even gathered a mouthful of phlegm and spat it directly onto the thieves' faces. To avoid dirtying his hands, Meng Yan soon switched to kicking instead. Bound and helpless, the two thieves could only endure the beating, pleading for mercy. The narrow-eyed one still had the corpse of a stolen stray dog draped around his neck. Just then, a police van with flashing lights pulled up. Two officers stepped out, pushing through the crowd to assess the situation. Upon seeing the thieves' pitiful state, they nearly burst into laughter. One bespectacled officer took control, calming the villagers. "A good beating to vent your anger is enough. Don't actually kill them. That would cause real trouble." The other officer turned to Meng Yan and Miao Buffon, asking for details. Learning that they had spent the entire afternoon lying in wait to catch the thieves, the officer was visibly surprised. With a smile, Meng Yan explained, "Year-end is tough for you officers. Cases pile up, responsibilities mount. When the villagers sought our unit's help, we soldiers couldn't refuse. Serving the people is our duty. After all, our training base is nearby, so our squad leader brought us to assist." The officer nodded appreciatively, shaking hands firmly with Li Changwang. "Thank you for understanding our workload. The pressure at year-end is overwhelming, endless tasks at the station." Then, he approached the bruised and battered thieves. After inspecting the dead dog around the narrow-eyed man's neck, he scoffed in disdain. "Strong, able-bodied men like you, why not find honest work? Sneaking into villages at night to steal dogs, how pathetic." The narrow-eyed thief lifted his head, launching into a pitiful plea. "Officer, we didn't want to steal. Life forced us into this. Our children's school fees next year aren't covered. We have elders and little ones to support." He nudged the thinner man, signaling him to join the act. Dog theft usually warranted minor penalties, a few days to 2 weeks in detention for minor offenses. Given they had only stolen one dog, they might even walk free after a stern warning. Precisely because the legal risks were low, he had switched from stealing electric bikes to dogs. Yet, on his very first day in this new career, luck had abandoned him entirely. Moreover, what astonished him even more was that they would actually fall into the hands of a group of soldiers. Truly, it was an outrageous case of meddling where it was none of their business. What an audacious overreach. Meng Yan and Miao Buffon tilted their heads slightly upwards, utterly disregarding the man's furious gaze. With eyes so small, how dare he glare at them? But this fellow intends to convey that he has already exerted himself to the utmost to widen his eyes. At this moment, the slender man began to mimic the plea for sympathy, asserting that they never truly intended to steal dogs. Rather, it was the harshness of the outside world that made earning money exceedingly difficult, and that stealing batteries had proven to be quite challenging. But is the suffering of life a valid justification? Wait, what did you say? Are you still stealing batteries? The two police officers fixed their gaze upon him, compelling him to confess without reservation. Meng Yan's eyes sparkled with the anticipation of unexpected revelations. Seizing the moment, he borrowed an electric baton from the squad leader and theatrically pressed a button. The front end of the baton crackled and sparked, sending shivers down the spine of the thin man. The squinty-eyed officer frantically signaled him to refrain from speaking out of turn, but alas, his eyes were far too small to convey the urgency. At this juncture, the thin man was utterly terrified, in a desperate bid to avoid electrocution and exonerate himself. He began to babble uncontrollably. "Officer, we had no intention of stealing batteries. We were simply left with no options. Last year, while attempting to rob a tomb, we inadvertently caused a collapse and nearly buried ourselves alive. That's when we resorted to stealing batteries instead. Good heavens, you actually dared to commit tomb robbery? In truth, we had no desire to engage in tomb raiding. Our predicament stemmed from our previous venture in selling flour, during which we were deceived by the supplier, resulting in a loss of approximately 70 to 80,000. Driven to desperation by our creditors, we found ourselves with no other recourse." The two police officers were overwhelmed with joy, unable to suppress the smiles that crept onto their faces. Initially, when they received the late-night report about dog thieves in the countryside, they harbored some doubts. On one hand, the journey was lengthy. After accounting for the round trip and the necessary documentation, they were uncertain how late they would have to work. On the other hand, the theft of rural dogs could hardly be valued, as local breeds were worth little. At best, it would warrant a minor administrative penalty, not a serious crime. However, now they felt their efforts had not been in vain. They had stumbled upon cases of battery theft, grave robbery, and the illicit sale of flour, offenses that constituted serious criminal activity. These individuals were no mere dog thieves. They were an unexpected bonanza delivered right to their doorstep. Accomplish this case, secure a promotion and salary increase, and the year-end bonus could potentially double. Thus, the two little thieves were immediately adorned with silver bracelets and escorted onto the police vehicle. After the doors of the car were closed, the two officers grasped Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan's hands tightly, their faces radiating excitement. "Thank you, dear comrades in arms, for your gallant intervention that salvaged considerable losses for the village and aided us in apprehending these two multifaceted criminals with a plethora of offenses. The soldiers of the Great Xia indeed possess exceptional qualities, displaying extraordinary bravery. You both are undoubtedly the true paragons of the military. In due course, once we have completed our tasks, we shall make a special visit to your esteemed organization to express our heartfelt gratitude." Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan exchanged pleasantries before jointly expressing their firm stance. Certainly, the bond between the military and the police is commendable, and it is indeed our privilege to alleviate your burdens. Dear officers, should you visit again, please refrain from bringing soda or purchasing fried chicken. High-calorie foods such as skewers are also strongly discouraged. Our squad leader has consistently imparted the philosophy of remaining indifferent to fame and fortune. A mere verbal commendation suffices. The two police officers chuckled, understanding this modest request. Back in their police academy days, they often secretly ordered takeout, though they were under strict supervision from their instructors. They longed for benevolent souls to deliver delightful treats to them. Assisting in solving cases traditionally comes with monetary rewards. Thus, this humble request is entirely reasonable and grounded in reality. Wouldn't a bounty of delicious food be far more gratifying than a cash bonus? Moreover, sharing these culinary delights with one another would be sheer bliss. As there was a need for documentation, Li Qingguang accompanied them in the police vehicle, heading to the station. He instructed the others to return to the training base ahead of him to report to their instructor. The police car departed. Yet the enthusiastic villagers continued to express their gratitude towards Meng Yan and the others. Particularly, Zhao Yutian, the owner of a dog, was vocally appreciative, stating that tonight was a stroke of luck thanks to Meng Yan and his companions. Otherwise, his charming golden retriever might have found itself on the dining table in a couple of days. As a token of appreciation, he brought 2 boxes of milk, received as gifts during the festive season, for Meng Yan and the others to take home. However, Meng Yan declined, citing regulations, and swiftly made his exit. Standing at the door, Zhao Dajuan watched as the group of young individuals vanished down the village path. He sincerely remarked that these young soldiers are truly commendable. He resolved to create a banner to express his gratitude to them properly. On the return journey, the atmosphere was lively with laughter and conversation, and spirits soared. Their identity as soldiers instilled a greater sense of pride and recognition. It felt as though they had truly accomplished something significant. They had dealt with dog theft, battery theft, and even grave robbing. Particularly, selling small amounts of white flour could warrant a death sentence. So, does this mean we have achieved a monumental success? Indeed, especially for the squad leader and Miao Bufan, whose contributions were paramount in capturing the dog thief. Miao Bufan walked with an air of confidence, well aware that both he and Meng Yan were likely to receive third-class merits as a reward. Their prolonged vigilance and sacrifices had not been in vain. Meanwhile, Meng Yan, stroking his chin with a furrowed brow, was preoccupied with thoughts far removed from the accolades. The string of numbers hovering above Miao Bufan's head had yet to fade. Meng Yan was perplexed. The dog thief had been apprehended, and they were nearing the camp. What could transpire during this time that might jeopardize Miao Bufan's life? Just as his thoughts raced, he suddenly noticed Miao Bufan extracting a double happiness sausage from his pocket. Meng Yan inquired, "Miao Bufan, where did you procure that sausage?" Miao Bufan grinned mischievously and replied with pride, "I stumbled upon it by the roadside earlier. I have no idea which local dropped it. The packaging seemed intact, and I couldn't bear to see it go to waste, so I picked it up. Would you all care for a bite? One for each?" "Yes." In the next moment, a radiant red glow illuminated the heads of the group. Meng Yan covered his face, shaking his head as he erupted into laughter. He exclaimed, "I'll feast on your spicy neighbor." With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending the scoundrel Miao Bufan tumbling into the stinking ditch. Chapter 30. This is not merely training new recruits, it is evidently a mind-clearing operation. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. In the office, listening to the reports of Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan, the instructor wore a beaming smile akin to a blooming flower. He never anticipated that a seemingly simple task of apprehending a dog thief could yield such remarkable results. This prompted him to reflect on the fact that sometimes, when fortune smiles upon you, it is truly unstoppable. The instructor inquired with concern, "Are you both unharmed?" The two shook their heads in unison, dismissing the notion that mere petty thieves could possibly inflict any harm upon them. Subsequently, the instructor cast a puzzled gaze upon Miao Bufan, who was covered in mud, as if he had just indulged in a volcanic mud spa. "Miao Bufan, what exactly is the situation here?" "Report, instructor, it is exceedingly dark. I inadvertently stepped into a void and fell into a ditch, and I haven't had the chance to cleanse myself yet." Miao Bufan spoke with utmost seriousness, though inwardly he was brimming with guilt. The truth was, he had been unceremoniously kicked into the ditch by Meng Yan. Initially, upon rising, he intended to express his anger. However, Meng Yan stood by the field, berating him for a good 10 minutes. It was then that Miao Bufan realized the truth about the piece of sausage he had found by the roadside. It was not discarded by a local villager, but rather a toxic sausage used by two dog thieves to poison their victims. The sinister delicacy had been injected with potassium cyanide. A single bite would surely lead to a swift demise. The horrifying image of the entire class, sprawled on the roadside, foaming at the mouth after consuming the sausage, sent Miao Bufan into a state of sheer panic, causing him to wet himself. Gratefully, he clutched Meng Yan and expressed his profound thanks, even pleading for a few more kicks. In response, Meng Yan obliged his request, sending him tumbling once more into the foul ditch. Naturally, he dared not disclose this incident to the instructor, for doing so would spell his doom. The instructor, beaming with delight, continually praised the duo as exemplary, stating they had already exhibited the qualities of a soldier. They had successfully safeguarded the lives and property of nearby villagers and their dogs, upheld public order, and apprehended two notorious repeat offenders. As for commendations and accolades, the instructor assured them that their commendable actions would be duly reported to higher authorities for recognition. "Now, you two should go and have your meal. You haven't eaten since this afternoon. The cafeteria has prepared dumplings for you. Miao Bufan, you should promptly take a shower and change into clean clothes. Your odor is most unbecoming." "Yes." The two individuals exchanged a courteous bow and cheerfully departed from the office. Shortly after their exit, the squad leader returned from outside. He tossed his hat onto the desk, took a sip from his thermos, and then inquired about the situation regarding the third team. "I just noticed that Meng Yan and his companions have returned. How is that matter being addressed? Have the dog thieves been apprehended?" "Oh, Lao Zhang, I truly must express my heartfelt gratitude to you this time. You are indeed a remarkable person." The instructor seized the company commander's hand, shaking it vigorously up and down, nearly dislocating his arm in the process. The company commander was quite perplexed. Capturing a mere dog thief, even if it warranted a collective third-class merit, hardly seemed worthy of such fervent excitement. However, upon learning that the individual they had apprehended was not merely a dog thief, but also involved in battery theft, tomb raiding, and even the illicit trade of narcotics, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Goodness, what kind of fortune had Li Qingguang and his team stumbled upon? This was no mere collective third-class merit. A collective second-class merit would be entirely warranted. Indeed, the instructor chuckled, particularly regarding Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan, the two who had jointly captured the culprit, who had reportedly drawn a knife during the incident. Surely, this deserved to be recognized as a prime example at our new training base. The company commander first let out a silly laugh, then slapped the instructor on the back. You, the commander of the 7th Company, owe me a substantial favor. It's far beyond just a meal. You ought to treat me to a week's worth of dining. The instructor laughed heartily. All right, no problem. From now on, our old 7th Company will be your dining hall. I'll have the old 7th prepare fine wine and delectable dishes to treat you. I also have an unopened pack of lotus flowers. Take it and enjoy. If you run out, I'll head back to the old unit to get you more. The company commander merely took one and lit it, not claiming the entire pack for himself. He was not a stingy person, although various units were in competition. They often helped one another. Brotherhood in arms, camaraderie among comrades, is precisely how it is forged. The instructor felt it was prudent to report to the battalion commander without delay and commend the 3rd squad leader and his team. However, the company commander stopped him. What time is it now? The lights will be out soon. Let us wait until tomorrow. The dog thief has already been sent to the police station, and the credit 1T vanish overnight. Why the rush? The instructor nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his words. By this hour, the leaders would likely be preparing for bed, making it an unsuitable time for a report. Yet, when he returned the next morning to brief the leaders, he discovered that the battalion commander was absent from the office, having gone out for some matter. He then sought out the instructor, only to learn that the instructor had gone to the hospital for errands and would likely return in the afternoon. In the corridor, the once enthusiastic instructor now appeared troubled. Scratching his head in frustration, after finally having a piece of good news, why was he unable to report it? Meanwhile, within the office of the command headquarters of the 7th Combined Brigade, a subtle fragrance of tea wafted through the air. A refined middle-aged man was preparing kung fu tea on his desk. He was Song Si-Yuan, the brigade commander, adorned with the insignia of a major general. He delicately picked up a cup of freshly brewed Longjing tea with tweezers and presented it to Chief of Staff Jiao Tongwei. The tea was a bright green, clear in color, with a refreshing aroma, smooth and sweet, not bitter or astringent. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. Jiao Tongwei, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Where did such fine tea come from? Why have I never seen you bring it out before?" The brigade commander, wearing a smile, evaded the question and instead asked about his leadership situation at the training base. Jiao Tongwei set down his teacup, somewhat resigned, and replied, "What situation could there be? As long as I wake up each day and hear no bad news, that is already a monumental blessing for me." Song Si-Yuan chuckled softly. "Surely, it cannot be that severe." Jiao Tongwei waved his hand dismissively. "Commander, let me speak candidly. After years of training new recruits, this year's batch has proven to be the most challenging. It's not solely due to the incident with Chu Kai. There are several mischievous ones among this group, leaving me in a constant state of exasperation." "Are you referring to that little troublemaker, Miu Jiao?" Song inquired. "I've encountered him before. He has always been restless and prone to causing chaos." "Huh. He is relatively mild." Jiao scoffed. "His knack for mischief pales in comparison to the others." Song's brow arched, curiosity piqued. If even Miu Bufan's propensity for trouble was deemed inferior, he was intrigued to discover who the others were, capable of driving this esteemed chief of staff to such daily distress. Jiao rubbed his temples and succinctly recounted the antics of a few recruits. The well-meaning but oblivious Wu Yuwei, the fallen soldier Dai Tsunghu who had re-enlisted, and the one who, after receiving a hefty sum from his family's relocation, was adamantly demanding to return home to inherit his fortune. Upon hearing this, Song nearly sputtered his tea. This new training cohort was indeed a formidable assembly. In previous years, the presence of any one of them would have unsettled the entire troop. Yet now they appeared all at once. It was no wonder Jiao was so beleaguered. He poured another cup of tea for Jiao, patting his shoulder in consolation. "Old Jiao, with greater abilities come greater responsibilities. I dare say, apart from you, I cannot imagine anyone else in our brigade who could withstand such immense pressure. Others might have thrown in the towel by now." This was no mere flattery. Guiding new recruits was far from an easy task. Any misstep on their part would place the onus squarely on the commanding officer. It was, indeed, a thankless endeavor fraught with peril. Following the Chukai incident, the leadership at the training base had braced themselves for potential repercussions. Even Jiao and instructor Lu Shan could not shoulder such grave accountability. Fortunately, the truth had been uncovered swiftly, and considering the unique circumstances, they were granted an opportunity for redemption. However, they were required to address the aftermath of the Chukai affair thoroughly to avert punishment. Yet now, Song realized that the training base was not merely a singular threat. It was a veritable minefield, each recruit posing a potential risk. Jiao was not merely training new soldiers, he was actively defusing explosives. Once the training concludes, I shall grant you a 2-day leave. Take this time to rest and recuperate, then return to your duties refreshed, Song advised. This task has indeed been arduous. Had I been in your position, I suspect I would have lost clumps of hair each night. You mentioned 4 recruits, but have only detailed 3. Who is the 4th? Jiao massaged his temples, and a vivid image of a cheerful, sunny-faced young man sprang to mind. He sighed and shook his head, saying, That lad's rank far surpasses that of the others. He is nothing short of a lively troublemaker. Chapter 31. The division commander who remains true to his original aspirations. Upon hearing the account, Division Commander Song Si-Yuan burst into hearty laughter. He found this young man, named Meng Yan, rather intriguing. Not only had he befriended the scion of the Miao family, but he had also managed to intimidate a seasoned veteran like Dai Zhonghu into silence. Such capability was indeed noteworthy. However, Jiao Tongwei remarked that Meng Yan's sunny and cheerful demeanor was highly deceptive. Despite his seemingly well-behaved appearance, his actions grew increasingly outrageous. Take, for instance, his exploits in the 3rd Squad, or how during battlefield first aid training, the 2 attractive female military physicians seemed to single him out for relentless teasing. Remarkably, he alone had managed to draw the collective ire of hundreds in the training base, veterans and officers alike. One might say that the combined mischief of all previous recruits paled in comparison to the chaos Meng Yan had stirred. Song Si-Yuan, thoroughly amused, leaned back in laughter. Given the chance, I'd very much like to meet this recruit named Meng Yan. The military dreads stagnation. The more spirited the soldier, the greater his future achievements. Jiao Tongwei did not disagree. Having led troops for years, he had encountered all manner of individuals. Typically, the more dynamic and unrestrained soldiers rarely fared poorly in the long run. Conversely, those who were reserved and overly compliant, while unlikely to err, often faded into obscurity, much like the middling students in school, devoid of any notable presence. Of course, Meng Yan's antics were not akin to the mindless defiance of troublemakers. On the contrary, he was agile, astute, and seemingly well-versed in military regulations. He excelled at exploiting loopholes to their fullest permissible extent. Subsequently, Song Si-Yuan inquired about Meng Yan's training performance. Without hesitation, Jiao Tongwei gave a thumbs up, affirming that his military aptitude ranked among the top in the training base, even surpassing some veterans. Song Si-Yuan acknowledged this with a nod, offering no further questions. He merely advised moderation, cautioning against excessively stifling the recruits' enthusiasm. Sometimes, allowing new soldiers to express their innate tendencies and grow untamed could yield unexpectedly delightful results. Enough about the training base, Song Si-Yuan said, his expression turning solemn. Let us discuss something more pressing. The old division commander is leaving. You mean Division Commander Wei is retiring? Yes. Shouldn't we do something to mark the occasion? In their early years, both Jiao Tongwei and Song Si-Yuan had benefited from Division Commander Wei's mentorship. It was largely due to his recognition and guidance that Jiao Tongwei had advanced to his current position. Now that the old commander was retiring, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. He proposed hosting a grand banquet, inviting former colleagues from their old unit to bid the commander farewell. Song Si-Yuan dismissed the idea. You know Division Commander Wei's temperament, a true revolutionary at heart. He despises pomp and lavish gatherings. This time, he intends to retire quietly, without fanfare or formal ceremonies. However, he did make one small request. What request? The esteemed commander yearned to revisit the feelings he experienced when he first enlisted, expressing that this embodies the essence of beginnings and endings. Jiao Tongwei raised his thumb in enthusiastic approval, nodding in admiration. Look. This is what it means to remain true to one's original aspirations, to possess a heart full of sincerity. Our commander's awareness surpasses that of many retired leaders in other departments who are merely obsessed with their titles. After taking a sip of tea, he inquired whether arrangements had been made for the commander to experience life in a grassroots unit. Was it in a communications battalion, a medical company, Or perhaps a cooking squad. Seeing Song Si-yuan shake his head, he initially assumed that the commander intended to immerse himself in a combat unit. Considering the commander was over 60, could he endure the rigors of a combat environment? If it's not a combat unit, nor a logistical one, then where could it be? Surely, he isn't going to the recruit company for an experience? Song Si-yuan then clapped his hand on Jiao Tonghui's, smiling and nodding. You guessed it right. It's indeed the recruit company. The commander stated that in order to recapture the sensations of his initial enlistment, he must begin anew at the recruit company. Therefore, I am entrusting him to you. At this, Jiao Tonghui sputtered his tea all over the brigade commander's face, astonished as if he had seen a ghost. Commander, you cannot be serious. Allowing the esteemed commander to serve under my command as a soldier, how can that be? Why not? Song Si-yuan countered. Surely, there are several regiments within the adjacent field army with their own recruit companies. Why must he come to mine? Song Si-yuan retrieved 2 tissues to dab his face. In matters such as this, one must seek out those they know. If you were to go to another unit, wouldn't it require prior notification? Furthermore, since the dissolution of the 77th Division, the combined 7th Brigade has inherited much of its legacy. The old commander wishes to seize this opportunity to witness this fresh influx of recruits before departing, so he can leave with peace of mind. Did I mishear? Or is your phrasing flawed? It sounds as if the commander is preparing for a final departure. Jiao Tonghui remained resolutely opposed, raising his voice. Brigade Commander, I have previously briefed you on the quality of these recruits. They are merely a bunch of mischievous youngsters. If the esteemed commander were to arrive, he might well be driven to a heart attack. Song Si-yuan waved his hand dismissively. If you think that way, you underestimate our commander. He has emerged from the most dire of circumstances. What storms has he not weathered? Could he truly be intimidated by a few fresh recruits? But there are no buts. I am not here to negotiate, but to inform you. Song Si-yuan's demeanor was firm. As the hierarchy dictates, Jiao Tonghui found himself unable to refuse. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an unsettling anxiety. No one understood the circumstances of the training base better than he did. If the old commander were to become so infuriated that he lost composure, would he depart with unfulfilled eyes? Before leaving, Song Si-yuan retrieved 2 boxes of tea from beneath the table, instructing Jiao Tonghui to take them along. These 2 boxes of tea were sent by the division commander's old friend. He specifically asked me to deliver them to you. There are only 4 days left for him to enjoy before the discharge order takes effect, and he has to leave. Just take good care of him. Let the old man indulge in nostalgia and relive the glory days. This task should pose no difficulty for you. Moreover, the division commander chose you precisely because he wants to give you one final boost before his departure. Jiao Tonghui froze for a moment before immediately grasping Song Si-yuan's implication. Though the division commander was retiring, those he had mentored and supported remained in the military. Should Jiao encounter any difficulties in the future, a single call to the division commander would ensure assistance. This debt of gratitude was priceless. Jiao nodded. When is the commander arriving? I'll arrange a welcoming party. Song checked his watch and reminded him, at this very moment, as we speak, he's probably already here. The division commander has always preferred arriving unannounced. What? Jiao's face paled in shock. Why the sudden ambush? At his age? Couldn't he at least give a heads up so I could prepare? Chapter 32. No smoke without fire. Jiao Tonghui clutched the tea leaves tightly as he hurriedly exited the brigade commander's office, his car speeding back toward the training base. Though the brigade headquarters wasn't far from the new recruits' training grounds, he made a precautionary call to ensure everything remained under control. No unexpected incidents could be tolerated. The old commander, though on the verge of retirement, hadn't yet officially stepped down. For the next few days, he remained a full-fledged major general of the Great Xia. This matter concerned Jiao Tonghui's military career and future prospects. There was absolutely no room for negligence. Hey, Lao Lu, listen carefully. Jiao Tonghui barked into the phone. Go ahead. The instructor on the other end replied, standing in the hospital corridor with a serious expression. I just left the brigade commander. He told me the old division commander is coming to visit us. The old division commander? Which one? Wei Songjiang, division commander Wei. Oh, keep talking. He's about to retire. But before that, he wants to relive his days as a recruit. He's planning to spend a few days with our new company. He's already on his way. You need to what? The instructor froze, glancing at the doctors and nurses bustling around him. I'm at the hospital checking on Shu Kai. I'm not at the base. Damn it. Why didn't you say so earlier? Wasting my time. Jiao Tonghui hung up in frustration and dialed the other company commanders. But it was morning meeting time. No one answered. Finally, Someone picked up, and Jiao Tongwei immediately barked orders, only to realize he'd misdialed the service hotline. "Comrade, halt." At the intersection ahead, two sharp-eyed military police officers raised their hands, signaling him to stop. "Turn off the engine. Identification, now." "Comrade, I have urgent business. Can we?" "No. You were speeding on internal roads and using your phone while driving. You will now comply with disciplinary measures. Step out of the vehicle immediately." Jiao Tongwei, though seething with impatience, had no choice but to pull over and comply. At that moment, he felt like a eunuch in the imperial court, utterly powerless. He swore that in all his years of service, he had never despised those white-capped enforcers more. If any of them ever retired, he vowed to personally see them off, with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, at the northern garbage dump of the training base, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan pushed a towering trash bin, their posture as dignified as if they were handling luggage at an airport terminal. In the military, waste disposal followed strict schedules and designated locations. All garbage from the camp was collected at the dump before being hauled away by specialized trucks. "Hey," Meng Yan mused. "After pulling off such a big feat, do you think we stand a chance at a second-class merit? It is advisable to aim for a moderate achievement, such as a third-class merit, without becoming overly ambitious. Indeed, one cannot help but wonder when the rewards will be bestowed. Are you feeling impatient?" Naturally, a lack of enthusiasm for receiving accolades suggests a flaw in one's reasoning. "Throughout my life, I have yet to be honored with any commendation. However, considering you have only served for 2.5 months, it seems rather typical, does it not?" As the two conversed while strolling, they soon arrived at the refuse station. Glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, Miao Bufan promptly flashed a V sign at Meng Yan. Understanding the cue, Meng Yan retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips and offering another to Miao Bufan. Within the military, the designated smoking areas are rather limited, namely, the restroom, the rooftop, the laundry area, and the refuse station. These locations are typically devoid of veteran presence. Although the cigarettes were provided by the company commander, discreet smoking poses no issue, while brazenly smoking would be tantamount to courting danger and testing the veteran's boundaries. "Do you have a lighter?" Miao Bufan beckoned. Meng Yan searched his person, momentarily stunned. "I thought you brought one." Miao Bufan, taken aback, replied, "What the heck? I don't have any cigarettes. How could I have a lighter? I thought you had it." Meng Yan retorted, "With only cigarettes and no fire, what's the point?" At that moment, they noticed an elderly gentleman squatting in the corner, collecting plastic bottles. The old man was dressed in tattered clothing, donned a pair of grimy gloves, and had a towel draped around his neck. The training base often attracted individuals gathering recyclables, such as drink bottles and cardboard, hence the presence of such elderly collectors. Previously, while discarding trash, they had spotted him several times, much like the vendors selling meat sandwiches near the military vehicles, indicating that these recyclers are not part of the military's official personnel. Thus, Miao Bufan approached the old man, inquiring if he possessed a lighter. The elderly man straightened his back and glanced at the two newcomers, noticing the cigarettes perched in their mouths. With a smile, he produced a finely crafted Zippo lighter from his pocket. Miao Bufan, astonished, accepted it, lighting his cigarette before passing the lighter to Meng Yan. "Wow, sir. You have quite the style with a Zippo," Miao Bufan exclaimed. The old man chuckled. "I found it while rummaging through trash. I don't know much about these things, but it looked nice, so I kept it." Meng Yan ignited his cigarette and examined the lighter closely. Its design was rather unique, seemingly a special edition, adorned with a small inscription that appeared to commemorate a certain anniversary. However, due to the passage of time, the lettering was so worn that it was illegible. Shrugging it off, Meng Yan returned the lighter to the old man, offering him a cigarette as well. "Sir, why not enjoy a smoke and take a break?" The old man graciously accepted the cigarette, joining the two in their indulgence. "Young man, I suppose smoking is prohibited in the military. Are you not afraid of being caught?" Miao Bufan chuckled. "What is there to fear? We often order takeout." The elderly gentleman was quite surprised. "So, is life in the army rather enjoyable? I thought serving was quite arduous." Meng Yan chuckled and replied, "Sir, you seem to misunderstand. Tension, vivacity, seriousness, and camaraderie are the prevailing themes of our military today. It is a harmonious blend of work and leisure." The old man inquired about Meng Yan's age and pension. He was quite talkative, revealing that he was in his early 60s and received a pension of about 1,000 yuan. He recounted his own years of service, even having seen combat, and showcased the scars on his arm. Upon noticing the gunshot wound on his arm, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan stood in solemn respect and offered a salute. Greetings, veteran. The young men said. Ah, the future belongs to you young folks. We are old and no longer useful. We can only pick up bottles. Meng Yan countered, Elder. Such words do not do you justice. A man at 61 is like a flower in full bloom. Besides collecting bottles, you have many endeavors ahead. Hearing this, the elderly man raised an eyebrow, intrigued, such as? Meng Yan replied, for instance, collecting cardboard. Mio Buffon added, or perhaps, working at a bathhouse to scrub backs and do foot care. The old gentleman responded, you two have indeed considered this quite thoroughly. Chapter 33. A negative example. Recently, an egregious disciplinary issue arose within the camp. 2 new recruits, while on duty, clandestinely indulged in smoking behind the garbage dump. And I caught them red-handed. In an instant, all eyes turned towards the camp commander's side, fixating on Meng Yan and Mio Buffon, who stood like wooden posts, their heads hanging low in despair. They were utterly perplexed as to how the commander had suddenly appeared at such a foul-smelling place. After all, even dogs typically avoided it. Had they known, they would have refrained from conversing for so long with the elderly scrap collector. Jiao Tonghui, upon spotting these two, felt a surge of anger. It was as if misfortune had come calling, and ill luck had struck. He had barely managed to endure a reprimand during inspection and rushed back to the camp, only to discover, after much searching, that these two were in the dump, sharing a smoke with the old commander. They had not only tempted the commander to indulge in a bathhouse massage and foot treatment, but had even suggested he dress as a green frog to sell balloons. Moreover, they had imparted dubious flirting techniques to engage with the elderly ladies dancing in the square, promising him a second spring in life. This was utterly disgraceful and unbecoming. Jiao Tonghui unleashed a torrent of scolding. Do you even comprehend where you are? Do you understand the concept of military discipline? Smoking is strictly prohibited for recruits. Are you unaware that it adversely affects training? Do you not grasp this fundamental principle? Do you treat this place as your home, smoking wherever you please, and even dragging others into your folly? Meng Yan felt the splatter of Zhao's vitriol upon him. He vividly recalled the camp commander's warm demeanor on their first day, welcoming them at the mess hall and assuring them that the military was a nurturing family to be treated as home. Indeed, fairy tales are mere fabrications, and men are fickle. Meng Yan attempted to shed a few tears to lighten the atmosphere, but found himself unable to produce any. Thus, he and Mio Buffon could only humbly acknowledge their wrongdoing and pledge never to repeat it. Jiao Tonghui, incredulous, laughed in disbelief. Next time? You actually anticipate a next time? He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Since you two enjoy smoking so much, I will let you smoke to your heart's content. Open your mouths. With grim faces, they reluctantly complied. Each of them found their mouths filled with several cigarettes, about 7 or 8 apiece. Jiao Tonghui lit them all and directed them to stand at attention on the steps, balancing on the balls of their feet while finishing their cigarettes. The two exchanged a resigned glance, accepting their punishment with obedience. Witnessing this scene, several new recruits erupted in laughter, particularly Dai Tsung-hu from the 4th Company, who reveled in their comeuppance. However, he felt a twinge of imbalance within, for this punishment paled in comparison to his previous confinement, where he had been forced to smoke 10 packs. He pondered silently. Indeed, the military's requirements for veterans re-enlisting would be even more stringent and rigorous. Squad leader Li Qingguang cast a worried glance at the two, noting that such a heavy draw would surely leave their throats parched. He then instructed Zhou Xiaoping to fetch 2 bottles of cola from the convenience store to soothe their throats. At this moment, Jiao Tonghui took a deep breath, suppressing the anger within, and began to announce the second matter. He declared that after lunch this afternoon, a veteran editor from the military newspaper would be visiting our training base. The purpose of this visit was to write a report about the experiences of new recruits in the new era. He would likely stay with us for 4 to 5 days, sharing meals, accommodations, and sleeping arrangements with everyone to deeply experience the training and life of new soldiers. As Jiao Tonghui introduced this, in the distance behind the flower bed, the instructor was accompanying a shabby old man. If Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan were to see him, they would undoubtedly recognize him as the old man who collected scrap from the dump. However, his true identity was that of a soon-to-retire chief instructor, a bona fide major general. Wei Songjiang had disguised himself in this manner to infiltrate the training base, intending to quietly observe the new recruits' training conditions and familiarize himself with certain matters for a smoother integration. Fortunately, his old skills as a scout had not faded. After his transformation, no one could recognize him. Are you certain you want to go to Company 1, Class 3? Instructor Lu Shan asked with evident concern. What is the issue? Wei Songjiang turned to inquire. It's quite a big problem. Class 3 of the new recruits has 2 troublemakers. if you join their class. Who knows what kind of chaos you might endure. However, Lu Shan could not voice this directly and opted for a more tactful approach. Old Chief. The young recruits tend to snore loudly when they sleep, especially this bunch in that class. Their snoring is thunderous. I'm worried it might affect your sleep quality. I think it would be better to arrange a separate dormitory for you, and perhaps assign a service soldier to take care of your daily needs. Nonsense. Wei Songjiang snorted coldly. I am here to be a new recruit. Single rooms and service soldiers. What nonsense is that? My current identity is that of an old editor from the military newspaper. I need to blend in with the recruits to avoid raising suspicions. Moreover, it's only for these 4 to 5 days. Once the orders come down, I'll be officially leaving. Even if the snoring is loud, how much can it disturb me? But I'm concerned. There are no buts. Wei Songjiang interrupted him sternly. Back in our day, we had none of the comforts you see now. I simply want to experience how modern youth serve in the military and how it differs from our time. Once I've seen it, I can rest easy, without worrying incessantly. Lu Shan reflected on the matter, realizing that the commander was indeed a competent leader. To possess an enduring concern for the troops, to perpetually contemplate their well-being, this spirit alone merits admiration and emulation from all. Old commander, may I be so bold as to inquire? What is the matter? Lu Shan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, ventured, Old commander. I have heard that you were originally scheduled to retire in 2 years. What has prompted this sudden decision to retire ahead of time? The old commander looked up, a hint of melancholy in his expression, and confessed to having made a minor error, one that had been seized upon as a fault, rendering his continued service untenable. This matter dates back to last week. I was supposed to be on duty for combat readiness, but due to a family issue, I left my post 5 minutes early, asking a colleague to cover for me during that brief interval. Although such early departures are against protocol in practice, as long as one does not engage in egregious misconduct or cause a significant incident during their shift, it is often overlooked. Lu Shan himself had occasionally found it necessary to leave his post during readiness duty, but he typically arranged for someone to cover him and ensured he could be contacted in case of emergencies. While technically improper, it was not deemed severe enough to warrant extreme repercussions. Moreover, the commander had only left 5 minutes early and had secured a replacement. To face such a harsh penalty for this minor infraction, including being compelled to retire early, seemed excessively punitive. Lu Shan offered a wry smile. So, it was due to this incident that you... Wei Songjiang shook his head. Certainly not. Lu Shan was taken aback. Then what was the reason? Wei Songjiang recounted. After addressing the issue, I returned. That evening, feeling rather idle, I invited a few other senior comrades to join me in the recreation room for a game of mahjong, only to be inadvertently discovered by the deputy commander. The revelation that he had been caught playing mahjong while off duty was shocking. Surely this could lead to charges of dereliction of duty? Yet, Wei Songjiang quickly dismissed this notion, stating that this was not the cause of his predicament. This only heightened Lu Shan's curiosity regarding the nature of the commander's transgression that led to his premature retirement. With a face full of righteous indignation, Wei Songjiang recounted. At that moment, I, along with 2 other comrades from different units, were playing mahjong in the lounge when we were caught by the deputy commander. He mentioned he hadn't played in ages and was itching for a game, so we welcomed him to join us. To our dismay, his skills were woefully inadequate. He refused to acknowledge his losses and even accused me of cheating. In a fit of frustration, I overturned the table and, in the ensuing altercation, subdued him and treated him to a pair of chicken dishes. Days have passed, and I still wonder if he has recovered from that incident. I have heard rumors of the deputy commander suffering from severe constipation. Lu Shan was incredulous. The deputy commander let you off with just an early retirement? How merciful of him. He could hardly fathom the humiliation the deputy commander must have endured. Of course, if one's skills in mahjong are lacking, it is indeed wise to refrain from playing, as it can easily lead to trouble. At this moment, Lu Shan found himself at a loss for words. He felt that the commander had sought refuge here, perhaps to avoid retribution. Stably ensconced in the new training base, he could wait for the official orders to arrive, allowing him to make a discreet exit. The teacher, Chang, had returned to change his attire, leaving Lu Shan standing alone. He gazed from a distance at Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan, whose mouths were incessantly puffing smoke, tears streaming down their faces from the acrid haze. He shook his head in resignation. These 2 lads, utterly oblivious, had chosen to collide directly with the source of trouble. Of all the people to smoke with, they had to pick the old commander. Now, they had unwittingly become examples of what not to do. Perhaps a severe punishment would serve them well, instilling a sense of caution and discipline. Just as Lu Shan was about to turn and leave, a messenger rushed over from afar. Instructor, there's a police car at the entrance, along with many villagers. What brings them here? They claim to have come specifically to present a banner, expressing their gratitude and concern for us. Lu Shan's eyes sparkled with intrigue at this unexpected turn of events. Chapter 34. A heroic display, saving the village's dog's cough. 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 Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, having finished their cigarettes, were summoned back by Jiao Tongwei. Jiao Tongwei observed Meng Yan crouched on the ground, retching in agony, while Miao Bufan stood there with tears and snot streaming down his face, looking as though he were on the verge of collapse. A cold smirk curled on Jiao Tongwei's lips. Did they really think they could outwit me? Meng Yan, Miao Bufan. Here, sir. The two scrambled to their feet, straightening their postures. Jiao Tongwei strode forward, the thick stench of nicotine clinging to them like a suffocating fog. Nearly 10 cigarettes each, the mere scent of it was enough to choke a man. Tell me, he bellowed, what is the sole purpose of your enlistment? To defend our homeland. Sir, they roared in unison. Damn right. Thank you, sir. Will you ever smoke again? No, sir. Louder. No, sir. Jiao Tongwei's eardrums throbbed from the sheer volume, and he was promptly sprayed with flecks of their spit. Now get the hell back in line. If I catch you again, you won't just be smoking. You'll be eating cigarettes for breakfast and drinking them like tea. Understood? Yes, sir. Fall in. As they turned and rejoined the ranks, the pungent reek of tobacco trailed behind them. For the other recruits, especially the seasoned smokers deprived of their fix, it was an intoxicating indulgence. Secondhand smoke was still smoke, after all. Witnessing their earlier torment, squad leader Li Qingguang couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. How are you holding up? Still breathing? My throat burns. I feel sick, nauseous. Miao Bufan intermittently gagged as if suffering from morning sickness, his face slick with mucus, resembling a smoke-cured sausage. His nasal passages, mouth, tongue, and palate all seared as though set aflame. And you, Meng Yan? I'm managing. Miao Bufan whipped his head around in disbelief. The man who had been retching violently moments ago now stood composed, betraying no discomfort save for slightly reddened eyes. Wait, you were acting? Huh. Weren't you? Meng Yan was equally baffled. Earlier, he had merely held the 10 cigarettes between his lips, exhaling through his nose to blow the smoke away without inhaling a single puff. Upon learning this, Miao Bufan wanted to die on the spot. He had genuinely inhaled every last bit before exhaling it all. You absolute fool. The sentiment was shared by Li Qingguang. This kid looks sharp, but he has got the brains of a brick. Who in their right mind inhales that much smoke? Contributing to national defense doesn't mean martyring yourself. The thought counts. Miao Bufan's tears flowed freely. I just didn't want to waste them. I believed you were akin to me. Meng Yan. Indeed. He is a person who lives life diligently. He understands the essence of frugality and waste not. It is no wonder that he scavenged for toxic sausage last night. It would be no injustice for it to be his demise. At this moment, Jiao Tongwei, still seething with anger, reiterated the importance of military discipline. He designated Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan as exemplars of misconduct, condemning their actions vehemently. Smoking, particularly within the ranks, is utterly intolerable. New recruits must embody the essence of new soldiers. Beyond eating, training, sleeping, and nature's call, no other thought should occupy your minds. You all must take this as a cautionary tale. Absolutely no one is permitted to err as they have. Should I catch anyone else transgressing, I shall show no leniency. Furthermore, Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan, do not presume that this matter will pass without consequence. The military reporter is due to arrive at noon, and I wish to spare you the embarrassment before outsiders, which is why I have refrained from reprimanding you. Within the ranks of the 4th Company, Dai Tsung-hu cast a glance towards the 1st Company, internally scoffing. Truly, they had stumbled upon fortuitous luck. Had it not been for the impending arrival of the military reporter, they would have surely faced dire consequences. At that moment, the instructor approached, accompanied by a throng of individuals, all brimming with enthusiasm. Behind him trailed 2 police officers burdened with numerous bags of provisions, alongside a group of locals clad in humble attire. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiao Tongwei was perplexed. Uncertain of the situation's nature, he hastily pulled Lu Shan aside to inquire. Upon learning that locals had assisted in apprehending dog thieves, successfully safeguarding the village's canine populace, and had aided the police in capturing 2 criminals responsible for multiple offenses, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Truly, the heavens have shown favor after such a prolonged wait. He had finally been graced with good news. Jiao Tongwei quickly approached, warmly shaking hands with the 2 police officers. However, Their hands were laden with too many edible offerings, leaving them unable to reciprocate immediately. They placed the items down, shook his hand in turn, and expressed their gratitude. Thank you for the remarkable surprise you provided us at the year's end. Based on the confessions of those two petty thieves, last night's operation successfully dismantled a gang involved in the theft of electric bicycles, resulting in the capture of over a dozen individuals. Remarkably, they even apprehended a fugitive murderer within their ranks. Jiao Tonghui's grin was nearly crooked with joy. Which soldier from the company had accomplished such a significant feat? Even he, as the company commander, was basking in reflected glory. Subsequently, a representative of the villagers, Uncle Zhao, approached, holding a rolled-up piece of red velvet cloth. To the discerning eye, it was evident that this was a banner of commendation. Soldiers seek neither fame nor fortune. Yet, a banner holds profound significance. It symbolizes the recognition of the populace and serves as a unique badge of honor. In Jiao Tonghui's old office, two such banners hung prominently. Each time guests visited, he would proudly boast of their merits. Every glance of envy from his visitors filled his heart with immense satisfaction and delight. Thus, Jiao Tonghui, taken aback, grasped the hand of old man Zhao, his smile blooming like a flower. Comrade, there is no need for such formality. This is merely our duty. The bond between the military and the civilians is akin to that of fish and water. Our troops stationed here bear the obligation and responsibility to safeguard the peace of this region. Old man Zhao nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Leader, your words resonate profoundly. It is said that behind every successful soldier stands a wise leader. Just seeing you, I know the soldiers you train must be exceptional, each one a paragon of virtue. Jiao Tonghui felt a wave of warmth envelop him, akin to soaking in a soothing hot spring. If such praise had come from a colleague or subordinate, he might have perceived it as flattery. However, when uttered by a fellow villager, it genuinely touched his heart, filling him with joy. Eagerly, Jiao Tonghui turned to the new recruits below, cheerfully inquiring who among them had performed such commendable deeds without seeking recognition. Come forth, do reveal yourselves. Yet, upon witnessing two figures ascend from the ranks, his smile froze, akin to lard congealed in a refrigerator, immovable. The instructor shared a similarly ghostly expression, while the other new recruits erupted in astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that it would be these two. Dai Tsonghu was dumbfounded, pondering whether there had been some mistake. Had not these two just been reprimanded? How had they suddenly achieved merit? To our two young heroes, Jiao Tonghui announced, this is a small token of appreciation from our department, along with an additional bonus of 5,000 yuan. The two officers were indeed the same ones from the previous night, who had taken to heart the words of Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan. Thus, they had procured an abundance of cola, fried chicken, and skewers specifically to reward them. As for the 5,000 yuan bonus, it was a standard reward for assisting in solving a case. Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan exchanged nervous glances at the battalion commander, uncertain if they should accept it. Jiao Tonghui's eyelids twitched slightly. He could only nod in agreement and then publicly commend the two as exemplary figures. Here, I want to especially commend all the new recruits of the 1st Company, 3rd Squad. You have fully embodied the spirit of serving the people, always prioritizing the safety of the citizens and their property. He continued, in particular, comrades Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan, your bravery and meticulousness in apprehending the thief, your fearlessness and exceptional valor. You must learn from their admirable qualities. As Jiao Tonghui spoke, he felt as though his face might swell from the absurdity of it all. Just a moment ago, he had chastised these two, branding them as cautionary examples for all to heed, and now they had become paragons of virtue? Moreover, given their actions during the incident, it was certain they would each receive a 3rd-class merit award. After all, the adversaries had brandished knives and wielded deadly poison, having committed numerous offenses. Furthermore, considering the nature and severity of the case, it was entirely reasonable for the entire 3rd Squad of recruits to be collectively awarded a 2nd-class merit citation. Come, let us unfurl the banner and capture a photograph together, shall we? The bespectacled officer held a Canon camera, eager to immortalize this moment. This photograph would serve as a testament to the inaugural collaboration between their precinct and the local military, destined for display in the chief's office. Once the case was resolved, it could also feature in the news, yielding multiple benefits. Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan, the principal contributors, naturally positioned themselves at the forefront. Behind them stood the entire cohort of new recruits, along with old Zhao and the village officials, accompanied by another officer. With radiant smiles, Meng Yan grasped a corner of the banner, shaking it free. The crimson velvet fabric and golden tassels cascaded down like a waterfall, smoother than the finest chocolate. Jiao Tongwei, standing nearby, gazed at the 2 rows of gleaming golden characters emblazoned on the banner, nearly choking on his breath, displaying the essence of heroism. Saving the lives of all the village dogs, Jiao Tongwei remarked, truly unpretentious and eloquently crafted. Not only grounded in reality but also resonating with the Earth's essence. Meanwhile, in a distant office building, teacher Wei Songyang had donned a full camouflage uniform, adorned with the insignia of a second-class non-commissioned officer. He opened the window, holding a camera, and after adjusting the focus, captured this scene from afar. Observing the photograph, he saw Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan, their youthful faces aglow with joy as they held the banner. Wei Songyang seemed to reminisce about his early days as a soldier, filled with dreams and vigor, replete with the audacity of youth. Of course, years had passed, yet he returned unchanged, still embodying that spirited youth. Otherwise, he wouldn't have boldly confronted the deputy commander, delivering a sound thrashing before discreetly retreating to the training base to avoid repercussions. Chapter 35, A Half-Told Tale. Arsenic with rice, I must inquire of you both. Why did you not report to me sooner? In the office of the battalion commander, both the company commander and the instructor found themselves summoned before Jiao Tongwei, who unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon them. The morning's farce could have been entirely averted had these 2 individuals communicated promptly, which resulted in Jiao suffering considerable embarrassment. The instructor, feeling the weight of the situation, awkwardly replied, "Commander, I arrived early. But you were not here, nor was the educational officer." Jiao slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "And what of last night? You had ample time to report then." The instructor cast a forlorn glance at the company commander, explaining with a pained expression. "We were concerned it was too late and might disturb your rest. Hence we decided not to disturb you. We were occupied with work until nearly midnight." Jiao was exasperated. "It is precisely because you failed to report in a timely manner that I found myself in such a ridiculous predicament this morning. To be frank, did you 2 do this on purpose? When I was admonishing Meng Yan and Miu Bufan, why did neither of you step forward to inform me? Had I known of the situation, I would not have reprimanded them so harshly or imposed such severe penalties." The 2 stood there, heads bowed, unable to interject. Jiao, observing their demeanor, felt a surge of resentment. Had he been aware that Meng Yan and his companion had achieved merit, he certainly would not have chosen this moment to discipline them, nor would he have forced them to stand at attention while clutching a row of cigarettes. Now, the entire training base was aware of how quickly he, as the battalion commander, could turn on his subordinates, rendering his words as fleeting as the wind. Did he not care for his own reputation? What respect could he command henceforth? "Sir, we were in the wrong. In the future, regardless of the hour, we shall report to you immediately," they pledged earnestly. "Even if it is the dead of night, we will rouse you from your slumber to convey important matters." Seeing their sincere contrition, Jiao let out a cold snort, declaring that the matter was settled and he would not pursue it further. The 2 of them felt an immense relief, but their joy was short-lived. While that incident was put to rest, another issue loomed large. "Now, I must ask you both. Were you unaware that new recruits were smoking? What are you doing in your roles? Where did the cigarettes come from? Who provided them? And where were they hidden? Furthermore, I recall that previously, there were instances of individuals ordering takeout clandestinely, correct?" The company commander and the instructor nearly choked in disbelief. They realized, much to their chagrin, that not only do girlfriends and wives relish revisiting past grievances, but so too do superiors. These matters, long forgotten, were being dredged up once more. Moreover, considering they had already partaken of the takeout, how could they face such accusations? Thus, they endured another 20 minutes of criticism before being tasked with composing a profound 2,000-word self-reflection. As the 2 were about to depart, they were abruptly halted by the instructor. Both felt a surge of dread, fearing a reprimand awaited them. "There is an important matter to discuss, and you must listen attentively," the instructor stated. Previously, it had been mentioned that a seasoned military newspaper editor would be visiting the training base for a few days. Lu Shan observed the duo and revealed, in truth, the old editor's identity is not what it seems. He is not here to write news articles. A sense of unease gripped them as they recalled past instances when supervisory teams conducted surprise inspections, aiming to uncover any irregularities within the ranks. Such occasions invariably led to misfortune for a number of individuals, and now they were terrified, fearing a similar predicament. Lu Shan continued. "The actual identity of this senior is Wei Songyang, a former commander of the 77th Division." The 2 were taken aback, their minds racing with the phrase disguised inspection. Lu Shan clarified, This is not merely a case of disguised inspection. The commander is nearing retirement and wishes to experience the sensations of his initial days of service. Hence his visit here. His concealed identity serves to avert unnecessary complications as he wishes to avoid being recognized. Instantly relieved, they inquired, "So, will he be assigned to our company?" "Indeed. We plan to place the old commander in your third squad." "What?" Lu Shan sighed. "This was a request from the commander himself, and we cannot refuse. Thus, he instructed, your task is to keep a vigilant watch. Ideally, your eyes should remain on the third squad 24 hours a day, without a moment's distraction." Zhao Tonghui's tone grew stern. "If anything goes awry with the commander during these days, your lives will be far from pleasant." The two were left speechless, their plight akin to that of a mute suffering in silence. Not only had they received an inexplicable reprimand, but they were also burdened with this unfortunate assignment. With 10 squads in their company, the commander could have experienced training life in any of them, yet the third squad was absolutely unacceptable. The third squad was notorious for leading even the most disciplined individuals astray, including squad leader Li Qingguang and the well-behaved Meng Yan. If they were to misguide the upright commander, it would be a disastrous fall from grace. At that point, even if they banged their heads against the wall, they would find it difficult to absolve themselves. However, Jiao Tonghui offered them no opportunity for refusal, insisting they sign a military pledge. In the military, such a pledge carries far greater weight than any oath of familial calamity. As they departed, their expressions resembled wilted eggplants, reflecting their profound dismay. The company commander sighed. "What kind of situation is this? After finally achieving something, instead of receiving commendation, we faced reprimand and now must write a self-critique. By the way, could you assist me in writing mine? I'm still swamped with tasks." "Zhang San, do you even have the face to complain?" Upon hearing these words, the instructor's anger flared. "Last night, I expressed my intention to report to them, yet you insisted on obstructing me, claiming they were resting and advising me to wait until morning. Had I reported earlier, would the battalion commander have found himself in such an embarrassing predicament? Would we have faced reprimand? And yet you have the audacity to ask me to assist you in drafting a self-critique. How could you even conceive of such a request? By the way, you are rather ungrateful." "Well, I have dismantled it, so what now? If I had not delegated this task to you, would Li Qingguang and his team have had the opportunity to excel? It's merely the third squad. Had it been any other, I wonder if they would have managed to apprehend anyone." The two exchanged heated words as they departed from the office building. Inside, Jiao Tonghui wore a furrowed brow. What had initially been a straightforward matter had devolved into chaos due to a simple mix-up. Just how much trouble can one person create? It is utterly humiliating. "Old Jiao, tell me, should I hang this banner here or there?" Turning around, Instructor Lu Shan stood atop a chair, gesturing with the banner towards a blank wall. Upon noticing the 2 lines of text on the banner, Jiao Tonghui felt utterly drained of any sarcasm. "Save the lives of all the dogs in my village." How does that sound like an insult? "I suggest we don't hang it anywhere," he replied. "Why not? This hard-earned honor represents the recognition from the people." Lu Shan seemed unfazed, believing it rather reflected the simplicity of the populace. Any banner could be questioned for authenticity, yet this one would undeniably hold its authority. Jiao Tonghui chose to ignore him, allowing him to find a place to hang it, as the mere act of gesturing was becoming increasingly irksome. Once the banner was hung, Lu Shan descended from the stool and, upon observing Jiao Tonghui's troubled expression, inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you look so glum over such a joyful occasion?" "The incident this morning is separate from this. I believe it merely illustrates your discernment in rewarding and punishing." Jiao Tonghui rubbed his face and shook his head. "I am not troubled by that. Rather, I worry whether the old commander can withstand the antics of the third squad. My primary concern is that the old commander might be led astray by Meng Yan." Lu Shan chuckled heartily. "What you say is quite amusing. No matter how capable Meng Yan may be, he is, after all, a fledgling soldier. Day in and day out, he is occupied with training. And it's only a matter of a few days." Jiao Tonghui nodded, realizing he might indeed be overthinking. Although Meng Yan was formidable, Wei Songjiang was an old revolutionary. How could the morale of seasoned soldiers be easily swayed by a mere rookie? Changing the subject, he then posed a new question. "I distinctly recall that the old commander was set to retire in 2 years. Why has he suddenly stepped down early? The brigade commander remains mysteriously tight-lipped about it." Lu Shan glanced outside, lowering his voice conspiratorially as he approached. "I actually have some insider information regarding this matter." Jiao Tonghui was taken aback. "You know?" "Yes. Now, do tell me, he urged. I must emphasize that this information must remain confidential. Are you still doubtful of my discretion? I assure you, my lips are sealed. Once it reaches my ears, it shall not be disseminated further. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Shan leaned closer and whispered, I must share that this matter traces back to last week's drill, when the old commander left his post 5 minutes early. Just as he was about to divulge the crucial details, he abruptly halted, shaking his head with caution. No, I cannot share this. It carries significant implications and involves numerous high-ranking officials. This secret is better kept within me. You carry on with your affairs, I must take my leave. Jiao Tonghui felt a surge of frustration, nearly choking on his own blood. He loathed two types of people above all, those who spoke only part of the truth, and those who, observing Lu Shan preparing to depart, he slammed his hand on the table, rising in a fit of anger. Lu, are you doing this on purpose? Are you deliberately teasing my curiosity? This is utterly intolerable. You must tell me what happened next. Don't run away. Halt this instant and return to me. Chapter 36. Childbirth in the Colorectal Department. Push. Push. Just a bit more. It's coming, finally. In a certain top-tier hospital in the city center, within the colorectal department, the anguished cries and wails echoed through the ward. At the entrance, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered, eager to witness the commotion. As the door swung open, a doctor clad in a white coat emerged, prompting the onlookers to inquire, is it a boy or a girl? The doctor momentarily paused, glancing back at the sign indicating the colorectal department. After a moment of contemplation, he replied solemnly, it's a pair of little chicks. A pair of little chicks? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances in the corridor. Then someone remarked, little chicks refer to young chickens. A pair of little chicks means 2 sons, right? How fortunate. 2 fine boys. However, what puzzled everyone was why one would choose to give birth in the colorectal department instead of the obstetrics and gynecology ward. In the restroom of the ward, Deputy Commander Xia Hofeng appeared pale, his face almost purple, slumped on the toilet as if he had just given birth. His secretary, Xiao Zhang, grimaced against the foul odor, assisting him in pulling up his trousers and guiding him to the bed for rest. Sir, how are you feeling now? Is it any better? Xia Hofeng waved his hand dismissively, lacking the strength even to speak. Xiao Zhang offered him a cup of honey water, and after sipping a few times, his complexion improved slightly. Seeing his superior in such distress, Xiao Zhang felt a pang of sympathy, wishing he could take on the discomfort himself. Sir, there's a military hospital nearby with special care wards. Why must you endure this ordeal here? Xia Hofeng looked at him with a sense of resignation. Xiao Zhang found himself at a loss for words. He understood that his leader was a man who valued his dignity. At the military hospital, surrounded by fellow soldiers, he might encounter acquaintances which would be utterly embarrassing for him. Conversely, at the public hospital, despite the throngs of onlookers, none would recognize them, merely perceiving it as a woman in labor at the colorectal department. Have you located that scoundrel Wei Songjiang? Not yet. Is he absent from the unit? Since that day, he has taken sick leave and submitted a retirement application to the commander. He is currently navigating the process. Xia Hofeng slammed his fist into the bed, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. That old rascal Wei Songjiang, fearing retaliation, is hiding like a turtle and even applying for early retirement. Once he completes the process, he'll vanish without a trace, making it impossible for me to find him. Xiao Zhang was at a loss for how to respond. Previously, he had believed that leaders of such age would exhibit maturity and responsibility. Like Commander Wei, who is audacious yet evasive, slipping away faster than a rabbit. I truly witnessed something extraordinary for the first time. Chief, may I pose a question? You may. That day in the lounge, did Commander Wei indeed cheat? I believe he must have. Otherwise, how could he have deceived me so thoroughly? Xia Hofeng pondered, stroking his chin, and earnestly gave his response. Secretary Zhang inquired, what about the other 2 individuals at the table? Xia Hofeng replied, they all kept winning, while I alone faced defeat. Hence I suspect they conspired together to swindle me. Secretary Zhang responded, Leader, have you not considered that it might simply be due to your lack of skill? It was merely a casual game with no stakes involved. What motive would they have to collude against you? However, he dared not voice this thought, for the sake of his own future. Instead, he aligned himself with Xia Hofeng, criticizing Commander Wei for his excessive actions. After all, he is your superior, and yet he struck with such ferocity, as if harboring a deep-seated grudge. Xia Hofeng remained silent for a long while before letting out a slow sigh. There is indeed some enmity, but this matter has a long story behind it. Secretary Zhang's eyes lit up. Was there gossip afoot? Xiao Feng's gaze was filled with reminiscence. Years ago, we enlisted in the army together. As the troops were stationed near the village, both of us fell for a girl named Xiao Feng, who was gentle and kind, with beautiful large eyes and long braids. And then, he boldly confessed to her first and actually succeeded. Shouldn't you resent him for that? Secretary Zhang questioned, somewhat perplexed, prompting Xiao Feng to continue patiently. Initially, I was indeed envious of him. He was not as tall or handsome as I, nor could he boast of superior abilities. Thus, 2 days later, I managed to win Xiao Feng over with a packet of white rabbit candies. Secretary Zhang thought it rather unscrupulous to undermine a friend in such a manner. No wonder his response was so harsh. It seems personal grievances were at play. Such matters are difficult for any man, especially when it concerns a good brother. Though he thought this, he maintained a facade of decorum, stating, "Love should be free, competition fair. A charming lady deserves a worthy suitor. This is only natural." Just as he believed this tale had reached its conclusion, Xiao Feng added, "Later, Xiao Feng was taken away by our squad leader with 2 movie tickets and 5 pounds of pork, leaving us both with nothing to show for our efforts. Nonetheless, regardless of the past, that scoundrel's actions were utterly unjustifiable. He injured me without so much as an apology, not even a glance in my direction. Choosing instead to hide away and plot his departure from service, he dares not leave until the official paperwork is finalized. I shall dig to the very depths to uncover the truth. He treated me to a pair of sparrows, in the spirit of reciprocity. I shall invite him to a game of chess and a round of carom." Secretary Xiao Zhang, witnessing the profound disdain radiating from Xiao Feng, nodded vigorously, determined to seek justice for his superior. Class 3 leader, come out for a moment. At noon, in the corridor, the company commander summoned Class 3 leader Li Qingguang. As Li stepped out, he spotted an elderly comrade with an identification badge hanging from his neck and a camera in hand. The company commander introduced. "This esteemed elder is the veteran editor of the military newspaper mentioned by the battalion commander during this morning's meeting. I have assigned him to your class, and you must diligently cooperate with his work." He emphasized the phrases diligently and cooperate, hoping that Li Qingguang would grasp the underlying message. "Greetings, veteran comrade." However, Li Qingguang appeared rather indifferent, offering a salute directly to Wei Songjiang instead. Wei returned the gesture and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, I am Wei Songjiang. Please refrain from calling me veteran comrade. I am merely an ordinary military newspaper editor seeking inspiration during my time here. I hope you can treat me as a regular recruit in the days to come. Furthermore, I kindly request the company commander to arrange for me to take on some guard duties." Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Class 3, Meng Yan was on the floor, laboriously performing push-ups. Due to his exceptional natural talent, his training yielded greater rewards than that of his peers. Thus, whenever he had a moment to spare, he seized the opportunity to hone his basic physical abilities, effortlessly surpassing everyone else. Upon hearing commotion outside, the new recruits of Class 3 quickly scrambled to their feet, curiously peering out. Miao Bufan immediately recognized the elderly man as the same scavenger they had encountered at the refuse station. It was because of their casual chat with this man that they had lost track of time and been caught by the battalion commander earlier that morning. "Oh no, we've been set up," Miao Bufan exclaimed, turning to Meng Yan, who was still doing push-ups. "No wonder the battalion commander caught us this morning. Someone must have squealed." Meng Yan, rising from the floor and spotting the old man, felt no surprise whatsoever. His keen perception allowed him to see through disguises with ease, and he quickly deduced that the man was no ordinary elderly gentleman. As he wiped his face with a towel, he casually remarked, "I wonder if he captured any photographs of us smoking?" Miao Bufan, immediately agitated, declared that it must not be allowed to happen, confused by his friend's fervor. Meng Yan pressed for an explanation. Eventually, Miao Bufan revealed the truth in the eyes of his family. He was seen as the ideal child, one who neither smoked nor drank nor played cards. The thought of that old man capturing a photograph of their indiscretion and publishing it in an article for the military network sent him into a frenzy. If his family were to catch wind of this, they would likely rush to the training base and break his legs. Meng Yan truly did not anticipate that this fellow, who appeared so fearless and brash upon his arrival at the recruit company, constantly challenging him, would turn out to be such a timid soul at home, resembling a well-behaved child. However, Miao Bufan felt that the old man was indeed quite cunning, disguising himself as a scrap collector to extract information from them. Fortunately, they had not discussed any illicit matters at that time. Otherwise, it would have been a significant predicament. Meng Yan plopped down on the bed and inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Miao Bufan narrowed his eyes and replied, I plan to find an opportunity to ask him directly if he took any photos. If he did, he must delete them immediately. Those images cannot be seen by my family, especially my mother. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that he was such a mama's boy. What if he denies it? Miao Bufan paused for a moment, then cackled ominously. Then he shall not blame me for being impolite. He snorted. Do you know who Brother Guanxi is? The master, of course. If that old man dares to defy me, I will follow in Brother Guanxi's footsteps and make him realize that nothing is more beautiful than the sunset, warm and composed. Meng Yan observed Miao Bufan on the lower bunk, rubbing his chin and licking his lips with a peculiar grin. He suspected that this fellow was not only lacking common sense, but might also be suffering from some serious issue. He suggested that he should consider consulting a specialist. Perhaps even accompany Zhou Xiaoping for a neurology examination. Chapter 37. The hardest tone, the weakest words 5 kilometers. Oh, how I adore you. A single day without running feels unbearable. At the training base, on the track, the 3rd platoon of recruits, under the leadership of Meng Yan, is engaged in a 5-kilometer run. However, not long into the run, one figure begins to lag behind, gradually falling to the rear. Noticing this, Meng Yan immediately slows his pace and approaches the straggler. Concerned for this rather aged recruit. Old comrade, perhaps you should take a break on the side? Who says I can't manage? I am perfectly capable. With that, Wei Songyang grits his teeth and presses on. Observing his stubborn demeanor, Meng Yan feels that he and Miao Bufan share a kindred spirit, both seemingly out of their depth, yet possessing an unyielding pride. Miao Bufan, too, reduces his speed, sensing Meng Yan's gaze upon him. Though Meng Yan remains silent, Miao Bufan feels as if he has received a reprimand. At that moment, Li Qingguang, from the periphery of the track, calls to them, urging them to lend a hand and assist the old comrade. Meng Yan nods in agreement, and together with Miao Bufan, they support their superior as if lifting a sedan chair. Slow down, slow down. This jolting is quite unbearable. Their superior feels as though he is being tossed about, experiencing the sensation of his body racing ahead while his spirit lags behind. After a brief period, he feels utterly exhausted, unable to endure the entirety of the 5 kilometers. Consequently, Li Qingguang, considering his age, permits him to abstain from training with the 3rd platoon. Meng Yan concurs, believing that it would hinder the entire platoon's training rhythm. Thus, after some persuasion from both, Wei Songyang finally relents, allowing the recruits to return to their regular training routine. Throughout the training, Meng Yan remains steadfast in his diligence. He is unwavering in his commitment. His pursuit is to maximize the benefits of his fully developed innate abilities. Miao Bufan, too, strives to keep pace with him, although he ultimately falls short. The competition spurs him to improve at a remarkable rate. Meng Yan is astonished by Miao Bufan's capabilities, recognizing him as a genuine talent who matures swiftly. Coupled with his military lineage, Miao Bufan possesses a solid foundation. Yet, with a slight smile, Meng Yan thinks, fortunately, I am a prodigy, a 2nd-generation soldier. Any gifted contender must tremble before me. During their break, Miao Bufan discreetly takes a sip from Meng Yan's water bottle, instantly displaying a bewildered expression. It's Sprite, mixed with Red Bull, Coca-Cola, and Gatorade, Meng Yan explains. Miao Bufan's eyes widen in astonishment. Are you stacking buffs? With such a concoction, it's no wonder you have been training with such vigor. I must have some for myself. Without waiting for Meng Yan's consent, he proceeds to pour half of the mixed drink into his own bottle. Subsequently, the two engage in light-hearted banter as they rest, enjoying each other's company. Miao Bufan said worriedly, Tell me, do you think the old comrade's camera has photos of us smoking? Meng Yan shrugged. I'm not worried about that. Damn. If it gets out, won't we both lose face? Miao Bufan protested. You were the one who gave me the cigarette. If you hadn't forgotten your lighter, I wouldn't have had to borrow one from the old man. He was clearly setting a trap, waiting to catch us on camera. In short, Miao Bufan's sterling reputation absolutely could not be ruined by a smoke photo scandal. Meng Yan's head was filled with question marks. He couldn't understand how someone as young as Miao Bufan could spout such nonsense. Then just ask him directly. Wouldn't that solve it? What if he denies it? Try it. He has no reason to lie. He might even show you the camera. You're right. Miao Bufan slapped his thigh, staring coldly at the old man's retreating figure. If he refuses, then he leaves me no choice but to beg on my knees. Meng Yan was baffled. How do you manage to say the most cowardly things with such a tough tone? By evening, they entered the mess hall. Miao Bufan happened to sit next to the old man. He hesitated, but Meng Yan gave him an encouraging look. What is there to fear? It's just asking about a photo, not proposing marriage. Just as Mio Buffon was about to whisper his question, Company Commander Lian approached. "Comrade, the battalion commander invites you to join his table." "No need. I'm fine here." Wei Songjiang had a solid reason, since he was drafting a news report on recruit life. Naturally, he had to eat with the recruits. He added that when he later wrote about the lives of junior officers, he did dine with the leadership. "Comrade, there is something I wanted to ask you." About your camera." Mio Buffon glanced at the device slung behind him. Wei Songjiang chewed his food, smiling. "It's a Canon." "Why?" Mio Buffon. Meng Yan found it too amusing, so under the pretense of serving the old man some meat, he asked casually, "Comrade, we were just curious. What kind of photos do you have in there?" Wei Songjiang seemed to instantly see through his intent and replied vaguely, "Oh, just some uplifting, morale-boosting shots related to military life." Hearing this, Meng Yan immediately understood. He shot Mio Buffon a knowing look, though the latter caught on. He still looked uneasy. "I want to believe it unless I see for myself." But Wei Songjiang was no fool. Why would he hand over his camera? What if they stumbled upon something compromising? All right, let us eat. Comrade, have some more." At that moment, Li Chengwang also served Wei Songjiang a piece of meat. Wei Songjiang noticed that there were 2 pieces of meat in his bowl, so he returned them to the 2 individuals. He mentioned that, having reached an older age, he found it difficult to digest meat and now primarily favored a vegetarian diet. "Vegetarian? That's wonderful," he exclaimed. "The vegetables at our training base are entirely self-sufficient, organically grown, and free from harmful substances." Following this, Meng Yan placed the burnt carrots he disliked onto Wei Songjiang's plate. Observing this, Mio Buffon quickly added the carrots along with the nutrient-rich leafy greens to Wei Songjiang's meal. Seeing their leader and deputy leading by example, the others reluctantly followed suit, filling their plates with a heap of vegetables. Suddenly, Wei Songjiang was reminded of his early days in the military. Back then, due to harsh conditions, a couple of pieces of meat in a bowl of cabbage was considered a feast, and they regularly subsisted on cornbread and pickled vegetables. At that time, the older soldiers and comrades would always share their cabbage with him, given his youth and smaller stature. With a nostalgic sigh, Wei Songjiang reflected on how this training base had indeed rekindled the emotions he felt when he first joined the army. Click. He took out his camera and captured a shot of the vegetable-laden plate. He then snapped a group photo of Meng Yan, Li Chengwang, and Mio Buffon, who were enjoying their meal. The sound of the shutter and the sudden burst of light drew envious glances from the other recruits. It wasn't envy over the old man's vegetarianism, but rather the anticipation that the military reporters, temporarily stationed in their squad, would likely select news stories from their unit first. They had never before appeared in the news, let alone in the military press. This was a splendid opportunity that brought a sense of achievement comparable to receiving a commendation plaque at home. Feeling the envious gazes around them, Meng Yan and the others experienced an inexplicable sense of exhilaration. Later, around 10 o'clock that evening, in the dormitory of the 7th Combined Brigade, Song Si-Yuan finished his day's work and settled into a chair, enjoying a foot soak while engrossed in a video on his tablet. The animation he was watching, titled that year, "That Rabbit, Those Matters," was something he had stumbled upon on a small video platform. It narrated the tale of a group of rabbits who, through their hard work and determination, transformed their impoverished homeland into a thriving nation. For soldiers, there exists a profound sense of patriotism and fervor. Initially, he believed it to be an ordinary animation meant merely for entertainment. However, certain stories within it unexpectedly evoked feelings of inspiration and resonance. Particularly, when the ending theme song played, Song Si-Yuan felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Run, proud youth. In the hearts of the young lies unwavering conviction. Burn, proud passion. I shall sing the song of victory once more. It is sung so beautifully. It is simply magnificent. Turning back, Song Si-Yuan planned to organize a viewing of this animation for his subordinates during the upcoming weekend. Through this animation, young warriors are reminded to strive relentlessly, to move ever forward, to cherish their homeland, and to forever maintain a heart of innocence. Speaking of a heart of innocence, Song Si-Yuan cannot help but recall the upright instructor who had secluded himself at the new training base to experience life. Today marks the first day of the old commander's immersion in that life. One wonders how he is faring. Just as he is about to retrieve his phone to inquire about the situation from Jiao Tonghui, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps erupts from outside. As someone barges through the door, panic etched upon their face. There's been a grave incident. The higher-ups have discovered that we have hidden the division commander. Tomorrow morning, the deputy commander may come to seek retribution, You must brace yourself mentally. Old Song, are you even listening to me? Old Song, why are you opening the window? For heaven's sake, don't jump. If anything were to happen to you, I would be the one to face the consequences tomorrow. You must help me endure through this. Song Si-Yuan, I have a rather unmentionable thought. I wonder if it is appropriate to voice it. Chapter 38. The instructor led astray Li Chengwang. Li Chengwang. Caught napping while on duty, an entire company is in disarray. As a seasoned veteran, how could you commit such a juvenile blunder? Are you not tarnishing our platoon's reputation? Are you not causing me, your platoon leader, to lose face? Are you not providing the recruits with a spectacle to ridicule? The following morning, in the courtyard beneath the dormitory, the platoon leader prodded Li Chengwang's shoulder, seething with indignation. Last night, you were clearly assigned to the 0 to 2 post. How then did you end up at the 2 to 4 post instead? I ask you, why did you not call out to the soldier behind you? Li Chengwang, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes and appearing utterly fatigued, replied, I did call. And how did you do that? I simply squatted by the bed and shouted to him. Li Chengwang leaned in slightly, cupping his mouth with his hand, and in a voice scarcely louder than a mosquito's buzz, he huffed, Old comrade. Oh, old comrade. It's time to rise. Time to stand guard. The sun is shining on your backside. The platoon leader was rendered speechless. Was that a call to duty or merely an attempt at hypnosis? With such a feeble voice, one might mistake it for a mosquito whispering in one's ear. Could you not raise your voice a bit? I feared that if I spoke too loudly, I would awaken the other recruits. Eventually, when he could not rouse the soldier, he simply took over the 2 to 4 post himself. The platoon leader was at a loss for words. After all, the editor from the military newspaper was an outsider, and he had no authority to reprimand him. He instructed Li Chengwang to take the opportunity to catch up on his sleep during lunch, for he appeared utterly listless. He even suggested that he go to the 1st platoon and retrieve a can of Red Bull from his locker to invigorate himself, but Li Chengwang politely declined. Yesterday, the police brought a substantial amount of food and drink. They have an ample supply of snacks and beverages, enough to open a small shop. And there is so much Red Bull that it could be consumed like water. The platoon leader envied him with a slight smirk, but chose not to elaborate. Just then, someone summoned him to the company commander's office, indicating that the commander was looking for him. Once there, he faced a similar tirade from the commander. Tell me, why did Li Chengwang not call out for the soldier behind him last night? Who was the nincompoop stationed at the 2 to 4 post? Yes, it was the editor from the military newspaper. Upon hearing it was the instructor, the company commander's demeanor softened, his tone becoming more congenial. Did Li Chengwang call out? Is it his fault, or the old comrade's? He did call out, but the old comrade did not awaken. And how did he call out? The platoon leader imitated Li Chengwang, leaning in to shout in a voice only slightly louder than a fly's buzz. Old comrade. Oh, old comrade. It's time to rise. Time to stand guard. The sun is shining on your backside. Li Chengwang had called out 10 times in total. Yet he could not rouse the man from his slumber. Ultimately, when all else failed, he had no choice but to take the old comrade as post himself. The company commander stroked his chin, pondering. Isn't it said that as one ages, the quality of sleep diminishes? How could the instructor be so deep in slumber that he could not be awakened? However, he knew he could not summon the instructor to chastise him. Let us set aside this matter for now and have him rearrange the duty roster, removing Wei Songjiang's name and restoring the original format. Once everyone had departed, the squad leader took the opportunity to review the recent performance records. The average level of the 3rd squad remained, as always, the highest in the entire company. Among them, the standout performer was undoubtedly Meng Yan. In just over 2 months since enlisting, his achievements had skyrocketed. From initially being unremarkable, he had surged upward with remarkable momentum, seemingly unrestrained. Although his commendable results were already impressive among all the recruits, they paled in comparison to Meng Yan's brilliance. Truly, this cohort was brimming with talent. He sensed that upon joining the new unit, these recruits would undoubtedly exhibit extraordinary prowess, perhaps even leading the charge. Class deputy? What is the matter? On the weekend, in the dormitory of the 3rd squad, Meng Yan was engaged in a game with Xiu Bufan and others when Zhou Xiaoping, with a mischievous grin, approached him. Curious about a girl named Xiaoying and how she had been recently, Meng Yan glanced at him and replied, Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't I say I'd introduce you after we join the new unit? As a recruit, do you really think she would notice you? Zhou Xiaoping nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, yes, yes. Without looking up, Meng Yan continued, You'd best put down your phone, go for a 5-kilometer run, and then do a set of physical training. Why? Zhou Xiaoping inquired. She likes strong men, the best of the best, Meng Yan said with mock seriousness. Especially the top performers in the reconnaissance unit. When you have time, you might want to check out Shakespeare. She appreciates literature, and that way, you'll have something to talk about. Zhou Xiaoping listened intently, exclaiming that she must indeed be a girl of taste, since she had made a request. He knew he must align himself accordingly. Without hesitation, he set down his phone, borrowed a book of Shakespeare from the reading room, and headed to the track while reading. Meng Yan reflected that love indeed has the power to disorient. Thus, he resolved to focus his thoughts on the game instead. He politely asked Zhang Su if he wanted to join for a round. Xiao Bufan assured him that they would surely win this time, instilling confidence in him. Zhang Su, frightened, retreated, stating that he believed soldiers should prioritize physical training, opting instead to run 5 kilometers with Zhou Xiaoping. Watching him dash away, Li Qingwang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Meng Yan, as the deputy squad leader, possessed an exceptional ability to motivate others. Squad leader, are you playing? Meng Yan inquired with a smile. Li Qingwang suddenly shivered and shook his head vigorously, saying, you all play. I'll just browse short videos for a bit and then catch up on some sleep. Meng Yan scratched his head, puzzled by Li Qingwang's reaction. As his own performance had always been commendable, he then turned his attention to Xiao Bufan, who was busy selecting a hero. It must be that this fellow is quite troublesome, hence Li Qingwang is unwilling to play with them. The current situation is somewhat awkward, with only 4 individuals present, making it impossible to engage in a full game. Therefore, Meng Yan, with a spirit of experimentation, turned his gaze towards the instructor Wei Songjiang, who was basking in the sun on a stool. Esteemed sir, do you indulge in mobile games? What type of mobile games? Competitive ones. Fearing he might decline, Meng Yan added, they emphasize teamwork, strategy, and tactics akin to drills and warfare. It's all about capturing cities and gradually expanding one's advantage to achieve ultimate victory. Wei Songjiang immediately exhibited a keen interest. Although he did not grasp everything, he was well versed in drills and combat. Thus, Meng Yan proceeded to instruct him on how to download the game and encouraged him to select a few free heroes to practice with. As per the introductions within the game, it was Wei Songjiang's first encounter with such a thing, and he found it quite novel, growing increasingly engrossed in the game. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Jiao Tonghui finished his tasks and prepared to visit various classes. His first stop was Class 3. The reason was simple. The old commander was in Class 3. He felt somewhat uneasy, considering there were 2 troublemakers in that class. As Jiao Tonghui reached the corridor, he heard a cacophony of intense voices emanating from the direction of Class 3, sounding as if they were engaged in a game. Luban, are you just wandering around? Come support on the lane. Do you even know how to play? I could manage better with my feet. We're team fighting. Why are you farming? Come help out. Are those 2 holes on your forehead for breathing? The new recruits in Class 3 were playing with utmost seriousness, their fingers incessantly tapping on the screen. Jiao Tonghui stood at the door observing, not daring to enter. He was astonished to discover that the instructor was also engrossed in mobile gaming, wearing reading glasses and appearing quite focused and invested. It was the first time he learned that the instructor enjoyed mobile games as well. In stark contrast to the frantic gaming state of Meng Yan and his companions, the instructor remained silent and composed throughout the session. Jiao Tonghui shook his head and smiled, realizing that youth is indeed youthful. After all, gaming is merely for enjoyment, so what's the point in taking it too seriously? However, when he saw Wei Songjiang's screen displaying a dismal score of 0-18-2, alongside a Luban 7 running chaotically across the screen, his smile gradually faded. Perhaps he had spoken too soon. No wonder the instructor remained silent. It was likely due to the overwhelming defeat. When Wei Songjiang's screen turned gray once more, Jiao Tonghui approached with good intentions and whispered, esteemed commander, perhaps it's best to refrain from playing. This game demands a great deal of teamwork and quick reflexes. It's fine. I'll just practice more. I have the determination. With that, Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan raised their thumbs in approval, just as the camp commander arrived. Li Qingwang promptly had the new recruits stand and greet the camp commander. Jiao Tonghui glanced at the instructor, who was engrossed in his game, and found himself at a loss for words. In just a single day, the teacher has transformed remarkably, even mastering the art of practicing with vegetables. However, the instructor seems rather unwilling to have Jiao Tonghui around, insisting that during team battles, his presence only complicates matters. He urges him to leave promptly, warning that failing to do so would result in their defeat being attributed to him. The camp leader has departed, and Li Qingwang, preparing to take a nap in bed, vigorously nods in agreement, contemplating how this veteran has truly grasped the essence of the game, adeptly deflecting blame. Indeed, a distinguished teacher produces exceptional pupils. Yet, Meng Yan does not share this sentiment. He perceives the old comrade as merely indulging his instincts. Subsequently, Meng Yan imparts a unique set of skills to the instructor: blink, unleash a powerful move, and seize the last sliver of health for a kill. It may be a tad underhanded, but the exhilaration is undeniable. Meanwhile, as Wei Songyang retains his youthful spirit, gallivanting through the King S Canyon with a group of young enthusiasts at the 7th Composite Brigade headquarters. Brigade Commander Song Si-Yuan has just endured the darkest hour of his life. The deputy commander has cornered him in his office, demanding to know the whereabouts of Wei Songyang. Song Si-Yuan claims ignorance and finds himself confined for an entire morning, even resorting to relieving himself in a plastic bottle. Fortunately, no severe incidents occurred. Otherwise, the potted bonsai on his desk would have been in jeopardy. Despite the pressure, he refuses to divulge the whereabouts of the instructor. Ultimately, the deputy commander grants him a day, threatening dire consequences if he fails to produce the individual by then. Once the deputy commander and his entourage have vacated, the office door swings open, and the political commissar along with the deputy brigade commander rush in, finding Song Si-Yuan slumped in his chair, visibly relieved. Old Song. If it becomes too much, perhaps it's best to let it go. Though the instructor has treated us well, we simply cannot contend against the might of the higher-ups. Song Si-Yuan vigorously waves his hand. You don't understand. Commander Wei is not only my esteemed leader, but also my mentor and benefactor. The political commissar inquires. Are you suggesting that the deputy commander should increase your pay? I'll have none of that. Song Si-Yuan retorts, exclaiming a phrase from the essence of our culture. Chapter 39. A Tarnished Legacy in the Twilight Years? The political commissar wiped the spittle from his face, bewildered by the sudden outburst. Then, Song Si-Yuan explained. Wei Songyang isn't just my revered former division commander. He is also my father-in-law. Would you hand your own father-in-law over, bound and helpless? The commissar was stunned. After years of working alongside Song Si-Yuan, he had never known this. Song elaborated that the old commander was a man of discretion, averse to pomp and reluctant to publicize their relationship. Moreover, their wedding had been a modest affair, attended only by close family, leaving most in the unit unaware. Otherwise, rumors would have swirled that Song had climbed the ranks through nepotism. Suddenly, the commissar understood his dilemma. No wonder the old commander had fled here when trouble arose. No wonder he trusted Song to handle the matter. There was this unspoken bond. This complicates things, the commissar mused. If you really handed him over, your wife would despise you. You'd never set foot in their home again, not even for the new year. Song chuckled darkly. Home? Do you know what my wife does for a living? You mentioned she is a doctor at the military hospital, didn't you? Precisely, a surgeon. If I dared betray my father-in-law for personal gain, she'd perform an impromptu dissection on me by midnight. A thorough one. The commissar shuddered at the visceral imagery. No wonder the brigade commander had been so agitated last night, nearly leaping from the window. Who wouldn't he be tormented by such a predicament? He asked Song what he planned to do now. Song's answer was succinct. Stall. Stall until the retirement notice arrived. Once his father-in-law slipped away, the matter would no longer concern him. As for the aftermath, they'd cross that bridge when they came to it. Denial would be his shield. Even the deputy army commander couldn't force the truth from him. Huff, huff, huff. That afternoon on the training grounds, Meng Yan and Miao Bufan perched on parallel bars, locked in a contest of abdominal rotations. Go, Vice Squad Leader. You've got this. Miao Bufan. You're running on fumes. Hearing the lopsided cheers, Miao lost his grip in frustration and tumbled to the ground. Meng Yan halted his own routine, landing gracefully before offering a hand to pull him up. 3 more than you. Big deal. It's not 30, Miao retorted, his face flushed, breath ragged. In contrast, Meng Yan stood composed, barely winded, as if he had reserves of untapped energy. The gap between them only widened, proof that no amount of effort could bridge the chasm between prodigy and mortal. Unbeknownst to Miao, Meng had merely been honing his physique, casually elevating his fundamentals while inadvertently dealing another blow to his rival S. morale. Old-timer, another round? At that moment, a commotion erupted near the horizontal bar. Meng Yan turned to see Wei Songyang had unexpectedly ascended to the top of the bar. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to attempt a stomach wrap maneuver. Meng Yan, intrigued, raised his chin slightly, while Miao Bufan also turned to look, a smile breaking across his face. Before long, the elderly Wei Songyang began to swing his body, attempting to rotate on the bar, revealing a certain level of experience. Remarkably, he managed to execute 3 somewhat unrefined stomach wrap moves on the bar. Li Qingguang led the applause, exclaiming, "Incredible! Do it again." The other recruits joined in the cheer, praising his prowess. Amidst the raucous encouragement, Wei Songjiang, buoyed by their enthusiasm, felt a surge of nostalgia for a challenge he frequently embraced in his youth. He had once achieved a record of 380 stomach wraps, earning commendation from his unit, his very first honor. Watching Meng Yan and Miao Bufan compete, he felt an insatiable urge to test his own mettle. Like a spinning top, Wei Songjiang whirled around the bar. His movements, though not entirely precise, were ceaseless. An astonishing 23 stomach wraps later, he landed, scarcely believing his own accomplishment. At his age, such feats were a rarity in the military. Even Meng Yan and Miao Bufan offered him profound accolades. "Remarkable, old comrade. At your age, to spin so many times, you clearly have a knack for circles. Old comrade. Are you truly a veteran editor? You seem more a military officer than a civilian one. Surely, you must have led troops into battle at some point?" Wei Songjiang laughed heartily. Basic skills are not to be underestimated. Hearing this, Li Qingguang turned to Meng Yan, who chuckled and replied, "Don't credit me. He learned it from me." He approached Wei Songjiang, patting him on the shoulder, poised to inquire how he felt and whether he wished to attempt another set. Wei Songjiang nodded affirmatively, uttering, "No problem." However, moments later, he abruptly retched, nearly spilling his stomach contents onto Meng Yan. Following this, his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Old comrade, wake up. Please, wake up." Panic ensued as someone exclaimed, "Oh no, squad leader. You've knocked the old comrade unconscious." Meng Yan shot a glare at Zhou Xiaoping. "Silence, and no one will mistake you for a mute." Noticing the absence of redness on the old man's face assured him that it was likely not a grave issue. Thus, a stretcher was procured, and Meng Yan and Miao Bufan carried him toward the infirmary. "Thank goodness we arrived in time." After a thorough examination, the medic's stern expression startled everyone. What if we had arrived later? If we had been delayed, I would have needed to use the restroom. The third squad of recruits exchanged incredulous glances, questioning if he considered himself amusing. A mere pinch to the philtrum and a whiff of menthol oil soon revived the old man. When Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan learned of the incident, they rushed to the infirmary, their faces pale with fear. Upon learning that the individual was not gravely harmed, merely disoriented from excessive spinning, the anxiety that had gripped the two was finally alleviated. However, they soon discovered that the headmaster's distress stemmed from witnessing the competition between Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan, leaving them utterly speechless. "See, I told you something would go awry," Jiao Tonghui remarked, his expression one of utter disbelief. "Well, perhaps this was merely an accident," Lu Shan suggested awkwardly. "An accident? This morning, I saw the old chief playing Honor of Kings. What does that imply? Have you ever seen an elderly gentleman lose at a game and then lash out at others within it? Are you certain all of this is taught by Meng Yan? It seems more like the headmaster's innate behavior. Regardless of whether it's natural or not, the old chief's path is increasingly misguided. I even fear he may jeopardize his reputation." Lu Shan turned to glance furtively at the old chief lying on the hospital bed, frowning as he pondered, "Are you suggesting someone is attempting to exploit the old chief?" Jiao Tonghui nearly slapped him, exasperated. "Do I seem like I'm jesting with you?" Lu Shan chuckled. "All right, stop worrying about everything. If good intentions fail and misfortune prevails, the old chief's ability to perform abdominal exercises 20 times indicates his robustness. There's no need for your unwarranted concern." Jiao Tongwei shook his head. "No, I must intervene. You shouldn't engage in training any longer. Otherwise, it will inevitably lead to trouble." At that moment, Wei Songjiang had awakened. Jiao Tongwei sent the others away and, with a wry smile, reminded him to take care of his health, considering he was no longer a youth and needed to be cautious. If anything were to happen, they would be held accountable, no matter the consequences. Wei Songjiang understood the implication behind his words and recognized he had caused trouble for everyone. So he promised not to overexert himself. He even mentioned that if necessary, he would assist in logistics in the kitchen, as he had ample experience in cooking. Upon hearing this, Jiao Tonghui felt a bit more at ease and departed the infirmary. Once everyone had left, Wei Songjiang enjoyed a moment of solitude. In a couple of days, the official documents would arrive, and he would officially become a retired old man. Reflecting on it, he felt a tinge of reluctance. After all, he had dedicated many years to the military, pouring in his heart, sweat, and youth. Yet, with the cunning of Xiahou Feng, He had no choice but to employ the best strategy of retreat. With a yawn, Wei Songjiang was suddenly overtaken by drowsiness. Before long, the sound of his snoring echoed like a power drill. The nurse, unable to endure the noise any longer, decided to step outside for some peace. Just as he drifted into a deep slumber, an unexpected visitor quietly pushed the door open and approached the bedside. Chapter 40, Brother. Not second brother heaving and puffing. In the apparatus training area, at the ends of the parallel bars, two figures resembled inflatable pumps, rhythmically alternating their movements. Having previously lost to Meng Yan in the abdominal bar training, Miao Bufan was determined to reclaim his honor on the parallel bars. The rivalry between the two transformed what should have been an ordinary training session into a grand contest. How many has Miao Bufan completed? The squad leader was keeping count. He was nearing 400. The arm dips on the parallel bars had reached an astonishing 400. Truly, these two were monsters. Well, they are monsters. While we are mere mortals, my arms feel like they are about to break after 40. I can't go on after 30. I can barely manage 20. At this moment, both Meng Yan and Miao Bufan had reached their limits. Their faces were flushed, veins bulging on their foreheads, looking as though they might burst at any moment. Particularly Miao Bufan, who trembled violently with each dip, his teeth chattering audibly. Yet, deep within him, a relentless spirit drove him on. He could not yield. He couldn't lose forever. He had to devise a way to win, even if just once. As he sensed the last remnants of strength slipping away, Miao Bufan's hands were no longer able to sustain his movements. Just as he was about to falter and drop, Meng Yan surprisingly fell to the ground first, promptly caught by Li Qingguang, who acted swiftly. I can't take it anymore. My arms are about to snap. Meng Yan swayed unsteadily, shaking his head repeatedly. Witnessing this, Miao Bufan gritted his teeth and persevered, trembling like an elderly man. He awkwardly managed 3 more dips before finally descending from the bars. Meng Yan, 399, Miao Bufan, 402. Incredible! You've broken the training base's parallel bar record. Li Qingguang announced the results loudly, and a crowd quickly gathered around Miao Bufan, praising him as a formidable hero. Meng Yan also conceded defeat graciously. Yet, within Miao Bufan, the victory felt bittersweet. He understood that although Meng Yan was nearing his limits, he could have pushed himself a little further. The fact that Meng Yan had let him win left Miao Bufan feeling somewhat embarrassed. As the squad leader, Li Qingguang noticed this dynamic but was pleased to witness such camaraderie. Between comrades, it was not always about winning or losing. Sometimes, the bond of friendship outweighed the outcome of competition. Li Qingguang blew his whistle, organized the formation, and announced a 10-minute break to stretch their arms and prevent muscle strains. Meng Yan approached Miao Bufan, pressing his foot against his back while pulling his arms backward with force. Miao Bufan yelped in pain, repeatedly exclaiming that his arms were about to break. However, when it was time for Miao Bufan to suggest a relaxation activity for Meng Yan resolutely declined. Convinced that the boy would seek retaliation, no, he was certain of it. Miao Bufan, refusing to act, declared he would certainly twist Meng Yan's arm. Thus, the two of them began to circle around Li Qingguang, engaging in a playful chase that left Li Qingguang utterly bewildered. At that moment, their attention was suddenly drawn to a staggering figure approaching from the side. On the roadside, teacher Wei Songjiang, holding his waist, was laboriously making his way over, occasionally emitting labored breaths, as if he had just endured a torturous ordeal, appearing significantly weaker than before. Li Qingguang hurriedly urged Meng Yan and Miao Bufan to cease their antics, and went to support the elderly gentleman, preventing him from falling. Old comrade, weren't you resting in the infirmary? Why are you out here again? Moreover, what has happened to you? You look even worse than when you fainted earlier. Barely able to stand. Wei Songjiang waved his hand dismissively at Li Qingguang's concern, and with the assistance of Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, he gradually settled onto a nearby flower bed. What an ordeal! What an ordeal! Meng Yan and Miao Bufan exchanged puzzled glances. Uncertain about what kind of suffering he had endured, Wei Songjiang sighed deeply and explained, Earlier, I was lying comfortably in the infirmary, sound asleep. In a daze, I felt something intruding into my blankets, and when I opened my eyes, I found a new recruit sitting beside me whom I had never seen before. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they had just heard something scandalous. Previously, Meng Yan had seen a news report about an elderly woman in a rural area being assaulted by a young man. Upon reading that, he felt a profound sense of outrage and indignation. Thus, he regarded Wei Songjiang with sympathetic and compassionate eyes, inquiring about what happened next, hoping for a detailed account. As he asked, Meng Yan instinctively reached into his pocket. "Ah, I forgot to bring sunflower seeds." Wei Songjiang shook his head and replied, "Don't even mention it." That boy came right up to me, and without a word removed my socks. Miao Bufan exclaimed softly, "He must be a foot fetishist." Meng Yan shot him a look of disbelief, thinking, which foot fetishist would be drawn to feet that were calloused, wrinkly, and adorned with fungal nails? Disdainfully, he remarked, "If you go out, don't say you know me, we're not acquainted." Miao Bufan scoffed, "What are you pretending to be? Is your mind any cleaner?" "I'm not talking about you, second brother." Meng Yan retorted, "Then I must be the elder brother." "Miao Bufan, you're taking all the advantages, aren't you?" As Wei Songjiang continued his tale, everyone gradually realized that the situation was not as they had initially imagined. Earlier, in the infirmary, Wei Songjiang had simply fallen asleep due to exhaustion, only to have a new recruit sneak in and forcibly give him a foot massage while he dozed. After awakening him, he claimed that this foot massage technique was a family heirloom, believed to invigorate the blood, open channels, strengthen muscles and bones, bolster health, and nourish the kidneys. It was particularly suitable for helping the frail health of middle-aged and elderly individuals. However, after a complete session, Wei Songjiang nearly fainted from the pain. Initially, the new recruit suggested that foot therapy was merely an appetizer, intending to follow up with a full-body massage in traditional Chinese medicine. This frightened Wei so much that he barely had time to put on his socks. He hastily donned his shoes and fled, not daring to linger even for a second in the medical room. Otherwise, after a session of traditional Chinese massage, he feared for his very life at the hands of that young man. Upon hearing the explanation, the others finally understood why Wei Songjiang appeared thoroughly battered, barely able to stand. Miao Bufan hesitated before mentioning that he had a friend who was quite interested in this kidney-nourishing foot massage technique and wanted to know which new recruit from their company was adept in this skill. Wei Songjiang recalled, stating, "He goes by Wu Yuwei, from your class 7. If you're interested, you can go seek him out for a try. He'll surely have you feeling like you're on the brink of life and death." Upon realizing it was that particular young man, the one who had exposed the entire class's bedding during basic training, had pilfered the company commander's clothes, and had shamelessly revealed other shortcomings in public, everyone felt a wave of relief. It was precisely the kind of reckless individual who would think nothing of such absurdity as massaging an elderly man's feet while he was asleep. This was a case of wanting to curry favor but lacking the wit to do so, always prone to sudden bursts of inspiration. Li Qingwang, concerned, asked, "Comrade, can you still walk?" Wei Songjiang replied with a wry smile, "If I could walk, I would return to my dormitory and rest." Observing this, Li Qingwang instructed Meng Yan and another individual to help the elderly comrade back to his dormitory for some rest, promising to regroup afterward. Thus, they supported the trembling Wei Songjiang as they made their way back to the Class 3 dormitory. Once he lay down, Wei Songjiang sighed in relief, expressing that the young man had been overly vigorous with the massage. What had previously been a healthy body now felt as if it might be on the verge of injury. At that moment, Miao Bufan discreetly signaled Meng Yan. Consequently, Meng Yan pulled up a stool, curiosity piqued, and asked, "Comrade, you've been capturing footage here for several days now. What have you filmed? May we see it?" Wei Songjiang looked at him in surprise. Meng Yan nodded, stating he had a modest interest in photography. Although their styles might differ, the underlying principles were interconnected. Both were forms of art, capable of documenting experiences and bringing joy to others. Hearing this, Wei Songjiang felt he had found a kindred spirit and cheerfully removed his camera. He readily powered it on, showcasing his recent photographic endeavors to Meng Yan and Miao Bufan. His collection featured flowers, grass, buildings in the camp, new recruits in training, and even a photo of Meng Yan and another individual holding the banner that read, "Save the lives of our village's dogs during an awards ceremony." Although the focus was utterly chaotic, thankfully, none of the purported smoking photos Miao Bufan had mentioned were discovered. Miao Bufan's hardies considerably. The old gentleman's willingness to share indicated a clear conscience. Just as the two let their guard down, a swiftly passing photograph caught Meng Yan's attention. Wei Songjiang acted with great speed. The image shot past in an instant, too rapid for an ordinary person to discern. Miao Bufan rubbed his eyes, failing to see clearly. Naturally did not consider it further. However, Meng Yan possessed a discerning gaze, an eye akin to that of a divine observer. He recognized at once that the fleeting image was indeed the photograph of the two of them, sharing laughter and smoking a cigarette at the refuge station. Chapter 41. The prodigal son returns. Old comrade, you are somewhat lacking in integrity. We invite you to smoke and assist with your career planning. Yet you choose to lurk in the corner playing with your camera? To be frank, do you have a daughter or niece at home? And are you hoping to introduce us, seeing us as promising young talents? Meng Yan remarked in a half-joking tone, glancing at the camera in Wei Songjiang's hands. Miao Bufan quickly caught on, realizing that the earlier snapshot had captured his dashing figure while smoking. Wei Songjiang, being a seasoned veteran, was not easily swayed by Meng Yan's banter. My daughter is already married with a child in elementary school. As for my niece, I do have one from my old comrade's family, who just happens to be local. Perhaps I could introduce her to you later? Meng Yan dismissed him, directly stating, Uncle, please delete it. It's taking up space. Wei Songjiang shook his head and placed the camera back into his bag. Life in the army has many facets. It is not solely the bright and positive moments that deserve to be recorded. There are numerous intriguing people and fascinating events that also merit remembrance. All of these are worthy of being cherished and recalled. The old comrade's stance was evidently clear. He would not delete the photos. Whether they would be published in the military report weekly would depend on his mood. This left Meng Yan and Miao Bufan with a sense of being at someone else's mercy. Miao Bufan was particularly anxious about the photos being seen by his family, while Meng Yan was indifferent, believing that as long as he was fine, his family would be unaffected. The old fellow claimed he was tired and wished to rest, urging the two to hasten to the training ground and attend to their own matters, rather than waste time on him. Once in the hallway, Miao Bufan clenched his fists in frustration. I genuinely want to suffocate him with a pillow. At his age, he is still so sneaky. I suspect he might be a fake military reporter. Could he be an undercover agent sent by hostile forces? Meng Yan nodded vigorously. Quite possible. You go ahead and smother him. I'll keep watch at the door. All right. Miao Bufan pushed Meng Yan toward the task. You go and smother him. I'll be your lookout. Meng Yan shrugged, uninterested, and turned to the restroom to relieve himself. Miao Bufan, like a persistent shadow, followed closely behind. Taking advantage of their time in the restroom, the two discussed the upcoming new training assessment scheduled for next week. The new training assessment serves as a comprehensive evaluation of the recruits' training results over the past 3 months. The rankings directly influence the types of units they will be assigned to upon deployment. Those with excellent results will naturally be allocated to elite units, receiving significant attention and development, while those with poor performance risk being marginalized and sent to less notable units, relegated to minor tasks. Ultimately, they may become mere background figures in the colorful military journeys of the exceptional soldiers. Which unit do you hope to join? Miao Bufan, finishing his business first, pretended to turn on the faucet to wash his hands, deceiving himself into thinking he had done so. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not the security forces or as an inspector, Meng Yan replied, symbolically washing his hands and then dusting off Miao Bufan's back. What is the matter? Afraid of getting beaten up? Fearing the consequences of retirement, I find myself contemplating the prospect of joining the reconnaissance company. Is there any interest in embarking on this journey together? It seems our squad leader is affiliated with the 7th Reconnaissance Company. I am quite indifferent to the unit I am assigned to. As a revolutionary soldier, I shall move wherever I am needed, responding to the call of duty without hesitation. Meng Yan possesses a commendable level of awareness, recognizing that development and contribution can occur in any setting. With the right skills at hand, I am confident that I will excel regardless of my location. Yet, I cannot help but wonder what new abilities I shall acquire next. The thought fills me with a sense of anticipation. Just as the two were preparing to exit the restroom, they were unexpectedly confronted by a figure blocking their path. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Dai Tsung-hu, a once great soldier now down on his luck after re-enlisting. Halt. Upon hearing this command, Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan exchanged glances before casting another look at the urinal, seemingly lost in thought. This simple gesture startled Dai Tsung-hu, causing him to instinctively retreat a substantial distance, his face a mask of vigilance and trepidation. I mean no harm. Please do not act rashly, he exclaimed. Well, we certainly haven't suggested anything as drastic as dunking your head in the urinal, Meng Yan chuckled, displaying the composure and magnanimity befitting a vice squad leader. Xiao Bufan, ever considerate, inquired if he was thirsty and offered him some sweet water from his locker, showcasing his warm-heartedness as a temporary deputy. Dai Tsung-hu felt unnerved by their smiles. Yet he mustered the courage to request their assistance, specifically seeking Meng Yan's help. Since that fateful day when he was forced to drink the tainted water, it was as if a light had switched on within him. He suddenly realized the folly and absurdity of his past actions, understanding how deeply he had alienated others. He had squandered a promising future, not only ruining his own prospects, but also burdening his parents with debt. That night, He reflected long and hard, ultimately resolving to amend his ways. However, the journey from resolution to genuine transformation is a lengthy one. Late nights, heavy drinking, smoking, and a life of indulgence had taken a toll on his physical health, a recovery not easily achieved with mere determination. In the military, strength is paramount. Without capability, all aspirations are futile. Thus, Dai Tsung-hu hoped that Meng Yan could speak to a veteran journalist, inquiring whether he would be willing to write an article about him as a re-enlisted soldier. This endeavor would serve to caution others like Dai Tsung-hu, who, having achieved certain successes, had become overconfident and fallen into the same pitfalls. One misstep can lead to a cascade of errors, and Dai Tsung-hu now saw himself as a prime example of what not to do. Had he remained in the military, he might have successfully entered special operations, attaining the pinnacle of army prestige, earning numerous honors, bringing glory to his country, and becoming a source of pride for his parents. Alternatively, he could have pursued further education at a military academy, emerging as a key member of his unit and a proud lieutenant squad leader. On the path of strengthening the military, I aspire to contribute my humble efforts to the cause of national defense. Conversely, I hope to take this opportunity to sincerely apologize to those comrades and leaders whom I have once hurt and disappointed by publicly expressing my remorse. Meng Yan remained silent for a considerable time, evidently astonished that he could articulate such sentiments. Who would have thought that the bathwater of the black tiger could possess the enlightening effects akin to the essence of wisdom? Stimulating cognitive development? Miao Buffon stroked his chin. Have we perhaps discovered a lucrative opportunity? If it proves profitable, should we share the earnings with the dog sergeant? It's merely a dog. A trifling share is sufficient, perhaps a mere token gesture. Ha ha ha. I shall simply lead it to the latrine, transforming it into a self-service feast. Dai Tsung-hu interjected. Are you two even paying attention to what I am saying? Chapter 42. It turns out to be Master Hu. A long-awaited encounter. Dai Tsung-hu found it challenging to comprehend the thought processes of the two individuals before him. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. I do not seek forgiveness from everyone. I merely wish to express my apologies in this manner to attain a sense of peace. A mistake is a mistake. I have spent over $1 million to learn a valuable lesson, stumbling profoundly to realize that I am not cut out for business. Now, I must start anew. It is entirely deserved. Furthermore, I was in the wrong for causing you trouble earlier, and I apologize for that. Next time, please refrain from offering me water that has bathed military dogs. Could we perhaps indulge in something else? Meng Yan and his companion were not petty individuals. Moreover, there existed no deep-seated animosity between them. It was merely a thirsty young man who, while passing by logistics, had sought a couple of sips from them. Black Tiger was indifferent. Why should they concern themselves? The three shared a moment of levity at the restroom entrance, allowing bygones to be bygones. Yet, Meng Yan doused Dai Tsung-hu with a splash of cold water. I cannot guarantee that the old comrade will absorb your words, but I shall make time to share your story with him. If he feels inclined to include it in the press release, that would be splendid. Dai Tsung-hu expressed profound gratitude. No problem. If it materializes, that would be fantastic. If not, so be it. I suppose I am a cautionary tale. A press release must embody positivity and uplifting energy. After departing from the dormitory building and returning to the training ground, Li Qingguang was curious about their prolonged absence. Meng Yan did not withhold details and directly informed the squad leader of Dai Tsung-hu's transformation and request. Li Qingguang's astonishment mirrored their earlier reactions. Black Tiger's bathing water can yield such enlightening effects? It has enabled a wayward lamb to suddenly gain clarity? Meng Yan shrugged. After all, it is the water of a meritorious figure, endowed with a certain sanctity. Li Qingguang chuckled heartily. A prodigal son returning is invaluable. At merely 26, recognizing one's errors and striving for correction is commendable. There will be further opportunities ahead. There is an old saying, it is best to suffer losses early, implying that life cannot perpetually be smooth sailing. One must inevitably stumble at some point. If one cannot rise again, the likelihood of remaining in that state is high. However, should one manage to regain their footing and surpass the challenges, it may lead to a transformative rebirth, resulting in a renewed life. Dai Tsung-hu's foundation and potential remain intact. With diligent training and adjustments, he may yet ascend to his former peak. Although he strayed from the path, at least he did not falter again. And the military would extend its utmost comfort and tolerance to this wayward child. Li Qingguang stated, I shall speak to the old comrade. We are all comrades. And it is crucial to lend a hand when it matters. Indeed, we are all comrades, and every little assistance counts. The phrase comrades encompasses profound significance, one that many who have never served in the military may never fully grasp. when Meng Yan chose to rescue someone. He was acutely aware that he might invite trouble upon himself, yet he proceeded regardless. The reason was encapsulated in those two words. As the sun gradually descends towards the western horizon, its once dazzling golden rays soften into a gentle glow. It resembles a weary traveler, laden with countless tales. Ambling towards the west, the sound of a whistle pierces the air, signaling assembly. The soldiers hastily abandon their tasks and swiftly gather. The company commander calls the entire unit together, preparing to conclude the afternoon's training with a 3-kilometer run. Left face, align. Forward, gaze. At ease. Stand firm. Right turn, march, proceed. Coincidentally, the second company is also wrapping up with a 3-kilometer run, and the two groups collide. Observing the somewhat subdued morale, the company commander bellows, "Why the long faces? Is this how we show spirit? Let us sing a song to lift our spirits. I want to hear you roar." Red clouds soar as the sun dips low. Prepare, sing. Red clouds soar as the sun dips low. Soldiers return to camp. Return to camp. The second company commander, unwilling to be outdone, exclaims, "Let us join in. Open your mouths and outdo their fervor. Show them the prowess of our second company. There's a truth that needs no explanation. Prepare, sing. There's a truth that needs no explanation. Soldiers must ascend to the battlefield. If one is a tiger, one roams the mountains. If a dragon, one stirs the seas. Who lacks a father or mother?" The soldiers, while running, chant with vigor, their faces beaming yet weary. Sweat cascades behind them, illuminated by the sunset's golden glow. This is the essence of youth. New recruits from both companies engage in a spirited competition, not only singing louder, but also racing to see who can run faster. A lively chase ensues, each determined to outshine the other. Among them, Meng Yan runs within the ranks, unremarkable yet earnest, diligently honing his skills and perception. This ability, a conceptual skill, lacks a comprehensive explanation of how much it can enhance physical fitness and military proficiency, nor does it come with a progress bar. Essentially, it boils down to diligent effort and sincerity. As for the rewards, don't inquire. The commander can't sell you mere illusions. In Meng Yan's current experience, the effects are notably apparent. Although he has been enlisted for less than 3 months, his physical condition and reflexes are already akin to those of seasoned veterans. Of course, even among veterans, there are distinctions. The physical fitness of regular troops differs from that of elite units. Take reconnaissance troops, for instance. Their caliber allows them to excel within conventional forces. Beyond that lies the armed reconnaissance soldiers, a specialized subset whose training is exceedingly arduous, bringing their skills and capabilities closer to those of special forces. Achieving such prowess enables one to navigate the ranks with ease, earning the admiration of company and battalion commanders alike. Before his discharge, Dai Tsunghu belonged to this category, earning the title of King of Soldiers among his peers. Subsequently, we arrive at what is referred to as the pinnacle of the Army, Special Forces. The physical prowess of these elite soldiers is often extraordinary, encompassing strength, endurance, reflexes, and individual combat skills. Within the realm of special operations, there exists an elite echelon known as the Special Operations Knives, who typically assume crucial roles such as squad leaders, company commanders, and battalion leaders. However, such positions are reserved for the most adept among the proficient, nearly regarded as treasures of the entire theater of operations. While they enjoy generous benefits and countless accolades, they also bear the weight of the most perilous missions. Naturally, all of this feels exceedingly distant from Meng Yan at present. He is merely a recruit, and even upon joining a unit, most of his time is spent in training. As for actual missions, those are primarily the domain of the special forces, bearing little relevance to the rank-and-file soldiers like him. Young warriors yearn for achievements, and Meng Yan is no exception. He too longs to adorn himself with medals and bask in unparalleled glory. This, perhaps, represents the ultimate aspiration of every passionate young soldier. At that moment, Meng Yan sensed someone approaching him. He glanced over his shoulder and recognized the somewhat naive lad from Squad 7, Wu Wei, who first inquired if he was the deputy squad leader of Squad 3, then proceeded to ask about Wei Songjiang. He mentioned having heard that the veteran had collapsed due to ill health in the afternoon, so he had gone to provide a foot massage to improve his condition. However, midway through, the veteran had urgently needed to use the restroom, and, after stepping out, never returned. Wu had sat in the medical room, foolishly waiting for half an hour. Moreover, Wu pulled out a pair of filthy, odorous socks from his pocket, claiming they belonged to Wei Songjiang and asking Meng Yan to return them. Meng Yan responded, "I am not the deputy of Squad 3. I am merely an acting deputy. The one you seek is the young prodigy, Miao Bufan. You should converse with him. Additionally, he expressed that he was quite intrigued by Wu's technique for invigorating the kidneys and stimulating the meridians through foot massage, encouraging them to have a thorough discussion. Wu Yue, elated, then hurried off to engage Miao Bufan. Not long after, another recruit approached Meng Yan. He was of similar height, with thin lips and a perpetual, mischievous smile that bore a striking resemblance to the characters often found in urban web novels, those Dragon King's sons-in-law who frequently sport a lopsided grin. Yet this fellow merely jogged alongside Meng Yan in silence. When Meng Yan accelerated, he matched his pace. When Meng Yan slowed down, he did the same. Meng Yan leaped, and the other struggled to keep up. Do you need something? Meng Yan turned his head, puzzled, only to be met with the other extending his hand. Let's get acquainted. I am Qian Duo from the 3rd Squad of the 2nd Company, a native of Mengxiu. Meng Yan immediately recalled the sensational news about a recruit whose family had received a windfall of 20 million due to a housing redevelopment, who had been clamoring to withdraw from service to inherit his fortune. He had even prepared maps, routes, compasses, as well as provisions and water. However, before his plans could materialize, his squad leader discovered the scheme, resulting in the recruit being confined for 3 days for deep reflection. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, so you are the one from Shanghai. A pleasure to meet you." Chapter 43. 2 disgraceful men engaged in infidelity. Hey, buddy, do you want a disc? What? Friend? Would you like a disc? Qian Duo clasped his hands together and quickly squeezed them twice, revealing a look that any man would understand. Meng Yan was momentarily taken aback. Who could have anticipated that during a 3-kilometer run, someone would approach him to peddle DVDs? Moreover, it was a wealthy Shanghai gentleman who had just received over 20 million from a property relocation. Are you conducting business? Is that not permissible? You're conducting business while running 3 kilometers? There's a crowd. It makes it easier to jest. So, what do you say? Are you interested? I can give you a discount. I have everything from the West, Europe, America, and Japan, but I primarily promote domestic products. After all, we must support our own. Meng Yan was utterly bewildered. What a peculiar talent. He couldn't comprehend. Buddy, are you really that short on cash? I heard your family received over 20 million from the relocation, and yet you're running a small business? Aren't you a wealthy Shanghai gentleman? Qian Duo dug into his ear, seemingly having heard this question far too many times. He succinctly explained that indeed, his family had undergone a relocation, but it was not merely 20 million, it was over 40 million. However, with the recent policy allowing for a second child, his elderly relative was preparing to raise a younger one. He also mentioned that his current venture was essentially a lost cause, as the family fortune had little to do with him, and he needed to be self-sufficient and independent. Meng Yan was taken aback, realizing that with newfound wealth, one's perspective indeed shifts. The notion of a squandered inheritance was merely an opportunity to start anew, for money was no longer a concern. No wonder he hadn't heard from this fellow recently, clamoring to return to military service. It turned out the relocation funds had no bearing on him, returning him to his roots. If a child were to be born, they would undoubtedly be cherished, and Qian Duo's aspirations for the family fortune would likely be in vain. Truly, the dreams of the second generation can be shattered in an instant. Immense wealth can be acquired swiftly, yet dissipates even faster. Meng Yan felt a deep sympathy for his friend's tumultuous fate and promptly decided against indulging in the business. After all, what this fellow was involved in was not a legitimate trade. Should things go awry, it could lead to a plethora of complications. However, Qian Duo displayed no signs of negativity upon being declined. Instead, he cheerfully remarked that should anyone need assistance, they could refer to him. In addition to unique cinematic offerings, he had a plethora of other items available, including but not limited to beer, beverages, peanuts, sunflower seeds, loose cigarettes, and various gossip and tidbits. He even suggested a barter system, knowing that Meng Yan had some snacks in his dormitory. Thus, he proposed that if Meng Yan needed to exchange food for cash or cigarettes, he could reach out to him. At this point, Meng Yan realized that Qian Duo was essentially a broker. In fact, such individuals had always existed within the military ranks. They maintained extensive networks, seemingly acquainted with everyone, and could procure anything one desired. Oftentimes, even sergeants and lieutenants would discreetly seek them out for information. In his past life, Meng Yan had known a formidable individual who engaged in various trades, even covertly selling the preferences and standards of certain military flowers to suitors. With so many admirers, he profited immensely from such dealings. Ultimately, The officer who successfully won the heart of his beloved was graciously presented with a generous red envelope during their wedding as a token of gratitude. This exemplifies the immense significance of information and intelligence. Subsequently, that young man ventured into the intelligence department, reportedly thriving in his endeavors. Where there are people, there exists a complex web of relationships. As long as one does not commit fundamental errors or breach established boundaries, those in authority typically turn a blind eye. I happen to possess insider information regarding next week's training assessment. Would you be interested? Qianduoduo's lips curled into a smile, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness of a businessman. Meng Yan shook his head, feeling no need for such information. However, Miao Bufan, akin to a cat drawn by the scent of blood, suddenly approached from behind. I want it, how much is it? Growing up in a military compound, he had always been aware of such individuals' existence. Yet, he was taken aback by the dismal state of this second-generation scion, leading him to deeply comprehend the words of his squad leader. We are all comrades. If we can lend a hand, we shall, and if we can support a business, we will. Qianduoduo whispered, insider information for 200 apiece, absolutely worth the price. The source is reliable if it does not assist with the assessment. I will refund you the 200, no loss at all. Miao Bufan shook his head, who said I want to purchase insider information. Do I appear to be someone who resorts to cheating? I, Miao Yi, rely on my own abilities to earn a living. Then what do you wish to buy? Qianduoduo inquired. I want to purchase. Miao Bufan rubbed his hands together, revealing a knowing smile understood by all men. Oh, no problem. Qianduoduo winked, grinning in a rather lewd manner. After dinner, I will deliver it to you, saving you a trip. The domestic resources are plentiful, I assure you. We have what you desire. What is the price? 20 for half an hour, and if it's less than half an hour, still 20. Agreed. Observing Qianduoduo's astute demeanor, Meng Yan thought some individuals were indeed born with a flair for business. Although he could not inherit a fortune, this talent would undoubtedly ensure a bright future, no matter where he found himself. Later, Meng Yan discovered that the two new recruits from Rongqing, who had been caught sneaking a peek at MP4S in the restroom, were supplied their equipment by Qianduoduo. Truly a commercial prodigy. As evening descended, famished soldiers gradually entered the mess hall. Upon entering, Meng Yan was abruptly struck by an odd atmosphere, markedly different from the norm, though he could not pinpoint the exact cause. Upon reaching his seat and inspecting the food on his tray, he immediately understood the source of the concern. Sit. The duty officer called out, and everyone promptly took their seats. Upon hearing the command to commence dining, all picked up their chopsticks, only to be met with a chorus of retching and nauseating sounds. The braised pork with vermicelli was a dark, inky concoction, as if it had been diluted with an excessive amount of soy sauce. Disgusting. What is this dish? Braised pork or braised ginger? The din of complaints and grievances filled the air. Even Meng Yan, who was never picky with food, found it hard to pick up his chopsticks. The plate of spicy and sour stir-fried potatoes with ginger was simply inhumane. Was this truly a dish conceived by the human mind? Instructor Lushan slammed his palm on the table, rising to shout towards the kitchen, "Chef, come out here." Shortly after, the round-faced chef emerged, wielding a large spoon. Lushan, still thumping the table, berated, "What kind of nonsense is this for dinner? Is this fit for human consumption? Even a dog would turn its nose up at it. We don't need you to make it gourmet, but at least it should be edible, especially this tofu. Tofu must be savory, that is an eternal truth. Who told you to add sugar, and so much of it? This is dessert." The chef, feeling beleaguered, explained that the meal had been prepared by a senior editor from the military newspaper who insisted on showcasing his skills. We couldn't stop him, after all. He is a sergeant, and we dared not disobey. Upon hearing that it was the sergeant who had taken to the kitchen, Lu Shan fell silent. Jiao Tongwei covered his face, muttering, "What a calamity, what a calamity." The meal was particularly torturous. Even Meng Yan, upon returning, felt his stomach churning. Ginger is known for its heat and requires milder foods to balance it. Li Changwang, feeling sympathetic towards the group, discreetly opened his phone cabinet, suggesting Meng Yan order some takeout. 40 minutes later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Meng Yan and the stealthy Shou Bufan crept towards the wall devoid of surveillance cameras. From a distance, they spotted two figures forming a human ladder against the wall. The one on top leaned over, clutching a takeout bag, fervently berating the delivery person outside. "What kind of takeout is this? I clearly ordered the Walloist special family bucket, yet you brought lamb skewers? Have you made a mistake? This isn't what we ordered." The delivery person outside, puzzled, checked his phone. No, this is indeed your order. The last 4 digits are XXXX. Nickname? An ordinary, unremarkable handsome guy? That's not me. My last digits aren't that. My nickname is the 7 Wolves in the Lonely Wind. But the address is correct. This is truly bizarre, the delivery person replied. You need to return it and bring my wallet quickly. While they were embroiled in this dispute, Meng Yan, accompanied by the sneaky show bouffon, approached. Observing the instructor being stood upon and the camp leader Jiao Tongwei perched over the wall, he awkwardly stated, Camp leader, instructor, the lamb skewers are what we ordered. Your burgers may not have arrived yet. Jiao Tongwei, Lu Shan. The most dreadful silence ensued. The 2 men appeared as if they had been caught indulging in an illicit affair, their guilt palpable. They were dreadfully apprehensive that Meng Yan might utter the words, Captain. Instructor, I trust you would not wish for this matter to become known throughout the entire regiment, would you? Chapter 44. Without morality, where lies the bottom line? Class leader. Have a burger. Li Qingguang raised his hand to catch the hamburger thrown by Meng Yan, momentarily taken aback. He distinctly recalled that they had only ordered skewers for takeout. When did the barbecue restaurant start selling hamburgers? Upon closer inspection, he noticed it was indeed a Why Lazy burger. Meng Yan smiled and explained, earlier, when I went to pick up the takeout, I happened to encounter the company commander and the instructor. Li Qingguang shivered, nearly dropping the hamburger to the ground. It was only after hearing Miao Bufan elaborate on the situation that he understood the origin of the hamburger. Due to tonight's inhumane meal, both the company commander and the instructor had left unsatisfied. Thus, the two had clandestinely ordered takeout, only to be inadvertently spotted by Meng Yan and his companion while collecting it. Initially, the atmosphere was exceedingly awkward, with all parties wishing for a crevice to hide within. Until just before their departure, Meng Yan uttered a statement that left many in the audience trembling with unease. Company commander, I presume you wouldn't want this matter to become public knowledge? The company commander maintained a smile while internally cursing vehemently. He then opened his takeout packaging, sharing a hamburger, a portion of popcorn chicken, and a cup of cola. The entire third squad, including Li Qingguang, collectively gasped in astonishment. The audacity of such a threat was unfathomable, and they dared not entertain such thoughts too loudly in their minds. How could Meng Yan have the nerve to make such a demand? Feeling slightly bashful, Meng Yan addressed the group. The popcorn chicken has already been pilfered by Miao Bufan on the way back, so only the hamburger remains. His implication was clear, the hamburger belonged to the class leader, while the popcorn chicken was decidedly out of reach for them. Yet, he had overestimated their courage in accepting extorted goods from the company commander. Even if Meng Yan was bold enough to offer it, they lacked the nerve to partake. Consequently, as they consumed the lamb skewers, it felt as though they were chewing wax, completely devoid of flavor. They were genuinely concerned that the company commander might one day retaliate against their squad. Just as he had previously punished Meng Yan and his companion for smoking, subjecting them to public humiliation. That's impossible, Miao Bufan remarked casually, taking a bite of his lamb skewer. The others were baffled by the confidence radiating from the two. As fresh recruits, they felt intimidated even in the presence of seasoned soldiers. After all, the company commander was a bona fide lieutenant colonel and the chief of staff of the 7th Combined Brigade. What did it mean to be a chief of staff? It meant one was adept at manipulating tactics, and they were not to be trifled with. It was not until Meng Yan pulled out his phone, opened the album, and displayed a photograph for all to see that they finally comprehended the source of their audacity. In the image, 2 shadowy figures were seen forming a human ladder to retrieve the takeout. Captured in night mode, the faces of the company commander and instructor, 2 gluttonous men, were strikingly clear. Ha! Ha ha! Li Qingguang clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, as his perception of Meng Yan underwent a remarkable transformation. The other recruits raised their thumbs in admiration for him, some even wishing they could elevate their toes in approval. Initially, they had believed that the vice squad leader merely had a flexible moral compass. Now, they realized how mistaken they had been. Meng Yan, where is the morality in this? What value does that hold? With hands clasped in salute, he smiled and humbly replied, Too kind, too kind. Basic skills mislead the uninitiated. In truth, he was not the only one who had taken photographs at that moment. Miao Bufan had also raised his phone almost simultaneously. One was responsible for capturing images, while the other recorded video. The sound quality crisp enough to clearly capture even the camp commander's nickname, the 7 Wolves in the Lonely Wind. With the camp commander and the instructor's reputations at stake, the 3rd platoon of recruits shed their former lethargy. Sitting on benches, they exhibited a newfound swagger, their heads bobbing rhythmically like rattling drums. Even Zhou Xiaoping boasted in their hometown dialect, "With money, we can feast on lamb skewers. With money, we must savor the kidneys." Just as he finished, Zhang Su kicked him from behind. "While Autumn Ye is getting married, what are you doing here, prancing about? If anyone is to show off, it's the vice squad leader and Miao Bufan. You are but a mere sprout, neither the vice leader nor Miao himself." Meng Yan and his companion observed that Zhang Su had broadened his horizons since successfully overcoming his internet addiction, and they believed he would achieve great things in due time. Thus, they rewarded him with a lamb skewer. "By the way, where is the old comrade?" Meng Yan glanced around but did not see Wei Songjiang's figure. When ordering takeout, they decided to include a portion for him. Although the old man was not the best cook, stubborn in nature and prone to snoring, he made up for it with his amiable temperament and readiness to join in on gaming sessions, which endeared him to everyone. So much so that when they finished their meal and prepared to leave, they praised his cooking, suggesting he refrain from making food next time. Li Qingguang placed a skewer into a hamburger and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "The old comrade has gone to the computer room to write, so he probably won't be back for a while. Let's save his portion for him to eat later." Meng Yan wrapped up the remaining skewers and tossed them into the small yellow basin under the bed. At that moment, Qian Duo from the second company approached, greeting Meng Yan with a smile and winking at Miao Bufan. Miao Bufan immediately flashed a mischievous grin, scampering out joyfully. Approximately half an hour later, Meng Yan saw him return, grumbling, "The domestic scene? Not appealing? To hell with the domestic scene. That rascal Qian Duo duped me." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their curious eyes toward him. However, Miao Bufan found it difficult to voice his thoughts, merely pulling Meng Yan aside to whisper, "That scoundrel is a great deceiver." "What do you mean?" "The goods were misrepresented." "What? The female lead? Unattractive?" "Not just unattractive, she is positively venomous." Meng Yan's face instantly transformed into one of eager anticipation for the unfolding drama. Miao Bufan recounted the moment he exchanged money with Qian Duo, during which the latter boasted about the product, claiming it to be of superior domestic quality, thoroughly tested over time. He even mentioned enticing plots, with multiple male protagonists and thrilling scenarios reminiscent of a detective story, which left Miao Bufan quite exhilarated, almost transforming him from Miao Bufan to Miao Bushi. Yet, upon unboxing, he was met with nothing but the absurdity of Hulu Brothers. Meng Yan nearly spewed his soda, almost succumbing to laughter. However, upon reflection, it seemed that the description held some truth. Hulu Brothers indeed qualifies as a product of domestic excellence, having withstood the test of time, featuring the tale of the Hulua saving their grandfather, delivering one after another. And what happened next? Miao Bufan continued, irate, stating that he sought out Qian Duo to demand a refund. To his dismay, Qian Duo remarked that once the product was out of the box, no returns or exchanges were permitted. Instead, he offered an MP4 in exchange, assuring that this time it would be absolutely thrilling and captivating. The embellishments were extravagant, mentioning countless beauties and popular starlets, only for Miao Bufan to discover it was none other than Zhenhuan Zhuan. And then, subsequently, I hastily skimmed through an episode, rationalizing that I couldn't let my money go to waste. Being a practical person, I resolved to confront him later. When the time came, "Do you know what that fellow told me?" Miao Bufan seethed, recounting how Qian Duo shamelessly proclaimed that distributing unhealthy visual content constituted a criminal act, punishable by up to 3 years of imprisonment, detention, or control, along with fines. For more severe offenses, the punishment could escalate to 3 to 10 years, or even more than 10 years or life imprisonment, accompanied by fines or confiscation of property. Meng Yan remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering, "What he said does have merit, doesn't he?" Indeed, what he said was undeniably valid. At that moment, a cacophony of voices emerged from behind them. Miao Bufan jumped in surprise, turning to find a group of individuals who had silently encircled them, their ears perked like antennas. Young men, brimming with vitality. It is entirely natural for them to harbor such thoughts during their tumultuous adolescent years, influenced by hormones. In the new training base, it is an everyday occurrence for new recruits to draw maps on their bedding, and seasoned soldiers have long grown accustomed to it. Most often, it is merely the inexperienced newcomers who feel too bashful to voice their thoughts. But he clearly hinted at it. Miao Bufan fumed. "No, it was your own imagination." Meng Yan countered. "You, my dear boy, are simply too earnest. Why do you believe everything others say? If I claimed to be Qin Shi Huang and asked you for 500, would you comply?" Miao Bufan, while feeling somewhat aggrieved, he realized he could only silently endure. It was only later that he discovered he was not the sole victim of deception. Many other impassioned and sincere individuals had also fallen prey to Qian Duoduo's schemes. In light of this revelation, he felt a sense of equilibrium in his heart. For if he were to suffer alone, it seemed far better to share the burden with others. Ah, how curious it is. Who, I wonder, was the mastermind behind the creation of the hamburger? Merely 2 slices of bread, a touch of lettuce, and a piece of fried chicken. How can such simplicity be so delectable? It has been quite some time since I last indulged, and the craving has become rather insatiable, compelling me to yearn for a hearty bite. In the office of the company commander, Jiao Tongwei savored his hamburger, leisurely sipping on cola. Just over an hour ago, he appeared to be in dire straits. The evening's meal had been utterly distressing. He, who typically shuns ginger, nearly succumbed to nausea, with work still looming ahead. He knew he could not accomplish it on an empty stomach, so he discreetly ordered takeout. In the military, any department that might involve matters of confidentiality, regardless of rank or position, dare not brazenly order takeout, nor allow the delivery person to bring it to their doorstep. It must be tossed over the wall. Although he faced the threat of unscrupulous new recruits extorting him, he was fortunate to have ordered a family bucket of hamburgers. Thus, even after parting with a little cash, it hardly diminished their appetite. Lu Shan, gnawing on a chicken wing, remarked, "You know, how is it that the old commander, at such an age, can never seem to rest? It's only been a few days since his arrival, and the base is already in disarray. Now we have this old rascal joining in?" Jiao Tongwei offered a wry smile. "Just bear with it. The rest still tomorrow. I estimate he'll depart the day after. Or at the latest, the day after that. After all, he is our former commander. We ought to be a bit more accommodating." Lu Shan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. Witnessing the former commander at such an age, still mingling with the new recruits, engaging in their antics, it's quite remarkable. A true embodiment of the transition from old to new. Jiao Tongwei found his thoughts drifting to that morning when he had seen the old commander gaming with Meng Yan and the others. It was a scene of dissonance. Yet it radiated an inexplicable harmony. In the midst of seriousness, there lingered a hint of mischief. Just then, the telephone on the table rang unexpectedly, and Jiao Tongwei instinctively answered it. "Hello, this is Jiao Tongwei. It's me." On the other end, Song Si-Yuan whispered, hiding in a restroom stall. Chapter 45. This is not a negotiation, it is an order. Jiao Tongwei set down the unfinished hamburger in his hand and took a sip of cola to moisten his throat. "Commander, what instructions do you have? How has the situation with the instructor been recently?" "Quite well. He eats, sleeps, and even trains alongside the new recruits. In the evenings, he personally cooks for them, which has deeply moved everyone." "Your father-in-law can cook?" Song Si-Yuan was momentarily taken aback, as he had been completely unaware of this. Jiao Tongwei inquired once more. "What are the instructions?" He instantly adopted a serious demeanor. "There has been a bit of a situation." "What do you mean?" Jiao Tongwei straightened up, regarding him with concern. Song Si-Yuan informed him, "In the next couple of days, find a way to send the instructor away for a while. Do not let him remain at the base." Jiao Tongwei furrowed his brow. "What has happened?" Song Si-Yuan did not elaborate. "Do not ask what you shouldn't know. Just follow the orders. Remember, tomorrow and the day after, he must not stay at the base. Otherwise, grave consequences will ensue." Having conveyed his message, he promptly hung up the phone. Hearing the busy signal on the line, Jiao Tongwei, with a straw in his mouth, slurped his cola while casting a puzzled glance at the instructor. "The commander called and instructed me to send the instructor away for a couple of days. It seems rather inexplicable." It appeared that the situation had come to light. Lu Shan dipped a fry in ketchup, his expression contemplative as he brought it to his lips. Jiao Tongwei quickly pressed for details about what had transpired with the instructor. This time, Lu Shan did not tease him but laid out the entire situation. Jiao Tongwei listened, utterly stunned, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He could never have imagined that the usually composed and calm instructor, who had also been a mentor to him, possessed such a volatile side. The deputy commander had merely accused him of cheating at cards, and the instructor had flipped the table and beat him down. Furthermore, he had even forced the man to consume 2 tiles of mahjong. Was that even something one could eat? It is often said that one should strike the person, not the face. The instructor had turned it into a blood feud. No wonder he had come to the recruit training base seeking refuge. The deputy commander had likely received news of the instructor's presence in their unit and had already begun an investigation, which could soon extend to the training base. What should we do? What can we do? We must swiftly arrange for his departure. Lu Shan spoke with a grave tone, his expression serious. The approval for the instructor's retirement will come through in a couple of days. Then he can simply leave without a trace. We must not leave any incriminating evidence, or else his future may be bleak. Jiao Tongwei too recognized the gravity of the situation. Throughout history, when gods clash, mortals often suffer. He had worked hard to attain his current position and aspired to make further progress. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, and to prevent the instructor from being forcibly made to swallow a mahjong set by the deputy commander, he had no choice but to send him away. However, finding a suitable pretext to persuade the instructor to leave was indeed a dilemma. The instructor is stubborn and rarely concedes easily. They worry about being unable to persuade him. Just as the two were deliberating on how to convince him to leave, a sudden knock echoed at the office door. "Report. Come in." The door swung open, revealing Wei Songjiang. The two promptly rose from their seats, saluted, and greeted him warmly. They hurriedly shoved the hamburgers and fried chicken under the table to hide them. Ignoring the commotion, Wei Songjiang stated, "Comrade Company Commander, I would like to request a leave of absence for a day or two, and I need a leave note from you." Jiao Tonghui and Lu Shan exchanged astonished glances, their eyes gleaming with delight. Just as they were pondering how to persuade him to leave, he had come to them voluntarily. What an extraordinary coincidence! Jiao Tonghui quickly mustered a smile, saying, "Old chief, are you joking? You are the division commander. You can go out whenever you wish, for however long you please, without needing to request leave from me." Wei Songjiang shook his head. "That won't do. I am your subordinate now, and I must request leave for any outing. It's a matter of discipline." All right, I understand," the two replied with wry smiles, acknowledging his stubbornness. Had he not come to them, they would have been at a loss for how to persuade him to leave. Lu Shan casually inquired, "Old chief, what will you be doing on your leave?" Wei Songjiang replied, "I have an old comrade in the area who has invited me to the city for a gathering. I thought this opportunity is rare, and once I retire, it might be hard to meet again, so I agreed. A regular leave note will suffice. I will try to go tomorrow during the day and return at night." "No, please don't return tomorrow night. It would be better if you came back the day after." Jiao Tonghui, realizing the deputy commander was already searching for him, quickly approved an extra day of leave. "Chief, it's rare to meet an old comrade. You should have ample time to catch up. One day is hardly sufficient." Lu Shan nodded enthusiastically. Yes. If it were me, I would definitely spend 3 days and nights reminiscing about the glorious past." Wei Songjiang pondered their words and decided to request a leave of 2 days and 1 night, planning to return the night after next. However, he subsequently raised another concern. "If I drink, will I be able to drive? That's a minor issue. I will arrange a duty soldier to assist you with your transportation and accommodation." Jiao Tonghui promptly assured him. "Good," Wei Songjiang replied, this time without refusal. "Then let Class 3's Meng Yan drive for me. He happens to have a driver's license. And I like the lad. He is quite clever." "What?" The two were instantly taken aback. "You want Meng Yan to drive? That would surely lead the old chief astray." Without a second thought, Jiao Tonghui firmly declined. "You can choose anyone from the new training base, but he is out of the question. You've interacted with him. He is highly destructive and utterly lacks principles. I cannot entrust you to him, nor do I agree. Besides, Meng Yan is merely a recruit. He has no right to go out, let alone request leave. Perhaps I should assign Class 3's leader, Li Chengwang, to drive you. He is steady in his work and possesses an earnest demeanor. What do you think?" Wei Songjiang remained silent, yet his eyes gradually narrowed. A palpable shift in his demeanor occurred, his tone becoming sharp and frigid. "Jiao Tonghui, I am not consulting with you. I am commanding you. Please be mindful of your position and the manner in which you express yourself. I have yet to retire. As long as I don this military uniform and bear the stars of rank, I possess the authority to mobilize any soldier under my command, including you." Yes. Jiao Tonghui's palms and soles were drenched with sweat, trembling with trepidation. At that moment, he suddenly felt the return of the once formidable figure he both revered and feared. Lu Shan stood nearby, rooted like a wooden post, afraid to move lest a mere breath might provoke the leader's ire. When Wei Songjiang's gaze shifted toward him, Lu Shan's heart skipped a beat. "Commander, your orders. Are there any hamburgers and fried chicken legs left? Please bring me a couple. I haven't had my fill this evening." Yes. As night deepened, the new recruits of Class 3 were unable to sleep, tormented by the relentless, drill-like snoring. Meng Yan contemplated suffocating the source of the noise with his pillow. Yet, considering his age, he thought perhaps an unforeseen calamity awaited him one day. Suddenly, the snoring ceased abruptly, replaced by the sounds of restless tossing and turning. Shortly thereafter, Meng Yan witnessed Wei Songjiang springing from his bed, launching himself toward the door with the speed of an athlete in a 100-meter dash, heading for the restroom. Just as Meng Yan believed tranquility had finally returned, another figure near the door slowly sat up, clutching his stomach. Chapter 46. The Shell of a Rookie. The core of a veteran in the early hours of the morning, within the confines of the dormitory, Li Qingguang threw off his blanket for the second time, clutching his abdomen as he prepared to venture to the restroom. Meng Yan, still awake, rose to express his concern. "Squad leader, what seems to be the matter?" Li Qingguang waved his hand dismissively. "I suspect I've upset my stomach. I need to make another trip. Do you have any paper?" "There's some in the cabinet," Meng Yan replied. Li Qingguang quickly grabbed the tissue and hurried towards the restroom. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a mellow voice emanating from the adjacent stall. "Back again?" "Indeed. Old comrade, how are you holding up?" Li Qingguang inquired of the veteran next door. Wei Songjiang, appearing quite distressed, shook his head in resignation, confessing that he too feared he had eaten something questionable, as he had been experiencing relentless diarrhea. "My apologies to Qin Guanxi," he lamented. Li Qingguang, bemused by the veteran's ability to jest despite his predicament, couldn't help but chuckle. He wondered how Meng Yan had managed to instill such humor in the old comrade in such a short time. Could it be the lamb skewers from last night? Wei Songjiang's legs felt weak, and his feet tingled. "That seems unlikely," Li Qingguang replied, shaking his head. "The others ate the same, and are fine." "What else did you consume?" "Your cooked meal." Wei Songjiang adamantly refused to acknowledge that his cooking might have been the culprit. "Ginger is a marvelous ingredient. Consuming it is beneficial for one's health. As the saying goes, in summer, eat radishes. In winter, eat ginger. A little ginger is worth its weight in gold. A small piece can save you time. A bite of ginger daily keeps one invigorated and healthy." However, as the two compared notes, it soon became evident where the blame lay. They had both awakened rather early that day and indulged in a secret recipe for hamburgers. A certain soldier had quite the reputation for creating a jet propulsion meal, renowned as the best intestinal lubricant. Li Qingguang had previously dismissed this as mere humor, but now he was experiencing it firsthand. Meanwhile, the company commander and instructor furrowed their brows, engrossed in their own struggles within the restroom. They had swiftly ruled out the hamburgers as the source of their woes, for those delectable morsels were both delicious and filling. One could feast like a giant for a mere 100 yuan. Thus, they preferred to believe their stomachs were at fault rather than the hamburgers or fried chicken betraying them. Consequently, they concluded that the origin of their troubles lay in the dubious culinary creations of the old commander. Who would have imagined that his dishes could also serve as a remedy for constipation? A true blessing for those afflicted. Enough chatter. I feel as though I might suffer a serious mishap here. Do you have any paper? None left. What did you use earlier? The remnants of a cigarette. Li Qingguang and Wei Songjiang remained ensconced in the restroom, while Meng Yan, having pulled the covers over himself, was preparing to drift back to sleep. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of light emanating from beneath the bed. He carefully leapt down and discovered that the glow was seeping from the cocoon of Miao Bufan, who, instead of sleeping, was engrossed in watching Empresses in the palace on his MP4, a grin plastered across his face. "You're awake in the middle of the night watching Empresses in the palace." "Hush." Miao Bufan gestured a shoe towards him, signaling him to remain silent. Meng Yan inquired, "Did you not say that this thing is unattractive?" Miao Bufan replied with a nonchalant yes, "It is indeed unappealing, yet the more one gazes upon it, the more engrossed one becomes. You sleep as you wish. I shall finish this episode before I retire for the night." Meng Yan was quite intrigued. This fellow had also indulged in Walazi's chicken nuggets, yet appeared utterly unperturbed. Miao Bufan explained that he had consumed plenty before enlisting and had long since developed an immunity. Subsequently, he grew weary of further discussion and nudged Meng Yan aside. Like a mole, he burrowed back under the covers to continue binge-watching. Meng Yan observed his antics in silent exasperation. Just previously, the dog had declared Qian Duo to be an enormous fraud, vowing never to allow him to earn another penny, yet had suddenly developed amnesia? Witnessing this scene, Meng Yan couldn't help but admire Qian Duo's acumen in business. Within the MP4, aside from the legend of Jin Huan, there were also the legend of the Condor heroes, Tom and Jerry, SpongeBob SquarePants, and Crayon Shinchan. This device, whimsically dubbed electronic pickled vegetables, was simply irresistible for a pre-sleep episode. Though weekends allowed for mobile phone usage, the majority would rather engage in gaming than watch dramas. The allure of television series and novels lay in their clandestine pursuit, which imbued the experience with a certain thrill. For instance, after successfully overcoming his internet addiction, Jiangsu became enamored with reading novels. At that moment, he was hidden beneath the covers, utilizing a minuscule MP3 player borrowed from who knows where, clandestinely devouring a riveting serialized military novel, where the male protagonist was dubbed the military bandit and charming demon, donning a mask and transforming into a perverse figure, devoid of affection for anyone. Observing that everyone was engaged in their own clandestine activities to alleviate the pressures of daytime training in the absence of their commanding officer, Meng Yan decided to flip over, propping himself on the bed, and resolved to quietly complete 500 push-ups before sleep, intending to outpace everyone during their moments of leisure. In the ensuing days, our primary focus would be to review previous training content in preparation for the upcoming new recruit assessment a week hence. This assessment was pivotal, determining whether one would be assigned to a commendable unit and role. Thus, I encouraged all new recruits to approach this with utmost enthusiasm and a positive mindset. Enduring hardship for a brief period would yield comfort once the evaluation concluded and they transitioned to becoming seasoned soldiers. On the training ground, the company commander was addressing all new recruits, earnestly expounding on the significance of the new recruit assessment and the profound impact a commendable unit could have on one's military career. It was akin to applying to universities and selecting majors. Each soldier was afforded but a single opportunity. Should one choose incorrectly, there would be no turning back. The military experience bears many similarities to entering the workforce. Mere diligence is insufficient, as oftentimes choice outweighs effort. If a soldier's performance in the assessment fell short, they might find themselves relegated to logistical duties, tending to livestock. Even if they were to triumph over numerous challenges and emerge as a dominant figure among the swineherders, they would ultimately remain merely a swineherd. His greatest honor may very well be the title of exemplary pig farmer, along with a third-class merit. However, had he been assigned to an elite company, becoming part of the vanguard, his equal efforts and diligence would have garnered him countless accolades, applause, and glory, along with various opportunities for advancement and the attention and care of superiors. The accolades would know no bounds: third-class merit, second-class merit, even the chance to serve the nation in its endeavors for world peace, returning with first-class merit and a multitude of commendations. Though it is said that there is no hierarchy among soldiers, each contributing selflessly for the people, each performing a noble duty, many young servicemen yearn to achieve greatness, returning to their hometowns as heroes, securing a place of honor in their ancestral halls, and being enshrined in military history, their legacy celebrated for generations. Thus, the adage holds true: a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. For every recruit harboring dreams and striving for excellence, they are the protagonists of this world, the exceptionally gifted, the rarest of warriors. The platoons were set to commence, beginning with the foundational drills of military posture. The company commander issued the command, and each platoon leader took their soldiers to different areas to engage in training. The first platoon leader led the recruits through a review of the commands taught upon their arrival at the camp, where they practiced responding to commands such as right turn, left turn, salute, at ease, and stand at attention. Following this, they practiced formation drills, including marching in step and running, breaking down each movement with precision. Predictably, after nearly 3 months of effort, the results were disheartening. The youth's greatest asset is their ability to learn swiftly, but they forget even faster. This is precisely why it is imperative to reinforce their training before assessments. While it is true that drill formations are generally not evaluated in new recruit assessments, should a leader conduct an unexpected inspection and find them in disarray, it would be a significant setback. Meng Yan, step forward. Yes. Meng Yan jogged out of line to stand before the platoon leader. Without further ado, the platoon leader issued a set of commands specifically for Meng Yan. His execution was flawless, impeccable, truly a standout performance. Do you see that? The platoon leader remarked, somewhat exasperated. That is what a formation should look like. What you just displayed was utterly unacceptable. Now, Meng Yan will lead you through each movement, one by one. We will not engage in physical training this morning. We will focus solely on perfecting our drill movements. If you fail to meet the standard, you shall forfeit lunch and stand at attention outside the mess hall. The new recruits wore grim expressions. For soldiers, food is paramount. The thought of missing a meal felt akin to the sky collapsing. Nevertheless, the recruits followed Meng Yan with renewed enthusiasm, revisiting these foundational elements. With their prior knowledge and the careful guidance of Meng Yan, the squad leaders, and the platoon leader, they quickly fell into a rhythm, marching more in sync and smoothly. At that moment, the battalion commander, Jiao Tongwei, approached from a distance with his hands clasped behind his back. The platoon leader halted the training and ran over to provide a report. Report to the company commander. The first platoon is currently organizing basic training for the squad. Please provide instructions. Summon Meng Yan from the 3rd squad. Understood. The platoon leader called for Meng Yan. Jiao Tongwei directly tossed him a set of keys. You are to run an errand. The senior editor of the military report has matters to attend to outside. And you are responsible for driving. Here are the keys. What? Meng Yan was taken aback, responding, Sir, I am a recruit. Isn't this against protocol? Jiao Tongwei glared at him. If I tell you to go, you go. What nonsense is this? How dare you claim to be a recruit? Which recruit would dare to extort the new training camp commander or the instructor? Shameless. A recruit's shell, but the core of a seasoned veteran. If you continue to feign ignorance, you will forever remain the top of the class. Chapter 47. At last, I have found you. One squad at a time. Halt before me. On command, march, forward. A sergeant sounded his whistle from 10 paces away. A squad of fresh recruits moved in perfect unison, arms swinging as they advanced with a precise cadence. During this, the sergeant issued a new command, transitioning from a standard march to a more formal step. The mere change in pace transformed the recruit's demeanor, akin to a dragon unleashed with the crack of a rifle. Meanwhile, in the 3rd squad, Zhou Xiaoping lowered his voice and curiously inquired of his companion, Xiu Bufan, what is going on? The squad leader has been assigned a task. Yet he has taken a vehicle. Are we to go out? Observing closely, he mused that it was likely the case. How is it that his assignment differs from ours? Weren't we told that new recruits cannot leave the barracks? Ah, you see, this is what is known as the final interpretative authority, which rests solely with the leadership of the training base. Li Qingguang, overhearing their hushed discussion, offered a quiet explanation. It became apparent to everyone that the veteran editor of the military newspaper required someone to drive for an outing, and fortuitously, Meng Yan had a driving license. Thus the task had fallen upon him. Xiu Bufan, perplexed, questioned, but I also possess a driving license. Why was I not chosen? Zhou Xiaoping replied. Perhaps it's because you don't seem as reliable as the squad leader. Xiu Bufan retorted, that's nonsense. He's the unreliable one. Li Qingguang chuckled softly and reassured, don't worry, when they return, it's likely that 2 drivers will be needed to operate the vehicle. And I reckon you'll be along for the ride. Inwardly, Xiu Bufan pondered the implications of the old comrade from the military newspaper taking Meng Yan out. What could their intentions be? Could it be that he was to introduce Meng Yan to a potential romantic partner? If so, he sincerely wished for the suitor to be a 300-pound girl with a face full of pimples. That way, upon their return, he could freely mock Meng Yan without restraint. At this moment, the 2nd squad had already marched to the forefront, and as it was about to be the 3rd squad's turn, a whistle suddenly echoed from a distance. Just as Xiu Bufan and the others began to step forward, they realized it was not the sergeant's whistle, but rather the call to assemble from a company commander in the distance. Form up. The sergeant halted the training, commanding all recruits to gather for assembly. Soon, all 10 squads of the company were assembled together. The sergeant wasted no words and promptly led the recruits into the indoor training facility. Within moments, all new recruits from the training base were gathered in the hall, and before them stood not their battalion commander, Jiao Tongwei, nor their instructor, Lu Shan, but a slender figure with a serious demeanor, adorned with the insignia of a major general. The recruits were filled with astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a high-ranking officer. At the tender age of 18 or 19, most had only recently graduated from high school. And even when facing their company commander or instructor, they felt a sense of trepidation. The presence of a major general was an oppressive force, the intensity of which was unimaginable. Yet, among the recruits, there were always exceptions. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiu Bufan's face, swiftly followed by a surge of excitement. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind the presence of this general with the rank of Major General. The long-awaited reward for capturing the dog thieves had finally arrived. Such an achievement that could attract the attention of an officer of this caliber undoubtedly warranted a second-class merit. Typically, third-class merits and commendations could be determined at the battalion or regiment level. However, a second-class merit required deliberation at the brigade, division, or even army level. As for first-class merits, they necessitated the approval of the army group. Comrades, greetings, sir. With just a simple greeting, Xia Hofeng was met with an exuberant response from all the new recruits. Xia Hofeng smiled and nodded in approval. The morale is high and the spirit is robust. Commendable indeed. Although you have not yet officially received your ranks, I can already perceive the demeanor befitting a soldier of the great Xia army within you. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Xia Hofeng, and I serve as the deputy commander of the 60th Army. I am here at your new training base of the 7th Combined Brigade for two purposes. First, he raised a finger and proclaimed, on the eve of the training assessment, I am here to conduct a final review of our new recruits' training conditions and results. I have already taken a preliminary look around the barracks, and I am very satisfied with your efforts over the past 3 months. This also attests to the capable leadership of your battalion commander, Jiao Tongwei, and the various training cadre at the base, who have effectively organized and executed the training. Upon hearing this, both new and seasoned soldiers stood tall, their faces radiant with confident smiles. The praise from leaders of varying ranks carried distinct significance and weight for them. This acknowledgement from a general affirmed that their hard work over the past 3 months had not been in vain. However, Jiao Tonghui and Lu Shan exchanged faint smiles, unable to genuinely rejoice, for they understood that the deputy commander's visit was not merely to provide guidance, uplift morale, or commend the training results. At this moment, Xia Hofeng began to recount the second matter with a smile. I have heard that your training base recently accomplished a significant feat. Not only did you assist local law enforcement in apprehending 2 notorious criminals, but you also played an active role in safeguarding the lives and property of the villagers surrounding the garrison. Your contributions are substantial, and even the villagers have presented a banner in appreciation. Come, step forward and let me have a good look at these young heroes. Jiao Tongwei, not daring to delay, promptly ordered Li Changwan to bring all the recruits from the 3rd squad to the front. Xia Feng turned to the 3rd squad, offering words of encouragement and praise. After deliberation at the military conference, it has been decided to award your squad a collective 2nd-class merit. Thank you, sir. Li Qingwang led the 3rd squad of recruits, their chests swelling with pride as they saluted. This was indeed a collective 2nd-class merit, an honor he had never experienced despite his time in service. Such recognition could only be earned through teamwork in thwarting serious criminal activities or outstanding performance in collective actions. In this moment, not only was the 3rd squad elated, but the squad leader, company commander, and instructors were equally pleased within their hearts. As the direct superior of Li Qingguang, the honor of Class 3 is also their collective honor. This achievement will undoubtedly be recorded in their work logs, greatly aiding their evaluations in the future. Witnessing Class 3 receiving their accolades from the deputy commander, basking in praise and commendation, evoked envy among both veteran and new soldiers from other squads. In the military, honor is paramount. It is a matter of whose contributions stand out. They secured a collective 2nd-class merit even in their training battalion, placing them ahead in the race from the very beginning. The new recruits of Class 3, yet to undergo their training assessments or receive their official ranks, have already established a significant lead over their peers. Essentially, as long as the assessment results of this class are not extraordinarily poor, they will be preferentially assigned to superior units and positions, with opportunities likely presenting themselves even before the evaluations. Xia Hofeng first awarded the collective 2nd-class merit medal to class leader Li Qingguang, commendably acknowledging his adept leadership. He then prepared to recognize individuals who had excelled during operations. Meng Yan, Miao Bufan, stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Miao Bufan took a step forward. Xia Hofeng held 2 3rd-class merit medals in his hand, but was momentarily taken aback when only one person stepped forward. He inquired of Miao Bufan, "Where is the other recruit?" Miao Bufan replied candidly, "Report, sir, Meng Yan is on official duty." Xia Hofeng responded with a no. Turning to Jiao Tongwei, he instructed, "Then have him summon this fellow named Meng Yan." Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan exchanged worried glances, fearing the worst, as the two hesitated, claiming the recruit was temporarily unavailable. Xia Hofeng's expression turned incredulous. At that moment, the company commander explained, "Meng Yan is not on the base. He has gone out to drive an old editor from the military newspaper." Military newspaper? An old editor? Xia Hofeng squinted, coldly inquiring about the editor's age and name. The company commander sensed something amiss and glanced at the visibly distressed Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan. "What are you looking at them for?" "I'm asking you. Speak." "Yes." The company commander, startled by the commanding tone, quickly divulged the details regarding the old editor's recent assignment to the grassroots level for writing news articles. At that moment, both anger and amusement flickered across Xia Hofeng's face. "Old rascal, you certainly know how to evade detection. No wonder I turned the combined 7th Brigade upside down and couldn't find you. You've been hiding in the training base." Meanwhile, a jeep sped along the road, playing Jay Chow's classic tune Chrysanthemum Terrace. Meng Yan, driving the vehicle, glanced at Wei Songjong in the passenger seat and asked, "Sir, where are we headed?" "Surely, it's not for a matchmaking introduction, is it?" Wei Songyang chuckled. Marriage is the grave of love. How can someone so young harbor such bleak thoughts? What is the allure of romance? Meng Yan pouted. So where shall we go? Wei Songyang replied with a grin. I will take you to a club for some fun. Meng Yan furrowed his brow, exuding an air of righteousness. Chief, I am a principled young man. Such places are against the rules. I shall not go. Wei Songyang grasped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the dashboard, and retorted angrily, then why the hell are you speeding? Do you even realize you're exceeding the limit? Chapter 48. Unwittingly boarding a pirate ship. The atmosphere in the battalion commander's office at the new training base was exceptionally tense. The deputy commander sat in his chair, his demeanor as frigid as frost. Instructor Lu Shan stood opposite him, quavering like a quail, too intimidated to speak. Jiao Tongwei held a phone in his hand, indicating that he was dialing a number. After a brief moment, the call connected, revealing the voice of Wei Songjiang on the other end. Hello, what is it? Jiao Tongwei, somewhat anxious, passed the phone to the deputy commander, silently mouthing, Sir, the call has connected. Xiao Feng took the phone, pressing the receiver to his ear with a sardonic smile. Wei Songyang, you finally deigned to answer my call. I've been looking for you. Before he could finish, the response from the other end was curt. I don't know you. Wrong number. The line went dead, leaving Xiao Feng with a grimace that suggested he had just swallowed something foul. He glanced at Lu Shan, signaling him to call the new recruit, named Meng Yan. After a moment, the call connected just as it was about to be terminated, but instead of Meng Yan's voice, a rapid-fire barrage of words erupted from the other end. No insurance, no car, no house, no excavator. After this declaration, the caller hung up at lightning speed, and further attempts to reach them were futile. Xiao Feng's eyes twitched uncontrollably, his expression darker than coal. In recent days, he had nearly turned the entire 7th Combined Brigade upside down in his search. After finally locating that old rogue Wei Songjing at the training base, he had slipped away again. Now he was avoiding the call, clearly evading him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng attempted to quell his rising frustration. Notify me immediately upon his return. Understood. Xiao Feng was about to leave when he turned back once more. And about that fellow Meng Yan, when he returns, should I inform you? Unnecessary. Just grant him a third-class merit. As Xiao Feng departed, he left with a hint of dissatisfaction. The deputy commander made a special trip and didn't he even see the man. That kid certainly has an inflated ego. Jiao Tongwei chuckled wryly. It was just bad timing. Pure coincidence. He and Lu Shan beamed with relief as they saw the deputy commander off, exhaling a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, the brigade commander had alerted them in time. Had they encountered each other, the training base would have been in disarray. Meanwhile, Secretary Xiaozhang, while driving, glanced at the deputy commander in the rearview mirror. Sir, have you found him yet? No, that old coot is avoiding me. He won't even answer his phone. Should we post someone here to wait? When he returns, we can apprehend him directly. Xiao Feng shook his head, dismissing the notion. No need to waste time here. At the same time, he composed a final ultimatum message for Wei Songjiang. Old man, you may escape the monk, but you cannot elude the temple. Even if you are retired, what of it? Don't think I'm unaware that Song Si Yuan is your son-in-law. If you do not personally come to pay your respects, acknowledge your faults and apologize, then do not blame me for feeding your son-in-law a full set of mahjong tiles. Xiao Feng, after finishing his edits, sent the message with a vengeful tap, not forgetting to add a furious panda emoji. Shortly after, his phone notified him of a new message. He couldn't help but sneer, thinking that Wei Songjiang was frightened, hence the prompt reply. To his utter astonishment, what appeared before him were 2 red exclamation marks, accompanied by a notification stating, Sorry. You are no longer friends with this person. Xiao Feng nearly suffered an internal injury. This old curmudgeon actually blocked me. Meanwhile, on the roadside, Meng Yan was instructing Wei Songjiang on how to block people he disliked. Once they had blocked the Xiao Feng on WeChat, phone, and QQ, he finally returned the phone to Wei Songjiang. Thank you, Xiaoming. You're welcome, Chief. Wei Songjiang squinted his eyes, curiously observing Meng Yan. Ever since leaving the training base, this lad had ceased to refer to him as old comrade or old editor, instead consistently calling him chief. Has he seen through my disguise? When did you realize I wasn't a military reporter? I noticed it at first glance. Really? You could tell when we were at the junkyard? I could see you weren't a scavenger, and I knew you were definitely not a military reporter. Wei Songjiang's expression turned one of astonishment. How could his disguise, which he believed to be so flawless, be seen through so easily? This meant that Meng Yan had been feigning ignorance all along. How did you figure it out? With my keen insight. Ha, I thought I had shown some flaw. If there were any flaws, it would be the undeniable aura of authority you carry. Upon hearing this, Wei Songjiang instinctively straightened his posture, lifting his chin slightly, a smile of approval forming as he acknowledged the compliment. In this world, there are certain traits that cannot be concealed: a cough, love, and the inherent dominance one exudes. Meng Yan casually asked, "Chief, your purpose in bringing me out today surely extends beyond simply having me drive you?" Wei Songjiang nodded with a smile. "You are correct. I do have other matters at hand, though they are not military-related but rather personal. Rest assured, your assistance will not go unrewarded once the task is complete." Meng Yan was not surprised by this. In the military, the nature of official duties is diverse. It is not limited to merely pulling weeds or collecting stones. There are also times when one might be asked to assist with mundane tasks such as changing light bulbs at a superior's home, making dumplings for a commander's spouse, tidying up family quarters, or helping leaders move furniture into their new residences. Meng Yan inquired, "What exactly do you need help with?" Wei Songyang explained, "I need you to accompany me to dine with a group of fraudsters." Meng Yan was taken aback, initially unsure of what this meant. However, as he listened to Wei Songjiang's description, the situation gradually became clear. It turns out that a group of fraudsters has taken root locally, specifically executing scams under the guise of a secret project from a certain nation. One of Wei Songjiang's old comrades has become ensnared in this web of deceit, unable to extricate himself. Despite repeated attempts from his daughter and family to persuade him, and even efforts to report the matter to the police, the case ultimately fizzled out due to insufficient evidence. In desperation, the comrade's daughter tearfully reached out to Wei Songjiang, hoping he might devise a way to rescue her father from this predicament. Consequently, Wei Songjiang decided to take matters into his own hands, preparing to plunge into the depths of the situation himself. Upon hearing that Wei Songjiang was on the verge of retirement with a modest pension, the old comrade was elated and organized a dinner gathering. He intended to introduce Wei to influential business magnates, facilitating potential future collaborations. Meng Yan pondered for a moment and remarked, "This sounds somewhat akin to Southern-style pyramid schemes, doesn't it?" Wei Songjiang glanced at him in surprise. "You're familiar with this?" Meng Yan casually replied that he had come across it online. In truth, pyramid schemes have long been divided into Southern and Northern styles. The Southern variant does not restrict personal freedom, primarily involving the recruitment of acquaintances for one-on-one indoctrination, targeting those who willingly engage. This is also why such cases are challenging for law enforcement to address and eradicate. Victims often fail to recognize their victimization. How then can the police assist in recovering lost funds and restoring justice? Conversely, the Northern style is much cruder and more brutal, typically involving restrictions on personal freedom, collective brainwashing, and the recruitment of friends and family, while also limiting external communication. Having grasped the general modus operandi, Meng Yan felt reassured. As the Southern pyramid schemes pose minimal danger, one can leave at any time, the objective being to lower one's guard. "What do you need me to do?" he inquired. "Play the role of my nephew," Wei Songjiang replied. "I will introduce you as someone whose family has just received over 40 million from a property redevelopment and is eager to invest. In the realm of deceit, those who prey on others are invariably motivated by monetary gain." The subsequent course of action was clear. Meng Yan understood that he needed to cleverly manipulate the situation to guide Wei Songjiang's old comrade back to reason. Once he recognized the underlying issues, he would naturally extricate himself from the fraudulent vortex. Thus, Meng Yan's task would be deemed a resounding success. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that Wei Songjiang's ambitions extended beyond merely rescuing his old comrade from this predicament. Such fraud rings typically involve substantial sums of money. If they could be dismantled entirely and the illicit funds recovered, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Furthermore, local authorities might express their gratitude, potentially even featuring the story in local news, and if the amounts were considerable, recognition from the provincial government could also be within reach. Meng Yan found himself genuinely admiring the dedication of this former leader. Approaching retirement, he was still so intent on taking action. Was he casting himself in the role of Tom Cruise in a spy thriller? My old comrade, who was also quite greedy, has found himself ensnared deeper and deeper. It would not be an exaggeration to say he has brought this upon himself, Wei Songjiang continued. However, it was he who rescued my life on the battlefield. So when his family reached out to me, I felt compelled to assist. The task at hand is not particularly arduous. It merely involves dining and engaging in conversation with a group of pyramid scheme fraudsters. Surely, it wouldn't be a daunting challenge to persuade a group of seasoned veterans. Nevertheless, I have always respected the choices of others, and if you truly wish to decline, I shall not insist. Looking at Wei Songjiang, who was speaking with an earnest facade. Meng Yan probed, "Why did you not mention this before we left the camp? Now that we are here, you claim not to insist?" Wei Songjiang chuckled, "Ah, I was merely concerned you might refuse. Formalities must still be observed." Meng Yan thought to himself, "Indeed, experience is invaluable. This feels like being forcibly conscripted onto a pirate ship." He then asked, "If I manage to extricate this old comrade, what benefits might I gain?" Wei Songyang laughed heartily. "Do you know what my relationship is with Song Siyuan, the commander of the 7th Composite Brigade?" Meng Yan shook his head. "He is my son-in-law." "And do you know my connection with Jiao Tongwei, the commander of your new training base?" Meng Yan replied in ignorance. "I have bestowed upon him my patronage. At his age and rank, achieving the position of chief of staff in the brigade was due to my recommendation," Wei Songjiang proclaimed with pride. "Besides those two, many in your brigade have benefited from my goodwill. Once this matter is resolved, I will ensure they look out for you. From that point forward, you shall navigate the 7th Composite Brigade with ease. Yet, one caveat, do not mention my name within the military. I fear you may not handle it well." Meng Yan was quite tempted. It was akin to finding a strong ally. To be able to traverse the brigade with such confidence was already remarkable. What more could one desire? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded emphatically, "Very well, I shall lend my assistance." Chapter 49, Playing the College Student. Earning 200 upon exiting in the bustling downtown market, before the mirror, Meng Yan appeared transformed. Clad in a tailored shirt, a suit, polished black leather shoes, and adorned with a Hermes belt, his wrist bore a Rolex Submariner. Despite the total worth of his outfit being less than 600 yuan, it exuded an aura of affluence, as if he were draped in garments worth tens of thousands. He indeed resembled a scion of wealth. Several brave young women from vocational schools had even mustered the courage to approach him for conversation. After a brief turnabout, Wei Songyang, with a playful demeanor, whistled at Meng Yan in a cheeky manner. This made Meng Yan seethe with the desire to retaliate, but he restrained himself, acknowledging the man's rank as a major general. Patience was prudent. He would take his chance for retribution when he ascended to a similar stature. Wei Songjiang jested, with such a fair complexion. "What brings you to the military? Enduring 2 liang of dirt daily under the sun, have you considered a career as a male model or perhaps courting a wealthy woman post-service? Your external attributes certainly give you an advantage, as modern women seem to favor your type." Meng Yan was taken aback, pondering whether the old general had always been so irreverent, or if his demeanor had shifted upon arriving at the new training base. If it were the latter, then surely Miao Bufan had instilled some unorthodox notions in him behind the scenes. Meng Yan vowed that such notions of living off others were certainly not his teachings. His poor digestion did not permit him the luxury of indulgence. Uncle, you can't genuinely believe that this attire will dazzle anyone, can you?" Meng Yan quickly revised his address, expressing his thoughts. For those who engage in deception are rarely simpletons. Wei Songjiang brushed it off, with limited resources. 500 yuan represents the utmost configuration. If this endeavor succeeds, splendid. If not, I am unable to assist further, though we share a bond forged in battle. If you insist on heedlessly leaping into the flames, I cannot intervene. Moreover, you are still young. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Meng Yan steadied his thoughts, ready to listen intently. Wei Songjiang's tone turned grave as he imparted, "To save a life, once is sufficient." Meng Yan paused. "Are you referring to Chu Kai's situation?" Without directly naming the individual, Wei Songjiang elucidated. "The first act of rescue stems from genuine goodwill, a debt of gratitude, or other motivations. However, should the individual persist in their reckless ways, one must respect their autonomy and relinquish the impulse to assist. Human emotions and energies are finite. Simply living one's own life is already a formidable challenge, leaving no justification for incessantly catering to others." Suddenly, Meng Yan perceived a depth of experience in the old general's words. His willingness to share such insights and to risk personal safety for the sake of an old comrade reflected a commendable sense of responsibility. Yet, the ensuing conversation in the vehicle would alter Meng Yan's perception once more. If that old fellow ever glows with a crimson light atop his head, he must celebrate with a few celebratory whips. Wei Songjiang cautions, "Be mindful not to soil your clothing or scratch your watch. Once the task is completed, everything that can be returned must be returned. Whatever cannot be returned, bring it back for my son-in-law." Meng Yan comments, "You really are kind to your son-in-law. Though he may grumble, the task still must be accomplished. In the military, having someone looking out for you certainly facilitates a smoother path to development. After all, it is far more comfortable to rest in the shade of a great tree." Although Meng Yan possesses commendable abilities, he equally has a knack for inciting resentment. It is an unavoidable truth that the exceptional often attract jealousy. However, Meng Yan believes that relying solely on his attire may not be sufficient to intimidate others. Those engaged in scams and pyramid schemes are adept at reading others' expressions and intentions. If they discern his true identity, progressing with the plan would become exceedingly difficult. Reflecting on this, Meng Yan suddenly recalls that he has yet to clock in for today, and today happens to be the last day of the month. Let us see what new skills may emerge this time. With hopeful anticipation, Meng Yan mentally clocks in. Shortly thereafter, a crisp system notification resonates in his mind. Ding! The host has successfully clocked in for 90 consecutive days. A new skill has been rewarded. Skill name: posing as a university student to earn 200 upon departure. Meng Yan's head buzzes. This skill sounds rather abstract, does it not? The previous skill, with its maxed-out comprehension and inherent reward for diligence, was a fundamental passive ability whose meaning was clear from its name. The subsequent skill, Eye of God, though somewhat morbidly amusing, could be roughly inferred to relate to vision. Yet this, posing as a university student to earn 200 upon departure, ability completely eludes his understanding. After carefully reading the skill description twice, he finally grasps its purpose and function. This is a disguise skill, inspired by a classic scene from Special Forces 1. During an exercise, the elite high school team of the Wolf Fong Special Operations Brigade encounters the cleverly disguised rookie Zhao from the reconnaissance unit. Not only do they fail to see through his clumsy disguise, but they also willingly give him 200 yuan for transportation. Thus, the saying emerged about a warrior emerging from hell, only to be duped of 200 by a university student. The strength of this ability lies in Meng Yan's endeavor to embody a role. The more convincingly he impersonates, the greater the benefits he can reap. If he can deceive special forces into parting with 200, how much more could he extract from those engaged in scams and pyramid schemes? With this thought, Meng Yan feels an insatiable restlessness, his feet itching to accelerate. He can hardly wait to put this ability into practice, eager to see whose persuasive skills prevail. And who will be the first to be outwitted? That retiring Major General, his savings and pension must be substantial, right? Goodness, what a lucrative target. He must not be allowed to slip away easily. It is imperative that he is thoroughly outsmarted. In a KTV private room on the third floor of the Violet Business Club, two men are presenting a report to a corpulent gentleman whose face radiates affluence. The rotund man chuckles while shaking his head dismissively, chiding, "After all this time under my tutelage, how is it that your perspectives remain so narrow? A person invests 69,800 and expects them to recruit 29 others? This so-called Sunshine Project, Blue Sky Plan, these are merely old tricks." The supervisor inquires, "What do you imply?" He responds with a grin, "Engage in fraudulent real estate development, enticing qualified firms to bid under the guise of a highly confidential military project, promising returns that span generations for investments in the millions. Just from the intermediary fees alone, we could amass a fortune. At that point, I'll be promoted to headquarters. And you too will rise in ranks as well. Everybody wins." The two subordinates, exhilarated, give him a thumbs up, exclaiming how ingenious the supervisor is. They were solely preoccupied with collecting fees and expanding their network, unaware that wealth could be acquired in such an ingenious manner. Earning money from the impoverished is a slow, arduous process, fraught with complications, while wealth from the affluent can be garnered simply by presenting an enticing opportunity, drawing countless eager patrons to offer their funds. "Will you take the lead this time, supervisor?" He replies, "As per our usual protocol, I will remain in the shadows. You two should gather a few individuals for a table and have his old comrade handle the hospitality. During the dinner, we'll gauge the old man's vigilance over a few drinks. Understood? If you fail to secure the deal, I shall intervene." With a sneer, the plump supervisor adds, "When it comes to dealing with soldiers, I possess plenty of strategies. Anyone who is swayed by patriotism will not escape unscathed. After all, wasn't his old comrade ensnared by our tactics?" The two men exchange gestures, promptly exiting the private room. They are seasoned professionals in the art of deception, employing familiar faces to foster trust and lower defenses. After a few drinks, coupled with the allure of substantial profits, it becomes exceedingly difficult for anyone to resist. Soldiers are human too. While they may be impervious to manipulation within the military, once they shed their uniforms and become civilians, they confront the mundane struggles of daily life. Faced with the burdens of existence, they inevitably encounter worries, as everyone aspires to wealth, especially fortune that comes with ease. This very reason allows the Southern-style pyramid schemes to thrive so luxuriantly, springing back to life like an unquenchable wildfire. At that moment, the external railings lifted, and a military jeep slowly drove into the club. Wei Songjiang glanced at Meng Yan, who was becoming increasingly at ease, exuding an air of wealth that was almost ostentatious, even displaying a hint of arrogance. After pondering for a while, he finally remarked, "Meng Yan, I believe you might want to temper your demeanor a bit. You appear excessively affluent, not as if you've merely received a few million from a relocation, but rather as if you're in possession of several billion." Chapter 50. I, Qin Shi Huang, invest. I've invested 69,008, exclaimed Meng Yan with a carefree demeanor as he made his declaration in the private room. Upon hearing this, the individuals at the dining table, who were engaged in dubious business practices, could scarcely contain their glee. They hurriedly raised their glasses in a toast to Meng Yan, showering him with praises, calling him a dragon among men, exceptional, and a paragon of talent and beauty. Not long ago, Wei Songjiang had introduced Meng Yan to the club, where they received a warm welcome. Originally, Wei Songjiang was the primary guest of honor. But upon revealing that his nephew had recently received a substantial sum from a property redevelopment, eager to invest and make money, the eyes of the pyramid scheme promoters sparkled with anticipation. They gazed at Meng Yan as if he were a veritable treasure trove, especially when they noticed his opulent attire, exuding wealth. Involuntarily, their focus shifted entirely to him, and they quickly arranged a sumptuous banquet. It is worth noting that deceiving newly affluent individuals is significantly easier than misleading retired officials, as the former tend to be more generous with their funds due to the rapid acquisition of wealth. Thus, the group collectively decided to target Meng Yan for their brainwashing efforts. However, deception thrives in ambiguity. A direct approach reveals too much intent. Consequently, upon sitting at the table, an elder named Niu Changzai began reminiscing with Wei Songjiang under the guise of old comradeship, discussing their military past and life thereafter. Listening attentively, Meng Yan learned that this so-called veteran had not served long, having sustained injuries that led to his early discharge over 30 years ago. After returning, he engaged in small businesses until he was introduced to this group of con artists and subsequently fell prey to their manipulations. During their nostalgic exchange, Niu Changzai extolled the virtues of their current project, boasting about its profitability and grandeur. He spoke of national secrets supporting it, military backing, macroeconomic stability, market economics, and the promise of small investments yielding substantial returns, even claiming it could strengthen the nation and its military, leading to widespread prosperity. In essence, a cacophony of irrelevant terms was strung together to create an inflated narrative. Meng Yan perceived that Wei Songjiang, rather than being deeply indoctrinated, simply possessed a rather simplistic mindset. Such individuals often exhibit a restlessness, perpetually seeking greater wealth and success. This relentless pursuit is reminiscent of Dai Zonghu, who, in a moment of folly, abandoned the comforts of military life to venture into entrepreneurship for the same reason. People often gaze longingly at distant mountains, ever unsatisfied with what they possess. The persistence of pyramid schemes can be attributed to their ability to exploit human greed and the insatiable desire for unearned wealth. At the dining table, a project department manager, who introduced himself as Mr. Wang, began to subtly probe Meng Yan's views on the project, even bluntly questioning whether they perceived it as akin to a pyramid scheme. Wei Songjiang, claiming ignorance regarding investments and unfamiliarity with such projects, stated that he was merely there to learn after hearing his old comrade suggest it could be profitable. Meng Yan expressed disbelief, questioning how one could engage in pyramid schemes while simultaneously admitting to being part of one. He displayed a keen interest, curiously inquiring if greater investments would yield greater returns. Consequently, a group of swindlers took turns presenting various examples, claiming that individuals had already made substantial profits and were now living carefree lives, with some even having settled abroad. They exaggerated their tales without restraint. Meng Yan, seemingly bewildered, felt a clarity within his mind that surpassed the chaos around him. He confidently declared his intention to invest 200,000. Young Master Meng, you possess remarkable courage. I raise my glass to you. Manager Wang exclaimed, standing with enthusiasm. There are few as young and discerning as you. Wang continued, suggesting they would become business partners and collaborate for mutual success. Meng Yan did not hesitate, lifting his glass and drinking heartily, laughing as he stated, money is merely a piece of waste paper if left idle. One must learn to make money work for them to realize its true value. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have entrusted me with 8 million to invest in business. Upon hearing of Meng Yan's substantial funds, the eyes of those at the table gleamed with greed. This was no ordinary opportunity, it was akin to a golden harvest. Throughout the encounter, they had moments of doubt regarding Meng Yan's identity. However, his connection to Wei Songjiang, a retired military officer, and the reputation of his old comrades lent credibility to his claims. Furthermore, Meng Yan's demeanor, eloquence, striking appearance, and impeccable attire perfectly matched the image of a wealthy heir that they all yearned to associate with. Thus, they showered him with enthusiasm. Manager Wang even beckoned the waiter to bring additional exquisite dishes and fine wines. Though slightly beyond budget, Wang felt an inexplicable urge to spend wisely, believing the money ought to be invested effectively. Young Master Meng, I raise my glass to you as well. My name is Zhang Lan, and I am part of the same group as Uncle Niu, your father's old comrade. We shall be partners and closest allies from now on. To Meng Yan's right sat a seemingly earnest young woman, likely a recent university graduate ensnared in this web of deceit. Her presence was perhaps intended to disarm Meng Yan. She raised her glass in a toast and, after sitting down, offered him some food, recommending the flavorful braised beef. However, before she could hand him the chopsticks, Meng Yan swatted them away with a swift motion. The chopsticks clattered to the floor, and the beef landed squarely on the woman's attire. The sudden turn of events left her speechless, her eyes reflecting confusion and panic. As Meng Yan's expression grew icy, the lively atmosphere at the table was abruptly doused as if cold water had been thrown over it. Even Wei Songjiang furrowed his brow, perplexed by Meng Yan's unexpected behavior. I apologize, but I do not eat beef, Meng Yan proclaimed, slamming the chopsticks onto the table with a brazen smile. At this moment, those who once harbored doubts about his identity as a second-generation rich individual had entirely dispelled their misgivings. How could someone so brash and capricious be devoid of funds? Manager Wang, having encountered countless individuals and deceived many, had been observing Meng Yan since his entry. Every action and demeanor exuded an air of arrogance typical of sudden wealth. Witnessing Meng Yan's haughty disposition, Wei Songjiang discreetly gave him a thumbs up under the table. Initially, he felt something was lacking. Yet Meng Yan's refusal to consume beef was nothing short of brilliant, were it not for the knowledge of his orphan status. Wei even questioned whether this young man had genuinely profited immensely from a property demolition, for how else could he exude such audacity? Manager Wang intervened to defuse the situation, prompting the woman to apologize to Meng Yan. Perhaps due to being deeply ensnared in her own delusions, she exhibited no sense of wrongdoing, repeatedly offering her apologies. Meng Yan, embodying a semblance of the magnanimity often associated with the newly affluent, suggested she drink a glass of liquor as a self-imposed penance, assuring her he would not hold it against her thereafter. As the dinner drew to a close, Meng Yan inquired if there were any other ventures offering swifter financial returns beyond the so-called Sunshine Project. Manager Wang, shrouded in secrecy, sent everyone else away and proceeded to reveal to the two that there indeed existed a more lucrative investment opportunity. He emphasized that this project required absolute confidentiality, warning that divulging it could lead to unnecessary complications. Observing Wang's cryptic demeanor, Meng Yan and Wei Songjiang exchanged amused glances. Those engaged in fraud often relished in creating an aura of mystery, cloaking their schemes under the guise of state support to gain the trust of their victims. Once suspicion arose, they would claim that dissenters were merely envious of others' wealth and sought to drag them down, asserting that believing such tales would indeed lead to financial ruin. Do you know Boss Dai? Manager Wang lowered his voice. Which Boss Dai? Meng Yan inquired with curiosity. Cough, cough. Wang coughed softly before whispering. The legendary figure of the military intelligence, the king of spies, Dai Li, Boss Dai. Old Wei, being from the military, should know a thing or two about his exploits. Yes, I am aware. Then you must know about the incident where Dai's plane crashed into Mount Dai, leading to the demise of the rain farmer in the storm. Those familiar with espionage films would recognize the name Boss Dai, the supreme agent of the military intelligence. In 1946, his aircraft met with disaster, resulting in the loss of all crew members. The reasons behind the crash remain shrouded in mystery, giving rise to the phrase, Dai's plane crashed into Mount Dai. The rain farmer perished in the rain. This narrative only served to deepen the enigmatic aura surrounding the event. However, Manager Wang revealed that he was privy to the true circumstances of the incident. According to him, the aircraft that Boss Dai was aboard did not actually crash. Instead, it carried tons of gold, allowing him to escape abroad, effectively pulling off a golden cicada shedding its shell. It is said that he lived in comfort for many years overseas before passing away, leaving behind a substantial inheritance. His descendants, wishing to prevent their wealth from being lost overseas, desired to repatriate it to contribute to the nation. However, due to various factors, their overseas assets were seized. and accessing them required substantial financial resources to navigate certain channels. Meng Yan listened intently, yet his tightly pursed lips betrayed his urge to yawn. These fraudsters, after all these years, have not altered their tactics in the slightest? Previously, he had heard tales of individuals claiming to be descendants of Sun Yat-sen, who similarly required funds to unlock overseas assets. There were even those who professed to be descendants of Empress Dowager Cixi, claiming to have hidden immense treasures deep within a mountain. Regardless, each version ensnared numerous unsuspecting victims. And now, yet another character, Boss Dai, has emerged. Is this not akin to a proclamation of, I, Qin Shi Huang, demand financial support? Chapter 51. The prejudice in people's hearts is a great mountain, although the deception is rather clumsy. The sheer number of gullible individuals ensures that there will always be greedy souls willing to fall into the trap. If you can assist Boss Dai's descendants in unfreezing their overseas assets, the rewards will extend beyond mere wealth. You will also gain prestige. This is a contribution to the nation, and in due course, aspiring to an official position will not pose a problem. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, expressing skepticism. Is this for real? I haven't read much, so please don't deceive me. Manager Wang pounded his chest in assurance. A person of Great Xia does not deceive another from Great Xia. We are a legitimate investment enterprise. How could we possibly mislead you? Rest assured, we have connections. Meng Yan nodded, indicating his interest. However, Wei Songyang, as a seasoned veteran, advised him to be cautious with his investments. Thus, he conveyed to Manager Wang his desire to observe for a while longer, to which Wang did not object. If the other party were to immediately and cheerfully transfer funds, it would only raise his suspicions. At 3 p.m., there was to be a presentation regarding an investment project on the 5th floor of the club. The two would attend to further delve into the cultural essence of the enterprise. Subsequently, Manager Wang personally escorted them to his suite on the 4th floor for a brief respite. Upon entering, Wei Songyang and Meng Yan thoroughly searched the room, ensuring there were no listening devices or hidden cameras before they finally settled down. Meng Yan remarked, "These swindlers are quite lavish. They actually prepared a suite for us?" Wei Songyang expressed his doubts. Earlier, my old comrade clearly told me that they had booked a standard room for me. Meng Yan retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator, tossing one to him. Perhaps they are catering to my stature as a wealthy second-generation heir? After all, they wish to ensnare a big fish like me, and it would be unwise not to invest a little. With a grin, he inquired, "Chief, how did I perform earlier? Did I seem convincing?" Wei Songyang gazed at him seriously. "Not only did you seem convincing, you were downright impeccable. Even I was momentarily deceived. Had I not known your true identity beforehand, you might have ensnared me as well." Meng Yan chuckled, claiming that he had a natural talent for acting. Had he not joined the military, he might have pursued a career in the entertainment industry. Despite his jest, he was acutely aware that his acting skills were not without flaws. However, his ability to convincingly portray a college student who could easily earn 200 upon going out significantly enhanced his performance and subtly masked any imperfections. In essence, it allowed others to unconsciously be more inclined to believe his words, to trust that his identity was genuine. Even a warrior emerging from the depths of hell could be misled by a crude fade, willingly parting with 200 yuan. With Meng Yan's convincing portrayal, influenced by his abilities, those swindlers could not accurately discern his true identity. Furthermore, the premise of effortlessly earning 200 yielded unexpected advantages. For instance, during their earlier meal, the other party unexpectedly elevated the dining experience. Now, they had suddenly upgraded their accommodations from a standard room to a suite. This can indeed be considered a benefit acquired through the workings of the system and a stroke of fortune. Meng Yan felt that if he were to traverse back to the era of the Republic of China, he could utilize this ability for infiltration and subterfuge. In the face of such formidable capabilities, what need is there for renowned figures like the King of Spies, Boss Dai, or Zheng Yaoqian, or even Yu Zicheng? They would all pale in comparison. Meng Yan inquired, "What is it that you wish for me to do next?" Wei Songyang extracted a button camera from his pocket and tossed it to him, saying, "Later, during the meeting this afternoon, find a way to discreetly bring it into the venue and capture incriminating evidence of their crimes." The principal issue with the South's pyramid schemes is the inability to obtain evidence, as participation is voluntary. Consequently, even if victims' families report incidents, without the victims' testimonies, the police cannot take action, even if arrests are made. The lack of substantial evidence means they can merely detain suspects for 24 hours before they return to their nefarious activities. Therefore, We must swiftly gather effective evidence to establish criminal charges, impose sentences, seize illicit funds, and rescue those who have been deceived. Meng Yan toyed with the compact and exquisite device in his hand, inquiring curiously about its origin. Wei Songjiang informed him that it was advanced military equipment specifically designed for intelligence collection. Subsequently, Meng Yan regarded Wei Songjiang with an odd expression. "Why do you look at me like that? Chief, to be candid, are you preparing to usurp the police's role?" Wei Songjiang appeared astonished. "How could you think in that direction? I am a soldier of the Great Xia. My duty is to defend my homeland and guard our territory. How could I possibly compete with the police?" Meng Yan glanced at the advanced military device in his hand. "You brought professional equipment, clearly indicating your intention to eradicate this pyramid scheme organization entirely." He smacked his lips, musing aloud, a soon-to-retire senior officer risking himself to infiltrate a pyramid scheme. Successfully rescuing misguided comrades, dismantling the fraudulent organization, and recovering millions in embezzled funds. What a remarkable contribution to social stability. Chief, you are not merely here to rescue old comrades. You are clearly aiming for accolades, local commendations, and perhaps even promotion. No pretense remained. The truth was laid bare. Wei Songjiang placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. "Indeed, I am here to achieve merit. If the police cannot manage these matters, and I have taken it upon myself, then they cannot fault me for claiming their glory." As Wei Songjiang recounted his story, Meng Yan learned that prior to the military reforms, he had indeed held the rank of division commander. However, after the restructuring, the 77th Division was dissolved, and he was reassigned to a different civilian position. It was precisely due to this reassignment that he continued to serve in the military at the age of 60. Otherwise, a division commander typically retires by the age of 55. Yet, Wei Songjiang had no desire to languish in a civilian role. So he had been seeking opportunities to engage actively over the years, though he had yet to find one. Recently, upon hearing that a sweeping reform was to be implemented for civilian personnel post-60, Wei Songjiang grew anxious about potentially departing from the military he cherished. Coincidentally, a call for assistance from an old comrade's family revealed this matter to him, prompting him to devise a plan. Civilian personnel, prior to retirement, are prohibited from leaving their positions or venturing out without authorization. Thus, he sought a pretext and proactively applied for retirement, making his way to the new training base. This move significantly expanded Wei Songjiang's operational scope and authority, facilitating the execution of his subsequent plans. His encounter with Meng Yan was purely serendipitous. Initially, Wei Songjiang intended to infiltrate the fraud den alone to gather evidence. However, he stumbled upon the remarkable talent present at the new training base. Notably, Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan exhibited exceptional capabilities akin to hidden dragons and crouching tigers, adept at orchestrating events. Given Xiao Bufan's family circumstances, Wei Songjiang hesitated to act recklessly. As for why he did not enlist seasoned veterans, it was primarily because their earnest demeanor might reveal vulnerabilities. Engaging with fraudsters necessitated cunning, quick-wittedness, and an ability to navigate complex situations. Consequently, Meng Yan emerged as the optimal candidate to assist him in accomplishing the mission, without question. Wei Songjiang lamented, "Do you have any idea how challenging it is to earn merit in peacetime? In the past, mere courage and the willingness to confront the enemy sufficed for recognition. Ever since my transfer to a civilian role, I feel as if I am fading into obscurity. Do you know how many years I have waited for an opportunity to infiltrate the police's ranks?" He added, "Of course, should I feast, I will ensure you partake in the broth. Once we uproot this vile place, your reward will be assured." Meng Yan, somewhat indignant, felt deceived. "Commander, as a mere recruit, you drag me into the lion's den. Does your conscience not ache?" Wei Songjiang chuckled, asserting that his conscience was typically tucked away, only to be summoned when needed. Furthermore, he quipped, "You dare to call yourself a recruit? The endeavors you've undertaken are far from the realm of a novice. Even I, a seasoned veteran, find your audacity astonishing." Meng Yan perceived this as slander and defamation. Indeed, prejudice within the heart can be a formidable mountain. After a moment's contemplation, Meng Yan finally uttered the words, "I require additional compensation." Wei Songjiang chuckled, realizing that this young man sought to negotiate terms. "Very well, should our mission succeed, this attire shall remain yours." Meng Yan, feeling somewhat shameless, was taken aback to find himself matched against a worthy opponent. Truly, within the realm of the skilled, there are always those who surpass, and one mountain is always higher than the last. Chapter 52. Wang Gang stepped outside, leaving everyone else behind. After my family's relocation, a throng of individuals came to me, seeking financial assistance. I did not flinch, not even for those who had betrayed me. I bestowed upon them a sum of 100,000. Consider this: if I am willing to grant 100,000 to those who have turned against me, is it not justifiable to offer 1 million to those who remain loyal? Understand the applause. The amount of money one squanders reflects the magnitude of one's character. Anyone can earn money, but it is the ability to endure losses that truly signifies one's vision. Imagine spending 200 million frivolously. When it comes to executing genuine endeavors, earning 10 or even 20 billion becomes mere child's play. Grasp the applause. The resounding claps reverberated, accompanied by a captivating background melody. In the conference room, a large assembly of individuals, lost in their dreams of wealth, fervently applauded alongside Meng Yan, who was commanding the stage with charisma. The atmosphere reached a fever pitch, with everyone flushed and overwhelmed with excitement. Their palms grew sore from clapping, and tears streamed down their faces, yet they were reluctant to cease. Observing Meng Yan on stage, microphone in hand, exuding the aura of a motivational speaker basking in adulation, Wei Songyang felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. He regretted bringing Meng Yan into this situation. I had asked you to masquerade as a second-generation demolisher, to infiltrate this pyramid scheme and gather evidence of their crimes. Yet you seem to revel in it more than those perpetuating the scam. Are you here to dismantle their stronghold and liberate those ensnared in despair? Or are you here to assist them in prospering and achieving even greater heights? Manager Wang and another official stood at the back of the venue, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The afternoon's bidding seminar was, in essence, a brainwashing session. Among the attendees were both newcomers and those already mired in the depths of this scheme. Only through relentless indoctrination, reinforcing their belief that this so-called Sunshine Project could yield substantial profits, could they ensure a continuous influx of investment, even enticing friends and family to join. As a new partner and a second-generation demolisher, Meng Yan naturally was invited to introduce himself. Initially, it was merely a formality, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves, and showcasing Meng Yan's status to quell the doubts of those hesitant to invest. With so much wealth readily available, did they truly care about your meager contributions? Engaging with you was a mark of respect. Do not treat us as if we were mere con artists. However, upon taking the microphone, Meng Yan transformed entirely. The natural charisma of a seasoned con artist emanated from him, weaving captivating tales of wealth that left the audience spellbound. Even the two leaders, who had not experienced such fervor in ages, felt compelled to join the crowd in their enthusiastic applause. They then retreated to a guest room to report to the rotund, prosperous-looking man they had encountered previously. The supervisor and I have conducted a thorough observation, and this Meng Xiao not only possesses a generous disposition, but also boasts an admirable character, making him exceptionally suitable for our organization. Indeed, if he were to join us, not only would we receive financial backing, but we would also avoid the additional expense of hiring a lecturer. Meng Yan's eloquence and ability to engage an audience truly elevate him to the level of a premier motivational speaker. Manager Wang has extolled Meng Yan to such an extent that they are eager to collaborate with him and entice others into lucrative ventures. However, the portly supervisor did not relax his vigilance towards Meng Yan based on the praises of these two. Instead, he sensed something amiss. Supervisor, are you suggesting that Meng Yan's identity as a second-generation property developer is fabricated? That is absolutely impossible. I have encountered countless individuals, both honest and deceitful, and I can discern the genuine from the false. Meng Yan's aura of sudden wealth is not something one can feign. I even suspect that his family's redevelopment did not yield mere millions, but rather several billions. Manager Wang, nodding in agreement, shared this sentiment. Although their acquaintance with Meng Yan has been brief, both have sensed a pronounced air of affluence and the arrogance that often accompanies newfound riches, qualities that cannot be imitated. Otherwise, they would not have elevated the dining arrangements, enhancing their ordinary meal with upgraded accommodations. The significance of Meng Yan's status warranted such treatment, and they felt compelled to nurture this valuable connection. At that moment, the supervisor opened his tablet, revealing a search record to the two men. The screen displayed a news article about a redevelopment project in a certain area of Mengzhou. The article explicitly stated that a family with the surname Meng owned substantial ancestral property, amounting to over 100 million. Upon reading the article, Manager Wang's eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, nearly drooling onto the tablet screen. The supervisor, grinning while savoring his cigar, remarked, I have never doubted the authenticity of Meng Yan's background. He certainly exudes an aura of wealth that is unmistakable. Thus, I searched online, and my assumptions were validated. This fellow's fortune exceeds mere millions, reaching into the billions. Manager Wang, overwhelmed with excitement, exclaimed, "So, we are not merely catching a big fish, but rather ensnaring a golden dragon?" The supervisor nodded. Indeed. Initially, I contemplated that if this young man proved uncooperative, I could simply have him abducted and transported to a remote location, compelling his father to pay a ransom. However, supervisor, with the year-end approaching and tensions rising, would such an abduction not be perilous? Moreover, your position is rather sensitive, if word were to leak. As one of the first to engage with the supervisor, Manager Wang was well aware of his background. The supervisor, named Zheng Kuei, had once been involved in illicit activities before transitioning to the used car rental and microlending business. When debtors were unable to repay their substantial obligations, he resorted to brutal measures, resulting in the tragic murder of an entire family, further tarnishing their reputation. Later, he was placed on the online wanted list, prompting him to conceal his identity and retreat to an area beyond governmental jurisdiction, where he engaged in telecom fraud alongside local individuals. Recently, a joint crackdown led by the Daxia authorities resulted in the dismantling of numerous fraud schemes and the rescue of many trapped individuals. Consequently, Zheng Kuei was unwittingly apprehended and brought back to his homeland by a contingent of special police officers. By a twist of fate, he became involved with the Southern Pyramid Scheme organization and, through deception and manipulation, ascended to the position of regional supervisor. Given the sensitivity of his identity, he remained largely in the shadows, minimizing his public appearances to ensure his safety. The corpulent supervisor, cigar in hand, casually remarked, initially, "That was merely a nascent thought of mine. However, given the current circumstances, this young man not only places his trust in us, but also aligns remarkably well with our company's culture and team spirit. If we can bring him on board, we shall not only gain a capable ally, but also secure substantial financial backing in a legitimate manner. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more pathways, just as this young man previously stated. Only by incurring greater losses can one reap greater rewards." Another manager appeared somewhat puzzled, yet Manager Wang immediately grasped the supervisor's implication. "Then I shall make the necessary arrangements for them tonight. We will extend the highest level of hospitality, upgrading them from a standard suite to a luxurious, comfortable suite." The supervisor, with a jovial demeanor, pointed at him with his cigar-clutching hand. "Ah, Xiao Wang, your perceptiveness is commendable. It seems that when I transition back to headquarters, the position of regional supervisor is likely to be yours." Manager Wang beamed with delight, quickly offering a smile and attributing his success to learning from the supervisor. This stirred discontent in the nearby manager, who scoffed, "Isn't it just hosting someone? Anyone can do that." However, Manager Wang soon posed a question. "What about that retired military man?" The supervisor expressed mild annoyance. "That old man is overly cautious. Not every veteran is as easily swayed as that bull-headed fellow, especially those who have held positions of authority in the military. While his pension is substantial, the funds he can actually access may be limited. He likely won't yield much profit, so we shouldn't waste too much energy on him. Your primary objective now is to ensure that Meng Yan feels at home, experiencing our warmth and the depth of our corporate culture. Spend a couple of days entertaining him. Once the timing is right, I will personally engage him, encouraging an initial investment of 200,000 to 300,000. After he tastes the sweetness of returns, he will inevitably become ensnared, much like a poison prey. Whether through fraud or pyramid schemes, the essence lies in exploiting human greed to lure the target. We offer initial rewards, then prompt them to invest, followed by more rewards, creating a cyclical trap. In this manner, the hook tightens and the mire deepens." The supervisor even began contemplating what position to assign Meng Yan once he was fully integrated. Perhaps it would be best to replace Manager Wang and appoint him as the manager? The astute Mr. Wang, exhibiting a remarkable cleverness, poses a potential threat to his own standing should he ascend the ranks in the future. Come, take a seat." He beckoned. The second floor of the establishment boasted numerous private KTV rooms. Upon entering, one encountered an elongated U-shaped sofa, accompanied by 2 or 3 beverage tables, all laden with an array of spirits, soft drinks, fruit platters, and snacks. Having just indulged in a hearty meal, Meng Yan and Wei Songjiang were promptly escorted to this venue by Manager Wang, who mentioned that they would soon be treated to some exhilarating entertainment before closing the door and departing. Wei Songjiang, with a rosy complexion from the alcohol, gazed at Meng Yan with confusion. Isn't this a bit excessive? With all this matai and king crabs tonight, don't you think it's a bit over the top? Meng Yan chuckled, wrapping an arm around him. Is enthusiasm not a good thing? Such fervor indicates that they value us. Did you not say you fabricated some news online for insurance, claiming my family Pearl had over $1 billion in demolitions? Perhaps they have seen that report and elevated their hospitality. Wei Songjiang scratched his head, still sensing something amiss. The entire sequence of events seemed too fortuitous, as if everyone had unanimously concluded that Meng Yan must be a wealthy scion, with not a single skeptic in sight. Oddly enough, even Wei Songjiang had entertained the ludicrous notion that Meng Yan was merely a privileged heir masquerading as a soldier to experience life incognito, now simply returning to his authentic self. Just as Wei Songjiang pondered these thoughts, the door to the private room swung open once more. A dozen young women, clad in revealing attire and exuding charm and allure, entered with warmth and friendliness, introducing themselves primarily to Meng Yan. Greetings, esteemed guest, I am Lily. Hello, honored guest. I am Zhu. Salutations, esteemed guest, I am Wang Gang. Manager Wang, grinning like a jovial innkeeper, inquired of Meng Yan, young master Meng, whom do you find suitable? Meng Yan glanced at Wei Songjiang, seeking his counsel. Wei Songjiang, patting the back of his hand, silently signaled that such pursuits during their mission did not violate protocol. I assure you, as a major general, I will vouch for you should anything arise. Driven by a sense of justice, Meng Yan, emboldened, raised his hand and pointed at the young woman named Wang Gang. You, young Master Meng has exquisite taste. She is a mixed-blood beauty just arrived from Tai country. Wang Gang was dismissed while the others remained. Upon hearing Meng Yan's bold proclamation, Wei Songjiang nearly widened his eyes in disbelief. But, young comrade, at my age, I cannot endure such excitement. Very well, if I do not venture into the den of iniquity, who will? This is for the betterment of society. I shall take the plunge. Yet, Meng Yan retorted, what business is it of yours? At your age, you still wish to frolic in the flowers? It's all mine. You, an old retiree, should go enjoy some sunflower seeds on the side. Chapter 53. Alas, all of them are rivals. In the chill of the autumn wind, leaves flutter down like whispers, while the army stands as a verdant blossom. Dear comrades, do not dwell on home, nor yearn for your mothers. My calls echo day and night, filled with heartfelt sentiments. Let not tears mar our farewells. In the private room, Meng Yan, with lips adorned in lipstick, and Wei Songjiang, wearing a mask of resentment, share a microphone, passionately singing the forbidden ballad Green Flowers of the Army. Meng Yan underestimated the song's potency. It could evoke tears even among those lost souls who have strayed from their paths. These young women, too, have mothers and families. Once they were bright-eyed and fair-skinned. Seated in the front rows of classrooms, the cherished dreams of many boys. Who would willingly tread this path if not driven by life's harsh demands? Which girl is born to serve drinks and wear a smile, to read the expressions of others? They, too, longed for an ordinary life, to marry a decent man. Yet the allure of the lucrative bar life proved too tempting to resist. Let me request a song, Tears of the Dancer. As two young women dabbed at their tears, they approached to make their song request. The remaining few relentlessly poured drinks for Meng Yan, seeking every opportunity to flirt. Eager to enjoy the charm of this delightful young man. As one sister remarked, this young lad was simply too endearing, exuding a playful yet rugged appeal, complete with an impressive physique that made even the prospect of losing money worthwhile. Drink up, let us get our little brother intoxicated and then carry him away. Shall we? Absolutely. Surrounded by a whirlwind of flamboyant young women, Meng Yan was the center of attention. Meanwhile, Wei Songjiang sat nearby, his hands clasped between his legs, resembling a lonely elder, staring vacantly at the television screen. If it were not for the mission at hand, if not for the desire to rescue an old comrade and rid society of these despicable deceivers, he would have wished for nothing more than to end it all in despair. It was painfully disheartening. They say that beauty blossoms with age. Yet who would appreciate a man like him, seasoned and mature? What irked him the most was Meng Yan, amidst the revelry, raising his glass and hazily remarking how familiar the old man looked, questioning if he was the doorman at the club. This elicited peals of laughter from the surrounding women, who found Meng Yan's playful demeanor even more endearing. Wei Songjiang ground his teeth in frustration, his nails digging into the leather of the sofa, as he continually reminded himself to endure. Once the defenses were lowered, everyone, buoyed by the effects of the alcohol, began to engage in spirited banter. Meng Yan, a master of boasting, coupled with the enhancements of his system, effortlessly portrayed the persona of a privileged heir, arousing no suspicion whatsoever. Even when a girl asked him to transfer money or send red envelopes, Meng Yan candidly claimed to be a poor lad, not a wealthy demolisher. And yet no one doubted his words. Instead, they thought, goodness, this boy is rich, handsome, and so wonderfully humble. Unlike other wealthy and unsavory men, he possesses a certain charm. If I could attach myself to him, my worries for the second half of my life would vanish. The young ladies, unguarded, divulged their candid truths and minor secrets. For instance, they revealed that this establishment is not the primary hub for pyramid schemes in the region. The actual stronghold lies 10 kilometers to the north, within a bustling office building. This place merely serves as their outpost to observe and select newcomers. Additionally, there resides a peculiar guest within this establishment. This individual claims to be a wealthy businessman from the south, portly in stature, rarely emerging from his quarters, and indulging in food and drink within. Occasionally, he graces the second-floor business lounge, displaying a lavish generosity that exudes an air of mystery. Furthermore, a girl named Lily leaned into Meng Yan's ear and whispered, on one occasion. He drunkenly confessed to having slain an entire family in a certain place and having assaulted their daughter, which was utterly chilling. Meng Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised by this unexpected revelation. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed rather plausible. Many criminals harbor dark pasts. After all, they are a collection of unsavory characters, engaging solely in nefarious deeds and deceit. This explains why law enforcement often stumbles upon unexpected discoveries when dismantling pyramid scheme operations. During this time, a female server entered to deliver drinks. Although Meng Yan appeared inebriated, his keen perception, aided by divine insight, allowed him to notice her unusual demeanor. Her gaze was sharp, her body stiff, her eyeliner askew, and her face appeared caked with makeup. Moreover, he sensed a distinct air of training about her. Gazing at the bottles of liquor on the table and the closed door of the private room, Meng Yan squinted, formulating a bold hypothesis. Could she possibly be a competitor? He turned away Song Yang to seek his opinion, only to find the old man fervently pouring wine down his throat, seemingly intent on intoxication. Bring it here. Meng Yan snatched the bottle of red wine from his grasp. Do you truly comprehend the value of such a fine vintage? A retired old man indulging in such extravagance. Hello, Chief. This is Magpie, spoke the server from the storage room at the end of the lounge corridor. She had dialed a number using a hidden phone. On the other end was the chief of staff from the local armed police's intelligence division. How goes the operation? Currently, everything is proceeding smoothly. Magpie replied in a hushed tone. It has been nearly confirmed that the true perpetrator of the Qijia family massacre, Zheng Kuei, as well as the individual responsible for telecommunications fraud, trafficking, assault, detention, and the harm inflicted upon our compatriots in the Myanmar region, is indeed the same person. He is concealed within this establishment. Though his appearance may have undergone significant alteration, further verification is required. The chief of the armed police nodded solemnly, stating, Zheng Kuei is exceptionally cunning. After committing his crime, he fled to a lawless zone. Were it not for our recent joint operation against the electric switch park, he might have evaded capture for a lifetime. However, his ability to return to the country, only to fall under our surveillance, serves as a testament to the adage that the law's net is vast and nothing escapes its grasp. If we manage to apprehend him, your contributions will undoubtedly be significant. Chief, this is merely my duty. The woman code-named Magpie hesitated for a moment before continuing. Chief, there is another matter I must report to you. The chief of the armed police urged, speak. Magpie replied, it appears a highly influential figure has arrived at this pyramid scheme. The scammers not only received him with utmost respect, but also provided them with the finest luxury suites at the clubhouse. It is said that one of these individuals is a retired general from the military, while the other is a second-generation tycoon with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Upon hearing Magpie's account, the chief's eyes gleamed with excitement. These two individuals likely possess significant backgrounds. You must expedite your investigation over the next few days. Impersonating military personnel is a serious offense, particularly posing as a general, which could lead to a lengthy prison sentence. As for the wealthy second generation, I suspect he is merely a front created by their organization, potentially a regional supervisor conducting covert investigations. If we can apprehend these two, along with the fugitive murderer Zheng Kuei, our fifth squad may well receive a multitude of accolades and commendations by year's end. Magpie felt exhilarated at this prospect. She had not anticipated that pursuing a murderer could yield such substantial rewards. If they managed to apprehend them all, She might even be promoted from lieutenant to captain next year. Just as she was about to end the call, the other party suddenly urged her to pay attention to an important matter. I have received reliable information that, apart from us, the police have also infiltrated the operation. How did they find out? Well, the chief knew he could not disclose that this case was originally the police's. He had merely overheard his old acquaintance mention it during a drinking session. After returning, he promptly reviewed the case files and discovered this particular case, correlating it with the previous involvement of the armed police in the crackdown on the scam operation. Thus, the chief quickly reported to his superiors, preparing to present a grand proposal before the year's end. There is no superior who would not welcome an opportunity to achieve merit, especially when it involves protecting the public and benefiting society. Moreover, the armed police's role is to maintain internal stability, uphold public safety, and safeguard the lives and property of citizens, which overlaps significantly with police functions, rendering this course of action entirely appropriate. Consequently, the higher-ups immediately sanctioned the plan, urging them to expedite their arrangements and strive to capture Zheng Kuei before the police could ensnare him. In summary, you must swiftly gather evidence and thoroughly confirm the suspects' identities, after which our 5th Squad will promptly deploy to apprehend these criminals, restoring peace to the local populace. Yes, Commander, I assure you that I will accomplish the task. At that very moment when the Magpie hung up the phone, an idling SUV was parked beside a street outside the clubhouse. Inside the vehicle, a young man who had fervently applauded at the brainwashing conference earlier that afternoon was now engaged in a phone conversation with his superior. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, I have gathered a considerable amount of evidence over the past few days. Once we confirm that fellow's identity, I will promptly contact you to execute the arrest. Moreover, I have also arranged for surveillance on the 2 small leaders of the pyramid scheme, an elderly man and a young boy. The fish are in the net. They cannot escape. Chapter 54. The joyful life of a retired old man. The day after the class leader's departure, thoughts of him lingered. With the class leader absent, the vibrancy of military life seemed to have faded significantly. Meng Yan was like the myriad stars illuminating the night sky. On the day he left, he took the light from my eyes with him. By the wall of the new training base, the new recruits of the 3rd Squad squatted on the ground, tending to the overgrown grass at the base of the wall. In the army, everyone is tasked with responsibilities. The maintenance of the camp relies on collective effort. Yet, compared to their previous enthusiasm, their current demeanor appeared listless. The recruits had always believed that military life was vibrant, fulfilling, and filled with laughter, balancing hardship with joy. However, after Meng Yan's departure, their military life reverted to its true, monotonous essence. It was then that they realized this brilliant ray of sunshine had been brought in by Meng Yan. Dullness, tedium, and monotony, the routine of repetitive training day after day. The nightly news broadcast at 7 became the predominant themes of military life. Where in the army could one find such merriment? Only a discerning eye that can find joy in the mundane and a spirit that can find laughter amidst hardship exists. Zhang Su tossed his dagger to the ground and, with a spirited demeanor, saying towards the wall, "Class leader, please return soon. I cannot bear this alone. Come back. Life is more splendid with you around. Please return." Cough. At that moment, someone kicked him from behind. With Meng gone, isn't there a substitute class leader? Zhang Su turned to glance at Xiao Bufan and retorted, "You're merely a trial version, in my eyes." Xiao Bufan discreetly slipped him a cigarette, prompting Zhang Su to amend his statement. "In my heart, you are the best substitute class leader in the 3rd Squad, aside from Meng Yan." Xiao Bufan chuckled heartily, feeling that the cigarette was worth the effort. He added, "Tonight, your socks and underwear will be washed by your substitute class leader." This rule had been established during Meng Yan's tenure. As long as Xiao Bufan wished to revel in the role of class leader, he had to assist in washing the entire squad's socks. Xiao Bufan reluctantly accepted this condition. Being a class leader means managing the internal affairs. Washing socks for the entire squad is indeed a commendable task. It is better to return home to sell sweet potatoes than to serve in a position without supporting the comrades. It is more preferable to shrink away like a mouse than to neglect one's duties as a class leader. The new recruits resumed their work, the sounds of sighs and lamentations rising and falling without pause. During this time, squad leader Li Qingguang came over to inspect their labor. He discovered that everyone looked glum, as if they had lost hundreds of yuan. "Squad leader, when will the class leader return? It's been 2 days already," asked Zhou Xiaoping, tilting his head in discontent. Soon. He will definitely be back before the new training assessment." "Oh, that means we have to wait a couple more days?" The recruits of the 3rd Squad wore expressions of despair, eagerly wishing for Meng Yan's swift return. As the squad leader, Li Qingguang felt the same. After Meng Yan's departure, he suddenly sensed a void in the squad. Shou Bufan's chatter had diminished. Each day, it seemed that aside from training, eating, and sleeping, they engaged in little else. Even the weekends spent playing games on our phones lacked the previous fervor. In truth, it has become apparent through various channels that the esteemed elder Wei Songjiang is not, as once believed, a veteran editor from the military press, but rather a civil servant on the verge of retirement. It is rumored that he has committed a minor indiscretion, apparently. He treated the deputy division commander to 2 chickens, which displeased the latter, prompting him to seek refuge at the new training base. The last time the deputy division commander unexpectedly visited, he intended to confront him, but the old leader managed to slip away first. Miao Bufan found himself perplexed. Why did the old comrade leave on his own, yet insist on bringing Meng Yan along? Was it merely for companionship on this solitary escape? Zhou Xiaoping ventured a bold hypothesis. Could it be that he intended to use the deputy as leverage? Zhang Su shook his head, deeming such a scenario unlikely. Rather than dwell on that, I am more curious as to why the deputy division commander was so incensed over 2 chickens. Li Qingguang also expressed confusion. The information they had was fragmented, and they remained unaware of the full context. All they knew was about the chickens. Perhaps the old leader simply detests poultry? The group turned to him, acknowledging the class leader's meticulousness. Indeed, he demonstrated an admirable ability to punctuate thoughts at critical moments. A veteran, after all, exemplifies the values of civility and decorum. Subsequently, there were speculations that Meng Yan, having been in hiding with the old leader, must be enduring a difficult time, possibly facing erratic meals. Instantly, they conjured an image of Meng Yan donning a straw hat, toting a woven bag, scavenging alongside the old leader. Li Qingguang felt a pang of sympathy, silently criticizing Wei Songjiang. For someone of such high rank, to hide away over a trivial mistake seemed excessive. A mere apology to the deputy division commander could have resolved the issue. After all, it was just about 2 chickens. Meanwhile, in the office of the new training base, Brigade Commander Song Si-Yuan made a sudden appearance, his brow furrowed as he inquired about Jiao Tongwei. Has there been any communication from the commander in recent days? None at all. Hasn't he reached out to you? I assumed he would have contacted you. Upon reconciling their accounts, they discovered that Wei Songyang had gone completely off the grid. The instructor, Lu Shan, scratched his head in bewilderment. What on earth was the commander up to? Wasn't he merely visiting an old comrade for a day or 2 at most? Could it be that he was genuinely afraid of being apprehended by the deputy division commander and thus chose to remain in hiding? By the way, Brigade Commander, has there been any update on the commander's retirement application? Why has there been such an abrupt silence? Song Si-Yuan sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Don't mention it. The higher-ups have stalled the process, so it seems he won't be leaving any time soon. Why is that? Jiao Tongwei exchanged incredulous glances with his companion. If he cannot leave, then all our previous efforts have been in vain. Song Si-Yuan leaned against his forehead and remarked, the deputy commander has intervened, halting the process. He has explicitly mandated that Commander Wei must personally return to elucidate the reasons for his early retirement and provide a detailed report on his previous work performance. Only then can the retirement approval process resume to ascertain whether he will remain or depart. The 2 men were indeed left speechless, having underestimated the deputy commander's influence. Although Commander Wei Songjiang once wielded significant power prior to the military reforms, he had now become somewhat of a soft target after his transition to a civilian position. It was evident that the deputy commander was determined to see this matter through, refusing to let Commander Wei escape easily. After several moments of hesitation, Jiao Tongwei suggested, if all else fails, we might as well send a message to Commander Wei, advising him to forego meals for the next few days to prepare for a grand feast upon his return. What a ridiculous notion. He is our esteemed commander. Song Si-Yuan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. That man is my father-in-law. What then? Jiao Tongwei replied, growing anxious. It's not a problem if he doesn't return. He is an adult and can take care of himself. However, he must bring back Meng Yan. The new training assessment is just around the corner. What kind of situation is this, having a new recruit suffer alongside him? It was then that the others recalled that Wei Songjiang had taken Meng Yan with him when he left. Yet, they could not fathom why the commander, amidst his own perilous escapades, would choose to bring along a novice recruit. What was the true intention behind this? The 3 men sat on the sofa, their faces solemn, smoking in contemplation. After much deliberation, they considered the possibility of deceiving the commander into returning. This ongoing turmoil was untenable as long as he remained absent. The deputy commander would not relent. They felt trapped in a conflict between two formidable figures, caught in a precarious position. Ultimately, after a fierce internal struggle, Song Si-yuan resolved to make a phone call to persuade his troublesome father-in-law to return. Just as he was about to dial, Jiao Tongwei suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes filled with envy and resentment. What is it? Why the sudden outburst? Commander, you must check your social media. What's wrong with my social media? Look at the update from Commander Wei. It was just posted. What on earth? I can't believe it. I thought he was out there suffering with Meng Yan. Let me see. The joyful life of a retired elder, complete with a 9-grid layout. In the office of the Deputy Commander of the 60th Army, Xia Hofeng gripped his phone, his teeth clenching audibly. Just 5 minutes ago, Wei Songjiang had updated his social media with 9 images, pictures of a swimming pool, a karaoke lounge, a sauna, exquisite delicacies, a presidential suite, and even a host of charming companions. It was a sight that evoked envy in all who beheld it. Each image pierced Xia Hofeng's vulnerability like a dagger. Despite a lifetime of effort, he had never indulged in such lavishness. Even in his dreams, he dared not entertain such thoughts, fearing a breach of military discipline. Yet, here you are, indulging yourself so freely, living with such nonchalance. This is not merely evasion. It is clearly an excuse for a holiday. Xia Hofeng trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he returned the phone to his secretary, his eyes ablaze with fury. I give you 5 minutes. I demand to know where this old fool is reveling. He is openly disregarding military conduct during his service, indulging in extravagance and debauchery, gravely undermining the spirit of the army. I suspect that rookie, Meng Yan, has been led astray by him as well. Once you ascertain his location, inform me immediately. Arrange for a guard company and summon the inspection team. We shall go and apprehend him. I intend to use him as a cautionary example, forcing him to make a profound self-criticism before the entire military. Understood. Chapter 55. Not only young warriors crave military achievements, but the elderly do as well. In the steamy atmosphere of the bath, the water temperature at a perfect 43 degrees enveloped them comfortably. In a corner, within a massage pool area, Meng Yan and Wei Songjiang reclined, relishing the invigorating jets of water against their backs. Ah, Meng Yan sighed, a tremor escaping his throat. This is what life is all about. Wei Songjiang, equally enraptured, responded, enjoy it while you can. After today, the good times may come to an end. Meng Yan inquired. Have you sent out the post to your friend circle? Yes. But didn't you block him? Can't we have mutual friends? That's true. Aren't you curious why he is fixated on me? Not really. You must have done something to offend him. Wei Songjiang found the conversation slightly peculiar. At that moment, Meng Yan rose from the pool, heading towards the sauna for a steam session. Wei Songjiang, suffering from rheumatism in his knee, decided to join him. The essence of the steam and bath experience lies not merely in the soaking or steaming itself, but in the exquisite relief of quenching one's thirst with an ice-cold carbonated drink after the body has been left parched and dehydrated. Sir, here is the cola you requested. Thank you. Meng Yan summoned a server with a bell, who brought him a chilled bottle of cola. Upon opening it and taking a sip, a burst of flavor ignited his taste buds, as if countless tiny bubbles were exploding in his mouth. Since he was wrapped in a towel below, he felt no concern about modesty. However, the female server couldn't help but gaze at Meng Yan's abdominal muscles a tad longer, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. Once she departed, Wei Songjiang teased, that girl has been eyeing you since she walked in. Meng Yan replied nonchalantly, I know. She is interested in you. No, to be precise, she is interested in both of us. Can she truly be interested in both? Does she seek appeal across generations? You're overthinking it. She is in the same line of work. Wei Songjiang displayed a look of surprise. How so? Meng Yan took another sip of his soda and casually remarked, I've been observing her for several days. She is likely military as well, though I can't tell if she is from the army or the armed police. Her movements are stiff, her gaze sharp, and she has calluses on her palms, leading me to conclude she is not from the police. Wei Songjiang was not surprised by the notion of encountering a fellow soldier in a questionable establishment. Yet, he was astounded by Meng Yan's keen observational skills. If Meng Yan were a scout, he wouldn't have been surprised at all. However, considering he was merely a 3-month recruit, his perceptiveness was indeed astonishing. Besides that woman, I've noticed something else amiss, Meng Yan continued. What is it? The bespectacled man in athletic wear, under 30, with a buzz cut, in the venue. Although he applauded the loudest during my lecture, I could tell he was feigning enthusiasm, and it seemed he was constantly observing others. Is he also from the military? He probably isn't. His demeanor suggests he belongs to the police. Meng Yan's words are not unfounded. These insights were derived from his ability to observe and reason through the divine eye. Essentially, he is remarkably accurate, with little room for error. However, Wei Songyang, listening from the side, was profoundly astonished. He harbored suspicions that Meng Yan might be a veteran returning to service. Otherwise, how could he possess such extensive knowledge? Yet, Meng Yan's youthful visage, so fresh it seemed capable of yielding water, attested to his undeniable inexperience as a novice. In the brief span of 2 to 3 days, Meng Yan not only earned the trust of the fraudsters but also amassed an impressive array of evidence regarding their criminal activities. Astonishingly, he even uncovered the disguises of 2 fellow operatives, individuals who, it must be noted, were not ordinary folk, but rather those dispatched for covert missions. The fact that Meng Yan could identify them within a crowd was nothing short of astonishing and far exceeded expectations. What further bewildered Wei Songyang was the sheer number of forces stirred by a mere pyramid scheme. Were they all so entangled in this situation? Or was it merely the end of the year when everyone is vying for performance? It seemed he was not the only one aspiring for advancement. Wei Songyang posed the question once more to Meng Yan. What is your perspective on this matter? I believe this situation is far more complex than it appears. Are you suggesting there are larger fish in the waters? Beyond that, I cannot fathom another reason for such heightened scrutiny. Meng Yan shrugged and offered his analysis. Pyramid schemes are perennial. They cannot be eradicated entirely. If local authorities genuinely wish to eliminate them, they should have acted the moment your old comrade's family reported them. The inaction can only stem from 2 possibilities. Either the evidence is insufficient, or there are indeed larger fish involved. He paused, a playful smile gracing his lips. It's also possible that, in the eyes of others, we are those very large fish. Wei Songyang chuckled. Meng Yan's analysis mirrored his own thoughts. Over the past few days, they had indeed been rather conspicuous at the club, indulging in the finest of dining and entertainment. Even he began to question whether they had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks. The role Meng Yan played as a wealthy heir was remarkably convincing. This morning, Manager Wang had discreetly approached him, warmly inviting Meng Yan to join their fraudulent family. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for professionals to harbor suspicions about the 2 of them. However, should the police truly ensnare them as major players, they would undoubtedly be met with disappointment. Meng Yan spoke again. Do you recall the mysterious guests mentioned by those hostesses while we were singing? Wei Songyang raised an eyebrow. They described him as plump and rather extravagant. Was there not also mention of a family being murdered? Meng Yan nodded. I suspect this is the large fish. Moreover, I believe this individual is likely the mastermind behind the fraud ring in this area. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to remain concealed here. His purpose in staying put is likely to personally vet new recruits and oversee the operations of his subordinates. Hearing your words, everything seems to make sense. Wei Songyang stroked his chin. But how shall we approach this individual? Meng Yan smiled slightly. I believe we do not need to make the first move. He will soon reach out to me. This morning, I discussed with Manager Wang the plan to invest in the Overseas Fund Unfreezing project, with the prerequisite of meeting the descendants of Boss Dai. Wei Songyang looked at him in astonishment, not expecting Meng Yan to think ahead in such a manner. If that is the case, it would not be long before this person reveals himself. Just then, the door to the sauna was pushed open. A soft breeze, carrying a slight chill, wafted in. A portly man, adorned with a dragon and pearl tattoo and wrapped in a towel, entered and took a seat opposite them. Gentlemen, are you satisfied with the arrangements made these past few days? Who are you? Meng Yan's eyes brightened, yet he inquired in a tone of confusion. The rotund man chuckled, his flesh quivering. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Dai Kue, and I am the chief person in charge of the Sunshine Project. Moreover, I am a descendant of Boss Dai. So, you are a descendant of Boss Dai. It is an honor to finally meet you. Meng Yan and Wei Songyang exchanged glances, a sinister smile gradually appearing on their faces. They then clenched their fists and approached this golden military medal together. Meanwhile, in the laundry room of the club, the washing machine rumbled, its contents swirling within. Hidden in a windowside spot, a woman named Shichue used a concealed Bluetooth earpiece to quietly converse with her superior amidst the noise. Chief, after these days of investigation, I have confirmed the identity of the individual behind the scenes. The regional supervisor of this pyramid scheme is named Dai Kue, who claims to be a descendant of Boss Dai from the Republic era. Based on my meticulous observations, I have verified that this individual is indeed the perpetrator of the Qijiang massacre, Zheng Kue. However, he has significantly gained weight and undergone considerable changes in appearance, thus complicating the case investigation. Excellent. Very good. Keep a close watch on him. I will immediately bring a team to apprehend him. As the call ended, Shichue felt a surge of relief wash over her. She had been following this case for over a month, investing immeasurable effort. And now it was finally time to reap the rewards. Dismantling the pyramid scheme while capturing a fugitive murderer, and if they could also recover the criminal funds. She could hardly fathom the magnitude of her achievements. At the very least, she would be entitled to a second-class merit, if not a first-class one, which was not out of the question. The significance of merit is determined by the impact of the event, and her endurance through humiliation and perilous situations would not be in vain. As for the identities of the elderly and the youth, although she had yet to obtain substantial evidence, once the chief of staff brought his team to apprehend everyone involved, all would be revealed through interrogation. The magpie was poised to return to the bathroom to resume her vigil when, just as she turned, a series of sharp, urgent sirens echoed from afar. She paused momentarily, gazing curiously at the distant flashing lights. Had the call ended only to be followed by their swift arrival? Such promptness was astonishing. Chapter 56. We are scammers, not terrorists. On the highway, police cars with flashing lights sped by. In the lead vehicle, several detectives clad in bulletproof vests were checking their magazines. Captain Zhang, if we crack this case, won't you be promoted to deputy captain next year? And you must treat us to a lavish feast. Just to be clear, don't think you can trick us with that cheap Tua Pai Gu Chuan again. Next time, it has to be Wu Liang Yi at the very least. Or even Yang, He Tian Jilan. Hearing the banter from the officers, Captain Zhang smiled but sternly admonished them. We haven't apprehended anyone yet. And you're already scheming on how to profit? Furthermore, I must reiterate, the significant progress in this case is largely due to Xiao Li's resilience. Enduring humiliation as he went undercover in a pyramid scheme as a victim. To gain the trust of the scam organization, he even involved several relatives. Making considerable sacrifices, the group nodded in agreement. Though Xiao Li had just graduated from the police academy and recently joined their team, his displayed tenacity and determination were commendable and worthy of emulation. Upon the case's resolution, Xiao Li would undoubtedly receive commendation. Not only would he be eligible for a formal appointment, but he might also ascend to a leadership position. This case was not merely about dismantling a pyramid scheme. The fugitive Zheng Kue had a significant bloodshed on his hands and had also engaged in telecom fraud activities in the border areas. With so many charges stacked against him, a second-class merit was the least he could expect. If during the apprehension he were to wield a weapon or resist, a first-class merit might even be within reach. Achieving such recognition at a young age would undoubtedly pave a bright future in the force. What is happening? Why are there military vehicles? Outside the Violet Club, numerous military vehicles were gathered. The occupants exchanged puzzled glances with Captain Zhang, who was equally bewildered. He quickly exited the car and rushed inside to assess the situation. Upon entering, he discovered an even greater number of military vehicles, including armed police vehicles, and two marked with the words Garrison Patrol. A sense of dread washed over Captain Zhang as he suddenly feared the worst. Could the armed police have gotten there first? Realizing this, he hastily summoned his team to enter. In such a situation, arriving late meant missing out entirely. Captain Zhang swiftly drew his firearm, prepared to assist in the operation. But upon reaching the lobby, he spotted a grim-faced armed police colonel sitting on a sofa, nervously flicking a lighter to light a cigarette. Every nook of the first-floor lobby, including the stairway and elevator entrances, was heavily guarded by armed police, making it impossible for even a fly to escape. Captain Zhang, you finally arrived. In a corner, Xiao Li rushed over to Captain Zhang, his expression radiating a profound sense of grievance. Captain Zhang swiftly returned his firearm to its holster and hurriedly pulled Xiao Li to the doorway to inquire about the situation. What on earth is happening? Why have you summoned the armed police and in such numbers? Captain Zhang, I did not call them, Xiao Li exclaimed, nearly beside himself. Not you? It certainly wasn't me. He insisted, his frustration palpable. I am with the criminal investigation team. If anyone were to be notified, it would be the police. Besides, I have no contact number for the armed police. Then how could they possibly? Captain Zhang began, only to suddenly realize the implication. There's a mole, a traitor within our ranks. Otherwise, how could our operational plans and information have reached the armed police? What a cunning scheme. Truly, a remarkable talent for seizing opportunities. Captain Zhang's anger surged. Their arduous efforts over the past few days had amounted to nothing, leaving them to unwittingly assist others. He recalled fervently assuring the team leader before departing that they would apprehend all suspects involved. He had confidently declared that Zheng Kuei would not escape justice and would certainly confess to the criminal investigation team in Sea City. Yet, now the accolades belonged to another, and they were left with nothing. With a fuming expression, Captain Zhang turned and marched towards the colonel seated on the sofa. Several team members attempted to intervene, offering words of caution, but he brusquely pushed them aside. Even a clay Buddha has its limits, and being belittled only fueled his ire further. "Colonel," he asserted, "I am Captain Zhang Bing of the Sea City Criminal Investigation Team. I appreciate your timely intervention in ridding the local populace of a grave threat. However, your reach seems to extend rather excessively. Isn't the role of the armed police to maintain internal stability and counterterrorism? Why are you involving yourselves in pyramid schemes and fraud? Even if you apprehend these individuals, they will ultimately be handed over to our police system for prosecution. By quietly appropriating our efforts, is that not somewhat underhanded?" The armed police chief pinched his cigarette between his fingers with such force that he nearly crushed it. He extinguished the smoldering end in the ashtray, his gaze fixed on the visibly irate Captain Zhang. "You go check the second floor," he barked. "Stop wasting my time with your incessant chatter." Captain Zhang was perplexed, unsure of what awaited him on the second floor. Yet, observing the colonel's expression, it was clear that his displeasure matched their own. Upon reaching the second floor, Captain Zhang was astonished to find a far more chaotic scene than below. The hall was filled with a throng of criminals huddled against the wall, while armed soldiers surrounded them, and a few military personnel were even documenting the scene. They appeared not to be armed police at all. Of course, had he not noticed the insignia? They were from the Southeast Theater Army. How on earth had the military gotten involved in this? What was truly transpiring here? The criminal investigation team was utterly bewildered, and Captain Zhang, removing his cap, scratched his head, sending flakes of dandruff flying. After so many years as a detective, he had never encountered such a spectacle. It was merely the dismantling of a pyramid scheme, yet the police, armed forces, and the People's Liberation Army were all present. Was it certain they were not apprehending terrorists? Among them was an individual, much like team leader Zhang, whose head was spinning. He was the deputy commander dispatched to capture Wei Songyang. He too was baffled as to how he had inadvertently stumbled upon a pyramid scheme operation. This unexpected turn of events left him quite astounded. "Report to the commander." At this moment, Meng Yan and Wei Songyang approached Xiahou, dragging along a plump man who was battered and foaming at the mouth. Upon seeing the battered figure on the ground, Xiahou felt his already chaotic mind teetering on the brink of combustion. Just as he was about to inquire about the situation, Meng Yan, under Wei Songyang's cue, took the initiative to report. "Commander, we have been undercover in the pyramid scheme organization for several days, successfully gaining their trust and gathering substantial evidence of their criminal activities. This individual on the ground is Zheng Kuei. He is not only the supervisor of pyramid scheme fraud in this area, but also..." Meng Yan recounted in detail the results of the interrogation conducted in the sauna, including how this man had gruesomely murdered the chief family of 3 and committed acts of violence against women, as well as how he had fled to Myanmar, partnered with locals, and established fraudulent enterprises that exploited fellow citizens of Daxia. Ultimately, he detailed how, after their operation was dismantled, he had discreetly returned to the country under a false identity to continue his pyramid scheme activities. Xiahou, initially furrowing his brows, gradually relaxed, a smile betraying his excitement. He had never anticipated that Wei Songyang would accomplish such a remarkable feat during his absence. It seemed he had misjudged him. Setting aside the matters of gambling and coercively consuming mahjong tiles, he remained a commendable comrade. Xiahou immediately adopted a concerned demeanor. "Old Wei, you must have endured considerable hardship these days. Did you sustain any injuries?" Wei Songyang waved his hand dismissively. "Commander, I'm fine. It's mainly little Ming who was injured during the confrontation with the criminals." "Is that so? Let me see." Meng Yan hesitated. But Wei Songyang took hold of his hand, applying pressure to his fingertip, revealing a barely visible injury. Xiahou eyelids twitched in disbelief. This could hardly qualify as an injury. Had he delayed a few seconds longer, it would have healed by itself. Nevertheless, he instructed his secretary to escort Meng Yan to the vehicle for disinfection with alcohol and to attend to the matter minimally. "Take all the suspects away." With a single command, Xiahou ordered the apprehension of all individuals involved, transporting them to the public security authorities for further investigation. Ultimately, military personnel would handle the arrests, but the case would be transferred to the judicial system for processing, as the military lacked the capacity to adjudicate civil matters unless the accused were military personnel, in which case military courts would preside. As he was taken away, Zhang Kuei wept like a child, snot and tears streaming down his face. He was not afraid of being captured and imprisoned, but rather relieved to finally escape the clutches of these two individuals. Earlier, in the sauna, he had just revealed that he was a descendant of Boss Dai, only to endure inhumane torment and abuse at their hands. The young man, in a cruel attempt to extract the truth, not only scorched his armpit with charcoal, but also forced him to swallow an entire bottle of shower gel and 3 bars of soap. Fortunately, he confessed in time. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to ingest charcoal, leading to a gruesome fate. At this moment, a multitude of criminal suspects were being escorted onto military vehicles, while those who had fallen victim to fraud were being placed into police cars. Before departing, the members of the criminal investigation team and armed police were seething with frustration, their teeth nearly grinding to dust. After such a lengthy and intricate setup, to have it all amount to nothing, and to have the credit seized by a group of utterly unrelated individuals, was infuriating. You army folks are so desperate for results at your end that you've extended your reach into local matters? Not even a word of notice when handling a case. How utterly discourteous. Meanwhile, aboard one military vehicle, Manager Wang was sandwiched between 2 armed soldiers, thoroughly terrified and on the verge of wetting himself. Commander, we are merely fraudsters, not terrorists, and absolutely not drug traffickers. I implore you to believe me. You must believe me. Chapter 57. Good child. You have suffered these days at precisely 2:16 a.m. A profound silence enveloped the training base. In a single dormitory room, the slumbering Jiao Tongwei dreamed of a woodpecker pecking at his head. Thud, thud, thud. No matter how he attempted to shoo it away, it remained relentless. Groggily, Jiao Tongwei opened his eyes, only to realize that the sound was emanating from someone banging on his door. Who could it be at such an hour? Please, don't break the door down. He slipped into his slippers and, while yawning, ambled towards the entrance. In the next moment, a powerful kick sent the door flying open, striking Jiao Tongwei squarely in the face, causing him to stagger back several steps, clutching his face in pain. The company commander and the instructor rushed in anxiously from outside, ready to report on urgent matters, but suddenly froze. Commander, why are you covering your face? Why is there blood? They hurriedly turned on the light and handed him tissues from the table. Jiao Tongwei, nursing his nose, glared at the two with indignation. What on earth is wrong with you two? Is it not enough to disturb me in the dead of night? You had to kick my door down? Sir, you previously instructed us to report any urgent matters to you immediately, regardless of the hour. The company commander and the instructor awkwardly explained. We knocked for quite a while, but you didn't respond. To expedite the report, we had no choice but to force the door open. Jiao Tongwei swallowed his retort, realizing that their actions, albeit distressing, were indeed justified based on his own command. He plopped down on the edge of his bed, seething, and demanded, "What is so urgent? Speak quickly." The company commander hastily replied, "Meng Yan has returned." Jiao Tonghui's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? For such trivial news, you chose to storm my door in the middle of the night? What next? Is there more? There is nothing more, they replied, seeing Jiao Tongwei rummaging through his belongings. The two hurried over to assist him. Commander, what are you looking for? We can help. I'm looking for a gun, to shoot you too. Jiao Tongwei spun around and unleashed a fierce roar, causing the two to wince in pain, their ears ringing. Fuming, Jiao Tongwei inquired, where is Meng Yan now? Has he returned to the dormitory? The company commander shook his head. He just entered the main gate, but was taken away by the brigade commander. It seems he has accomplished something noteworthy. Accomplished? What has he accomplished? Upon hearing these words, Jiao Tonghui's interest piqued. Noticing that the two were also unaware of the specifics, he quickly wiped his nose, donned his clothes, and, accompanied by the instructor, set off to the brigade headquarters. Jiao Tongwei had an inkling that Meng Yan's return might involve something of significant consequence. Brigade Commander, this is the entire account of recent events. In the brigade commander's office, Meng Yan recounted all that had transpired in the past few days, succinctly summarizing the key points with utmost clarity. Involving Wei Songjiang and his old comrade, who found themselves entrenched in a quagmire, they were compelled to masquerade as affluent heirs, infiltrating a nefarious scam and pyramid scheme syndicate. Throughout this endeavor, the intricate process of earning each other's trust unfolded, culminating in a decisive operation that preempted both the armed police and public security forces, leading to the complete dismantling of this criminal organization. The office was enveloped in an eerie silence, disrupted only by the sound of the water dispenser. Brigade Commander Song Si-Yuan and the political commissar were left agape, their astonishment palpable. They had never fathomed that their superior would orchestrate such an elaborate scheme. The pretense of retirement, the experience of new recruits, and the guise of seeking refuge were all integral components of this master plan. The objective was to culminate in this remarkable operation, bestowing upon the military a lavish year-end gift. This monumental case, with Wei Songjiang personally involved in the additional complication of deceived veterans, likely amounted to several million in fraudulent activities. Not to mention the presence of a fugitive murderer with multiple victims. To not award him first-class merit for such an accomplishment would be utterly inconceivable. Soon, the camp commander, Jiao Tongwei, and the instructor, Lu Shan, arrived in haste. Upon grasping the situation, their expressions mirrored those of their predecessors, dumbfounded and awestruck. Truly, experience shines with age. Compared to their superior, they felt woefully inexperienced. It was evident that not only would he not retire, but he might also receive a promotion. Such a significant achievement would surely be lauded within military ranks, especially as the year-end approached. The commander was likely grinning ear to ear. However, Song Si-yuan's gaze soon fell curiously upon the new recruit, Meng Yan. How did their superior ascertain that a fugitive murderer was hidden within this den of deceit? I am not entirely certain. The old commander must have his own channels of information, Meng Yan replied, refraining from suggesting it was mere happenstance, as that would be beneath his dignity. Moreover, the recent comforts afforded to him were largely due to Wei Songjiang's guidance. Earlier, when the deputy commander inquired about injuries, Wei Songjiang had pointed out the wound on Meng Yan's hand. Although it was merely a superficial scrape, the distinction between being injured or unscathed during operations weighed heavily in the assessment of merit. Thus, in the spirit of reciprocity, Meng Yan felt compelled to uphold Wei Songjiang's reputation, especially since one of those involved was his son-in-law. Upon hearing Meng Yan's words, the others marveled once more at their superior's sagacity, affirming that he was indeed as sharp as ever. You are Meng Yan, correct? Song Si-yuan inquired with a smile. Yes, Meng Yan replied, standing tall. You have performed admirably. Song Si-yuan generously commended. The success of this operation is owed not only to the meticulous planning of our superior, but also to your indispensable contributions. To infiltrate their ranks and gain the trust of these deceivers as a new recruit is no small feat. I can only imagine the trepidation you must have felt, constantly treading on thin ice under the watchful eyes of the criminals, fearing discovery to the point of not daring to speak in your sleep. Commander, please, no more. Meng Yan tilted his head, his eyes stinging from the glare of the incandescent light. This is merely my duty. He felt that the atmosphere called for a touch of emotion. My squad leader told me that a soldier must endure humiliation and bear burdens, that one should tolerate what is beyond the capacity of ordinary people, and that one must always serve the people. Song Si-yuan slapped his arm with a firm hand, gravely stating, You have an excellent squad leader. He turned to Jiao Tongwei and inquired, What is your squad leader's name? Li Qingguang. Once the new training concludes, grant Li Qingguang a third-class merit. Understood. Song Si-yuan held a favorable impression of this new recruit, who remained steadfast to his original intentions, remembered his squad leader's teachings, and possessed both courage and determination. On one hand, it was due to his rather amiable appearance, which exuded the essence of a bright and optimistic soldier. On the other hand, it was because he had aided his father-in-law significantly, helping him avert a crisis and turn peril into safety. With a smile, Song Si-yuan resembled a kind elder brother. Are you hungry? Shall I have the kitchen prepare a bowl of noodles for you? Meng Yan shook his head. Commander, I am not hungry. Oh, but you are. Song Si-yuan decisively made the choice for him, then turned to Lu Shan. Xiao Lu, please take Meng Yan to the cafeteria. Summon the cook, and have him prepare a late-night snack promptly. Meng Yan, you have been working exceedingly hard these past few days. Eat well and rest properly before returning with your instructor. Tomorrow morning, there shall be no training. Sleep until noon, and assess your condition over lunch. If you wish to practice, do so. If not, take a break. Meng Yan found it difficult to decline the commander's kindness. Indeed, he had consumed far too much greasy food lately and could use something lighter to cleanse his palate. Each day had been filled with singing, soaking in hot springs, or indulging in essential oil massages, truly exhausting. It was time to catch up on sleep, adjust his state, and prepare for the impending new training assessments. After Meng Yan departed, the three in the office exchanged glances and burst into laughter. The matter was resolved satisfactorily, and they were finally free from the anxiety of being caught in the middle. Do you think the deputy commander still holds a grudge against the instructor? A grudge? With such a significant case, it will undoubtedly make the local news. and it is even possible to receive commendation from the province. That would be a merit for the military. Then, does that mean the instructor need not resort to swallowing mahjong tiles? Nonsense. With such great merit. Let alone 2-1 bamboos. Even if the deputy commander were to hand him a 2-5-8-10, the instructor would likely emerge unscathed. Ha ha ha. Squad leader. I need to use the restroom. In the dormitory of Class 1, Team 3, Miao Bufan whispered softly near the sleeping Li Qingguang's ear. Li Qingguang turned over. Clearly impatient. Miao Bufan, how many times is this tonight? Are you not going to let the squad leader sleep? Miao Bufan chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed. Li Qingguang, with a sigh of resignation, said, "All right, let us go." And so, the two made their way to the restroom, one following the other. Since the incident involving Chukai, the new training base had enforced strict regulations. When a new recruit needs to relieve himself, the squad leader must accompany him. Solitary actions are strictly prohibited. Simultaneously, 2 locks have been added to the rooftop, forbidding both new and seasoned soldiers from ascending at any time. This measure effectively mitigates potential safety hazards from the outset. Are you done? Almost. The two returned to their dormitory and lay back down. As the drowsiness faded, Li Qingguang found himself tossing and turning, unable to find rest. He felt a mix of irritation and helplessness, prompting him to turn to his companion, Xiao Bufan. Xiao Bufan, this isn't a sustainable situation. If it continues, we might have to visit the military hospital for a urology consultation. You've been up several times tonight, and it's making it impossible for me to sleep. Squad leader. I really just drank too much water. You said the same thing yesterday. Don't worry, that was the last time. If there's another. Before Xiao Bufan could finish, a voice floated down from the upper bunk. If there's another, staple him to the bed. Using a stapler is too cruel. A rubber band would suffice. Li Qingguang shook his head, casually joining in. However, both he and Xiao Bufan suddenly sat up in bed, their faces alight with joy. Meng Yan is back. Chapter 58. The Reversal of Heavenly Forces. The squad leader washes the deputy's feet the following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky. The training grounds of the new recruit training base were alive with the fervent exertions of soldiers drenched in sweat. The days leading up to the assessment of new recruits were drawing near, marking a pivotal moment in their military journey. The recruits sensed an unprecedented urgency. After enduring over 3 months of rigorous training, each individual aspired to secure a commendable position in a distinguished unit upon their transfer. Would they find themselves in the logistics base, tending to livestock and cultivating vegetables, or seated in an office basking in air conditioning while typing away? Would they don the white hats of the garrison patrol, relishing the thrill of maintaining order, or be dispatched to remote areas, facing the endless expanse of dust and embracing the notion that glory resides in simplicity and endurance lies in the passage of time? Success or failure hinged upon this singular moment. The hardship would be but a fleeting phase. Yet, amidst the collective determination and spirited endeavors of the entire battalion, one recruit in the dormitory of the 3rd Squad was languidly reclining. At that moment, Meng Yan was dutifully adhering to the instructions given by the brigade commander the previous night, indulging in a deep slumber. The past days spent at the clubhouse, filled with dining, drinking, and massages, had thoroughly exhausted him. A gilded nest is no match for one's humble abode, regardless of the culinary delights offered outside. They paled in comparison to the poorly stewed beans in the mess hall. Meng Yan had always struggled with his digestive health and could not tolerate soft meals. Similarly, he found it difficult to acclimate to plush beds. In fact, he preferred the stark firmness of a military cot over the sumptuous embrace of a mattress and latex pillows. It was akin to a university student who, after spending an extended holiday at home, begins to yearn for the cozy confines of a narrow dormitory bed. Around 9 in the morning, Meng Yan had briefly awakened, only to lose himself in a bout of scrolling through videos of Oded Biola's banana antics and watching a knife-making competition before succumbing to sleep once more. When he finally opened his eyes again, it was well past noon. Had it not been for the pressing need to relieve himself, he could have lingered in bed a while longer. Groggily, he rose from his slumber, stretching lazily and scratching his back before descending from the upper bunk. However, instead of landing on the cool tiled floor, he unexpectedly stepped into a small basin. Hot water splashed onto the tiles as he landed. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was forcibly pushed back onto the bed, and his feet were promptly submerged in the foot basin. Squad leader, what on earth are you doing in broad daylight? Meng Yan exclaimed in bewilderment upon spotting squad leader Li Qingguang squatting on the floor, washing his own feet. The dazed Meng Yan was indeed perplexed. After all, it was neither morning nor evening. Who doesn't wash their face and brush their teeth upon rising? Who begins their day with a foot wash? Li Qingguang, while scrubbing Meng Yan's feet, shot him a conspiratorial glance. Still pretending? I am fully aware of your affairs. This morning, the company commander informed me that you spoke highly of me in front of the brigade commander. He praised my leadership and mentioned that after the new training concludes, he might bestow upon me a third-class merit. In peacetime, earning accolades within the military is no trivial pursuit. Originally, Li Qingguang had planned to strive for a personal commendation in the final stretch. However, now that the new training assessment has yet to commence, the prospect of securing a third-class merit seems firmly established, stirring within him an undeniable excitement. Over the course of more than 3 months of new training, he has already achieved a collective second-class merit alongside an individual third-class merit, coupled with a prior instance of earning a third-class merit during his service. He has effortlessly met the criteria for promotion. While it is true that merely obtaining 2 individual third-class merits does not guarantee admission to military school, the availability of slots remains a crucial factor. Without these accolades, even the chance to vie for such opportunities would be non-existent. Li Qingguang, who enlisted in the military right after graduating high school, is now in his 6th year of service. He has always harbored aspirations of making a significant contribution within the ranks, yet he finds himself struggling with academic pursuits. Consequently, the path of further education and promotion seems inaccessible to him. The current opportunity to transition from a non-commissioned officer to an officer through a promotion is something he yearns for immensely. Yet, the thought that this honor was earned by Meng Yan, who endured humiliation in a pyramid scheme, leaves him with a tinge of discomfort. Alas, Meng Yan, you have suffered so much these past days. It's not difficult at all, not at all, Meng Yan quickly interjected. Sensing the guilt etched on Li Qingguang's face, he insisted that during these days, he had been enjoying a life of luxury, indulging in fine dining and lavish treatments. Between baths, saunas, singing, and receiving aromatic massages, he had been living a life akin to that of the divine. However, the more Meng Yan proclaimed his comfort, the more a sense of sorrow welled up in Li Qingguang's heart. How mature this child is, he thought, even resorting to falsehoods to comfort others. Even Zhou Xiaoping, Zhang Su, and others displayed expressions of deep concern, feeling that Meng Yan was merely putting on a brave face, unwilling to let his comrades worry for him. Deputy Class Leader, we are all aware of your infiltration into the pyramid scheme under the old chief's directive. We understand the nature of those involved in such schemes. Life there is far from humane. I have a cousin who was once ensnared by the so-called Blue Sky Project and ended up in a pyramid scheme. I heard that dozens of people were crammed into a single room, living on wilted vegetable scraps and boiled potatoes. Indeed, our neighbor fell victim to a pyramid scheme as well, being watched 24 hours a day, even during the most private moments. A moment's carelessness could lead to a beating, and those who managed to escape bore scars from their ordeal. The new recruits of the 3rd class began to envision the grim fate that had befallen Meng Yan in recent days, transforming his tales of luxury into images of cold water dousing and being beaten with belts soaked in medicinal oil. They imagined saunas as being scalded with boiling water and steam, while singing was surely a repetitive chant of the brainwashing songs propagated by the scheme. Yet, amidst this sea of despair, one individual remained perceptive, Miao Bufan, leaning against the bed's railing and crunching on sunflower seeds. He observed the double chin that had sprouted on Meng Yan in just a few days. He was certain that Meng Yan had been living rather indulgently during this time. Even if the food and drink are not exquisite, there is certainly no issue in being well-fed and satisfied. To him, it is unfathomable that even the venerable Commander Wei Songjiang could endure hardship and discomfort, while Meng Yan would never submit to such indignities. At this moment, Meng Yan, cradling his forehead, felt a deep sense of helplessness. He pondered why, every time he spoke the truth, no one believed him. Previously, when he revealed his identity to Officer Huang, claiming to be a time traveler bound to an impressive system, Huang dismissed him as incredulous. Later, masquerading as a wealthy heir, he confided in the struggling barmaids that he was merely a poor lad. Yet again, no one believed him. Now, even his squad leader and comrades doubted him, which left Meng Yan feeling truly frustrated and melancholic. He cast a glance at the nutcracker Miao Bufan, who returned a knowing look. A rare connection with someone equally unconventional amidst a sea of normalcy. After washing his feet, Li Qingguang had initially intended to offer Meng Yan a manicure, being a professional in foot care and nail trimming as a native of Guangling. However, Meng Yan firmly declined, feeling overwhelmed by the foot wash alone. Fearing that a manicure would render him incapable of walking, Li Qingwang, amused by this, refrained from insisting further. At that moment, he opened the storage locker and retrieved a gleaming medal of merit, presenting it to Meng Yan. You were away on duty that day when the deputy commander personally came to award our squad a collective second-class merit for apprehending the dog thief. This is your individual third-class merit. Upon seeing the medal, Meng Yan was filled with elation. In his previous life, he had never managed to attain even a third-class merit during his military service, only receiving minor commendations at his workplace. He pinned the medal proudly to his chest. Standing tall, his face involuntarily reflecting the expression of Wang Yusheng, the logistics chief from Brightsword. This was the first honor he had received in this life, and to earn it during his training period brought him immense joy. Wow, it's as if no one else exists. Miao Bufan, setting aside his sunflower seeds, triumphantly pulled out an identical third-class merit medal from his pocket. Seeing Meng Yan's display of pride, he could not resist showing off as well. However, Li Qingwang quickly doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. He'll be receiving more accolades soon. Do you have any? Miao Bufan silently tucked away his medal, returned to the sunflower seeds, and chose to exit the group chat. Chapter 59. A new training base with a flourishing talent pool. What is causing such merriment? In the office, a company commander was diligently tidying his desk with a cloth. Upon noticing the instructor cheerfully entering from outside, he inquired with curiosity. The instructor replied with a smile, I just took a stroll around the classes and saw Li Qingwang washing Meng Yan's feet in the third squad's dormitory. The company commander chuckled in response, those feet certainly ought to be washed. In truth, on the very first day of their arrival, the veteran squad leaders had already helped the new recruits wash their feet. This initial washing was intended to demonstrate the Army's care and affection for the newcomers, while also alleviating their travel fatigue, thus facilitating their acceptance into the military and their integration into this larger family. However, Li Qingwang's midday act of washing Meng Yan's feet was purely an expression of gratitude. The company commander, seated comfortably, took a sip from his teacup and remarked, if only someone could speak favorably on my behalf in front of the brigade commander and perhaps secure a third-class merit award for me, I would not hesitate to indulge in foot washing or even lick the soles, if necessary. The instructor laughed heartily. You seem to have a personal interest in this matter. Brigade Commander Songxi Yuan, as the head of the combined 7th Brigade, was not someone one could easily meet on ordinary days. Meng Yan's commendable performance had also benefited his squad leader, which was indeed quite commendable. As a result, Li Qingwang had now made a name for himself with the brigade commander, paving a smoother path ahead. Moreover, when the higher-ups considered promotion opportunities, they might show particular favor towards Li Qingwang. Meng Yan, this lad, was truly expanding his horizons. The instructor remarked with a smile. He is already exceptional and knows how to handle matters. A second-class merit award is surely a safe bet this time. The company commander nodded in agreement, roughly so. Having dismantled a pyramid scheme and captured a fugitive murderer, and reportedly sustaining some injuries in the process, it would be unreasonable not to award him a second-class merit. The instructor leaned back in his chair, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. This batch of new recruits is indeed lively. There is always something new happening every day. The company commander responded, when the new training assessment comes around, it is bound to be even more eventful. Gathered here are the key figures from the new training base. I shall keep it brief. At 7:40 in the evening, the news broadcast concluded. All squad leaders from the 4 companies were convened at the battalion headquarters for a meeting. Typically, meetings are held separately within each company, so it was rare for all 4 new recruit companies to convene together. Instructor Lushan, sitting at the front with a serious expression, stated, the new training efforts are nearing their conclusion, and I hope that in this final stretch, each class and squad will make the most of their time to identify and address any gaps. While regular performance is important, the results of the new training assessment will ultimately determine the recruits' future development within the Army. With a sense of responsibility towards both the recruits and the military, he urged them to hold a class meeting to convey the spirit of this meeting. The squad leaders present nodded in agreement, diligently jotting down the key points in their notebooks. After the instructor finished speaking, it was the turn of Battalion Commander Jiao Tongwei to address the assembly. Regarding the upcoming training assessment, I would like to emphasize the following points. First and foremost, this assessment will introduce several new components that have never been included before. While I cannot disclose the specifics at this moment, it is certain that the difficulty will be heightened compared to previous assessments. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the veteran soldiers in attendance shifted noticeably. An increase in difficulty is not favorable for the new recruits, as it implies that a significant portion of them may falter during the evaluation. After all, these young men have only donned their uniforms and undergone systematic military training for just over 3 months. They lack the capability to navigate complex and ever-changing situations. Zhao Tonghui continued, stating, "Secondly, personnel from the brigade will be sent to observe the training assessment, so those who wish to excel should not hold back. Present your true abilities. The 4 companies will compete against each other, and the company that emerges victorious will be awarded a collective third-class merit. Furthermore, if any particular squad exhibits outstanding performance, both the squad leader and the most exceptional recruit will receive commendations." As these words were spoken, excitement surged among the ranks, from squad leaders to platoon leaders and company commanders. For the soldiers, honor serves as the most potent stimulant. The more accolades they accumulate, the swifter their advancement will be. Why would Major General Wei Songjiang personally take the risk to dismantle that pyramid scheme criminal operation? Beyond the military duty to eliminate threats to the populace and uphold justice, it also stems from the soldiers' yearning and aspiration for military merit. Moreover, why would such a small pyramid scheme attract the involvement of military and police forces? It is simply because, as the year draws to a close, everyone aims to make a final push for performance. Squad leaders aspire to be platoon leaders, and platoon leaders hope to ascend to company commanders. To quote Director Chi, "Teacher, I am so eager to progress." Zhao Tonghui took note of the excitement in the eyes of the veterans. This was the effect he desired. A soldier must strive and compete. Only through competition can there be synergy and collective advancement. Lastly, I must mention that due to certain circumstances, the scheduled training assessment originally set for the day after tomorrow has been postponed by 4 days. During these additional 4 days, each company and squad should seize the opportunity to strengthen their fundamentals and rigorously address their weaknesses. Strive, on the day of the assessment, to showcase your efforts and performance to me and the leadership of the brigade. Yes, the veterans responded in unison. In the ensuing days, the entire training base resembled a tightly wound spring. The veterans engaged in relentless training with the new recruits, all hoping to secure the top position in the assessment. Each day felt like a whirlwind, with the 24 hours seeming insufficient. Unlike the high-pressure policies during the discipline rectification period, the new recruits during these days were primarily self-motivated. It appeared that no one wished to leave any regrets in their military careers. Everyone aspires to demonstrate, through tangible actions, the notion that a soldier who does not wish to become a general is not a commendable soldier. In recent days, the training base has flourished with remarkable performances. As new records are set daily, even Meng Yan finds himself astounded by the rapid advancements of others. Notably, the individual who has undergone the most transformation and exhibited the swiftest progress is Dai Tsonghu, a veteran returning for a second term in the 4th Company. After experiencing the unusual challenge of bathing in the military dog, Black Tiger's water, it appears he has achieved an epiphany, embracing a rigorous training regimen that has gradually restored his physical prowess. Remarkably, he even shattered the 3-kilometer run record for this cohort earlier today. Moreover, several previously unassuming recruits have begun to emerge from the shadows. One individual from the 3rd Company possesses a natural talent, throwing hand grenades over 70 meters, leaving onlookers in awe. Another recruit from the 2nd Company, during his first live-fire training, impressively scored 4 perfect 10s and 1 9. It was later revealed that this new soldier was actually a member of the university shooting team. His intention in enlisting was to become a sharpshooter. The continuous emergence of such heroic figures within the training base has instilled a profound sense of urgency among the recruits who once considered themselves formidable. Among them is Miao Bufan, who initially believed he was the only one concealing his true abilities. However, he soon realized how naive he was. Each one of them harbored exceptional skills, discreetly waiting for their moment to shine at the training base. Thus, one evening after dinner, Miao Bufan discreetly sought out Qian Duo, the intermediary known for his reliable information. "Miao Xiao, back to conduct business again? I've got something good this time, something every boy would adore." Qian Duo grinned mischievously, insinuating the authenticity of his goods. However, Miao Bufan was not easily deceived. Even if it were genuine, he could not afford to let his guard down at this critical juncture. He needed to maintain his utmost mental and physical readiness for the impending assessment. Should he squander his vitality, how could he hope to secure the top position? "I came to inquire about something else," Miao Bufan whispered. "You seek insider information regarding the training assessment, don't you?" Qian Duoduo's lips curled upward, clearly having seen through Miao Bufan's intentions. "Care to share any insider news?" Mio Buffon discreetly produced a red bill from his pocket. Qian Duo accepted it with a smirk, his professional facade emerging as he rubbed his hands together. I do happen to know 2 insider pieces of information, being an old acquaintance. I might as well share them both with you. Yes, please, go ahead. Firstly, this assessment will be fiercely competitive, as the company commander has increased the stakes, prompting each company and squad to exert their full effort. Your original opportunity was substantial. Yet now the 4th squad boasts a formidable presence, with a tiger among them. The 3rd squad possesses a Kirin's arm, and the 2nd squad is graced with a sharpshooter. Not to mention my own extraordinary talent, Qian Duo. It appears that your prospects may be rather precarious. Furthermore, I have learned that during this assessment, leaders from the brigade will be present, and there may even be special operations personnel scouting for promising candidates. Mio Buffon cast a skeptical glance at him. Is this information reliable? Special forces coming to the new recruits to select individuals? Qian Duo shrugged. I overheard our squad leader boasting about it. Whether true or false, you should simply take heed. Is there anything else? Indeed, there is one final point, the most crucial one, which could significantly impact your ultimate assessment score. Mio Buffon waited patiently, but after a considerable pause, he urged, why aren't you speaking? Qian Duo rubbed his fingers together, a sly grin adorning his face. You've only purchased 2 pieces of information. To hear the subsequent details, you must pay a fee. Damn it, how unscrupulous. Though he expressed his discontent verbally, Mio Buffon nevertheless produced 50 yuan and placed it in Qian Duo's hand. Subsequently, Qian Duo beckoned him closer, instructing him to lean in as he divulged the most critical insider information. Chapter 60. Discussing finances with strangers and emotions with friends. I want this. Help me get 2 cans of Red Bull. And don't forget the Snickers. Make sure to grab extra. Excuse me, coming through. Goodness, hot water. Let me pass. The small shop at the new training base was teeming with people, all eager to purchase various goods. Essentially, anything available in the shop, whether consumables or necessities, had been snatched up in a frenzy. The quartermaster summoned 3 or 4 soldiers from logistics to assist with the cash register, barely managing the overwhelming crowd. At that moment, the 3rd platoon of new recruits happened to finish their additional training and passed by the shop. They were bewildered by the throngs inside, as if there was about to be an explosion of humanity. With the training assessment scheduled for tomorrow, they found it perplexing that so many were rushing to the shop. Could it be that on this final day, the shop was having a clearance sale? It seemed quite possible. Should they also venture in for some purchases? However, given the current situation, they would need to push their way and just enter. Shaking their heads, the 3rd platoon decided it was best not to join the fray. Their pockets were not particularly deep, and they were about to be assigned to their units. Even if they bought food and drinks, they wouldn't be able to take them along, and storing them in their bags would be quite a hassle. Meng Yan glanced over at the shop, sharing the same lack of desire to buy anything. Having overindulged in extravagant delicacies just days earlier, he now craved something simple and wholesome. Just as they prepared to head towards the dormitory, a figure stumbled out of the shop, clutching 2 large red plastic bags. Wait for me. Seeing that Mio Buffon had purchased such a large haul, the 3rd platoon was utterly astonished. Even Meng Yan wore a look of incredulity as he questioned, why did you buy so many random things? The assessment is right around the corner. You won't even finish them. Hush, secrets must not be revealed. Mio Buffon gestured for silence, urging them to return to their quarters quickly. Once inside and the door firmly shut, he began to divulge the truth. It turned out that the night before, he had sought out Qian Duo, a middleman from the 2nd platoon who was known for gathering all sorts of insider information at a high price. He had obtained some inside knowledge regarding the upcoming training assessment. Upon hearing the phrase inside information, the eyes of all the recruits lit up. It was akin to a student acquiring a copy of the final exam answers just before the test. Mio Buffon, with an air of mystery, announced, firstly, the difficulty of this assessment is notably higher than in the past. There will be leaders from the brigade present, and even Special Forces personnel will be coming down to scout for talent. The mention of Special Forces sent a wave of excitement through many. Even Zhou Xiaoping felt a surge of confidence, believing that he might be the chosen one, picked by the elite army to achieve greatness, and perhaps even win the heart of a beautiful medic named Xiaoying, thus creating a legendary tale within the military ranks. This time, it was not just Meng Yan. The entire 3rd Battalion of new recruits felt an overwhelming urge to wake him up. Nevertheless, it must be said that in the eyes of most basic soldiers, Special Forces are perceived as exceptionally formidable, impressive, and cool. Otherwise, One would not find so many veteran soldiers boasting about their experiences as special forces personnel at barbecue stalls after a few drinks. This also touches upon a common understanding. For instance, if you were to retire and your young nephew curiously inquired about your military role, and you replied that you were a mechanized infantryman, he would likely not comprehend it. If you said you were a motorized infantryman, he would still be perplexed. Even if you mentioned being a certain type of reconnaissance soldier, confusion would persist. However, once you uttered the words, "I was a special forces soldier," you would instantly receive looks of admiration from your nephew. The very next day, he would boast to his classmates, "I have an uncle who served as a special forces soldier, capable of taking on 80 foes single-handedly and even carrying a nuclear bomb." When Meng Yan casually inquired about the selection process for new recruits in the special forces, he was told that only one would be chosen. This statement from Miao Bufan doused everyone's enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. With 4 companies at the training base, totaling 500 to 600 personnel, the odds of being selected were akin to being pursued by a goddess. Miao Bufan raised his chin towards Meng Yan, asking if he was interested. "Just one spot. And I want to let you have it," he teased. "Oh, then you can go," Meng Yan replied, showing little enthusiasm. Firstly, he had been a patrol officer in a previous life, even having supervised several special forces soldiers. Thus, he held no illusions or idolization of this military branch. For Meng Yan, special forces could be appealing, but he saw no necessity for a long-term commitment. Otherwise, it might hinder his future career development. In his view, it was an excellent place to acquire military skills, combat experience, and accumulate achievements. But if one aspired to become a general, it was not prudent to remain there indefinitely. Special forces had their limits for advancement. Once one reached the rank of colonel, further ascension became impossible, as this was true for any special forces unit across the nation. Miao Bufan, hailing from a family of soldiers, understood this principle as well. Noticing Meng Yan's lack of interest, he lost his desire to compete for the coveted spot. Meng Yan then asked, "You haven't explained why you are purchasing so many items." Miao Bufan chuckled. "This brings us to a crucial and significant piece of insider information. I must inform you that this new training assessment will not be conducted at the base, but in a field training area." Upon hearing field training area, the expressions of the crowd shifted. They were no longer the naive recruits who had just entered the camp, unaware of the realities. Field training essentially meant living outdoors, where one would eat, drink, and relieve oneself. There would be mosquitoes, the risk of sleeping in drafty conditions, and the possibility of a snake slithering into one's bed at night. Miao Bufan emptied his pockets with a flourish, revealing an array of practical items: floral water, sanitary napkins, tissue paper, compressed biscuits, Snickers, Red Bull, a veritable cornucopia of essential supplies sufficient for their needs in the days to come. "Bufan, I must pay my respects to you," exclaimed Meng Yan. "You truly are the finest deputy class leader in our group. Why not just take on the role of class leader directly? There are only a few days left, after all." Meng Yan's remark instantly garnered unanimous agreement from everyone. Consequently, Miao Bufan, with his 2 hefty bags of provisions, assumed the role of deputy class leader once more, though only a few days remained before everyone would part ways. Rendering the position somewhat moot, they reveled in the fleeting joy of the present moment, cherishing the notion that every day is a gift. The members of Class 3 began to divide the supplies among themselves, each item proving invaluable for their upcoming outdoor training. This foresight only deepened their admiration for Miao Bufan, who had prepared so diligently. With these provisions, Class 3 might indeed achieve remarkable success in the forthcoming assessment, making a resounding impact. However, as Meng Yan surveyed the bounty, memories of the bustling scene at the convenience store earlier resurfaced in his mind, leaving him with a lingering sense of unease, as though something were amiss. The inventory has been cleared out. In the evening, the quartermaster in a logistics office counted the accounts, his face almost splitting with laughter. He gazed at Qian Duoduo, seated before him, and expressed sincere admiration. "It's truly remarkable how you managed to clear out our surplus stock in just one day." Qian Duoduo grinned cheekily. "Just a simple feat." The quartermaster then handed him several red bills from the profits, saying, "This is your rightful reward. Much of this stock consists of items nearing their expiration dates. We had overordered without realizing it. If we hadn't sold it, it would have had to be written off. If the instructor finds out, I would surely be in trouble. Thanks to your clever idea, we've avoided a significant loss. You're quite the clever one. How about joining me in logistics when you return? I assure you a life of comfort and indulgence." Qian Duoduo politely declined, "Quartermaster, while I would love to work with you, the head of the intelligence department has already approached me, so The quartermaster understood immediately and refrained from further discussion. Before parting, he gifted Qian Duo a dozen cans of Red Bull in gratitude for his invaluable assistance. As for the fact that the new training assessment would take place at the outdoor training grounds, it was hardly a secret. Qian Duo had merely capitalized on a slight information advantage. As Qian Duo exited the office, a broad smile adorning his face, he felt a swell of pride in his cleverness. However, he nearly collided with Meng Yan, who was out performing logistics duties in the vegetable field. Their eyes met briefly. And suddenly, all of Meng Yan's previously perplexing thoughts crystallized into clarity. Noticing Meng Yan's enigmatic smile, Qian Duo realized that he had been fully understood. In the entire new training base, few individuals commanded his respect, but Meng Yan undoubtedly stood out as a figure of significance. Every time they meet, he feels an undeniable urge to conceal his secrets in front of the other. It is as if Meng Yan possesses an innate ability to see through him. Qian Duo, however, was unperturbed. He approached with confidence, presenting a whole case of Red Bull to Meng Yan. Furthermore, he took out the money he had earned from Yo Bufan over the past few days, entrusting Meng Yan to return it on his behalf. Curiously, Meng Yan inquired, "What is the purpose of this? You've pocketed the money, yet you choose to part with it?" Qian Duo replied with a smile, "When it comes to acquaintances, discussing finances is commonplace, but with friends, I prefer to nurture our bond. Take the Red Bull and enjoy it. Please do not feel obliged. I shall take my leave now. You carry on with your affairs." With that, Qian Duo left without further ado. Among intelligent individuals, extensive conversation is often unnecessary. He was certain that Meng Yan's future achievements would be remarkable. Establishing a good rapport now would pave the way for broader prospects ahead. Moreover, he had received news that the venerable Wei Songjiang might soon be promoted, likely within the military ranks. Such a significant leader, so closely connected to Meng Yan, having even worked together to infiltrate a pyramid scheme operation, could rightly be considered comrades in arms. Thus, Qian Duo naturally aspired to cultivate a friendship with Meng Yan. As for Yo Bufan's background, Qian Duo had invested considerable effort and finally comprehended the truth. This young man was far from an ordinary military second generation. His connections were extraordinary. Notably, one influential figure could shake the Southeast theater of operations with a mere stamp of their foot. Therefore, for reasons of safety and prudence, it was perhaps best to forego any further financial entanglements. As night enveloped the new training base, tranquility reigned. The sky was adorned with myriad stars, heralding yet another fine day ahead. However, the new recruits were far from at ease, each lying in wait as if poised for battle. Some had even preemptively placed their uniforms beside their pillows, ready to don them at a moment's notice. Around 3 a.m, the company commander and instructor appeared beneath the dormitory, glanced at the time, and then blew the whistle with great force. An emergency assembly. Upon hearing the whistle, all the recruits sprang from their beds. Excitement surged through each of them, sleep entirely forgotten, for the training assessment was imminent. Yo Bufan hastily donned his trousers and stood, only to be forcefully shoved back onto his bed by a foot pressing down on his shoulder. "Meng Yan, you scoundrel!" Before Yo Bufan could finish his retort, 5 fingers pierced the darkness, deftly covering his mouth and compelling him into silence. Chapter 61. Praising Meng Yan to the heavens, standing shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Alas, what a deception! How utterly fooled I have been! This is truly a travesty. Is this not a mockery of the honest? Amidst the march, the breathless recruits pounded their chests in despair, filled with regret. In the early hours of yesterday, they had hastily packed their backpacks and were led out of the training base under the pretense of a field exercise, preparing for an assessment in the wilderness. Fully armed, they trudged from dusk till dawn, covering a distance of over 10 kilometers. However, just as they were nearing their destination, they encountered a plethora of street vendors. There were women selling egg pancakes from small tricycles, men offering wontons and noodles from stalls, and elderly gentlemen selling cigarettes, sunflower seeds, beverages, beer, and various essential supplies from their vans. Moreover, the prices here were significantly lower than those at the training base. In stark contrast, those who had shopped at the convenience store yesterday now appeared as naive fools. The Red Bulls and sodas crammed into their backpacks added considerable weight, exhausting them to the point of despair after such a long trek. Yo Bufan was seething with rage, intent on confronting Qian Duo, but was halted by Meng Yan. "Seeking him out will be futile," Meng Yan advised. "How so?" Yo Bufan retorted. "He was the one who informed you that the assessment was outdoors. Did he urge you to hasten to the convenience store for supplies?" "Not exactly. Then it was your own volition to make that purchase. Upon hearing Meng Yan's words, Li Qingguang patted Miao Bufan on the back, casting him a look of sympathetic concern. Miao Bufan, a child of earnest nature, was indeed unfortunate that it was Meng Yan who was taken under the wing of their instructor, Wei Songjiang. Had Miao Bufan been led to a pyramid scheme, he might have been thoroughly brainwashed by now. Rendered speechless by the remarks, Miao Bufan still felt that Qian Duo had subtly suggested and lured him into his decision, which continued to irk him. Thus, Meng Yan kindly comforted him, "Do not dwell on it. While the food and drink around here are inexpensive and varied, you have indeed spent more money on counterfeit goods and carried them a considerable distance." Miao Bufan donned a mask of anguish. "Oh dear friend, how it pierces the heart. If you cannot offer solace, might you refrain from speaking altogether?" Li Qingguang joined in the attempt at consolation. All right, do not fret. If you spend a bit more, think of it as supporting the economic development of the troops. After all, it is better that the resources remain within our ranks." Miao Bufan shook his head. "In comparison to aiding the military's economic growth, I would prefer to support my fellow villagers. At least their goods are authentic." Li Qingguang awkwardly scratched his nose and chose to remain silent. The convenience store was indeed rife with counterfeit items. The precise reason remained unclear to him. But since his induction into the military, it had always been the case. This very situation was why the local products from the strong military vehicles had become so sought after, even spawning entire industry chains. It was hardly surprising to encounter fellow villagers during the march. Even during exercises, it was entirely reasonable to find them selling boxed lunches. This represents a mutually beneficial relationship, a cooperative win-win situation, and another manifestation of the bond between the military and the civilian populace. Soon, the new recruits began to trickle into this training ground nestled within the wilderness. Perhaps due to their surroundings, upon entering the camp, the recruits felt an undeniable sense of tension and urgency, akin to the atmosphere of impending battle. Meng Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead and cast a sweeping glance around. This space was extensive, filled with tents in every direction. Each tent was bustling with the comings and goings of seasoned soldiers. Nearby, several armored vehicles were concealed beneath camouflage nets. In the distance, the sporadic sounds of roars and gunfire indicated that veterans were engaged in target practice. With the arrival of the new recruits, clusters of veterans gathered outside the tents, whispering among themselves. "This batch of rookies seems decent. They made the long journey from the training base without a single one collapsing from exhaustion. Their caliber surpasses ours significantly. Look, is that a familiar face? It's Dai Tsungho. Didn't he venture out to open a hot pot restaurant and become a businessman? What brings him back? I've heard this cohort has many promising soldiers and even some hidden experts. We should keep a close watch on them." The assembly whistle sounded once more. All the recruits swiftly moved to a grassy clearing to gather. Soon, over 500 new soldiers formed a colossal square formation. Battalion Commander Jiao Tongwei and Instructor Lu Shan stood before the ranks, their gazes sweeping over the faces of the recruits, revealing faint smiles. It was evident they were quite pleased with the training outcomes over the past 3 months. These fresh recruits were increasingly embodying the essence of soldiers. At ease. Attention. Align left. Face forward. The commands concluded, and Jiao Tongwei spoke with a serious demeanor. "Today is the moment to assess the results of your training over the past 3 months. Tell me, are you nervous?" "Not nervous." The recruits shouted confidently. "Very good. However, before we commence the evaluation, I would like to pose a few questions." Jiao Tongwei then approached a recruit named Wu Yue and inquired, "Now, tell me, what type of soldier do you aspire to be after joining your unit?" Wu Yue replied loudly, "Report, I wish to be a military police officer." "And why is that?" "Because it involves maintaining order, which is exhilarating. I aspire to be a guardian of military discipline and a supervisor of our military's demeanor." Jiao Tongwei nodded appreciatively, silently noting to himself that he must ensure this young man does not end up in the military police unit. Life there would undoubtedly be challenging. He then turned to another recruit and asked, "After joining your unit, what kind of soldier do you wish to be?" "Speak boldly." "Report." "I want to be a special forces soldier." "And why is that?" "Because they are impressive, they are cool. And being a special forces soldier represents the pinnacle of the army. Excellent, ambitious. And you, which unit do you wish to join?" "Report, sir." "I aspire to join the medical unit." "Why?" "Because there are many female soldiers there, making it easier to find a partner." Jiao Tongwei randomly inquired of several new recruits, and nearly every response varied. Some wished to join the armored unit as tank soldiers. Others wanted to join the aviation forces to become helicopter pilots. One even expressed a desire to join the 2nd Artillery, saying he wanted to try sending packages to the east. Finally, Jiao Tongwei approached Meng Yan with a smile and asked, "What about you? After joining a unit, where do you want to go, and what type of soldier do you wish to become?" Meng Yan replied, "Report, I will abide by the arrangements and follow orders. I am open to any role." Jiao Tongwei raised an eyebrow, expecting him to express a desire to join the reconnaissance unit or special forces. Initially, he had been troubled by Meng Yan's assignment after joining a unit and had hoped to gauge his preferences, only to be met with a lack of specificity. Jiao Tongwei returned to the front of the formation and declared loudly, "It is evident that each of you possesses your own aspirations, with specific units and positions in mind. This is commendable. However, whether you can be assigned to your desired unit will ultimately depend on your performance. Those who excel in assessments will be given priority for their preferred assignments, fulfilling your ambitions. Conversely, those with mediocre or poor performance must accept the allocations made. In short, your fate lies in your own hands. Strive for excellence." "Yes." The recruits responded in unison. Lu Shan, taking over from the commander, spoke up. "Now, you have 1 hour for meals and rest. The training assessment will officially commence in 1 hour. The mess hall is located to the south of the camp. Proceed to dine in an organized and disciplined manner." The formation dispersed, with the 4 companies proceeding toward the mess hall. At that moment, several military vehicles entered from outside. Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan hurried over to greet them. As the doors opened, Brigade Commander Song Si-Yuan was the first to disembark, followed by the Deputy Political Commissar and several leaders from the brigade staff, including the Deputy Commander of the inspection team, for a routine training assessment. Such a distinguished delegation was indeed noteworthy. "Good day, sir." Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan saluted the leaders, who returned the courtesy briefly before proceeding inside. "I have heard that this batch of recruits is exceptional, brimming with talent. I am eager to see how they differ from previous ones. I also heard that Dai Tsung-hu has returned to the unit. He was quite renowned in the XX regiment. Compared to Dai Tsung-hu, I'm more intrigued by the fellow from the 2nd company named Qian Duo. I have heard that his intelligence-gathering abilities are top-notch, and he has already been recruited by the brigade's intelligence department under Old Liu. I believe that Miao Jia's boy deserves our utmost attention. I met him when he was young, and he was exceptionally bright and capable, perfectly inheriting the remarkable military genes of the Miao family. Ah. What you all speak of pales in comparison. The focal point of the new training base must undoubtedly be the young man named Meng Yan. Despite his tender years, he endures humiliation and bears heavy burdens alongside seasoned leaders, bravely venturing into perilous territories and enduring hardships unimaginable to the average individual. Even the deputy commander has praised his limitless potential for the future. I firmly believe he will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength within our composite 7th Brigade." This sentiment elicited nods of agreement from all the leaders present. Others may still be in a phase of observation and growth, but Meng Yan has undeniably accomplished a significant feat. Furthermore, discussions are already underway in the military regarding how to reward this capable and talented young man. Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan, standing nearby, listened as a group of leaders extolled Meng Yan to celestial heights, nearly equating him with the sun. They were at a loss for words. Sometimes, appearances can be profoundly deceptive. Had they genuinely interacted with this young man, they would certainly refrain from such exaltations. The thought of their previous clandestine ordering of takeout, captured in videos and photos still residing on Meng Yan's phone, left them feeling particularly vexed. To have fallen to such depths, only to be outshone by a mere rookie? They both wished for nothing more than to find a gnarled tree and end their misery together. Chapter 62. Climbing higher to witness different sceneries. Oh my goodness. This delicacy is absolutely delectable. At the outdoor training ground, within the temporary mess hall, the newly enlisted soldiers who had just received their breakfast gathered outside in the open space. Some stood, some squatted, and others sat on the ground, savoring the steamed rice balls in their hands with great delight. The steamed rice, also known as CF and 2N, is a unique snack from the Jiangnan region. It consists of glutinous rice on the outside, with fillings such as fried dough sticks, pickled mustard greens, pickled vegetables, spicy strips, and tender pork on the inside. It serves well as both breakfast and lunch, providing substantial nourishment. Typically, a single rice ball paired with a serving of soy milk can fully satisfy the soldiers and keep their energy levels high throughout the morning. Niu Bufan, hailing from the north, was accustomed to eating jianbing guizi, and this was his first encounter with such a rich and flavorful rice ball. Perhaps it was the long journey that had left him ravenous, or perhaps it was simply a matter of inexperience. At that moment, his manner of eating was rather uncouth, reminiscent of a ravenous dog pouncing on its meal. Mio Buffon stuffed his mouth with large bites, his throat nearly choked, and his eyes bulged as if they might pop out. Meng Yan often thought that, at any moment, this fellow might emit a red glow from his head, becoming the first soldier in history to choke on ACF into N. Nevertheless, it must be said that these rice balls were indeed exquisitely delicious, far surpassing the breakfast offerings at the training base mess hall. If the training base could provide such delightful fare, Meng Yan and his comrades would have no need to secretly order takeout, as the new soldiers gathered around the entrance of the temporary mess hall to enjoy their breakfast. A cook sergeant carrying a thermos emerged from inside. "How is it, comrades? Are these CF into and tasty?" "Delicious. 100 times better than what we have at our training base." The new soldiers enthusiastically gave thumbs up. Mio Buffon spoke with his mouth full of rice, boldly declaring that he could eat this 3 times a day without growing tired of it, inquiring if there were any more available. The cook sergeant, Li Ao, smiled warmly, exuding an amiable demeanor, and promptly had more freshly made rice balls brought out from the kitchen. "If you enjoy it, that's great. There are plenty of CF-N2N, so eat your fill. Only when you are well fed will you have the strength to participate in the assessments and strive for top positions." "Thank you, Sergeant." The soldiers who had tea had their fill eagerly returned for seconds. Some were curious and asked, "Isn't it hard work to prepare so many rice balls every day?" Although these rice balls seemed simple, the ingredients required were quite plentiful. One had to fry dough sticks and tender pork as well. Li Ao chuckled and shook his head, insisting that it was not difficult at all. Initially, Meng Yan thought the sergeant was merely being polite and humble. However, he later learned that the rice balls were purchased from local vendors nearby, since the camp had not prepared meals for the new recruits. They simply spent money to buy them from the locals. Thus, strictly speaking, it was the local vendors who bore the brunt of the labor. In addition to the CF-N2N, there were also tea, eggs, soy milk, and other warm offerings. Anyone who wants some can take it, otherwise, it will just go to waste. Upon learning that these delights were crafted by local hands, the new soldiers relished their meal even more. Originally, they believed that their stomachs had developed a fondness for the culinary creations of other cooks. After much ado, it turned out that what they truly cherished was the familiar flavor from outside. The cook, Li Ao, distributed the food and drinks before returning to his own tasks. Once the new recruits finished their breakfast, they disposed of their waste in designated bags, which would later be handled by assigned personnel. With over 40 minutes remaining before the assessment began, there was certainly not enough time for a nap. Surrounded by seasoned soldiers in the training camp, unfamiliar with their surroundings, they dared not wander aimlessly. Thus, they huddled together in small groups, engaging in casual conversation. "What events do you think will be assessed later?" "Surely, it will involve some physical endurance, military skills, and marksmanship, right?" "Of course, we are not chefs. It's unlikely they will evaluate our cooking skills." "Hey, Mio Buffon, didn't you mention that special forces would come to select candidates? Is that information reliable?" The recruits from Class 3 turned their inquisitive gazes towards Mio Buffon, who was still sipping soy milk. Mio Buffon shrugged, explaining that he had heard this information from Qian Duo, who, in turn, had heard it from their squad leader. After considering the matter, the recruits concluded that since it was said by a veteran squad leader, it was likely true. This meant that among this batch of new recruits, there would indeed be one fortunate individual chosen. Meng Yan asked with curiosity, "Do you all wish to join the special forces and become commandos?" The recruits from Class 3 nodded in unison, yes. After receiving their affirmative response, Meng Yan inquired further, "Are you not aware that commandos endure the most hardship and possess the highest rates of sacrifice and mortality?" Zhang Su replied with a smile, "Of course we know, but I still want to give it a try." Meng Yan pressed on, "Why?" Zhang Su, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head. "I used to be quite fond of playing CS Counter-Strike. It features the Navy SEALs. And I always thought how wonderful it would be to become a commando one day and experience a real-life version of CS. Later, when DNF became popular, the first character I created was a gunner, followed by an ammunition expert, and then a heavy gunner." "What about mechanic?" Meng Yan casually asked. "Mechanic? Not even dogs play that." Zhang Su's words struck Meng Yan with a profound sense of realization. This was because, upon first encountering the game, the character he had created was indeed a mechanic. Seeing that his comment might have been inappropriate, Zhang Su quickly added, "Except for female mechanics." Meng Yan retorted, "Damn it. I played as a male mechanic." Zhang Su continued, "Although I was initially sent to the army by my family to curb my internet addiction, to be honest, I disliked military life back then. I even entertained thoughts of making mistakes so I could be discharged from the service. However, people change. I now find the military quite appealing, far more authentic than in games, and I have made so many friends. Besides, since I am here and already in uniform, why not strive to do my best? With a determined effort, at the very least, one shall not leave behind any regrets regarding their military career upon discharge. Zhang Su's words resonated deeply with many. Not only did the new recruits of Team 3 find solace in his sentiments, but even those in Team 2 nearby felt a profound sense of agreement. Each had enlisted for a myriad of reasons, some due to setbacks in the Gaokao, others, having chosen the wrong major in university, believed that serving in the military for 2 years would afford them the opportunity to pursue a new path upon their return. While some were motivated by the allure of discharge benefits and the convenience it could bring to their future employment. However, after more than 3 months of military life, each individual experienced significant internal transformations. Through relentless training and personal trials, they discovered an unfamiliar version of themselves. Thus, they aspired to reach greater heights and witness diverse vistas. Whether it was Zhou Xiaoping or Zhang Su, they were acutely aware that such opportunities were exceedingly rare. In terms of talent, they could not rival the exceptional Miao Bufan. In capability, they fell short of Meng Yan. Yet, what harm could there be in trying, especially when it bore no financial cost? Perhaps the leadership of the special forces would take a liking to their kind. Perhaps they would appreciate individuals like them. In Soldier Assault, the character Su Sandio, despite his mediocre performance and lack of social finesse, garnered the affection of old Azuan Lang, who preferred the seemingly naive Su over the more astute and talented sharpshooters. Each soldier silently compared themselves, convinced that their own talent and perseverance were on par with Su Sandua's. Hence, they hoped to encounter their own Yuan Lang during their military journey. Chapter 63. The explosive genius Zhou Xiaoping craned his neck to glance into the distance and inquired, "Squad leader, I noticed earlier that 2 military vehicles arrived, and several officers disembarked. Were there any special operations leaders among them?" Li Qingguang shook his head, stating, "Those are merely the leaders from the brigade. It is unlikely that any special forces commanders are present." Upon hearing that the special operations leaders had not appeared, the spirits of the new recruits noticeably dwindled. It was evident that, whether in the realm of gaming or cinematic portrayals, the term special forces held significant weight in the hearts of young soldiers. For those serving at the grassroots level, joining the special forces seemed a source of pride. At that moment, Meng Yan, adopting a light-hearted tone, remarked, "Do not be disheartened. Perhaps they have already infiltrated quietly, preparing to observe you from the shadows." The mindset of special operations personnel differs from that of ordinary folk, and their methods are certainly not ostentatious. After all, they specialize in covert infiltration behind enemy lines. Upon hearing this, Zhang Su and Zhou Xiaoping perked up once more. They elongated their necks, scanning their surroundings like curious giraffes. Whenever they spotted an old soldier passing by or casting a glance in their direction, they couldn't help but wonder if that individual was there to discreetly assess them. Thus, Zhang Su took the initiative to pick up a broom that had fallen on the ground outside a nearby tent. He recalled an article he had read in Yilin, which recounted the story of a job candidate who was the only one to pass an interview after helping to lift a broom off the floor. This young man was praised by the interviewer for being the most attentive and meticulous candidate, leading to his subsequent rise within the company and marrying the chairman's daughter, ultimately achieving great success in life. Zhou Xiaoping, perhaps having encountered similar tales, also took it upon himself to gather the rice grains that had been scattered earlier by Miao Bufan. He hoped that such actions would draw the attention of the Special Forces commander, who might be lurking in the shadows, silently observing them. Seeing a group of recruits gradually standing up and beginning to seek tasks nearby, Meng Yan felt a flutter of unease. Had he inadvertently sparked an unrealistic hope in them? However, Li Qingguang reassured Meng Yan with a smile, revealing some insights. "In truth, your earlier speculation was not entirely unfounded." "Really?" Meng Yan replied, astonished. "Is there truly a special operations commander so idle that they would recruit someone simply for picking up a broom?" "Haha, not quite. Such special forces personnel are not so trivial," Li Qingguang continued. "However, I once led a group of new recruits, and indeed, the special operations commander concealed himself using camouflage techniques at the evaluation site to observe the recruits' various attributes." Curious, Meng Yan asked, "So, did any recruits from that batch get selected?" Li Qingguang nodded, acknowledging the existence of an unusual talent among the new recruits. Although this particular soldier did not achieve the highest overall scores in the training assessments and even ranked quite low in several military disciplines, he possessed a remarkable skill that set him apart from his peers. "What skill?" Meng Yan inquired. "He can create explosives, and their potency is astonishing. Meng Yan was taken aback. Such a talent seemed rather bizarre. Who among ordinary individuals would engage in the making of explosives? The mention of their incredible power implied undeniable real-world experience. How did this new recruit manage to pass the political examination and gain entry into the military? Meng Yan asked. Li Qingguang explained, his family works in a mining operation specializing in demolition. He has been exposed to knowledge about explosives since childhood, which has equipped him with the skills to mix and detonate them. Due to this unique ability, he was specially recruited by the Special Forces. As individuals with such skills are indeed rare, Meng Yan mused that such talents must be exceedingly scarce. After all, the pursuit of such a hobby carries considerable risk. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Li Qingguang added, however, less than a month after joining the Special Forces, he was sent back. At this, both Meng Yan and Miao Bufan displayed expressions of astonishment. How could someone be chosen only to be sent back? Was it due to inadequate physical fitness or health issues? Li Qingguang shook his head. Neither, he replied. Meng Yan pressed on. Then what was the reason? Li Qingguang chuckled ruefully. That lad, for reasons unknown, tossed a bundle of explosives into the latrine of their Special Forces unit just as the battalion commander was inspecting the premises. Subsequently, it is not difficult to imagine the scenario that unfolded. They say the sky turned a rather unpleasant shade of brown at that moment. Gasping, the new recruits collectively inhaled sharply, sensing an indescribable odor permeating the air. Only Meng Yan could not help but raise his thumb in admiration. We have such a talent in the 7th Combined Brigade. What is his name? Li Qingguang responded. His name is Ji Chong, nicknamed the Demolition Genius. Ji Chong, truly formidable. Meng Yan etched this name into his memory, resolved to make the acquaintance of such an exceptional individual once assigned to the same unit. If possible, learning the art of demolition from him would be immensely beneficial. As the saying goes, boys who enjoy explosives often possess a certain purity of heart and typically enjoy favorable fortunes. While the group engaged in casual conversation, the 4th Company commander approached, leading a weary-looking new recruit whose features revealed signs of exhaustion. The squad leader hurried over, intrigued by the newcomer. The 4th Company commander introduced him. This recruit is Qi Guoqing, a newcomer from the XX Regiment. He missed the recent assessment due to illness and has been reassigned to our unit to take part in the upcoming evaluation alongside us. He will be placed in your squad, so please ensure he participates in the assessment with your new recruits. Ah, is that permissible? The squad leader appeared quite perplexed by the arrangement. Having served for quite some time, it was his first encounter with a transfer student. He wondered about the young man's background and whether it would affect their squad's assessment results. However, upon receiving a sharp glare, he hastily corrected himself, assuring that he would complete the task at hand. Observing this unexpected newcomer, Meng Yan and Shou Bufan cast curious glances from a distance, while Zhou Xiaoping, Zhang Su, and others appeared visibly excited, as if they had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 64. You have your strategies, I have my ladders as per the customary tradition. Who wishes to place their bets? I wager half a pack of cigarettes on a continuous victory. I place 2 buckets of instant noodles on 3 consecutive wins. 3 egg pancakes, accompanied by half a bottle of leftover cola from last week, for a remarkable 4 consecutive performances. Then I bet on 2 consecutive. On the outskirts of the assessment grounds, a group of seasoned soldiers, just returned from outdoor training, congregated in small clusters, just like in previous years. They were predicting which of the 4 companies at the new training base would excel in the forthcoming evaluation tasks. Life in the military is often monotonous and lackluster. Beyond training, it consists mainly of eating and sleeping. The veterans seek to find some unique joy amidst the mundane routine to cultivate their spirits. Meanwhile, the brigade commander and others, who had come to observe the results of the new training assessments, had already taken their seats. Stand at attention. At ease. Turn left. About turn. Align left. Look forward. With Jiaotong Wei continuously issuing commands, all the recruits promptly responded to the directives. Although their movements did not achieve the same level of precision as those of the veterans, they were still quite sharp and decisive. After all, they had only undergone 3 months of training, and achieving such results was commendable. The brigade commander and others observed this with satisfaction, their smiles revealing their approval. To evaluate a soldier's competence and excellence, one need not measure the speed of their run or the accuracy of their shooting. A few basic commands suffice to make such judgments. Indeed, this cohort of recruits possesses a markedly higher caliber than in previous years. Their actions are swift and devoid of hesitation. If one were not informed they were recruits, one might easily mistake them for seasoned soldiers with over 6 months of service. This must be the finest overall quality of recruits we have witnessed in recent years, wouldn't you agree? Jiao Tongwei and Lu Shan listened intently. Their ears perked like those of rabbits. Hearing the commendation from their superiors, they felt an overwhelming sense of joy. As the commanding officers of the new training base, the praise from above served as the best reward for their efforts. It clearly indicated that the hard work and dedication they had invested in the training base over the past few months had not been in vain. Jiao Tongwei approached the brigade commander to salute, seeking further instructions. Song Si Yuan returned the salute. Let us commence the evaluation without delay. Let us witness the fruits of your 3 months of learning and training. Understood. Jiao Tongwei turned and immediately announced the first assessment task to the recruits. As a company, they would collectively demonstrate their drill movements, including marching in step, marching in quick time, and running. Finally, they would perform a synchronized dagger drill. The assessment would begin from the right to the left, starting with the 4th company, followed by the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st companies. Preparation time, 5 minutes. Upon learning that the first task was a basic drill, everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. They had fortified this particular exercise the previous week, anticipating it might be selected for evaluation, and thus it seemed their preparation had paid off. The formation stance, as a fundamental aspect of military discipline, most vividly reflects a soldier's training and inner qualities, which is why it is designated as the first item in this assessment. Furthermore, this exercise possesses significant visual appeal, making it particularly suitable for display during inspections by superiors. In contrast, the dagger drill, akin to military boxing, represents a new set of combat techniques. It can be understood as a variant of military boxing, imbued with a striking vigor. This, too, is appropriate for presentation during visits from leadership or at major holiday celebrations. At this moment, the squad leader of the 4th company is utilizing the last remnants of time to urgently convene a meeting with the class leaders. He specifically inquires about the new recruit named Qi Guqing, asking how he performs in formation. Qi Guqing shakes his head. My formation skills are average. Upon hearing this, the veterans are taken aback. The new recruit assessments are conducted collectively, and the sudden inclusion of an unfamiliar individual could easily disrupt the formation. Should any mistakes occur during the evaluation, it could adversely affect the entire company's results. The squad leader is somewhat troubled by this situation. Yet it is an order from above, leaving him with no choice but to encourage Qi Guqing to perform to the best of his ability, advising him to keep his eyes focused on those ahead and beside him. Qi Guqing, somewhat impatient, responds with a dismissive, "Oh, got it." Simultaneously, over at the 1st company, the company commander is also convening a meeting with the class leaders. In the 1st class, Zhou Xiaoping looks towards Meng Yan, curiously asking, "Do you think that new recruit from the 4th company might be a special forces officer in disguise?" Meng Yan shakes his head. Doesn't he seem likely? Zhou Xiaoping nods in agreement. Then it must be true. Meng Yan is puzzled by Zhou Xiaoping's train of thought. However, Zhou Xiaoping earnestly explains. Special forces officers are adept at camouflage techniques, so they wouldn't be easily recognized by us. Zhang Su concurs with this reasoning. Given the circumstances and his sudden arrival, I believe there is a high probability of it. He must have come down to the grassroots level for an in-depth investigation to assess our new recruits' qualities and virtues. Everyone, be mindful not to engage in unseemly behavior in front of a special forces officer. Appearance and demeanor form the first impression, which is of utmost importance. Meng Yan can only laugh helplessly, thinking to himself, as long as you're happy. With his keen observational abilities, he can discern that the individual named Qi Guqing is not some trivial special forces officer, but merely an ordinary new recruit. However, he is aware that a suspicious individual has indeed infiltrated their ranks. He turns his head towards the temporary dining hall, casting a meaningful glance in that direction. Outside the dining hall, the acting cook, Li Ao, who was diligently cleaning pig intestines, suddenly pauses. He raises his head, his gaze sharp as he scans the new recruit lineup but fails to identify the source of his unease. Wiping the grime from his hands, Li Ao confirms that no one is around before discreetly retrieving a small notebook from his pocket, densely filled with numerous names. Among them were veterans of the 7th Brigade, each a paragon of excellence within the unit. The others were names of new recruits, Dai Tsunghu, Miao Bufan, Qian Duo. Among these names, Meng Yan stood out, marked conspicuously with an asterisk. These individuals had caught the attention of the Special Operations Forces, who were keen on recruiting them as promising soldiers. It was not that the Special Forces preferred to operate shrouded in secrecy, but rather that the current grassroots units were exceedingly vigilant and stringent in their observations. Any promising soldier was closely guarded, lest they be lured away by the special operations teams. Consequently, the commander devised a strategy, discreetly sending individuals under various guises into the grassroots units to identify suitable candidates, circumventing any intermediaries. This approach not only allowed for more direct interaction but also provided a foundational understanding of these exemplary recruits' circumstances. Once candidates were confirmed, a singular order would render these grassroots units defenseless against the onslaught. This exemplified the age-old adage, when the path rises a foot, the devil rises a yard. You have your cunning plan, and I have my ladder to scale the wall. March in step. Quick march. Disperse, display the dagger drills. Kill, stab, pierce, thrust. At this moment, the fourth and third companies had concluded their assessments, and it was the second company's turn to showcase their skills. Observing the second company execute their dagger drills with vigor, squad leader Li Qingguang harbored a sense of foreboding. It dawned on him that the other company's formations were equally proficient, particularly the second company, who excelled in their dagger drills. It seemed his company would have little chance. Squad leader, perhaps our company may not stand a chance, but we can strive for our squad, Meng Yan suggested. Hearing Meng Yan's words, Li Qingguang cast him a puzzled glance. Such displays of formation and dagger drills necessitated a considerable number of participants. Fewer personnel would diminish the overall impact. Even if the third squad performed admirably, they would likely be overshadowed by the crowd, making it difficult to achieve significant recognition. Moreover, the foundational skills of the other squads in the first company were commendable, making it challenging to stand out dramatically. Meng Yan clarified, squad leader. My method is swift and potent. If you find it feasible, we can implement it across our squad, or even the entire company, in a short span. Li Qingguang regarded Meng Yan with intrigue, uncertain of how he intended to elevate the collective proficiency of the team in such a brief period. Niu Bufan and the other new recruits perceived Meng Yan's claims as mere bravado, who could truly sharpen their skills on the eve of an assessment. In light of the skepticism surrounding him, Meng Yan felt compelled to put his ideas into practice to earn their belief. Niu Bufan, extend one hand. For what purpose? Just extend it. Niu Bufan hesitated but eventually extended his left hand. Meng Yan then grasped his forearm and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Niu Bufan's eyes widened. Utterly bewildered. What are you doing? Meng Yan inquired. Do you feel that? Feel what? Niu Bufan replied, perplexed. It indicates that you have yet to feel it. Subsequently, Meng Yan seized Niu Bufan's right hand and delivered another slap to Zhang Su's face. Zhang Su was instantly filled with rage. Had it not been for the impending assessment, he would have surely engaged in a fierce duel with Niu Bufan for 300 rounds. Hence, Meng Yan turned to the class leader and remarked, Class leader, you see. He's already aware of it. Li Qingguang observed the fury etched on Zhang Su's face, accompanied by the vivid imprint of a red palm. He raised a finger, his expression visibly brimming with excitement. What you refer to as awareness, is it anger? Meng Yan quipped with a smirk. To be precise, it is wrath, immense wrath. Chapter 65. Do not speak thus. She is unlike others. Class 3. March. Forward. Thud, thud, thud. March in step. Stop, stop, stop. At the assessment site, upon hearing the command for marching in step, all the new recruits led by Meng Yan swiftly changed their pace. Their legs kicked high, and their arms swung with the precision of wielding a blade, sharp and decisive. Their footsteps echoed with a resonant thud. Most notably, every recruit in Class 3 bore a fierce glare, exuding an air of solemnity that was palpable. Lieutenant Jiao Tongwei, observing from the side, was immediately struck by the sight. Though it was merely a fundamental drill, the vigor displayed by Class 3 was distinctly remarkable compared to the others. Soon, the drill was complete, and the entire company of recruits dispersed, maintaining a 1-meter distance from one another, each gripping a dagger, ready to showcase their dagger techniques. Attack! With a fierce roar, all the recruits swiftly swung their blades, their punches and kicks charged with ferocity. Within the ranks participating in the assessment, the performance of Class 3 stood out strikingly. The majority of their faces were flushed, veins bulging in their necks. Each time they wielded their daggers, their expressions contorted with a ferocity that suggested a primal hunger. Simultaneously, with every cry of kill, stab, pierce, and insert, they unleashed their voices with all their might, creating a cacophony that was deafening. Which class is this? Their momentum is truly intimidating. I can feel their killing intent from such a distance. The dagger drill, having been modified from the original capture technique, had indeed softened the overall ferocity. Yet, it was astonishing that several recruits managed to execute the drill with such commanding presence. It was no small feat. I noticed earlier that during the marching, Class 3 appeared the most impressive, radiating a formidable spirit. But why are their faces so flushed? Ah, youth. It is only natural for them to exhibit such vitality. No, no. I suspect it is the cold that has caused them to apply wax. The leaders from the brigade ahead were particularly pleased with Class 3's performance, which in turn rendered their overall assessment of the new recruits much more favorable. This reflects the notion of loving the house and its crow, where a fondness for one horse leads to a fondness for the entire prairie. In truth, the reason Class 3 could captivate attention was largely due to a small tactic employed by Meng Yan prior to the assessment. That tactic was emotion, specifically the emotion of anger. For soldiers, whether they are marching in step or throwing punches, the most crucial element is the spirit they convey, regardless of whether their posture is correct. As long as they can intimidate with their presence, that suffices. Creating such an aura is quite simple. Before the competition, one can inflict a few heavy slaps upon one another. Then, encourage the recruits to repeatedly conjure in their minds the angriest, most infuriating individuals they have ever encountered. Subsequently, they should externalize that anger, channeling it into their drill and dagger performance. The resulting intensity will naturally surpass that of their peers. Just imagine confronting a group of individuals with whom you share a deep-seated enmity, their eyes blazing with fury. How could one not feel intimidated? With fierce determination, Zhang Su wielded his dagger with increasing intensity, his mind consumed by the painful memories of Meng Yan and Miao Bufan's relentless taunts during their gaming sessions. Each time he shouted words of violence. Kill, stab, pierce. He poured his heart into it, wishing he could truly thrust the weapon into the two scoundrels. Beside him, Zhou Xiaoping's fury was palpable, his expression twisted in rage, resembling a vengeful spirit rather than a mere human. You worthless wretch. I treated you like a brother. Entrusted you with my girlfriend's care, and this is how you repay me? You are less than an animal. He seethed, wishing for nothing more than their demise, envisioning a brutal end that would render them powerless. Zhou Xiaoping's resentment and anger ran deeper than anyone else's, his face contorted as if he could devour 10 children whole. Naturally, he shone the brightest during the assessment. After it concluded, Meng Yan curiously asked Zhou Xiaoping, I noticed you were nearly in a frenzy, your eyes bloodshot with rage. Were you thinking of those two vile individuals? Class Vice, don't speak of her that way. Who are you referring to? My ex-girlfriend. Weren't you betrayed by her? Yet you still defend her? I don't harbor hatred. I failed to provide her with the companionship she deserved. The fault lies with me. She is innocent. Zhou Xiaoping went on to extol the virtues of this girl, claiming she was unlike anyone else, a pure and kind-hearted soul. Meng Yan and Miao Bufan, feeling a wave of nausea, exchanged glances, thinking that a love-stricken fool like Zhou Xiaoping was destined for a dog-meat stew. At that moment, the company commander and instructor approached, beaming with good news. The first assessment revealed that their company had achieved the highest overall score, with the third squad standing out the most. Upon hearing this, the new recruits of the third squad rejoiced, realizing their efforts had not been in vain, especially as Zhou Xiaoping was singled out for praise. Zhou Xiaoping, taken aback, had not anticipated such recognition. The commander stated earnestly, Zhou Xiaoping, during your dagger drill, the murderous intent in your gaze was palpable, even surpassing that of your classmate Meng Yan. You truly possess hidden depths. Zhou Xiaoping wished to vanish from sight, knowing that his thoughts had been consumed by images of those detestable men as he wielded the blade with lethal precision. It was then someone informed the commander that it was largely thanks to Meng Yan's suggestion. Upon inquiry, the commander learned the truth. Prior to the assessment, Meng Yan had instructed the new recruits to slap their faces to evoke their anger, thereby enhancing their overall spirit during the exercise. In truth, the overall proficiency of the teams in both the Q and dagger maneuvers is not vastly different. The critical factor that can create a distinction lies in those minute details. Upon hearing this, the company commander was astounded. Meng Yan, you possess such remarkable insights. Why not propagate them throughout the entire company? If we do so, we could easily seize the top spot and attract the attention of our superiors. Just as Meng Yan was about to elaborate, Li Qingguang awkwardly interjected. It was I who did not consent. He indeed suggested implementing it company-wide, but I worried that if it failed to yield results, everyone would inevitably blame Meng Yan. The company commander contemplated this, realizing the validity of such concerns. After all, it requires considerable courage to criticize oneself. Most individuals would hesitate to do so. Should the initiative not produce the desired effects, it would be Meng Yan who bore the brunt of the complaints regarding a poor suggestion. Nevertheless, judging by the performance of the third squad, their physical enhancement strategy had indeed proven successful. Otherwise, the company would not have garnered commendations from both the battalion commander and higher authorities. In the following 2 days, the new recruits underwent successive assessments in grenade throwing, tactical crawling, comprehensive physical training, and political education. It is noteworthy that, compared to previous training evaluations, the difficulty level had been significantly elevated. Previously, a distance of 30 meters in grenade throwing was deemed satisfactory, 40 meters good, and 50 meters excellent. This time, however, 35 meters was the threshold for passing, with 45 meters classified as good and 55 meters as excellent. Additionally, the barbed wire in the tactical crawling area was lower than that of the training base, and its total length increased from 30 meters to 40 meters. Despite the considerable rise in difficulty, many new recruits still achieved commendable results. Dai Tsunghu Myo Bufan and several others, who were already quite capable, maintained their steady performance during the assessments. Among all the new recruits, one individual stood out with exceptional results, leaving even the battalion commander, Jiao Tongwei, astounded. Is it truly possible for a mere recruit to achieve such scores? I too am bewildered. This lad seems like a prodigy, as if his capabilities know no bounds. Within a tent at the training ground, the 2 commanding officers of the training base looked at Meng Yan, who had secured first place in all subjects, utterly at a loss for words. They had encountered numerous outstanding soldiers, yet one who was both exceptional and so exuberant was exceedingly rare. As they deliberated on which unit to assign Meng Yan to after the training, a handsome captain entered the tent, lifting the flap without so much as a greeting, boldly taking a seat on the battalion commander's chair. Unfazed, he nonchalantly extracted a cigarette from a pack and placed it between his lips. Upon seeing this individual, Jiao Tonghui's expression shifted dramatically, and with a forced smile, he inquired, "What brings you here, you busy man?" "I need your assistance," came the reply. "What kind of assistance?" "I am short-staffed." "You've always been short-staffed. Who do you wish to recruit?" The captain slapped a hand on the roster, pointing to the topmost name. "This one." Chapter 66 Chief, I bring you a calendar. Chief of Staff, please accept these 2 packages of exquisite cigarettes. I've noticed your complexion has not been quite well of late. Have you been burning the midnight oil? Here's a box of coffee for you to take home, and I shall send you a carton of milk later for those sleepless nights. Old Jiao. This Yixing teapot is a gift I brought back specially from my recent business trip to Jingdezhen. Do take a look at the meticulous craftsmanship. Shall I open the door for you? Chief, knowing you suffer from sweaty feet, I've brought you a box of pure cotton socks. In the field training camp, the tent where Jiao Tongwei was resting and working was overflowing with people. The battalion commanders, company commanders, instructors, and security personnel from various units within the brigade filled the space, each laden with gifts, resembling a festive family reunion during the new year. Their sole purpose for gathering here was to seek a backdoor opportunity for preferential allocation of high-quality recruits. Soldiers are the lifeblood of the military, and the quality of recruits decisively influences the future development of the unit and the ability of leaders to achieve commendable results. Thus, this scenario unfolds almost every year as the new training assessments near completion, just before the allocation of soldiers. Each time such a situation arises, Jiao Tongwei feels a significant headache, unsure of how to handle it. The reason is straightforward. There is a surplus of wolves and a scarcity of meat. Every unit desires the best soldiers, but there simply aren't enough to go around. Originally, Jiao Tongwei thought these individuals would wait until the final live-fire exercise tomorrow to ambush him. He had even contemplated discreetly leaving mid-exercise to extricate himself flawlessly from the situation. However, he was taken aback when these cunning individuals had already anticipated his anticipation. Removing his hat, Jiao Tongwei scratched his scalp in frustration and exclaimed, "Why do you all come here year after year with this same routine? If you're not tired of it, I certainly am." "Oh, it's merely a token of goodwill from everyone," chimed in the 4th Battalion commander, attempting to lighten the mood. "Goodwill? My foot." Jiao Tongwei slammed his hand on the table in exasperation. "You all know the military has strict regulations, and you're aware I would never accept such gifts. Yet you still bring them to me. Isn't that just sheer folly? And to the one who brought socks, how could you come here without even a proper package? Just 2 pairs of worn socks? Are you trying to offend me on purpose? Don't try to hide. You were the one who came here last year to give me a calendar, weren't you? Liu, the deputy instructor from Company 1 of the 3rd Battalion. I remember you." The unnamed Liu, having been unmasked, awkwardly forced a smile, retracting his head and stuffing the 2 pairs of worn socks back into his pocket. Although the military explicitly prohibits the acceptance of gifts, since they were seeking favors, they felt obliged to present something, lest they appear empty-handed. Etiquette and decorum have been esteemed traditions in Daxia for millennia, The chief of staff may decline to accept, but they must not refrain from presenting gifts. It's akin to receiving a red envelope from an elder. One must politely refuse initially and then engage in a courteous exchange of refusals. Chief of staff, I promise I won't ask for more than one soldier this year. Just give me that one soldier, and I'll leave straight away. Which one? Regarding that fellow with the surname Meng. Come, do you see my mouth shape? Jiao Tonghui pointed at his mouth and formed a brother shape with an OO sound. The others, witnessing this scene, began to add fuel to the fire, stating that Meng Yan currently held the top score at the entire training base and even had military achievements. How could he possibly serve in your logistics support unit? Chief of Staff, I believe this soldier should join our Wild Wolf Reconnaissance Company. We boast comprehensive training facilities and with a plethora of strong individuals. I will undoubtedly mold him into a formidable wolf cub once he arrives. Commander, our 2nd Battalion 6th Company is far more suitable for this new recruit. Our unit adopts a comprehensive approach, excelling in both literature and martial prowess, with each member a sharpshooter. You give me Meng Yan, and I will return to you a marksman. Old Jiao, don't heed their words. The grassroots units are arduous. Which young person wouldn't wish to sit in an office enjoying air conditioning? Allow Meng Yan to serve as my clerk, and under my guidance. He will become an exceptional political officer in less than 3 years. A cacophony of voices surrounded Jiao Tonghui, overwhelming him. Finally, he slammed his hand on the table and bellowed, Enough, enough, enough. Everyone turned to him, persistently inquiring, Chief of Staff, Commander, Old Jiao, we will follow your lead. Whoever you allocate this soldier to, he shall go to. Jiao Tonghui rubbed his temples, his mind in turmoil. Before he could respond, Lu Shan entered, lifting the curtain as she came in. This new recruit is not to be taken by any of you, even if you manage to take him. You won't be able to handle him. Lu Shan, what do you mean by that? The previously eager colonel who wanted Meng Yan as his clerk frowned and asked, Are you implying that this Meng fellow has already been claimed? Lu Shan nodded. He has indeed been pre-ordered. The crowd turned to Jiao Tonghui, seeking his confirmation. Upon hearing that someone had already secured the top recruit before them, a wave of discontent swept through them. They clamored to know who possessed such audacity to jump the queue. Jiao Tonghui, with a sense of helplessness, replied, Don't ask. Even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to compete with them. Not even the brigade commander or the political commissar can change this. It's essentially a done deal. Upon hearing this, several colonels in attendance became incensed, their tones laced with anger. Chief of Staff, please give us a hint. Is that rascal from the Special Forces? Our brigade trains numerous outstanding individuals each year, only for them to be snatched away by the Bloodwolf Special Forces. No matter how discreet we are, those rascals seem to have an uncanny ability to locate our hidden gems, promptly whisking them away with a transfer order. In the past, before the military reform, we endured because we were weaker. However, ever since the establishment of the combined 7th Brigade, our overall strength has increased significantly. Why should we continue to send our talents to them? What is so great about the Special Forces? They merely eat dirt daily, and upon discharge, they're left with lasting ailments. Only a fool would aspire to join the Special Operations. The hands of these wolves are indeed exceedingly long, reaching even into the training base, sparing not even the new recruits. What are they attempting to accomplish? Are they intent on undermining our livelihoods, severing our avenues, and obstructing the flourishing development of our brigade? It seems this is not the first instance, is it? If memory serves, this is indeed the second occurrence. The last young man bore the surname Ji. The atmosphere was charged with indignation, voices raised in uproar, nearly drowning out Jiao Tonghui. Once the cacophony had subsided, he wiped his face with a tissue, wringing it slightly. Have you all finished? Have you vented your frustrations? Jiao Tonghui observed them with an impassive expression. Now that you have spoken, allow me to share my thoughts. Meng Yan, that lad, was neither taken by the Bloodwolves nor was he earmarked for special operations. The brigade commander had already issued directives last year, our brigade's promising soldiers. Even if they enter special operations forces, do so solely to acquire combat experience, akin to attending military school for further studies. Thus, it is absolutely impossible for any new recruits to be whisked away by special operations. Our brigade's top trainees shall remain with us and not venture elsewhere. This was somewhat reassuring. The collective anger of the crowd dissipated considerably. However, someone soon inquired about the audacious individual who had preemptively claimed the top spot in the assessments, showing blatant disregard for the battalion commanders and instructors. Jiao Tonghui took a deep breath and uttered a single name. The individual has been reserved. Who among you possesses the audacity to contest him? The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. The previously chaotic tent became eerily silent, profoundly illustrating the notion of why no one among the ranks dared to speak out. Chief of Staff, I just remembered. I still have water boiling. I must take my leave. Old Jiao, this coffee is nearing expiration. I shall not be taking it back. But do remember to drink it if sleep eludes you tonight. Sir, we shall take our leave as well. No need to see us off. Please remain. One by one. Individuals departed, and the tent suddenly felt less congested. A cadre from the security department, donning a white cap, returned once more. Jiao Tongwei inquired with curiosity, squad leader's son. Why haven't you left yet? After pondering, squad leader's son of the security department replied, Chief of Staff, although I cannot secure the top recruit, there is a soldier I genuinely wish to acquire. Might you consider a concession? Jiao Tongwei and this squad leader's son were old acquaintances. During the period of discipline and regulation, it was largely due to his assistance that numerous inspections were initiated. Squad leader's son, we are old friends. Do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is not one of the top 3 from the new recruits, I can accommodate your request. Thank you. Thank you. Which company does the soldier you desire belong to, and what is his name? He is from the first company of new recruits. I learned from the instructor there that this recruit is meticulous in training, possesses an upright character, approaches tasks methodically, and is intolerant of even the slightest imperfections. Oh, it appears that this new recruit is indeed quite suited for the role of an inspector. Jiao Tongwei chuckled as he took a sip of his tea. What is his name? Oh, it seems to be Wu Yuwei. Such a name evokes a sense of great potential. Suddenly, he spat his tea out in shock. Trembling, he raised his hand to point outside and exclaimed, Get out. What? What the hell? He bellowed, I demand you to leave immediately, without delay. Observing Jiao Tonghui's fervent reaction as he stood up, slamming his hands on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. It was evident that his agitation surpassed even that of the earlier debate over Meng Yan. Thus, squad leader's son felt increasingly convinced that Wu Yuwei was indeed a rare talent. The more exceptional the individual, the more imperative it became to secure his position within their inspection brigade. Only through this could they contribute to the construction of the barracks and bring about a qualitative transformation in the military's demeanor. After squad leader's son departed, Jiao Tonghui's face turned pale, and cold sweat began to beat on his forehead. He could hardly fathom the terrifying scenario that would ensue if Wu Yuwei, with his lack of awareness, were to assume the position of inspector. It seemed that the entire combined 7th Brigade would fall victim to his reign, and perhaps even the brigade commander and political commissar would find themselves standing at attention on the street corner, reciting regulations. To some extent, Jiao Tongwei believed this fellow could be even more dangerous and fearsome than Meng Yan. Hey, someone, go fetch the company instructor for me. Jiao Tongwei shouted as he unbuckled his belt. Tell him I need to see him, that I wish to treat him to a lavish meal, and he should hurry over without wasting a moment. Chapter 67, he stubbornly refuses to acknowledge that he is the Special Operations Commander. Where have you two been? In a large tent on the northern side of the outdoor training ground, Meng Yan, Xiu Bufan, and Li Qingguang were seated by the bed, engrossed in a game of landlord. Clearly, Meng Yan and Xiu Bufan were no match for Li Qingguang's card-playing prowess, as their faces were already covered with sticky notes. During a pause and shuffling, the three curiously glanced towards Zhang Su and Zhou Xiaoping, who had just returned from outside, inquiring about their whereabouts. With a dejected expression, Zhang Su sat down on a stool. We went to the 4th Company. What for? To find that newly transferred Special Operations Commander and have a chat. Did you learn anything? Nothing. Zhang Su shook his head in frustration. He refuses to admit that he is the Special Operations Officer sent for covert inspections. Meng Yan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is there a possibility that he truly isn't from the Special Operations? Zhang Su shook his head. Impossible. Zhou Xiaoping claims he has studied personnel assessment techniques and is 100% certain that this new recruit named Qi Guqing is the Special Operations Commander. Besides, what are the odds of him showing up at such a critical juncture? Moreover, have you heard his name? Qi Guqing? The name itself suggests a significant position, as it resonates with the notion of celebrating national holidays. But he doesn't acknowledge it, and you have no way to prove otherwise? Xiu Bufan interjected. Exactly, Zhang Su exclaimed, slapping his thigh in exasperation. Zhou Xiaoping and I speculated that perhaps the commander is employing this method to test our ability to maintain our judgment. And then? Meng Yan asked nonchalantly, flicking the paper notes on his head. Then we dragged him into the bushes and gave him a good thrashing to demonstrate that our judgment was not mistaken. Meng Yan, Xiu Bufan, and Li Qingguang all displayed expressions of dismay. It was evident that none from their platoon were ordinary individuals. Meng Yan pressed on. So, Did he acknowledge it this time? Zhang Su hesitated, finding it hard to articulate. Zhou Xiaoping, feeling awkward, chimed in. He did admit it, but it was in tears. I wondered how we managed to make this commander cry with our light touch. Meng Yan felt a twinge of sympathy for the young man, named Qi Guiqing. Perhaps it was your unwavering spirit that moved him? Li Qingguang, bemused, added, I think Meng Yan has a point. If you all perform well tonight and tomorrow morning, you will be one step closer to the Special Operations Unit. Tonight? Zhou Xiaoping and the others exchanged glances. Squad leader, isn't there just the live-fire shooting test left for tomorrow? What else is planned for tonight? Li Qingguang explained. The higher-ups have instructed that, to acclimate to life after joining the company, new recruits are to stand guard alongside veterans tonight. So each of you will take turns standing guard, 2 hours per person, with 2 people at a post. This counts as an extra credit activity. As long as you hand over your posts on time and do not leave early or neglect your duties, you will be fine. Particularly noteworthy is the imperative to remain vigilant during sentry duty. Your class leader has unfortunately learned this lesson the hard way. Upon hearing that they would be on guard duty that night, several new recruits expressed not discontent, but rather an unusual excitement. For these fledgling soldiers, every aspect of military life is a novel experience. While sentry duty is not customary for the new recruits, it is a responsibility that falls upon the seasoned squad leaders. In that moment, they fantasized about the day they would take their turn on guard, ideally encountering some nefarious characters under the cover of darkness, allowing them to apprehend these miscreants and thereby earn a third-class merit award. Li Qingguang chuckled at this notion. For it was not solely the new recruits who indulged in such fanciful thoughts during their watch. Even the veterans often found themselves daydreaming, ever hopeful for an opportunity to gain military accolades. This longing had not waned since he enlisted all those years ago. Xiao Bufan, do you still have the snacks you bought earlier? Li Qingguang inquired. Not anymore. That bunch of gluttons devoured them all yesterday, especially that fellow named Meng, who, like a crafty rat, snuck under the covers to munch on chips in the dead of night. Xiao Bufan glared intently at Meng Yan. Meanwhile, Meng Yan was preoccupied with picking at his nails, gazing up at the ceiling, contemplating the material of the tent, which appeared surprisingly sturdy. It was a testament to the durability of military supplies, though he wondered about their cost. Clearing his throat softly, Li Qingguang, with a mischievous grin, remarked, Meng Yan, the training is soon to conclude. As the deputy squad leader, wouldn't you like to make a gesture on the final day? For instance, I know of a plump lady outside who sells hand-grabbed pancakes that are simply delightful. They are particularly suited for young soldiers, and after finishing guard duty tonight, wouldn't it be splendid to indulge? I don't need the deputy's opinion. We all think it's a splendid idea. Before Meng Yan could respond, a chorus of voices eagerly chimed in with their agreement. With the end of their training imminent, tomorrow they would undergo live-fire assessments, and upon their return, they would receive their ranks. The following day, transport would whisk them away to various new units. Whether they would meet again remained uncertain, as a brigade is exceedingly vast, and it is not uncommon for some units to be separated by an entire city. Meng Yan, not one to be stingy, had consumed his fair share of the group's provisions during their time together, especially from the squad leader's stash. It was only fitting that he contribute something for this final occasion. No problem, leave it to me. Before departing, Li Qingguang pinned a note for him. The side gate of the camp was guarded by veterans, and to exit, one required a note. Fortunately, the veteran on duty at the gate knew Li Qingguang, and the stall selling hand-grabbed pancakes was conveniently located within sight, making it accessible during sentry duty. Thus, Meng Yan made his way effortlessly to the stall of the plump lady. Sister, I would like 10 hand-grabbed pancakes, please, the deluxe version, with extra sauce and lettuce. The plump lady, true to her name and weighing around 200 pounds, was in her 50s, her eyes crinkled with fine lines, her face and hands bearing the marks of time. Witnessing Meng Yan's extravagant order of 10 deluxe pancakes, along with his sweet address of sister, immediately brought a sparkle of joy to her face. Thus, he took the liberty of upgrading the deluxe version without any additional cost. Of course, a part of this decision was influenced by the fact that Meng Yan was a newcomer. The plump aunt resided in a nearby village and had been selling her hand-grabbed pancakes here for 2.5 years. Each time a new recruit visited her stall, she would purposely provide a little extra, reasoning that young men were still growing and needed to eat more. Consequently, her pancakes were consistently well received. And even at 7 or 8 in the evening, soldiers would stealthily slip out to support her business. As for whether her conscientiousness would lead to financial loss, that was unlikely. Whenever an officer came to purchase her pancakes, she would discreetly reduce the portion, with the cuts increasing according to rank. The aunt's logic was simple. Those in power were not lacking in sustenance, and it was likely they had health issues stemming from excess. So it was only fitting that the portion she withheld would benefit the new recruits. Do you want cilantro and chili? No picky eaters here. All right then. Sister, how much is it in total? For the deluxe version with pork tenderloin, ham, cheese slices, a small piece of steak, and a small serving of turkey noodles. It's 15 yuan each, totaling 150 for 10 portions. I'll also throw in 5 bottles of cola and 2 packs of spicy strips. Once I finish your order, I'll be ready to head back. Okay, thank you, sister. Meng Yan began to rummage through his pockets, only to suddenly freeze in alarm. Oh no, he had rushed out and forgotten his money. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he planned to excuse himself to retrieve his cash. However, just as he turned, 2 red bills unexpectedly landed on his face. Meng Yan was taken aback for a moment, quickly standing up straight and saluting the amiable cook instructor before him. Good day. Instructor Li. Take it, Li replied. Huh? What are you confused about? Li lowered his voice. You forgot your money, right? Take this to pay the bill. This 200 is a loan from me. Chapter 68, The Morale in Chaos, The Devil Within. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take it. It is already against the rules for new recruits to leave the barracks, and running around is utterly inappropriate. Meng Yan quickly nodded in gratitude, accepting the 200 yuan handed to him by Li Ao to make his payment. With the remaining 50 yuan, he went next door to an elderly man who was preparing to close up shop and ordered some fried skewers. With so many people in the squad, and with Miao Bufan being quite the hearty eater, coupled with the need to stand guard later in the evening, it was prudent to buy a little extra. At that moment, the plump lady was bustling about, skillfully preparing 10 deluxe hand-grab pancakes, a task that required considerable effort. The oil in the elderly man's fryer was sizzling away as he sequentially added various ingredients. Waiting for both sides to finish would likely take at least 10 minutes. Thus, taking advantage of the waiting time, Li Ao began to engage Meng Yan in casual conversation. Your name is Meng Yan, right? You're a university student? Yes. Which university do you attend? Linzhong University, majoring in electronic engineering. Such a handsome young man. Why did you choose to enlist? Wasn't university life enjoyable? University life is indeed wonderful, but I have a passion for the military. I enjoy being a soldier. What's wrong with that, Sergeant? Under the glow of the Baroque lights, Meng Yan's eyes radiated a clarity unique to university students, complemented by his sunny and cheerful appearance. Li Ao thought to himself that if he were a young girl, he would undoubtedly be enamored by such a charm. Of course, even an older woman would not be exempt from the allure. Previously, he had noticed that Meng Yan was exceptionally sweet-tongued when purchasing items. He had the plump lady selling the hand-grab pancakes laughing heartily, even adding extra ingredients to his order. Li Ao distinctly remembered that when he had come to buy the deluxe hand-grab pancake just a couple of days prior, there hadn't been nearly as many toppings, let alone any complimentary extras. Thus, aside from his outstanding assessment scores and high military aptitude, Li Ao believed Meng Yan to be an excellent candidate for reconnaissance and infiltration. Naturally charming and possessing an innate likability, he would find it effortless to infiltrate enemy lines and lower their guard. Such individuals are truly gifted spies, seemingly blessed by fate itself. It is worth noting that such talents cannot be cultivated through mere training. They are the very essence of what the special forces require. Furthermore, Li Ao had learned through various channels that Meng Yan had recently cooperated with a senior officer to successfully infiltrate a pyramid scheme scam ring, working alongside the armed police and public security to dismantle the criminal organization entirely. What sort of place is a pyramid scheme scam ring? While it may not be a dragon's lair or a hellish abyss, it is rife with deceit and treachery. To endure such an environment, one must possess exceptional psychological resilience and formidable stress management skills. Even professionals like them would hesitate to claim they could gain the trust of such individuals in a short span of time. Infiltration is akin to walking on thin ice. A moment's carelessness could lead to exposure, jeopardizing the entire operation. Therefore, Li Ao believed that Meng Yan was a soldier of remarkable potential, one who could endure hardships, bravely confront malevolent forces, consistently prioritize the collective, and exhibited exceptional military qualities. Such a new recruit, worthy of being absorbed by the Bloodwolf Special Forces, can only be entrusted to their elite unit for training. Li Ao tilted the corner of his mouth at a 45-degree angle, his jaw slightly raised. No more pretense. I am a special soldier, and I have laid my cards on the table. Meng Yan, you are about to join the battalion. Have you ever considered being assigned to the Special Forces? No. Do you wish to join? Not at all. Meng Yan's refusal was unequivocal, devoid of any hesitation, leaving Li Ao utterly confounded. How could a new recruit be disinclined to enter the special operations? Previously, he had witnessed a group of fools dragging a young recruit from the 4th Company into the grass to beat him, all to force him to admit he was a special operations leader. This indicated that the term Special Forces held substantial prestige and acclaim among the recruits. After all, it is the pinnacle of the army, a realm accessible only to the elite and exceptional individuals from various units. Yet now, Meng Yan had outright rejected it without a moment's thought. He suddenly recalled that just 2 days prior, before the new training assessment began, this lad had responded to their company commander. At that time, Meng Yan had stated he was willing to serve in any capacity, ready to obey commands and follow arrangements. Could it be that this lad lacked conviction? That seemed unlikely. Or perhaps, Meng Yan believed that based on his current abilities, he could not aspire to join the Special Forces, thus refraining from raising his expectations? Yes, it must be the latter. This young man is indeed quite humble. Young man, you have once again successfully captured the attention of the Special Operations Commander. Li Ao inquired with a smile. Why the reluctance? Do you feel you lack the opportunity, or do you believe fortune will not smile upon you? Meng Yan shook his head. I fear exhaustion. Li Ao. His smile abruptly froze on his face, as if encased in a thick layer of wax. To join the army and yet fear fatigue? Commander, that is not the way to speak. Certain positions are indeed comfortable, and I actually prefer a technical role, which facilitates remaining in the unit and offers excellent prospects for advancement. Although Meng Yan's response was candid, it greatly irked Li Ao. It had always been the Special Forces who turned others away. No one had ever rejected them. Moreover, he was merely a new recruit. If this were to spread, Li Ao would have nowhere to hide his face. Li Ao, with a forced smile, remarked, technical roles are commendable, but while entry may be easy, mastering it and making a name for oneself is no simple task. Furthermore, although Special Forces training is arduous, it allows one to undertake missions everywhere, achieve merit, and bask in glory and honor. Do you not aspire to be adorned with medals, becoming a source of pride for your parents? I am an orphan. My parents passed away long ago, Meng Yan replied. Then do you not wish to carry a first-class merit plaque back home, to hang it in the ancestral hall, to be inscribed in the county records, to be recorded in military history? My family has no other relatives, nor do we have an ancestral hall. I have always lived in school dormitories or rented houses. It seems I cannot even display a plaque? Li Ao's forehead throbbed with veins, and he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. The journey necessitates observation and documentation of numerous individuals, yet Meng Yan's dossier remains elusive. Consequently, the specifics of his familial situation are shrouded in ambiguity, particularly the fact that he is an orphan, having lost both parents. What is known, however, is that he is a university student with remarkable military aptitude. Alas, it seems impossible to breach his defenses. They are as impenetrable as a fortress, impervious even to a blade's edge. Thus, Li Ao can only muster a strained smile and, in a gentle tone, inquire, doesn't every young soldier yearn to make their mark? Indeed, Meng Yan's response instantly provided Li Ao with a new avenue to explore. In conventional forces, one might never realize such aspirations. Yet joining the Special Operations could unveil boundless possibilities. Chasing dreams under the blue sky, striving for glory, Meng Yan mused, suspecting that this Special Operations leader might have once been entrenched in a pyramid scheme. The insidious phrases flowed seamlessly, designed to entice the naive and ambitious, like himself. So, what do you think? Are you tempted to join? Yet, Meng Yan hesitated. I still don't quite wish to. How could he express such reluctance after such an enticing pitch? Li Ao suppressed his inner fury, forcing a smile as he queried whether Meng Yan harbored any biases against Special Forces. Meng Yan candidly replied, I feel that special troops might not be particularly intelligent. Li Ao's expression momentarily faltered. He had never anticipated such a retort from Meng Yan. Are you implying they possess brawn but lack brains? Exactly. What nonsense is this? I am a special. Hey, young man, your skewers are ready. A voice called out from nearby. Meng Yan promptly scampered over, returning with a small bag of food. The aroma of the fried skewers was tantalizing, making even Li Ao, who had just finished dinner, swallow hard. Meng Yan inquired, Squad leader, may I continue? Li Ao forcefully swallowed his saliva. What I meant was, Special Forces undertake the most perilous missions. They are warriors emerging from the depths of hell. How could they possibly be simple-minded, brawny individuals? Moreover, Hey, your 10 deluxe handheld pancakes are ready. Would you like to pick them up, or should I bring them to you? No need. I can get them myself, Meng Yan replied cheerfully, dashing off to the friendly call of a plump woman. Once again interrupted, Li Ao felt as though he had been struck by lightning, fire igniting in his eyes and his body trembling. In that moment, he sensed the turmoil within, as if his very essence were surging, threatening to erupt at any moment. Chapter 69. Armed with iodine, disinfecting as he smokes. Young man, is this your cola and spicy strips? She inquired. What is your name? How old are you? Do you have a partner? Would you like me to introduce you to someone? I have a niece who just turned 18 and is quite lovely. Meanwhile, Li Ao, left to his own devices, felt the veins on his forehead pulsating like worms. It had only been a mere 10 minutes since he had first engaged with Meng Yan, yet within this brief span, he had endured an immeasurable assault on his composure. In those fleeting moments, it seemed he had expended a lifetime's worth of pent-up frustration. Throughout this ordeal, the other party's demeanor remained utterly unchanged, compounding his frustration. Li Ao had to suppress his ire towards this novice recruit to maintain the dignity of his superior and fulfill the directives handed down to him, a particularly irksome predicament. Had a female colleague been in his place, she would likely have been reduced to tears, her emotions spiraling into chaos. Li Squad Leader, do you eat hand-grabbed pancakes? Meng Yan returned, politely inquiring. No. Li Ao gritted his teeth, slowly turning his head. That's good to know. Meng Yan mused inwardly. He had merely been extending a courtesy, not genuinely offering anything, as distributing food based on headcount would mean diminishing the number of personnel in their squad. By the way, Li Squad Leader, where were we? You mentioned you were something special? Honestly, Meng Yan, I am an intelligence officer for the Bloodwolf Special Forces. I've come to scout for suitable new recruits. You are exceptional. I believe you would be a perfect fit. With a surge of determination, Li Ao laid everything bare. Now, give me a straightforward answer. Do you wish to become a Special Forces soldier? If so, I can take you with me immediately. Meng Yan queried. What if I do not wish to? Li Ao replied. If you do not wish to, I can also report to my superiors. And with a formal transfer order, I can have you forcibly reassigned. The Bloodwolf holds significant privileges in the Southeast Combat Zone. Anyone we desire, apart from the esteemed my sway, cannot be obstructed. Meng Yan found these special forces rather overbearing. The grassroots units had invested many years nurturing their talents, only for the Bloodwolf to whisk them away with a mere transfer order. It was akin to a painstakingly raised daughter suddenly being taken away by a reckless youth on a motorcycle who brazenly declares, "Old ding, your daughter belongs to me now." I am not negotiating, merely informing you. Years later, that once beautiful daughter could be left in a state of disarray, carelessly discarded at will. The elimination rate for special forces is notoriously high. Being accepted does not guarantee permanence. Many find themselves eventually returned to their original units due to declining training performance or other reasons, having missed the golden era and returned as a battle-hardened veteran after a lengthy absence. The elite soldier found it exceedingly challenging to readapt to the rhythm of his former unit, now transformed beyond recognition. Ultimately, he hastily chose to retire, bringing an end to his military career. Nevertheless, the allure of special operations continues to attract countless aspiring warriors. Despite the high attrition rate, this rigorous selection process effectively ensures the formidable combat prowess of the special forces, enabling them to triumph against any adversary. However, Meng Yan harbored no desire to join the special operations, believing instead that he was currently ill-suited for such an elite unit. The pace of special operations was too swift. His own system was more developmental in nature. Although he could achieve merit and showcase his skills in that environment, Meng Yan preferred to hone his abilities first, enhancing his magical resistance, physical defense, and endurance before seeking experience in the special forces. It was akin to the process in the game DNF, where one reaches level 18 by gradually progressing through the Sky City, rather than recklessly tackling the formidable Tianwei behemoth during the novice phase when one's skills were not fully developed. While it might be feasible to rely on cheats to advance, he saw no necessity for such shortcuts. Therefore, Meng Yan remained steadfast in his previous convictions. He did not express reluctance to join. Rather, he believed that Special Forces personnel lacked sophistication. He cited an example from the television drama Special One, where the Wolf Fong team was duped by the inept rookie Xiao Shuang during an exercise, not only falling for his poor acting, but also losing 200 yuan in the process. If the commander of a special operations team could be so foolish, how intelligent could his soldiers possibly be? Li Ao, upon hearing this, was taken aback, unsure where to begin expressing his disbelief. Was this truly the reason? It seemed Meng Yan had been misled by the dramatizations of television, leading him to perceive special forces as brutish and simple-minded. Li Ao took a deep breath and patiently explained that such portrayals were mere fabrications, entirely divorced from reality. He emphasized, particularly, the absurdity of the female intelligence officer who allowed a drug lord to take hostages, despite the multitude of guards present. The director's choice to include such a scene was nothing short of a travesty, tarnishing the reputation of their elite units. "Young Ming," he continued, "you may not have first-hand experience, but real Special Forces personnel are exceptionally astute, with piercing insight. They cannot be easily deceived by a rookie. Nor would they allow themselves to be swindled out of 200 yuan. That would be sheer folly." Meng Yan regarded him with earnest seriousness, remaining silent. He glanced down at the 200 yuan worth of late-night snacks in his hand, contemplating that sometimes the truth can indeed be quite hurtful. And perhaps it was best left unspoken. "Well then, I shall think it over. That should suffice, right?" "Of course, I await your response," Li Ao nodded, permitting him to leave. After watching Meng Yan depart, he quickly retrieved a small notebook from his pocket, furiously striking through Meng Yan's name and the accompanying asterisk with such intensity that he nearly tore the page. Absolutely must not allow him to join the Special Forces. This fellow is nothing short of a devil, utterly detestable. Li Ao, having been entrusted with a critical mission by the captain, found himself among several intelligence operatives embedded within conventional troops, his mind already settled into a serene state of calm. He would remain unperturbed even if a tank were to charge towards him at full speed. Yet, when confronted by Meng Yan moments ago, he felt an overwhelming surge of blood and fury, countless times wishing to pin this rascal to the ground and deliver a thorough beating. He contemplated emptying an entire magazine from his assault rifle into him, followed by obliterating the remains with a high-explosive grenade. Even a seasoned intelligence officer like him was thrown off balance, let alone the others from the Blood Wolf Special Forces. If Meng Yan were to be inducted, it wouldn't be long before a horde would be clamoring to eliminate the scoundrel. As for the $200 he lent Meng Yan, Li Ao deemed it a loss, akin to a lottery ticket that failed to win. His only wish was to never cross paths with that brat again. Ideally, never, ever again. Meanwhile, Meng Yan, laden with bags, hurried back, his face alight with joy and satisfaction, a grin stretching across his features. He never anticipated that a simple outing to buy a hand-grabbed pancake could trigger such a serendipitous effect. Indeed, it was the passive skill he had previously acquired, disguised college student, guaranteed 200 upon going out. This ability, initially perceived as an abstract conceptual skill, seemed to yield unexpected results merely through the act of embodying a particular role or identity. However, it now appeared that its passive effect was equally potent, especially when dealing with special forces, proving to be exceedingly deceptive. After all, under normal circumstances, who would frivolously masquerade as a wealthy individual, spending 200 to cover a stranger's bill? Nevertheless, Meng Yan was not one to take advantage of others, since the money was borrowed. He felt an obligation to return it. Upon delivering his items, he promptly headed to the logistics canteen to repay Li Ao, only to discover that he was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had never existed, vanished without a trace. Inquiring among other veterans, Meng Yan learned that Li Ao had seemingly received an urgent order and hastily departed the base on a tricycle. Rumor had it that he pedaled away at such a pace that the chain was nearly smoking, raising questions about the nature of his significant task. Given that Li Ao had been temporarily assigned from another unit to serve as the acting cook team leader, this sudden departure likely meant he would not return. Initially, Meng Yan had intended to give the money to the veterans to return on his behalf, but with Li Ao gone, that plan was no longer viable. Yet, Meng Yan had always understood the principle of borrowing and returning, knowing that it is not difficult to borrow again. Even children's songs sing, "I found a penny by the roadside and handed it to the police officer." Although the skill set allows for others to willingly give, Meng Yan, as a young man of the new era, feels it is inappropriate to take 200 from someone without cause. Would that not make the other party a fool? If the opportunity arises in the future to further his training with the Blood Wolf Special Forces, he would return the money to Li Ao then. With the passive skill in place, if he goes there, Meng Yan would only earn more. Who knows? He might even strike it rich. The mere thought of waking up each day to Special Forces knocking on his door, offering him 200 for various reasons, brings a smile to his face. As he exited the temporary cafeteria, Meng Yan happened to pass by the tent where Company Commander Jiao Tongwei was resting and working. He paused at the entrance, then stepped back, intrigued by the sounds of stern reprimands emanating from within. "Are you foolish?" Squad leader's son came to request someone, and you chose to recommend that Wu Yue? That kid is utterly clueless, lacking any understanding of human affairs. If he becomes a squad leader, he'll be the first to stop our vehicles. And then it will be the brigade commander's turn. Within a week, he would dare to stop the cars of the division commander and the army commander. Do you want our brigade to face daily reports and reprimands, making our lives a living hell for an entire year? Sir, I understand my mistake. It was not intentional, the instructor admitted, looking dejected. If apologies were effective, why would we need the arm belt? Zhao Tongwei tightened the two segments of the armed belt in his hands, creating a sharp sound as it whipped through the air. The instructor, Lu Shan, then produced 2 bottles of iodine and alcohol, prepared in advance. The instructor trembled in fear. Is this the so-called method of disinfecting while punishing with the belt? Zhao Tongwei, exuding an air of philosophical authority, asked, do you want stars or squares? I don't want any, came the hesitant reply. Then I shall choose for you. A buy one get one free, both stars and squares. The sounds of the instructor's lament echoed from the tent, and Meng Yan could not help but smirk. After merely 10 minutes of witnessing the scene, he found it unbearable to continue watching. The situation was so extreme that, if uncensored, it would hardly pass the broadcasting standards. No more, it would only lead to nightmares. As Meng Yan turned to leave, he caught sight of a figure lurking behind a nearby tree, casting furtive glances. It appeared to be the new recruit, Qi Guoqing. Qi Guoqing, having noticed Meng Yan, visibly panicked momentarily before emerging from behind the tree. Adjusting his clothes as if nothing had occurred, and awkwardly turning to walk away. Meng Yan shrugged it off, indifferent, as he did not know the boy. And he was not even from their training base. As the two individuals brushed past one another, heading in opposite directions. The newly enlisted soldier, named Qi Guoqing, experienced a sudden flicker in his mind. Following this, a string of vivid crimson numbers quietly materialized above his head. 48, 42, 22, Chapter 70. Astonishing. The efficacy of military dog bath water is remarkable. Are you the new recruit, Wu Yue? Reporting, sir. It is I. Wu Yue's eyes sparkled with fervor, akin to 2 radiant bulbs. He stood erect, his posture as straight as if a mop handle were inserted along his spine. Squad leader's son, a vigilant overseer, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, a fitting name. The youth is promising. Unperturbed, Wu Yue seized the initiative to speak. Sir, I wish to accompany you. I aspire to serve in the inspection unit. Squad leader's son raised an eyebrow. Having summoned the soldier from his tent under the cover of night to gauge his disposition, he did not anticipate such eagerness and commitment from the recruit. Then tell me, why do you desire to join the inspection unit? I aim to rectify the military's discipline and decorum. Oh, intriguing. The squad leader's expression revealed surprise. Clearly unprepared for such an earnest response. He had expected the young man to utter grandiose platitudes, perhaps asserting the sanctity of the position or his role as a defender of regulations. He favored straightforward individuals, those who eschewed circumlocution and subterfuge. So, you believe there are significant issues with the current military decorum? Indeed. Wu Yue straightened his chest, displaying no trace of hesitation. He candidly recounted the disorder he had observed during his 3 months of training in the barracks, detailing instances of veteran soldiers congregating to smoke, carelessly discarding cigarette butts, and polluting the environment. New recruits defying regulations by secretly ordering takeout, showing no signs of reform. And the clandestine dissemination of addictive electronic distractions and online novels, diverting soldiers' attention from their training. As squad leader's son listened, his eyes gleamed with interest. While others might perceive this as fault-finding, he regarded these infractions as opportunities for improvement. Continue, what else? Additionally, while assisting in the kitchen, I noticed the veterans in the cooking unit washing vegetables carelessly, merely rinsing them before cooking, which starkly violated health standards. The instructor's gait was improper, failing to meet military conduct norms, and I witnessed him limping on 2 occasions. The company commander frequently ventured out unshaven, with stubble visible, and his spittle flew during speeches, tarnishing the image of a soldier. Our platoon leader has even more issues. Enough. Squad leader's son regarded him as if he were a precious gem, gripping Wu Yue's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. You, my lad, are born to be an inspector. You possess a keen eye for identifying issues, unafraid of authority, and the courage to rectify mistakes. Tomorrow, I will personally drive over to collect you. You are already reserved for our inspection unit, understood? Yes. Wu Yue saluted with fervor, his heart brimming with excitement. At last, he was able to join the unit he had long desired, contributing to the construction of the army. Batsungku, Come with me. What instructions do you have, Captain? Following the 4th Company commander, Dai Tsung-Hu stepped out of the tent and arrived beneath a tree. The commander, with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded him with a serious expression. In light of your past brazen behaviors in your previous unit, the higher-ups intend to assign you to the most remote and arduous locations after your transfer to serve on border patrol and temper your character. However, the remuneration will not be low. After 2 years, it could alleviate some of your financial burdens. What are your thoughts? I have no thoughts. I will resolutely obey orders. Dai Tsung-Hu replied without a moment's hesitation. Observing his decisiveness, the 4th Company commander raised an eyebrow and teased, "You were once the champion soldier in your unit, favored by the squad leader, cherished by the company commander, and adored by the regiment commander. Now, you can accept being sent to the most desolate, inhospitable place?" Dai Tsung-Hu forced a bitter smile. "Captain, please refrain from jesting. I was once full of bravado without real achievement, yet my ego soared. Rest assured, no matter where I am stationed on the border, I will fulfill every duty and guard every inch of land with utmost responsibility. However, Captain, there is one favor I would like to ask." "Speak," the 4th Company commander said, regarding him intently. "Could you please deliver these letters to my brothers in the old unit?" Dai Tsung-Hu hurried back to the tent, retrieving several envelopes from his backpack and handing them to the commander. "What are these?" "Apology letters," he replied. "They are addressed to comrades and superiors who treated me well, yet whom I have wronged." With a rueful smile, Dai Tsung-Hu continued, "I had intended to apologize to each of them after my transfer. But once I go to the border, I fear I may never have the chance to meet them again." So, the 4th Company commander looked at the thick stack of handwritten letters in his hands, his expression growing complex. It was as if he were witnessing a stubborn stone gradually transforming into a piece of uncut jade. Yet, he did not acquiesce to the request. "Had I known this day would come, would I have acted differently?" He scoffed coldly, returning the letters to Dai Tsung-Hu. "You once had a bright future ahead of you. Now, look at how you've ended up. Do you feel regret, shame?" Dai Tsung-Hu inhaled deeply and sighed. "Regret, indeed. I am filled with remorse. In my youthful arrogance, I was self-assured, but regret changes nothing. As adults, we must bear the consequences of our actions." He chose not to say more, tightly clutching the envelopes, resolved to find another opportunity to apologize in person. The scars of those he had hurt remained, untouched by the passage of time. This was Dai Tsung-Hu's inner turmoil. To move forward, he needed to confront each of them. "Captain, I will return now," he said and began to walk away. But just as he was about to leave, the 4th Company commander called him back and tossed something into his arms. Dai Tsung-Hu paused, surprised to find it was a military newspaper. He could not comprehend why the captain would give him a newspaper. "Open it and see." "Yes," he replied. Dai Tsung-Hu took 2 steps towards the light and opened the military newspaper. Initially, he found nothing noteworthy. It was not until he glimpsed an article on the reverse side that he became intrigued. The title read, "Astonishing. The bathwater of a decade-old military dog holds remarkable benefits." The article narrated the tale of a young man who once thrived in the military, winning countless accolades and being cherished by his peers. However, blinded by ambition, he naively believed that applying the same fervor from the military to civilian life would ensure entrepreneurial success, soaring to heights admired by all. Unfortunately, his lack of business acumen led him to be deceived by franchise partners and betrayed by associates, resulting in a complete financial ruin of his $1 million investment within 2 years, plunging him into substantial debt. Ultimately, he had no choice but to return to the military. Yet, by a twist of fate, after consuming the bathwater of a 10-year-old military dog named Black Tiger, he experienced an epiphany, awakening to a newfound resolve to strive for success once more. The narrative poignantly highlighted the young man's remorse, heartache, and tears, as well as his feelings of guilt and apology towards his former comrades. At the conclusion of the article, Dai Tsung-Hu noticed 2 signatures: editor, Wei Songjiang. Material provided by Meng Yan. Trembling, he gently set the newspaper down. Under the warm yellow light, he saw the smiling faces of the company commander, squad leader, and veteran sergeants. The squad leader smiled and said, "In truth, we ceased to harbor resentment once we learned of your secret apology letter." The veteran sergeants added, "We have all witnessed your efforts during this time and recognize your genuine remorse. A prodigal son's return is invaluable. Once comrades, always comrades." The company commander approached, gently patting the tears streaming down Dai Tsung-Hu's face, saying, "I was merely trying to frighten you earlier. We were comrades then, and we remain so now. Soldiers of the great Xian never abandon or forsake one another." Furthermore, you must sincerely thank Meng Yan, had he not informed the old commander of your situation. This article would not have been published, nor would it have caught the attention of the camp educator, the former instructor Zhang. You are fortunate. Your talent and awakening are commendable, and we are prepared to welcome you back. The path ahead is indeed formidable, yet now you shall begin anew. Dai Tsung-hu, upon returning to the company, shall join us. With a sudden thud, Dai Tsung-hu's knees struck the earth. His body leaned back, one arm shielding his face. Weeping inconsolably, like a child lost for many years, suffering in exile, finally returning home. Not far away, Meng Yan, shaking off the water from his hands after visiting the restroom, happened upon this poignant scene outside the company tent. With a smile, he wiped his hands on his clothing and entered the tent, exclaiming, "Come, come, let us play cards. Let us play cards, let us have a couple of rounds." Chapter 71. You stand night duty. Do you listen to ghost stories? Niu Bufan, you are inherently a remarkable specimen, a rare talent among reconnaissance soldiers. On a moonlit night, beside a thicket, the instructor, clutching his waist, summoned Niu Bufan for a conversation. Niu Bufan looked at him with an expression of curiosity and couldn't help but inquire, "Instructor, are you all right?" The instructor waved his hand, spitting out a toothpick, and replied, "I didn't pay attention and wrenched my back while walking, but it's not a big issue. Once the assessment concludes tomorrow, the final list for the new platoon will be determined. Are you willing to join me? Your class leader, Li Chengwang, is also from the 7th Company. I can assign you to his class, and he will guide you. Our 7th Company has a long-standing history, countless achievements, well-maintained facilities, comfortable dormitories, and delicious meals at the cafeteria, ideal for someone from a military family like you." Niu Bufan hesitated before responding, "Instructor, may I ask, which company is Meng Yan assigned to?" The instructor replied solemnly, "His destination is rather special. It's best if you refrain from inquiring further." "Is it special operations?" Niu Bufan asked. But the instructor clarified, "No, he remains within our brigade." "All right then." Niu Bufan contemplated for a moment. "In that case, I will follow my class leader and join you in the 7th Company." The instructor instantly smiled. "Great. Let us settle that then. Please call Jiangsu over. I'd like to ask him if he is willing." "Understood." Upon returning, Niu Bufan called Jiangsu outside, saying the instructor wished to discuss his assignment for the new platoon. The youthful Jiangsu, brimming with excitement, hurriedly dashed out. At this point, it was already past 9 in the evening. New recruits from various squads were being summoned by leaders from different units. Each of these individuals had distinguished themselves during the training assessments and routine exercises, despite the fact that there was still a live-fire assessment scheduled for the following morning. Those outstanding recruits had already been earmarked by various unit officers. It was akin to picking peaches. Only the finest were chosen swiftly, while others were left behind. 3 to the 2. Bombs away. A small 4. Shuffle, shuffle. With no training scheduled for the night and the imminent deployment of new recruits, discipline was relatively relaxed. At this moment, the new recruits from the 3rd Squad were gathered around their beds, engaged in a lively game of poker. Taking advantage of a shuffle break, Meng Yan sipped on a cola gifted by a comrade. He stretched his neck and observed the tent entrance, where new recruits were continually entering and exiting, a look of confusion in his eyes. He too was waiting for someone to discuss his post-assignment after the deployment. Yet, as time passed, no one called for him, leaving him rather disheartened. Was it that I did not perform well enough? Or have I been too low-key in my demeanor? What did you say? The temporary mess sergeant, Li Ao, is involved in intelligence within the Special Forces? Under the cover of night, a pine forest lay approximately 200 to 300 meters north of the outdoor training camp. Meng Yan and Niu Bufan stood resolutely in the biting cold, each bearing a Type 95 assault rifle, diligently maintaining their vigil from 2 to 4 in the night. It was rumored that a certain veteran named Li Ao was a member of the Blood Wolf Special Operations Team, which left Niu Bufan astounded, his eyes widening in disbelief. His astonishment deepened upon hearing that not only did Li Ao wish to recruit Meng Yan, but he had also generously treated him to a meal worth 200 yuan. Could it be that a Special Forces operative was idly infiltrating our ranks? I had thought our squad leader was jesting with us. Indeed. I was somewhat taken aback as well. So, why didn't you accept? I was particularly inclined to go. Why is that? I prefer to pursue a technical path. It's more comfortable and convenient for staying in the unit, and it would facilitate my future application to a military academy. Do you know which unit you might be assigned to in 2 days? No, no one has approached me to discuss it all night, and it's rather frustrating. Even Zhou Xiaoping and Zhang Su know where they're headed, while I remained completely in the dark. Xiao Bufan pondered seriously and remarked, "Could it be that the brigade commander intends to bring you closer, to serve as his clerk or communicator? I'm not sure. Perhaps our company commander wishes to transfer you to the staff department to learn how to be an aide? That seems unlikely. We still hold some leverage over him. Don't we? It must be that the former commander Wei Songjiang wants to take you under his wing, recognizing your extraordinary potential and wishing to mentor you further. Who knows? In any case, my expectations are modest. I simply hope to be assigned to a unit with minimal tasks, high pay, excellent benefits, ample holidays, less training, and convenient transportation, where I can enjoy leisurely mornings and where the leadership isn't overly demanding. Are you making a wish with me?" Xiao Bufan exclaimed incredulously. "Among those who enlist, 99.99% desires such a unit. Is that so? Then I shall surely be among the successful 0.001%. The two did not linger on this topic, as the prospect of unit assignments stirred a certain melancholy. After more than 3 months of camaraderie, sharing meals, lodging, and rest, bonds had formed among them. Thus, discussions of parting inevitably cast a pall over their spirits, evoking feelings of loneliness. Xiao Bufan then recounted a humorous incident, mentioning how he had seen their instructor limping as if he had suffered a grievous injury, his behavior quite peculiar. Meng Yan chuckled and explained the reason behind it, clarifying that the instructor had erred and was thus subjected to a dual reprimand from the company commander and the training officer. The arm belt, soaked in iodine, had been most gratifying. Had there been a mobile phone, he would have recorded it as potent evidence against Jiao Tongwei and his accomplices. Upon hearing that a fellow named Wei Wei might be assigned to the inspection unit, Xiao Bufan furrowed his brow in concern. He had a foreboding sense that if Wei Wei indeed donned the white cap, life in the new unit could become quite challenging. Furthermore, it seemed that the leadership within the entire brigade could potentially be affected. Though the military is governed by ironclad discipline, it is not devoid of warmth and humanity. Appointing someone oblivious to social nuances and rigid in his approach as a sentry can wreak havoc akin to a tornado devastating a parking lot. In the biting cold, two figures stood by the pine forest, resembling shadows merging into the surrounding darkness. The woods were eerily silent, devoid of even the faintest chirp of insects or the songs of birds, save for the rustling of branches. The 2 hours of watch seemed interminable, particularly from 2 to 4 in the morning, a time fraught with tedium and the struggle to remain vigilant against the encroaching drowsiness. To alleviate the monotony, the duo first gazed upward, counting stars until their eyes grew weary, then began to hum melodies in their minds, ranging from popular hits of the 80s to the most current earworms. They even rehearsed various strategies for confronting potential threats. After this mental exercise, they glanced at their watches and were dismayed to find that merely 10 minutes had elapsed. Xiao Bufan opened his mouth wide and let out a significant yawn, which promptly spread contagiously to Meng Yan. The two exchanged yawns like a game of catch. The most dreaded watch was indeed from 2 to 4, as it was when fatigue weighed heaviest upon them. Suddenly, an idea struck Meng Yan. He retrieved a walkie-talkie from his waist and adjusted the channel. Static crackled through, as if searching for a signal. "What are you doing?" "Just trying to find a broadcast to pass the time." In his previous life, Meng Yan would secretly listen to the radio during his watch to stave off boredom, keeping the volume low to avoid detection. Moreover, their watch position was somewhat isolated, reducing the likelihood of being interrupted. If someone did approach, they could simply turn off the radio. Before long, Meng Yan found a late-night broadcasting channel, where it seemed someone was narrating a story. In the bedroom, the male protagonist was suddenly petrified by the sight before him, rendered speechless, as a pair of blood-stained, red embroidered shoes appeared beside his bed. A chill breeze swept through, raising goosebumps on the backs of Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan. It was a late-night horror story station, specializing in frightening tales to aid sleep. "No, this is dull." "Yes, indeed, not frightening at all." "Humph." Child's play, utterly lacking in thrill. No mythical creature could withstand a single shot from a 40mm or the battalion commander's artillery. Suddenly, a piercing whistle shattered the stillness of the night, jolting the two listeners from their eerie reverie. Xiao Bufan's legs nearly buckled, almost causing him to kneel, were it not for Meng Yan's steadying hand. Almost immediately, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Li Chengwang's frantic voice. "Meng Yan, Xiao Bufan, you two need to return immediately. There has been a serious incident." Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan exchanged a glance and hurried back, only to discover the camp in complete disarray. All the lights were on, and both veterans and recruits had risen from their beds, swiftly assembling into formation. Standing in the ranks, Meng Yan quickly inquired about the situation. A recruit had quietly fled during the midnight watch. Who would dare to be so bold? That newcomer, Chi Guqing, who was pushed in just before the assessment. My goodness. This fellow is audacious. To escape just as we are about to be deployed. Could it be a premeditated act? Xiao Bufan surveyed the chaotic scene around him and, perplexed, asked, is it really necessary to create such a commotion over a single runaway recruit? Why have so many been stirred? Li Qingwang, with a stern face, replied gravely. That rascal took a gun with him. Hiss. Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan could not help but gasp in shock. Fleeing is already a serious breach of discipline. But absconding with a weapon is truly a path to ruin. Chapter 72 Military Law, never a trivial matter. Life after retirement is truly dull. It has been 30 days since the great goose departed. I still miss it. Those new recruits seem to have vanished, having not returned for many days. I wonder what to have for lunch. I am quite famished. My back feels slightly itchy. Perhaps it is time for a bath? I should scratch it. At the new training base, within the logistics doghouse, the canine sergeant, Black Tiger, lay languidly on the ground, gazing at the sky, lost in contemplation of canine existence. Suddenly, he sensed a flea hopping on his body, curling up to nibble at his fur in a futile attempt to rid himself of it. He recalled the last time he had a bath. 2 new recruits had filled a large basin with warm water, massaging and kneading him in a manner that was simply divine. One recruit was particularly attentive, possessing exceptional massage skills, while the other displayed a rather lascivious gaze, sneakily inspecting the area where Black Tiger's progeny would emerge, as if pondering some nefarious thoughts. Furthermore, there was a reckless individual who had the audacity to drink his bathwater, claiming it opened one's mind. After a moment of grooming, Black Tiger turned his head toward the back door of the dining hall, realizing that lunch was not yet prepared. He once again drooped his head, closed his eyelids, and prepared to doze off for a while longer. Suddenly, his nose twitched. An unmistakably familiar scent wafted into his consciousness. Black Tiger hastily scrambled from his nest, fixating on a distant figure, his tail spinning like a propeller in excitement. Black Tiger, come here. Woof. Black Tiger barked joyfully, sprinting toward the person with utmost speed. The individual scooped him up and carried him to the vehicle. Witnessing this scene, a seasoned logistics soldier dashed into the kitchen of the dining hall. Sergeant, there's no need to prepare Black Tiger's lunch. Why not? I just saw Black Tiger being taken by the brigade commander. What? The brigade commander took Black Tiger? Why was there no notification? His lunch was all ready. I even carved an apple into the shape of a little rabbit, fearing he wouldn't eat. The logistics soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed as to why the brigade commander had suddenly appeared to take the dog away. Was it for vaccination or perhaps to arrange a breeding? At that moment, they collectively turned their gaze toward the large chunks of beef, marrow bones, and the apple sculpted into a rabbit shape, freshly retrieved from the basin. Such a child, choosing to dine out at midday when his meal is prepared, truly. He gives us no peace of mind. Indeed, the beef, the bones, and the sausages, along with the yogurt, are all ready, and yet he opts to eat elsewhere. Well, let us endure a bit of inconvenience this noon, lest the food be wasted. If Black Tiger does not eat, we shall feast instead. Come. Let us heat the oil and prepare for a midday feast. Let us indulge in a dish of scallion beef, braised large bone, and candied apples. Little did the Black Tiger anticipate that its departure would inadvertently provide a feast for the veterans remaining in the training base's mess hall. At that moment, a military jeep had already exited the gates of the training base, speeding down the highway. In the back seat, Brigade Commander Song Siyuan affectionately rubbed the Black Tiger's head, who nestled closer into his embrace, like a child incessantly seeking affection. Despite being drenched in the creature's saliva, Song Siyuan felt more remorse than anything else. After graduating from the military academy, he was assigned as a company commander in the reconnaissance battalion. Subsequently, due to operational requirements, a military dog unit was established within the battalion. Taking on a leading role, Song Siyuan partnered with the Black Tiger, who was then just under a month old and still required feeding with milk. Following the establishment of the military dog unit, the reconnaissance battalion surged ahead, achieving remarkable success in various drills and competitions. Thus, Song Siyuan always believed that the Black Tiger was not just his comrade but also his lucky star. However, as the Black Tiger aged, its physical capabilities severely declined, rendering it unable to endure the rigorous training it once excelled at, forcing it into a more relaxed role. Nevertheless, despite its retirement, its innate skills remained intact. This was the primary reason Song Siyuan sought the assistance of his old companion. I apologize, old friend. I've been so busy with work lately that I haven't had the chance to visit you. It seems you've put on some weight. The black tiger seemed to understand, incessantly voicing its grievances and dissatisfaction. Song Siyuan gently patted its head to soothe its emotions before informing it of an important task. Upon hearing this, the black tiger instantly transformed, sitting up straight with renewed vigor, its gaze sharpening. Song Siyuan turned to the officer in the passenger seat, asking, "What is the current situation over there?" The officer, having just ended a call, replied solemnly, "The live-fire shooting assessment scheduled for this morning has been completely canceled. Most of the veterans, along with all the new recruits, have gone out to search. As of now, we can only ascertain a rough direction of the fugitive's escape, which will likely require considerable effort." "When did he escape last night?" Song Si-yuan inquired with a stern expression. "It is said that he slipped away while on guard duty under the pretext of needing to use the restroom," the officer replied darkly. "The fellow who was on guard with him is quite dim-witted. The man had been missing for over half an hour before he hurriedly reported to the squad leader that someone was gone. Ultimately, the company commander had to search the vicinity before officially confirming that Chi Guoqing had escaped. In total, at least an hour was wasted. Have you contacted their original unit's leadership?" Song Si-yuan continued his questioning. "Immediately after the incident, we reached out," the officer nodded. "They were equally unprepared for such an event and promptly dispatched personnel to search, especially since the weapon that went missing belongs to their unit, not ours. If any severe repercussions arise later, that group of people will surely face the consequences. However, I just contacted their instructor and received some new information." "What is it?" "The new recruit, Chi Guoqing, did not act on a whim. Rather, he has been planning his escape for quite some time." Jiang Wei stated that inquiries were made to his former squad leader and other recruits, revealing that he was averse to hardship and often feigned illness to evade training. He even mentioned to others his desire to flee before being assigned to a new unit. Song Si-yuan squinted. "So you mean to say he pretended to be ill to avoid the new training assessment, only to find himself sent here for a retest, which inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to escape?" Jiang Wei responded, "That seems to be the case. But this fool made the gravest mistake by attempting to escape with a firearm, which escalates the seriousness of the situation. If we capture him, imprisonment is the only outcome, with no room for negotiation or leniency. Fortunately, the gun was unloaded. Otherwise, it would have escalated to an armed pursuit rather than a mere search operation." After a moment of silence, Song Si-yuan stated, "2 military dog teams have already been dispatched, and with Black Tiger involved, that scoundrel won't manage to flee even with wings." Jiang Wei sighed. "He certainly cannot escape. That area is a maze of mountains. Even seasoned scouts can easily lose their way without specialized equipment. My concern is that during his flight, he might resort to desperate measures, and at that point..." Song Si-yuan's gaze turned icy. "Filled with intent, if it comes to that, we shall act accordingly. In the military, there is no room for jest. Military law is never a trivial matter." Jiang Wei nodded in agreement and then suddenly raised another topic. "By the way, we are about to finalize the assignment list for the new unit. Do you want to reconsider Meng Yan's placement? I feel this arrangement seems rather hasty." "Let it be. Gold will shine wherever it is," Song Si-yuan remarked. "I have faith that Meng Yan is not only capable of fulfilling that role, but will also inspire those around him with his positive energy. This aligns with the thoughts of our esteemed former commander, Wei Songjiang. He believes that if this young man is properly honed, he will undoubtedly become a shining star in our brigade. Your father-in-law holds him in such high regard? I find that somewhat excessive. While Meng Yan is clever and adaptable, he still falls short compared to some renowned elite soldiers. By the way, I heard your father-in-law has been promoted?" "Yes, he has been reassigned within the military." "To what position?" "Deputy Commissioner at the Army level." "Impressive. Typically, one rises through maternal or paternal connections. But this is my first encounter with someone ascending due to a father-in-law's influence." Song Si-yuan turned to Black Tiger beside him, signaling it to prepare for action. "Once we disembark, give the fellow in the passenger seat a bite on the behind." Chapter 73. The Pursuer and the Pursued. In the late afternoon, amidst the desolate forest blanketed with withered yellow leaves, the soldiers of the new recruit company were diligently scouring the area in a systematic manner, led by seasoned veterans. Their eyes, sharp as radar, continuously scanned the surroundings for any suspicious signs. However, the vast terrain, with mountains interlinked and trees densely clustered, rendered the search an arduous task. Concealing a single person, let alone a battalion of thousands, proved to be a formidable challenge. "Enough, I can't go on. Squad leader, may we take a short break? My feet are killing me." Zhou Xiaoping of the 3rd Squad, pale and breathless, found it increasingly difficult to continue. Upon noticing him leaning against a tree, gasping for air, Li Qingwang sought permission from the squad leader. After receiving approval, the entire squad of new recruits was granted a 10-minute respite. Disregarding the dirt, over 30 recruits plopped down onto the ground. The rugged mountain path had taken a toll on them, as they had not paused since the previous night, leaving them both famished and fatigued. Meng Yan and Xiao Bufan fared slightly better, having stashed the hand-grabbed pancakes they purchased the night before in their pockets, allowing them a modest boost of energy. Do you think that guy has tea run far, hiding in some nook of the mountains? Xiao Bufan, rubbing his sore calves, inquired with curiosity. Unlikely, Li Qingwang replied, shaking his head. The higher-ups have dispatched military dogs. If he is hiding near the barracks, he will certainly be found. Why did Qi Guqing run away in the first place? Meng Yan asked, genuinely concerned for Zhou Xiaoping and the others. The reason for his inquiry stemmed from the fact that this group had previously mistaken Qi Guqing for a special operations commander and had even dragged him into the bushes for a mock scuffle. Although they had not truly harmed him, the mere act of intimidation could have dire consequences if Qi Guqing's escape was attributed to that incident. Hence, they dared not ask directly and relied on Meng Yan to inquire on their behalf. Observing the fear etched on the faces of his companions, Li Qingwang promptly reassured them, urging them to dismiss any unfounded worries. This matter does not concern you. I have learned some details from the instructor. That fellow Qi Guqing is not to be underestimated. During his time in our battalion, he frequently feigned illness to evade training, and he has demonstrated intentions to escape. It is said that he deliberately took a cold shower the night before the assessment to induce a fever, hoping to use his illness as a pretext for fleeing. But he ultimately failed. Upon realizing that they were not to blame for the situation, Zhou Xiaoping and the others exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their anxious hearts finally finding solace. Li Qingwang continued, moreover, it seems he has been misled by someone into believing that as long as he has not been commissioned, he does not qualify as a true soldier, and thus, his escape cannot be deemed as desertion. Thus, under the cover of night while on guard duty, he seized the opportunity to sneak away under the pretense of needing to use the restroom. Meng Yan perceived that this young man possessed a certain deficiency in intellect. Anyone with a modicum of sense would understand that entering military service through the recruitment medical examination automatically conferred military status. The commissioning ceremony is merely a formality, symbolizing the completion of the basic training phase, marking one as a qualified soldier. It does not imply that one is not a soldier until officially commissioned, allowing for the liberty to abscond. If that were the case, the military would be in utter disarray. The barracks are a sacred place. In the Great Xia, military service is voluntary, governed by a conscription system. You may choose not to enlist, and no one will compel you. However, once you have chosen to come, adherence to the established rules is imperative. Refusing military service carries severe consequences, and the implications of fleeing with a firearm are unfathomable. Meng Yan suddenly recalled the scene from the previous evening when he encountered Qi Guqing lurking suspiciously in the camp. Perhaps at that moment, the young man was scouting the area, which would explain his panic upon being discovered. Squad leader, I have a question. Li Qingwang turned to Meng Yan. With utmost seriousness, Meng Yan inquired, what if this new recruit, Qi Guqing, resists apprehension during our search and even reacts violently? We'll bind him. What else can we do? With so many of us, we can subdue him easily, replied Miao Bufan, garnering agreement from the others. After all, they all knew that the young man's weapon was devoid of ammunition. Not only new recruits, but even seasoned border patrol soldiers and guards at key posts were similarly unarmed. To be precise, it is not that they lack bullets, but rather that there is a policy of separating weapons from ammunition. This means that 2 sentinels are assigned, one bearing the weapon, while the ammunition is secured by the other. In order to fire, both must cooperate. This protocol emerged largely as a response to the notorious exploits of a certain infamous criminal, and it has significantly enhanced the safety of the soldiers on duty, while concurrently reducing the incidence of violent firearm thefts. Li Qingwang regarded Meng Yan with an unprecedented seriousness. The optimal scenario would be to retrieve the firearm and work together to subdue him, escorting him back for a military tribunal. However, if he were to engage in any reckless behavior during his escape, for instance, taking innocent villagers hostage or brandishing a weapon in a dangerous manner, we would be justified in taking lethal action for the sake of safety. With that, Li Qingwang reached into his pocket. Meng Yan, with keen ears, immediately detected the sound of metal clinking. Under his watchful gaze, Li Qingwang extracted 3 live rounds from his pocket ammunition provided by the squad leader before their departure, intended for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, given that wild animals occasionally roam the mountains, carrying live rounds also serves as a means of defense against such threats. Upon witnessing the 3 live rounds in Li Qingguang's palm, the new recruits of the 3rd Squad felt their pupils constrict sharply, a chill coursing through their bodies. Instinctively, they turned their gazes towards the rifle that their squad leader had persistently shouldered, an icy dread swiftly enveloping them. In that moment, they seemed to envision a scene where Qi Guqing, surrounded, bravely resisted only to ultimately succumb to a bullet, collapsing into a pool of blood. Although unfamiliar with this Qi Guqing, Meng Yan silently hoped that the man would refrain from folly, abstaining from wielding a deadly weapon or committing acts that might harm the innocent. For, should he glimpse the ominous red countdown looming above Qi Guqing's head, it would signal that death was indeed imminent. Meanwhile, approximately 4 kilometers to the northwest, in a desolate grove, a figure, disheveled and filled with trepidation, stumbled forward in haste. His clothing bore the stains of blood, and he clutched a sharp machete, scavenged from unknown origins, with evident signs of struggle etched upon his form. I have expressed my desire to avoid military service, yet you force my hand. You compel me to come. I wish to repeat my studies, but you deny me. I aspire to attend a vocational school, yet you refuse. I yearn to seek employment, but you obstruct my path. You have driven me into this predicament, confining me as though I were imprisoned, only to hurl insults and accusations my way. It is all your doing. It is you who have cornered me. Qi Guqing, seemingly entranced by a fury, was filled with resentment, his lips continuously uttering curses wishing for ill fate. Meanwhile, the vivid crimson countdown above his head continued to dwindle. Chapter 74. The highly vigilant platoon leader in the blink of an eye. The afternoon of the 2nd day arrived. After nearly a day and a half of searching the mountains, there had been no results. The lad named Qi Guqing seemed to have vanished into thin air, lost within the vast wilderness, leaving no trace behind. Speculations arose. Some wondered if he might be hiding in some burrow like a rabbit, securely concealed. Others speculated that he might have been taken by a wild beast while fleeing. A few believed that he had escaped the mountains long ago and was now comfortably resting in a hotel in the county town. However, speculation aside, the search could not afford to cease for a moment, which proved to be an exhausting ordeal for the new recruits who had never experienced such intense operations. During this day and a half, they had scarcely found time to close their eyes. The rugged mountain paths were arduous, draining their physical strength tremendously. Being in the wilderness, they had no access to palatable food, surviving solely on emergency rations like compressed biscuits to sustain their energy. Yet, those who had tasted these biscuits knew all too well that they were excessively dry. Consuming too many could lead to constipation and even abrasions in the mouth. This led Meng Yan and his comrades to nostalgically reminisce about the half-cooked green beans from their training base. At the very least, that constituted a proper warm meal, far superior to the taste of compressed biscuits. Many recruits in the 3rd Squad had developed blisters on their feet. Zhou Xiaoping's soles had even become glued to his insoles, each step a piercing agony. In previous circumstances, they would have undoubtedly complained and thrown in the towel. Yet this time, not a single recruit cried out in pain like a weakling. Instead, they swallowed their discomfort like true men, exemplifying the spirit of persevering through adversity without shedding tears, embodying the ethos of enduring hardship without faltering. This transformation was a testament to the profound impact of 3 months of military life, subtly molding their character and personality, shaping them into competent soldiers of the Great Xia Army without their conscious realization. Although they refrained from voicing their pain aloud, private complaints persisted. Miao Bufan had been cursing all along, declaring that if they ever found that scoundrel Qi Guqing, he must be given a good beating to vent their frustration. To beat him, you'd have to take a number, Meng Yan remarked, taking a sip from his canteen to soothe his throat. The ones who most want him dead are the leaders of his unit. I can only imagine how furious our platoon leader and instructor must be. Having just transitioned to the new unit after completing their training, encountering such an incident is nothing short of a calamity. Zhang Su, filled with curiosity, asked, platoon leader, how does this incident compare to Chu Kai's situation in terms of severity? Meng Yan explained, there is no basis for comparison. One stems from personal family issues and despair, while the other is purely a matter of ideology. At least Chu Kai did not evade training or run away. He succumbed to immense pressure and resorted to extreme measures. As for Qi Guqing, his influence is significantly more severe, for he fled with a firearm in his possession. Have you not noticed the noticeable increase in the number of searchers today? It is not only our unit, Others have dispatched personnel to assist as well, including several from the military dog squad, and even the retired old soldier, Black Tiger, has been assigned to the task. Furthermore, areas we searched yesterday are being combed through again today to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If it were merely a case of a rookie fleeing, such a grand operation would not be necessary. We could simply station personnel at his home, and he would inevitably return to the fold. However, the loss of a weapon alters the gravity of the situation should it fall into the hands of wrongdoers, especially if they possess ammunition. A single bullet could claim a life. If the assailant happens to be an expert marksman, that solitary bullet might take 2 or 3 lives. Suddenly, Black Tiger raised his head and began to bark furiously at a patch of withered yellow leaves ahead. There is a situation over there. Let us investigate. The company commander immediately followed Black Tiger, sprinting toward the area of the dry foliage, just as everyone was filled with anticipation. Believing they had finally located that scoundrel Chi Guoqing, they were astonished to find that Black Tiger had merely unearthed a half-eaten, discarded sausage. Black Tiger sat in front of the sausage, sniffing it without attempting to bite, demonstrating the exemplary training of a military dog. Meng Yan glanced at the side, noticing the nervousness of Miao Bufan, which involuntarily furrowed his brow. His mind recalled the earlier incident where this lad had almost poisoned an entire squad with toxic sausage he picked up from a dog thief. Even a dog knows not to consume items found on the roadside. Have you lost your senses, picking it up so carelessly? How foolish. Perhaps we should have Black Tiger take your place in the unit and keep watch instead. Miao Bufan was drenched in cold sweat. The Meng Yan remained silent throughout. He sensed that this individual was being severely criticized. The company commander picked up the small piece of sausage, realizing something was amiss. It was too pristine, as if it had only recently been discarded. Suddenly, he reacted. There were likely people ahead. Pursue. With a command, the new recruits, who had been stifled for nearly 2 days, surged forward with renewed vigor as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Black Tiger bolted ahead like a runaway stallion, eager to seize the first achievement. After a brief chase, some began to slow down, breathless. Yet, Meng Yan's pace did not diminish. Rather, it seemed to increase, as if he sought to outpace Black Tiger. How preposterous! Even in retirement, he cannot remain still. The future belongs to the youth. Young soldiers yearn for glory, while retired military dogs should gracefully withdraw. Meng Yan and Black Tiger surged forward together, and soon he spotted figures moving in the distance. Enhanced by his capabilities, he discerned that there were not 1, but 3 individuals ahead. Accomplices? The others, including Li Qingguang, were also desperately pursuing, their minds racing with questions. As a multitude of individuals surrounded and pursued in this direction, the 3 figures ahead appeared to be flustered. Subsequently, a classic scene unfolded. A chase ensued, with shouts of "Don't run! Stop! Move not, or we shall open fire!" A squad leader discharged a blank round into the air, which finally halted the fleeing trio. Upon hearing the gunfire, the 3 were so startled that they immediately froze in place, raising their hands high in surrender. "Do not shoot. We are good people, good people." The soldiers, panting heavily, encircled the 3 young individuals. The trio hastily explained that they were hikers. One girl even claimed they were university students. The squad leader, breathless from running, hurried over while clutching his waist. He first glanced at the black dog, then at Meng Yan. "You, lad, run quite swiftly, managing to outpace a military dog." "Since childhood, I have excelled in running," Meng Yan replied without a hint of modesty. "When it comes to earning merit, one must run as fast as possible. Moreover, Black Tiger is aging. How could he possibly outrun a young man endowed with extraordinary vigor?" The squad leader approached, scrutinizing the 3, 2 young men and a woman, all appearing to be in their early 20s, clad in hiking jackets, carrying professional mountaineering backpacks, and wielding trekking poles, indeed resembling typical hikers. Yet, in this desolate wilderness, the sudden appearance of 3 individuals compelled him to remain vigilant. "Who are you? And why are you here?" "We are students from XX Geological University, out for a trek." "University students? We are both postgraduates, and she is an undergraduate. With the holiday upon us, we decided to hike and gather material for our thesis." "Then why were you running earlier?" "You were chasing us. We were frightened and ran away." "Would we have fled if you hadn't pursued?" The squad leader's eyelids twitched. It seemed they were caught in a convoluted explanation. The 3, anxious to avoid further misunderstandings, quickly produced their student IDs for inspection. Having graduated some years prior, the squad leader was unable to discern their authenticity. Thus, he summoned Meng Yan, a current university student, to verify their credentials. Receiving the ID, Meng Yan examined its texture, probing the embossed seal, and subsequently nodded to the squad leader. They were indeed students from the Geological University, and their IDs were legitimate. Nonetheless, the squad leader remained highly cautious. He couldn't shake off the suspicion that, in such a remote area, the sudden emergence of 3 hiking university students was rather implausible. This was no television drama. Such coincidences were exceedingly rare. What if they were spies or enemy agents disguised in a nefarious guise? Consequently, he promptly requested the phone number of the Geological University and instructed the communications soldier to contact the institution for an identity verification. Before long, the communications soldier confirmed the identities of the 2 second-year postgraduates and 1 fourth-year undergraduate. The 3 individuals indeed found themselves in this region due to a holiday excursion. Having previously informed their school of their whereabouts, Meng Yan observed the actions of the platoon leader with admiration, mentally commending him for his adept handling of the situation. This, he thought, was the most appropriate and prudent method for addressing suspicious individuals in such a desolate area. It is noteworthy that even in a non-military zone, the level of scrutiny was so stringent. Had it been a military-restricted area or an exercise zone, the protocol would have extended beyond mere identity verification to include body searches, mobile phone inspections, and a thorough examination of personal belongings. Although their identities posed no issues, the presence of wild animals in the vicinity posed a significant risk. The 3 young individuals, aimlessly wandering through the forest, could easily encounter danger. Moreover, the presence of a sausage raised concerns. Did they not understand that littering in the wild was unwise? Should a bear, wild boar, stray dog, or wolf catch wind of their leftover food, they would find themselves in perilous circumstances. The platoon leader returned their student identification cards, earnestly cautioning them. The trio sheepishly explained that they had considered this risk and had even procured a machete from a local before venturing into the mountains, only to misplace it along the way. The platoon leader shook his head, asserting that even with a machete, encountering a wild animal remains hazardous without proper training. He advised them to leave the area promptly and find transportation to safety. Understood. We shall take our leave now. Do we have any cash on us? One asked. We have our phones, with WeChat and Alipay, another replied. Merely possessing a mobile phone is futile here. This remote area often lacks signal. Do you have no cash? The 3 young men exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their embarrassment. In this day and age, few carry cash, particularly young university